internet tough guy I found out a few days ago. Mr. Medicare, my friend Derek told me about him. And basically what this dude does is he openly targets furries and harasses them.
Is this a point where I get sappy and I say something emotional? Am I supposed to give great life advice now? Is this where I tell you something you already know and you all have to pretend like it was insightful and deep? Listen, I just like to laugh at dumb shit on the internet, and I think you do too. I think that's what we all like to do. Life is hard enough. There's a lot of tragic shit out there. The world's a scary place. But it's nice to have the ability to laugh at goofy shit. Things are fucked. Things are really, really fucked. It feels like the country's gone insane. It feels like lunatics are running the country. And I don't know what their end goal is. You can't say they're accelerationists. because like they have some dystopic viewpoint of what they want the end goal to be rather than just change through fire. They're not accelerationists. I don't know what these people want. Everybody dead and miserable and broke and poor? Anybody that says something differently gets canceled on fucking social media? Can't make a living. No bank account for you. Can't have a job. Don't try to do this. Don't do that. Don't think this. Don't say that. Not allowed. We have allowed our country, our society, to sink to the lowest common denominator. We appease and appeal to the people that take the greatest advantage. And then we close our eyes and pretend it's not happening. People that are in control of our social media to get to the point where we're told what to think and what we can fucking say and when we can fucking say it, what's fucking allowed to talk about and the language we fucking use when we do it. Ooh, don't say rape! YouTube doesn't like it. And that's on us. Because we allowed it. That's the honest truth. We allowed it. We allowed it. It's not that they take control, it's that we allowed them to take it. That every step of the way where we should have said, fuck this, enough.
And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
I believe that I am an American patriot. If you want to change that level playing field of competition to your advantage, basically you give me license to do that also when my opportunity comes around. There's nothing you can do about it, he says. Well, I'm going to do something about it. It may only change people for a generation, maybe two, may not change them at all, maybe make them worse. That's the way it's supposed to be. All I ever wanted was what I deserved. You denied me of that. But you gave me license to come back at you. You taught me how to act towards your neighbor. And that's how I'm going to do. And you will learn this lesson, that is not the way to do it. I am going to sacrifice my life, my future, to show you, my miserable future that you gave me, to show you that what you did was wrong.
Just a broken guy. Got a few screws loose, I guess. Never really knew it until now. I'm going to try to do a barrel roll. And if that goes good, now I'm just going to nose down and call it a night.
I saw it written once that the definition of insanity is repeating the same process over and expecting the outcome to suddenly be different. I am finally ready to stop this insanity. Well, Mr. Big Brother IRS man, let's try something different. Take my pound of flesh and sleep well. The communist creed from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. The capitalist creed from each according to his gullibility, to each according to his greed.
Ta-ta there, retard.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Strictly Patrick and Crew Live. I'm here with Gigi, and they can't hear me. Okay, now you guys can hear me. Sorry, I forgot I was still on mute. How you guys doing tonight?
Wow, muted.
Yeah, well, you know, it's always an audio issue.
Yeah, thankfully this time it was something that's as easy as pushing a button and then not having to scramble like, oh god, everything is failing. What is wrong?
Yeah, well, that'll come later. There we go.
Don't say
I
that.
apparently changed my mask too at some point while I was getting ready and I couldn't see it, and I'm slowly losing vision because this mask has goggles on the inside, and they slowly fog up, very very slowly.
Oh no.
Especially
Oh
when
no.
I'm in a hood, which I'm in a hood.
The bit will be worth it.
The bit will be worth it. Hopefully everybody likes the mask. I know that like with the refresh rate, you might pick up a little bit of a difference, but hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully everybody's having a good precursor to Halloween weekend. And we're here to cover Synnibear and Kumo and Jar Super Stream. Mainly going over Kumo and how he's basically become Lyle Convoy. Congratulations, Kumo. Congratulations. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a special guest later on. You guys will love it. But other than that, what do you think of the Kumo stuff while I get out of my mask?
Oh man, it's just it started out as like, okay, like, thinking about Cindy, like looking into it, it's like, okay, she's really weird and uncomfortable, and then it's like, okay, so I'm getting this feeling that maybe like her actions were like, oh, she was groomed, and this is why she thinks it's normal, and then Kumo just managed to overtake the story with a spectacular meltdown. Like,
yeah, suddenly Kumo's just been the dark horse and taking the lead. Oh man. But anyway, before we get into the stream, before we get into everything, I did want to go over and just touch base on a couple things. Hold on, I got a lot of screens for tonight. We're gonna be going through a lot of stuff. Buckle up, people. It's gonna be like 10 hours.
Hello.
yeah,
Hey, Gigi, how you doing, buddy?
hello.
I'm doing good.
Oh man, I was just gonna pull up. So you remember Blazy Fox, the gay furry that we
It's hard
covered?
to forget outside of like maybe the mental suppression our brains have done.
Here. So Blazy, I saw this on Leaping Lemur, which Leaping Lemur was the guy that I covered that initially covered the whole Blazy thing, the video that we watched, right? So Blazy found out about the video and said this video spends over half of its runtime using my content to call me a pedo. There's clips lasting over 2 minutes and 30 seconds, completely unedited, my videos, with a minute of commentary in between. But that's not grounds for copyright? So they're
So you're not
to
denying
copyright.
being a pedophile by your own words. Is that what I'm hearing, Blazy?
Yeah, the whole thing, and they took away that.
That's the best argument. I'm not. Instead of refuting the I diddle kids claim,
Yes.
you tackle fair use.
Yes.
Brilliant strategy.
Oh my god. Oh, I know what I gotta do with my mask. Oh, it's not gonna work until I turn it on again. All right, never mind. Anyway, I turned the mask off. I can only take the mask for very limited periods of time, but the mask will return later on with a special surprise. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is Review Tech USA has deleted his main channel. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I was watching Chud cover it.
So
Yep.
he had a spectacular, lovely, beautiful meltdown stream, and did all sorts of stuff, including threatening to delete or sell. He was going to Repsion his channel and sell it, but he decided that you know what? For whatever fucking reason, he decided to supposedly hit the delete button. I say that the way I say it because there's a lot of thought that he may have privated it, and even if he did delete it, he's got 30 days before the deletion fully takes effect. So we won't know for sure which option he chooses until later next week or in 30 days. I say later next week because they'll probably bring the fucking channel back.
What, you think this is like just some sort of like attention grab?
You know
Like
what? It could
publicity
be.
thing?
He is apparently bitching and complaining and whining about the fact that like he only made $600 off of the channel in like the past month. But here's my thought process. He's bitching and complaining about that now. But in a couple of weeks, he's going to realize that I'm not going to have $600 and I'm going to have $600 less in my bank account.
Right? Like, cause he's just getting residuals from that, right? Like, it's not like he uses it.
Yeah, I mean, he supposedly is trying to upload shorts. I had not paid attention to shorts, but you know, the whole thing that he went back and forth with Jay over, yeah. So,
yeah.
Apparently,
you know what he should have
trying
done?
to do that. Go for it.
He should have given the channel to Jay and offered to do a 50-50 split.
You know, it probably would have been better.
Let it make money. Just let it make money for him passively, and then he can stream on his other channel. You know, and just like let that just give him residuals. Give it to somebody with like you know, like licensing it.
Yeah, I could see that. Oh my god! But you know, it's Rizzler, and Rizzler is not going to do anything sensible. So
I mean, that would be a better deal than anything to show that he's really willing to bury the hatchet with Jay.
Yeah. Honestly, it would.
Give him money, bury the drama. It would literally be like a closing chapter to everything.
Yeah, but you know, instead he reignited the war with Jay, so that's back on. You know, the game off, game on that we keep having every time, you know, they decide to be friends for a couple weeks. Yeah.
Well, he decided to pull a PewDiePie and go bridge diving at the same time.
Yeah, well, that too. So, but I'm excited to cover that. I've got the stream, I've got a couple other streams of his saved because, you know, for the most part, he's been quiet for like the past like couple weeks. And then all of a sudden he decided to just go off the deep end. Maybe it was his mother telling him that he's autistic. Who knows?
Maybe he finally put his kid to bed.
Yeah. Or brought him to a PETA shelter, you know? I mean, just based off his judgment calls, that'd be a logical thing in his mind. But anyway, I'm going to go over. This is the Synnibear03 Jar, just a robot, and Kumo Convoy super stream. We are going to go over the full retarded Rizzlers in all their glory, and we're going to cover everything that they've done. We're going to start with the Synnibear thing, the videos that started it all. We're going to go on to Jar, and then we're going to spend a lot of time shitting on Kumo. By the way, hello chat, welcome. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to hit the like as we go along. We're going to be here for a while, so you can hit it whenever. Just hit it before the end. Anyway,
yeah.
So I'm going to start off. We're going to start. Have you guys seen the whole Synnibear allegation stuff beforehand?
Yes, I've been following it. Disappointingly, watching Kumo implode like a supernova.
Yeah. What about you, Gigi? Did you watch any of the Synnibear stuff?
I've basically just been keeping art commentary shit out of my personal feed because at the end of the day, it's just retards. If any of, you know, the retards I'm interested decide to venture into the fucking Thunderdome and never leave, that's when I'll pay attention. Hello, Kumo.
Well, yeah, you see, you're about to witness tonight one of the greatest supernovas, I think.
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is an implosion upon a... This is like a supernova and like an explosion at the same time. I don't even know how to explain it.
Yeah, it's like literally a black dwarf just imploding. Like, and just to preface this off too, Queeman had said that he had discovered that Kumo tried to join the military and they told him that he was too schizophrenic.
Oh, lovely. So we're dealing with an actual schizo cow in the making, people. You guys are gonna love this.
I mean, come on. The military should have took him. He'd be great for target practice.
Another Pat Tillman, are we calling it early?
Nah, he wouldn't be anywhere close to Pat Tillman.
In his
Like, look,
mind, he would.
He'd just be the guy who'd be in the ordnance shed checking all the artillery shells with a hammer.
Think you get ran-botted? Somebody just pushes an ammo crate on him. Like,
Well, he's
somebody,
already ran-botted a
Yeah,
bit.
it might actually make him
Given
normal.
how dumb he is.
All right.
will undo the damage.
So let's get into this because the Synnibear part of this is going to be actually pretty short. So for context, Cindy puts out this video and starts it out like
Kumo, she's innocent. My lovely little girl's innocent.
We're 25
That's
seconds
Kumo for
in,
you.
and she's admitted to everything already. So like I said, she put this out of her own free will. She's since withdrawn that free will, but it's okay because the Streisand effect has taken over, and we have the video. So let's see what else she has to say.
Well, I mean, hold up.
Hold on.
Sonny, you didn't do the worst possible thing. I mean, you did something right for Kumo to defend you.
Well, you know
and
what?
all of this.
You know what? Kumo is one of the knights in shining armor in this story. But I just think it's funny that like she put this out there and everything she said has been true. Yet we still have people that will come up in this story that white knighted for her. Like it's just insane for me. Or insane to me. Spoiler, it wasn't years from now. You know, this is one part with this whole like video that kind of bothered me like when it came out. She talks very little about like what she did with the victim and like owning it. She is more upset that she hurt Jack, who is her let's call it significant other. Because I don't know the terminology because we're dealing with several or at least two trans people here. So I don't know what they went by for each other. But yeah, so we're spending a good chunk of this going over the fact of like, I'm sorry, Jack, I'm sorry, Jack, I'm sorry, Jack. And obviously for good reasons, pretty good reasons, doesn't say the victim's name. But like all we know walking away from this is apparently they overshared explicit sexual content with a minor. And by their own words, they groomed this minor.
Kumo, there was the ghost sign. Don't defend.
I was gonna say it's in black.
You were told
and white,
in advance. Yeah, I don't deserve your pity. I'm not the victim here. Don't defend me.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Jar too. Jar, buddy.
It's like fucking red light, green light with these idiots.
I know you're not the brightest robot in the box, but like, come on. She did say don't defend me. Okay, so that's where this all starts from. That's the beginning of all the shit. that starts this, right? So from there, instead of being gone for years and months and everything, a couple weeks later, she posts this new video. And this new video, she comes out of swinging a bit hard. So we got this video includes discussions of grooming, pedophilia, and sexual assault. Viewer discretion is advised.
Yay.
Timestamps. Okay, so we have I am not a groomer. So total 180 from the first video. Response to Birdie's video, which I didn't include. The Birdie arc is a whole separate arc. We're staying with just the key people involved with Cinny. The Birdie is Jack, correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
Birdie, and to clear it up right now, because it'll get into it later, the reason that Kumo aligned with Cinny is because Kumo was going after Birdie.
Yeah, they had planned to. He had planned to make a video on Birdie. So he was basically trying to, because Cinny dropped this fucking nuclear bomb, now he's trying to put the bomb back together after it's blown up to hopefully still be able to resurrect a video on Birdie.
I just had a fucking crazy idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any evidence to this, but given Kumo's past behavior when it came to Brion,
yeah,
when he was trying to make that video, pedo jacketing Brion, he came to us, me, Sin, the outsiders of commentary to help him with it. And he was asking us if we had any like pro Brion content to take it down and shit.
Really?
Yeah, because he wanted us to be alongside for this shit. So I wonder if he was already had the plan in the works to make a Birdie video.
Yeah.
That he's like, wait, take this down. Say you're innocent. Do anything.
Oh, yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, it comes out very much like that.
Okay.
When we get into the scheming and planning and everything, which I'm not covering Himpleton's video, but Himpleton had a little bit because he had Kumo on. Cope and C's got a little bit, but it's like trickles and drops of information, and I can just fill you in a couple sentences for anything like that. But you'll see the larger strokes with everything that I've got here, especially when it comes to Queeman. Once they deployed the Jew-Boy, they were in for it. But, oh yeah, we also have response to Birdie's video and then Birdie's behavior. Oh yeah, I forgot to speed this up. We need speed on our side for these. So sorry in advance, chat, but we're doing 1.5 for a lot of these. That's the starts of it with the people in the background. Like, so the shit that we're going to see later on that you guys are going to hear about and see coming from other people like Jar, coming from people like Kumo and Kumo's band of merry idiots. Like, this is what they did.
That was another thing. I don't know if anyone's going to take Jar's word for this, but Jar was in that call too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when Kumo was trying to get Jar to come alongside, to come alongside, Akumu to come alongside against Brion.
So he was willing to align against that. Okay, so yeah,
yeah, Jar. When we had like the Discord up and running with VCs and everything, Jar would pop in at random times, and apparently Jar was the one who was fighting him against for Brion.
Okay,
that's what started it.
That makes sense why he went so hard at Jar with this.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a scorned lover.
It's the same thing with Sen. It was all the Brion shit. He called him a retard for it, and then ever since then, he's been out gunning for him.
Oh yeah. Well, it seems like if you cross this guy's path and he doesn't like you, you're forever on some autistic schizo list that he has, and like he'll wait for the day. Okay, first of all, now we have a name. Eno is the 14-year-old. The 14-year-old that she was respectfully not saying the name of the first time. Now she's putting the name out there. So, like, I want to point out some of these differences right away.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good reason
What the heck?
why they don't have charges for quote unquote grooming. It's because kids can be groomed to become a blacksmith or anything else, like any kind of job training that their parents want them to go through to carry on like a family lineage, a trade, like, heritage shit.
Yeah.
So grooming for sexual abuse would be the crime area.
Yeah. And still, you know what? It goes back to it. They were probably right in their first fucking video. Because once we see and hear everything that they did with that, it's pretty fucking black and white, I think, when it comes to Senny. I know Jim's got maybe some empathy for her. When it comes to, like, he's got some reasons that he believes maybe she did it, but also believes that she's guilty. But either way, we're all on team. Nope, she's guilty. And, like, it's very black and white. So this is all just people in the background in her ear trying to convince her to do something fucking different.
Yeah, she seems very malleable.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
you tell her to do something. Oh, that's grooming. Then I'm a groomer. Oh, I didn't groom. Then I'm not. It just seems like she goes with whatever she was told.
Yeah, very, very easily manipulated.
NL? Wait, NL stole the cat? Or was it Jack?
Jack/Birdie stole the cat. Eno is the 14-year-old.
Okay, because that was kind of worded weird.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing that...
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, just given what I hypothesized a bit ago, Kumo's a lot like Ralph.
Oh, he's a lot like someone else that we created an extensive comparison to.
There's no audio? Oh,
wait,
motherfucker. What? There's no audio? Wait, let me see. Yep, there's no audio.
You gotta be kidding
Take
me.
2.
Motherfucker.
For us or the video?
For the video. There's no audio.
Okay, so they at least got our commentary on it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad. No take 2. Just
no, we're not gonna replay the video in the beginning. I do.
You can just edit the video in afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I just gotta edit the audio in. I've got the video. I've even got the fucking captions on stream, so I can align it pretty easy. Let me fix the audio.
The day is saved.
Oh. Thankfully, we're...
At least it was a half fuck up. They didn't have, like, no audio to begin with.
Okay.
We're professionals here. We got this.
That would be my docket. Now I gotta figure out which fucking window it is. This one? Okay.
I've been able to reflect on it.
Okay, now we've got audio. I literally just refreshed the connection to the window. I changed nothing. I changed nothing at all.
Really?
And I've realized that I was very misled.
Wait, so it wasn't even our fucking fault. It was just your web browser.
It's OBS. It's all OBS. Oh my god.
Well, then you know what? At least we can blame OBS then.
Yeah.
At least we can point the finger at someone.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Appropriate and irresponsible. Trust me, you will never fucking catch me trying to act like this was an okay thing to do. I wasn't flirting with Eno. My messages have been misinterpreted in the most...
I mean, you'll catch Kumo doing that.
And, I mean, yeah, okay. So I will say it right now. They were not flirting with Eno. but the stuff that they did was just as debaucherous, just as like messed up towards Eno. Because like, okay, get the cat out of the bag. They shared a comic, is my understanding, that had a sexual assault to it. They had them read this. Apparently the comic was censored, the images were censored, but they had them read the text.
Wasn't.
Yeah, the dialogue, and then read it out loud. So there's 3 parts to this. So all of them are bad. I'm just going to say this. All of it's bad. But
yeah,
like,
and she had also gone into like discussing her fetishes with
yeah, there's that
the
too.
14-year-old, which that leads into my theory, because as we'll find out later, she thought it was normal.
Yeah.
And she's been on the platform since she was like 13, 14. So it leads me into believing that she herself was groomed.
Yeah.
And taught that having sexual conversations like this is just normal. It would track also with her hypersexuality of being like a sexual crime victim, because that's one of the coping methods is hypersexuality. So like it would track with that, and we'll find out later that she thought it was normal. So it just makes me feel that she's been exposed to this.
Jim, but you're going up against Dr. Kumo,
yeah,
a neuropsychologist.
Which,
I know.
Yeah, I wanna point that out when we get close to that.
Now that I'm having to sit alone with my thoughts for the first time in a really long time,
Which is
I've been able
right
to
up.
reflect on everything. And I've realized that I was very misled by Birdie on many things regarding psychology and psychology-related
This right here, this many things regarding psychology and psychology-related
Subjects.
subjects. Now, who would help them with psychology and psychology-related subjects? Could it be a certain white-haired, blue-eyed anime figure with a black sweater?
Oh wait, are we getting into the Hitler hour?
When she said that, I believe that she was talking about Jack. Because
well, no, she's talking about Jack, but I think she's insinuating that she's been educated on these terms now better, and now she has a better understanding of them. And the only way that I think she has a better understanding of them is from certain individuals. Yes.
It's
Dr. Kumo.
Confusing.
Yes. I actually had a running theory to where the point that I had to ask out loud, like, was Kumo trying to be like a psychologist? Like, was he going to school for it or something? Because there's certain things that stick out to me in this that, like, it almost sounds like he is a wannabe psychologist.
Well, the wannabe psychologist wouldn't go to school. A wannabe psychologist is someone who has a mental disability, does a few Google searches, and then tries to understand their own fucking issues. I mean, just look at you, me, and fucking Jim here. We all have something that's fucked up with us. That way we can talk with some authority about what it is, because we had to learn about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
From actual doctors in white coats.
And being in treatment for it.
Yeah.
And still being in treatment for
That's
it.
Kumo for you. He's basically just us. He's not going to psychology. He isn't going to become a doctor. Otherwise, why the fuck would he be doing YouTube?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, my avatar is more dapper, so I win.
I mean, usually a doctor who's in psychology would go to school first, become a doctor, then do YouTube.
Yeah.
That's usually how it works, not the other way around.
Like Dr. K, for example. Like, but he's a good example that he got his credentials and then decided to come onto the platform for education.
Well, like,
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Nick.
I kind of
like
want
Nick
to point
Arcade
out
is the middle ground for that kind of like, job YouTube bullshit.
Be a non-practicing psychologist.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, hi, Kumo here. I'm a non-practicing psychologist in the state
of denial.
But
in the state of denial.
I've noticed that there's a big trend with this, because remember when we had the Sassafrasu call, there was a couple people in that call and they tried to do the same thing as far as like playing psychiatrist and playing psychologist. Remember with the whole Sassu, you need to calm
Ponder,
down.
Right? That was Ponder.
Yes,
that was like
Ponder Sprocket, yeah. And Ponder was sitting there going, Sassu, you need to calm down, breathe, take a deep breath. Take a break. And it's like, are you fucking kidding? You people are not doctors, you're YouTubers. And at that, you're fucking you're art YouTubers.
Yeah, it's like you're just using the technique you probably learned last week from your therapist.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like-
You are keeping the actual therapist employed.
I swear to God, this is the funny thing. It's like if they were all like psychologists, the only thing that they would be qualified to do for anybody is an ink blot test. What does this picture represent to you?
I don't know. That's a 90-degree arc. So let's see. If I tilt my
Well, see, you can tell that they're not professional
yeah.
by the sheer level of like somebody in the actual field knows that like it's ethically not right to do what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like,
oh man. All right, let's get through this.
Information on these subjects because it was their, quote, special interest, and I figured he'd at least know more than the average dumbass. But I've started to realize that the answers he gave me on mental health subjects depended almost entirely on what was most convenient for Birdie. Here are some actual qualifiers for what constitutes as grooming, as is listed by a simple Google search. Isolation of the child, building the child's trust, inappropriate communication, which includes asking for secrets to be kept, and using sexual language that the child may not understand, and educating the child on the subject, buying gifts, giving the child special attention, singling out the child to make them feel more mature, special.
Wouldn't you qualify the whole like telling them about your fetish and like having them read stuff involving your fetish and showing them stuff
sharing
involving
your secrets.
Yeah, wouldn't you say that may fall under educating?
I mean,
like
a lot of these things could be like a lot of these things usually when it comes to the grooming definition, they're only using like physical cases, not internet cases. You kind of have to like, how are you going to isolate a child on the internet?
Another good point. Yeah.
I mean, seriously, that's the kind of logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is like, this is the logic that they would use to say, oh, it isn't grooming, but still, you have instances where kids were groomed by creators like Lion Maker, who didn't keep them like separated or walled off, who bought gifts, who did all this like secret sharing, telling them about stuff.
Yeah,
it's still grooming. Just because most of the definition is based off of physical cases, doesn't mean it's not.
Yeah.
See, this is where I come down to it, where like it's hard for me to call it grooming because the whole point of grooming is the act of preparing a minor for sex. And I don't think Cinny ever had the desire to actually fuck this person. I you know what I mean? I think that
she probably had the desire to fuck him up as bad as she is.
Well, that's
like seriously, 13, 14 is when she got started being a hypersexualized fucking pedophile.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think.
Well, like, I mean, the old attribute is like abuse victims pass on the abuse whether they realize it or not.
The victims become victimizers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I don't know if it's grooming because it's not like, Zero where it's like, send me pictures.
Yeah, you're not trying to gain anything from them explicitly.
So, yes, to me it's just being incredibly negligent and careless and inappropriate, and I don't get the desire that Cindy actually wanted to have sexual relations with this person. So it's hard for me to use the word groomer there. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, that's just like based off of what we're into in the timeline. Later down the timeline, the video of where Synnibear makes art of herself and the 14-year-old, having like a sexual interaction.
Yeah.
I mean, that does repaint and recontextualize the entire scene.
Was that supposed to be the 14-year-old? I thought that was just another character in the comic.
No, that was supposed to be the 14-year-old.
Okay, see, now that changes some perspective for me because I thought that was just another character, you know what I mean? Just like not related to the 14-year-old.
Well, I mean, the character was based off of the 14-year-old's avatar or something, if I remember correctly.
Okay, then
I do.
That's getting very close to it.
Yeah, because it was the OC.
Okay. Well, then it's hard for me then to make that argument then because then that is technically. See, now that recontextualizes a lot of it then.
Yeah.
Because...
Well, in the timeline, we're going off of what she's saying, so your argument stands for that part in time, just not now.
Yeah.
The hard thing is everybody's so unreliable with this.
You got a lot of unreliable narrators, and then the whole thing that like, okay, the one point I will give to like Team Jar, Team Kumo, the pedo simps, Team Pedo Simp. All right, the one thing I give them is that, like, you don't know if she's getting off or, like, is enjoying the fact at a sexual level of this teenager reading this stuff back to them. Like, and there's no way to trust it because everybody's an unreliable narrator. So they could be completely wrong. But, like, when you get into the OC stuff, yes, I think that's more
there is an argument. There is an argument that you can make on standpoint from the person who's creating the art, because what else would fuel the desire to make that art in the first place other than, you know, amorous behavior?
Yeah. So, like, that's the only thing I've got for Team PDF File Simp. I don't know what I've decided to call that yet. The White Knights.
Or different from other children, showing particular interest in the child, victim selection, and substance misuse. I did not isolate it.
You showed a particular interest in the child. Like, that's the whole thing. That's a whole nother thing that we want to get to here.
Enno was actually already isolated when they first met me. Enno has told me directly that they only ever speak to like 3 people, that being Sophia the Neko, me, and another person I don't know. I never got jealous if they hung out with other people instead of me. I never told them who they could and could not hang out with. I didn't want to control who they were hanging out with.
Again, it's not an all or or nothing situation here. If you tick off a majority of what was being done under the definition and what could be implied from what's happened, because that definition is kind of outdated for modern day shit, you're a groomer, no doubt.
Yeah.
I accidentally drank some of the spicy water. I have to save that. That's for the Kumo section.
You want to save that for when we go deeper into Team Adobe? Like...
Oh, man.
If they didn't talk to me. The only thing I can think of that probably looked like I did is if I said something in their DMs and they took forever to respond.
See, like with this stuff, I can't really read well. But this whole, I think don't friend request is Cinny, and then Enno is the EN whatever the fuck the rest of that shit is.
I would get anxious and think that I upset them somehow. I do that to everyone, though. I'm just really anxious. I don't like the idea of bothering people. Building the child's trust. I don't think I was ever even interested in building their trust. The only thing I was ever really concerned about was making them upset or uncomfortable. In fact, it already kind of seemed like they just automatically trusted me with a lot. I didn't really have to do anything on that front.
I mean, you got up to some level of
easy
trust.
victim.
Like,
easy victim.
Yeah. But I mean, you obviously did build trust over time, regardless, because you got to the point that you were able to share your sexual fetish with them.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the end results. Like, it doesn't matter if they were just openly trusting. That's just easy pickings for prey.
Yeah, like, okay, great. Half the work was done for you. It's a connect the dots.
Yeah.
And half the dots drawn already. Good job.
It's like if a kid was like raised in the forest and never knew what candy was. The guy in the panel van's like, "Hey kid, want free candy?" Is like, "What's candy?" It's like, "Oh, it's sweet." Yeah, I don't like sweet stuff. Come on, try it. He'd have to put fucking work in for it to happen.
Yeah.
But this kid was already open.
Already at the curb waiting for the candy van to come by.
Yeah, basically. It is like waiting for the ice cream man. You know?
Then it was
all they had to hear was the fucking jingle.
In fact, it already kind of seemed like they just automatically trusted me with a lot. I didn't really have to do anything on that front. Even then, it was just never on the forefront of my mind. Inappropriate communication. The examples given are asking for secrets to be kept, using sexual language the child may not understand, and educating the child on the subject. I will not deny that my conversations were inappropriate and I shouldn't have been having them, like, to begin with. The only instance of me asking them to keep something a secret would be me saying to them, "Please don't tell the public I'm depraved." The secret's kind of just out now, I don't care anymore. I never intended to keep our relationship a secret. That was never even something I was intending to hide. It was also never my intention to educate Enno on any particular, like, sex shit. I don't know. Now that I think about it,
It doesn't matter what the intention was. Yeah. The intention doesn't mean strictly to educate. It means that you intended to talk to this minor and then through discussion educated them on certain things that they should not have been educated on by you.
Well, that's the thing, is the only thing you could sit here and say is if you had some justifiable proof that Enno knew about non-con rape porn before this. Otherwise, you educated them on it. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way, and you have no way to prove that. Like, just because you're not saying, okay, we have class today on rape porn, like, doesn't mean that, like, you're not educating them on this.
That's a hell of a high school course.
Majority of the inappropriate conversations we
He comes after Jim.
had revolved around sadomasochism and, like, sadistic fantasies, not really sex. Sex was definitely brought
Okay, but like S&M and BDSM, I mean, if you're specifically applying the bondage portion to it and everything else, that's all sexualized, fetishized stuff. I mean, like, there are people that take it beyond the fetish and, like, whatever. I'm not going to get into that deep rap hole, but, like, this is still, you're educating them on this shit. You're having to tell them what it is.
Yeah, it's basically like the analogy I made up. It's just like a kid in the forest doesn't know what candy is. You kind of have to educate them in order to get them to take.
Yes. Versus
whether or not it's the intention, you did it unintentionally, or you're just so fucking like crazed and out of your mind from previous trauma. I don't know if that's even true. That you just victimize another person. I mean, here's the thing. It's a joke to say, oops, pedophilia.
Yeah.
But if you're literally going to argue that's what happened, then you're a bigger idiot.
Well, and like, to even simplify your kid in the forest thing, if you're somebody and say you're walking, okay, you're a kid, you leave your house and you walk to school every day, Monday through Friday, right? And then after a while, you notice this food truck sitting there. And you're like, okay, you now learned about there being a food truck sitting here, right? Now, when you walk to school on certain days, the food truck's there and this food truck's not. You've been educated on the food truck schedule. It doesn't even have to be like you didn't walk up to the food truck at any point in that story, look at the schedule and find out when they're there, ask them about it, anything like that. You just now know.
Yeah, there's a specific term for it. It's kind of like when Jackie Chan tried to learn English by watching American television when he was over here.
Yep.
It's just like it's a typical thing too, like people that, you know, the super weebs that listen to subtitled anime do it. It's like when you engage in the culture and the language to learn it by sort of like
by an osmosis.
acclimating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, osmosis, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And to also bounce back to your point about like the BDSM thing, like the entire thing is fetishized, right? The entire, because it's not just the bedroom antics, right? It's the power dynamic of it.
Yes.
The entire thing itself is a fetish in itself. So like, yeah, when you're kind of doing that, then you're fetishizing just the existence of it.
Oh man.
I mean, look, if this 14-year-old just gets into leather working, we pretty much know where the origin point was.
Oh God.
Or rope making.
There's one of two things for the rope making.
Immersion would be another term for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
but it was never my intention to educate anyone.
Well, that would be the sub example that Jim came up. That would be immersion.
Yep.
Gifts. Didn't do that. I know actually made like a shit ton of gifts for me, but I don't think I've ever made anything in return, which saying out loud makes me feel kind of shitty. But no,
you made art of their character.
Yes. I mean, yeah, we're eventually going to get to that, but yeah. But them making art and you appreciating it is also, hey, what do you know? Again, educating them. Now they know what you like. If you had said, no, hey, you shouldn't be making this, and like, you should like, you know, go do whatever 14-year-old shit, do that. This was a one-off conversation, whatever the fuck. I don't care if you said that after, like, this was an oopsie after the conversation. You're like, you know what? I appreciate it, but it's not appropriate. You shouldn't be doing that. That would have been a better thing. But by like happily accepting the art, you are grooming them. You're training them. You're telling them, this is the thing I like. Please keep doing this.
Frano. Now, I did ask them to make things for me a lot. The most inappropriate thing I think I've asked was for, like, a comic. I'm not gonna pretend I'm justified for doing that. No, I think it was inappropriate. Fucking weird and cringy. But everything else I can think of was mostly just ship art.
What was the comic? The Sans comic that you just showed? Wasn't that also pedophilic?
Ask them to make things for me a lot. The most inappropriate thing I think I've asked was for, like, a...
So something related to what? Again, looks like pretty S&M or like a dominatrix.
The Mario.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably what they're wanting it based off of.
Comic. I'm not gonna pretend.
And then here's a full zoomed in.
Yeah, okay, so why would he be sweating in fear in that comic strip?
Yeah. Like, it looks like you're... urging them to do this kind of shit. I mean, honestly.
And I'm justified for doing that. No, I think it was inappropriate. Fucking weird and cringy. But everything else I can think of was mostly just ship art. Giving the child special attention. Examples given are singling out the child to make him
Lord
feel
defense.
more mature,
Hello,
special,
Vito.
or different from other children. The fact that I was talking to Enno at all could be seen as me giving them special attention. But not once did I ever tell them that I thought they were more mature, special, or different.
Again, whoever explained this stuff to her, or them, I'm sorry, I know we're working with ACC stuff, we have pronouns, and I'll probably fuck them up, please understand this. But, like...
Just call them it.
I'm just gonna go with the royal them. But, like, I've lost my point now. I've lost my fucking point. What was I just saying?
Why be polite to these idiots?
You know,
that's the point.
It's more of a polite for the community because, like, even with the furries, like, I know all furries are not that way. So, like, it's out of respect for the other people I do it the correct way. That's really why. So
I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to the furry example, they either get the carrot or the stick, and most of them are dogs or rabbits.
But no, whoever, like, explained this stuff to, like, Cinny, they explained it in a way that, like, they think that everything has to be literally this. And if it's not literally XYZ, then it doesn't fall under the category of grooming. And, I mean, we've already demonstrated inside and out that, like, it is.
It's very black and white. It's almost like Kumo tried coaching her, like, this is textbook grooming, you know? You don't fall in it. It's like, yeah, but here's this thing. There's these degrees of separation, you know?
Exactly.
Like, does it come to the line? Does it cross the line? Does it just, like, break the line? You know?
Yeah. Oh, man.
The only example I can think of is toward the beginning of our conversations.
I mean, the way how Kumo, to put it another way, the way how Kumo is, like, trying to coach Cinny for this shit is almost like the line of scrimmage for a football stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah, we've got flags out on the play, and we've got a fucking coach's review going on to see how close we got to the line. Like, is it a first down or not?
Yeah, is it a first down? But the way how he's putting it is not like, you know, a continuous measurement from, like, where the start of the play happened to where it makes the 10 yards. He's looking at the increments of 10 yards on the football field and saying, no, it wasn't that. It wasn't 10 yards. He only moved 5. But yeah, but it's still a first down. No!
But I wasn't trying to make them feel like they were different from other kids. Showing particular interest in the child. I wasn't particularly interested in Enno. In fact,
oh my god, whoever told them this. Like, seriously. Just showing particular interest doesn't, showing them particular interest isn't a black and white thing. Like, you don't have to absolutely, like, hi, Enno, I'm here to show you particular interest.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
That's how they're making it sound.
Well, the thing with Cinny here is that she's a hypersexualized fucking idiot. So, of course, they wouldn't have particular interests. They'd be bed hopping. That's what hypersexuality means. So you don't have to be, like, zeroed in, like you're going in through, like, tunnel vision for this one person.
Yeah.
I had 2 other friends who I was talking to like this, and they knew that. Cough, Kenny, cough, brother, bitch ass. Victims.
Okay, are they of age? Like, have we checked on this? I'm just saying, because of your proclivities, we have to, like, kind of ask that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, and I don't think anybody really has stopped to ask that. Like, maybe these people are not in our commentary community circles anymore. Maybe they're of age, so, like, it's a whole non-like issue. But just because you were talking to other people in this manner does not mean that you're not showing this particular person special interest. Like, when you take it in the broad sphere of your audience, like, if you're talking to a small percentage of your audience versus your whole audience, if you're a, 100,000 million sub YouTuber like you are, Cinny, guess what? You're showing that select group special interest.
Selection. I did not select them. In fact, they talked to me first. Substance misuse. Didn't do that. Now there's some other things that
they talked to me first. Okay, so you just show the DMs. Like, is Cinny like a streamer or a video maker?
Video maker. Art.
Yeah.
It's all
Not a
ACCF
streamer.
stuff. Yep.
Yeah, she did, like, art memes.
I mean, the whole first contact thing is a non-issue, but if she was a streamer, I mean,
No, it's all
it's
video. A lot of ACC is video. Very few of them actually stream. I mean,
Actually,
go ahead.
to piggyback on that, what would you guess is her sub count, GG?
um 75,000,
More.
300,000.
More.
Don't tell me it's a million.
No, 510K.
Okay.
So she has reach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, she's not.
So again, it applies to like the
And-
whole in the sphere of her audience being 500,000 people. If you're talking to 2 or 3 people out of that, I would say you're showing special predication, special preference, and interest in those people.
But like again, to the first like contact horse shit that she's bringing up, like, how do we know that those DMs are not like monkeyed with?
We don't. We have no way to know.
So
It's
the
everything
evidence,
at her word.
yeah. And again, it's like, I mean, in order for someone to DM someone, they'd have to be in a server. They'd have to have either some kind of special contact,
Yep.
like beforehand. So
Yep.
that instance wasn't even the first contact.
Yeah, and for most YouTubers, I mean, most of them, they have it to where in order to be in their Discord server, you end up being a pay to play. So it was likely that Eno was a fan, watched for a while, eventually subscribed, eventually got a membership, then got into the Discord, then had conversation.
Yeah, and having 510,000 subscribers, you chose to continue interacting with this one.
Yes.
And in this way.
Yes.
So the word particularly gets fucking thrown out the window because you've zeroed in.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that it wholeheartedly, like, this person has went out of their way to select a person, whether they realize it consciously or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make it not grooming because you conscientiously didn't make these decisions in your heart and mind. Like, if that's the fucking case, Christ, half the fucking pedos could probably be free.
I mean, these are the kind of arguments that never came across fucking Kumo's head. And I mean, it goes without saying because this should be like generalized logic about a situation. You see the sub count, you see like that there's this one person that set off this entire thing out of 510,000. I think that pretty much like makes a pretty good ratio.
Well, and to Kumo's point, to Team White Knight's point, they both had ulterior motives in this. They stated that very black and white. Like, Kumo said that his whole thing was ulterior motive, so how in hearing that, how Synny can think that anything he's giving them is in good faith, I don't know. Because if you came to me and you're like, look, I've got ulterior motives for doing this, and I mean, he said it basically that black and white, because he says it in the Goblin Call, that black and white.
He's fucking retarded.
So they must have known about it. But like, the fact that he's that black and white, like,
maybe that's why, because of the ulterior motive shit, because I pointed out a previous instance with Brion.
Well, I'm just saying, like, how do you sensibly, as Synny, trust that? Like, again, if you had said that shit to me, how am I going to trust your information over what maybe Jim's telling me that maybe is, he has no vested interest. This person has a vested interest.
Yeah. It's a mess. And everybody.
Well, I mean,
that convoluted this all thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that brings up a pretty important question here. Is like the fucking Synny Kumo love story even like legit? Was he love bombing her to get her to come alongside with him to go against Birdie?
I wholeheartedly believe he was manipulating her.
Okay, so basically Kumo's a manipulative piece of shit. No one should ever have him on anywhere.
That's where we're getting to. I've got a whole stream planned out of just that.
He's not only willing to manipulate his audience into believing someone else is a pedophile, but he's willing to manipulate a pedophile to have them proclaim their innocence to go after someone else who's completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. Kumo is the biggest fucking dirtbag imaginable on this platform.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that he's done shit like this either. Like, when I get to my points later on where I'm going to draw the connections between Lio Convoy and Kumo Convoy, I'm just going to show you, like, he's done this shit before. There was a point, and these videos are still up on his channel, he released several videos in a row, right?
I just want to say,
go ahead.
Akumo, the one with the A in front of Kumo.
Yes, yeah.
Drop this motherfucker like a goddamn lead weight out of a fucking airplane. Stop defending him. Like, sell him out down the fucking river because he's going to do it to you one day.
Yeah.
You've seen this whole entire situation twice over. Once with Brion, you were in that fucking call, and now with Synnibear.
Oh, there's more with the Synnibear. He's done it multiple times in just the Synnibear situation alone.
Yeah, so drop him.
Yeah. Because, I mean, we can... As much as I'm not a fan of Himpleton, he's apparently done stuff with Himpleton now. So he's doing stuff with Himpleton now. He's done the stuff with Beckett of Krabs that I'm going to get into eventually. He totally fucking threw Beckett under the bus, I feel like, because Beckett was blindsided by this shit. He obviously knew it was coming out of nowhere. So, like, I don't know. I mean, he's got a proclivity for this, but like what I was saying is that he went back and he released a series of 3 videos, right? And these 3 videos, they're broken down into multiple parts, and there are multiple calls that were leaked from the Senate. The big thing with these calls from the Senate, Lio Convoy and the victims, the people, or whatever you want to call them, and the people in the fucking calls, both did not want these fucking calls out there. And when they went up on other channels, they got copyright struck. He did it just to manipulate the audience against Lio.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like he's worse than Lio Convoy at this point. With all that contextual information, he's worse than Lio.
He's just starting out.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, and it's been in plain sight the whole fucking time. Like, it's not to say that, like, I haven't covered Kumo stuff and said Kumo had good points at points. Yes. But when you take, again, the entirety of the game, like, this fucking guy's been an asshole from day one. And done shit that's way worse than fucking Lio, and people have stuck by his side, and he's now just been a shitbag to them, too.
And you know what? If I wanted to be extra malicious and believe he was 100% in love with Synnibear, then the whole BDSM thing makes a hell of a lot more sense for Kumo, because the first chick that he got into trouble with carved his fucking name in her leg.
Yeah.
It's like, it makes perfect sense. He's into BDSM. He's a fucking freak.
Oh, I think he is. He very well could be closeted BDSM, yeah. I mean, he said his whole excuse, his newest excuse with all of that is that he had a long-term conversation built up with this chick, and I forget what his, like, full excuse is. It's covered at Queeman at some point talked about it. He's got better knowledge on it than I do. But, like, he basically sat there and said, like, oh yeah, no, this was a fetish conversation. So, like, now he's walked it back again. He's ultimately changing the story again.
Oh my god. So, it's like, first it was like, I was stunned. I didn't know what to say, so I said, write my name. It's like, no, I was concerned. I didn't want her to hurt herself too much because my name was shorter, even though there was a third person in there with a 3-letter name. And now it's like, oh, it was definitely a fetish conversation. It's like, fuck you, dude. Seriously.
Just admit it. Like, everybody's into weird shit. Like, it's okay.
And he had the nerve to call out Sin. Go fuck yourself.
Oh, man. All right, let's get back to this. Can we get back to this? Come on.
Grooming situation. So firstly, I am a hetero woman. I'm attracted to men, as you can see from these fucking cringy-ass conversations that I had with Enno.
A hetero. Great defense. I'm not a gay pedophile, I'm just a regular pedophile.
I did not want to date Enno. I never considered that as an option. I did not reach out to Enno, and it took Enno 3 months of persistently pestering, prying, and giving me gifts before I finally gave in and spoke to them. From
Well, that's kind of bullshit because...
that I had with Enno. I did not want to date Enno. I never considered that as an option. I did not reach out to Enno, and it took Enno 3 months.
Every single one of these screenshots that they're showing, there's a reply in this. So literally, they shot themselves in their fucking foot with their own fucking screenshots.
The persistently pestering, prying.
Not only that, isn't begging, for attention from the master in BDSM the job of the submissive?
Not always, but it could be one of those, like, a manipulative tactic of, like, withdrawing love to sort of, like, entice the person to stay, to keep trying.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I'm going at the BDSM angle because that makes more sense given how that's, like, the fucked up fetish here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the fetish that's predominant, most forward-facing, let's put it that way.
Gifts before I finally gave in and spoke to them. From the start, I remained very reserved and kept Enno beyond arm's length. I wasn't super interested in talking to them until they sent me an image of me laying in bed.
Beyond arm's length, Luckily, there was a rope there for you to tug on.
Oh, man. But no, like, I just love this. I kept them at beyond arm length and everything like that. No, you didn't. You're fucking talking to them.
You had DMs. Like, what the fuck is this beyond arm's length? Ugh, I can't reach the keyboard.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, it obviously changed.
Every single screenshot they've shown, they've been responding. It's not like this suddenly came up, and now this all of a sudden triggered their fucking leather fet, and now all of a sudden they're fucking in on the conversation after ignoring this 14-year-old, and you know what? They just threw the fucking porterhouse steak right out in front of them, and they're just drooling. No,
and I made a joke about it.
Don't be fucking ridiculous.
There. Once Enno started indulging in my very strong autistic infatuation with Boy, that's when I started talking a lot more. And as we kept talking, I felt a lot more comfortable sharing certain things about the character that I liked, including personal fantasies.
Arm's length at the beginning, then you're like, oh.
And then you went all in, all the way to the fucking deep end. You're up past your fucking nose.
In hindsight, I really should have filtered myself when talking to this person. Definitely should have practiced some restraint. I'm not proud of this, but it was never my intention to desensitize them or harm Enno. That was never on my mind. I imagine that's fairly obvious.
No, it was just oops, pedophilia.
Just slipped and fell into pedophilia. Face first. Somehow ended up tied up in leather. How this happened, nobody fucking knows.
With more than one brain cell activated. I've been speaking to some individuals who are very critical of me, but they've been fair. They disagreed with the idea that this was grooming because one of them, who goes by Kumo, thought something was
point blank.
And there it is.
Off about the evidence that was used to back up the claim.
Not like we didn't already know.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny because it's laid out right in the response. This response and the original video have also been taken down.
Very critical of child predators and people who enact performative vigilante justice online for validation or personal gain.
Vigilante justice for
personal gain
for performative reasons.
I wonder who the fuck is doing that kind of shit.
It's not like, I don't know. It's not like, there are actual people on the platform who do give a fuck about this and think that it's fucked up that it's even happening in the first place. Like, are there some scumfuck content creators? Yes, but not everyone is a scumfuck content creator on every fucking subject where you're the bad guy. It's like, I'm pretty sure people would get up in arms if you were murdering puppies or hamsters like ILJ. Like, you can't just say like, oh, they're all just performative fucking grifters using me as a fucking sacrificial lamb.
Exactly.
It was explained to me that my understanding of grooming was clearly warped, and these conversations just sounded like, I'm quoting Kumo, locker room girl talk. I myself have never been very social.
Locker room. Okay, first off, Kumo, how would you know what locker room girl talk is?
I was gonna say.
Do you have a past in high school where you were hiding in the girls' locker room?
Yeah, are you an undercover voyeur?
Like a peeping Tom?
Were you born Kumi and then became Kumo? Like,
Oh man.
Well, that would
Socially
explain
inept. I'm a
cutting.
bit of a retard.
You know.
So I never
Well, I
considered that there
mean,
was an
you
instance in my
know,
name that
Art CC, you know, we flip genders. Like,
Oh yeah.
it would
Especially when there's
track.
controversy. Yep.
Yeah,
It would
they flip
track.
journos. They flip genders like Uno reverse cards.
Yeah, so it's like, who knows?
sounded similar to my conversations. This was two girls talking about Jeremiah down the block and how hot he is. Once again, I feel the need to make this painfully clear that I am not excusing how I talked to Enno. It was inappropriate, it was irresponsible, it was negligent, and I shouldn't have done it. I regret it.
And it
Hey,
was
Pat, do you want
grooming.
me to-
It was grooming.
Pat, do you want me to share the Discord? Someone has some DMs to share of Kumo.
I mean, if they got DMs of Kumo stuff, sure. As long as I'm not gonna get struck, but like, I know the DMs that he leaked to all the content creators. I'm going with Queeman's version later on because they're censored for whatever private information. I don't need to know any of the private information.
Your invites. There it is. I'll just put it in chat.
Yeah, I see Shadow Humor being asked to let on, and Shadow Humor can stay in chat for right now. I got 6 hours of this shit.
He's just trying to come on it for round 2 to go get shit.
We're starting 2 hours early and probably going to still end an hour late.
Yes.
A lot. I should have made the responsible choice and stopped these conversations before. That sounded similar to my conversations. This was two girls talking about Jeremiah down the block and how hot he is. Once again, I feel the need to
Oh,
make
wait a
this
minute. I can't even. Oh, wait, here it is. Never mind.
Got it? Okay.
painfully
Yeah.
clear that I am not excusing how I talked to Enno. It was inappropriate, it was irresponsible, it was negligent, and I shouldn't have done it. I regret it a lot. I should have made the responsible choice and stopped these conversations before they even happened. But I know for a fact that this was not grooming. None of the previous qualifiers can be found in my DMs with Enno, because I did not groom Enno. My therapist—
Okay. None of the previous qualifiers according to who? And I want to know this. This is the part that I'm really interested in because they're going to talk about their therapist right here. But like, if the judge and jury on this was Kumo or Jar, I'm sorry, but they're not of any real judgment call to be able to say this was one way or the other.
I mean, hell, they're not even of sound mind to make a judgment call.
Well, one, first of all, okay, Jar, to take it easy on Jar, but still to go at him. Jar sat there and he's clearly got a bias for Synni, whether he likes Synni as a content creator or whatever. Like, he's going to just capitulate, and he's trying to obviously do stuff to make them happy. And I sat even when he talked with Chud, he sat there and he said that he was a fan of Synni's for a long time. So, like, this guy has an obvious inherent bias. The other guy straight up has said, I have an ulterior motive and I'm putting out a video on Birdie. Like, I would take in anything that they've said with a grain of salt, at very least coming from fucking Kumo. At the very least. Like, and then you can't really trust Jar's information because Jar's gonna be inherently biased towards you because he likes you. It's just a fucking hug box at that point. Like, you would have to find somebody that actually knows jack shit about you to look at this, knows nothing about the other fucking person, and then can sit there and say, yes, this is this, or this is not this.
Okay, here's the DM.
Oh, man.
DHT, hey, Kumo, what? Why are defending this Synni person? Not gonna lie, kind of cringe. Kumo, okay, faggot, you could kill yourself.
Oh my
Make
God.
sure you choose the most painful way to do it. Don't worry, Kumo will be watching, jacking off in a corner. Haven't defended Synni. I hope you get. Oh God.
Oh my God.
He
Yeah.
went. He went full Mel Gibson.
Yeah. I can't even show this shit on. Holy shit.
He went full Mel Gibson. What the fuck?
He used the word kite with the alternative letter. Like, he went real hard.
Oh God.
And holy shit. Hard R, N words. Yeah. Wow.
He went full Mel Gibson. What the fuck?
Holy shit. Okay. I'm sorry.
Well, I know
wish I could
someone
show
who's
you guys
going to
this,
get-
but like,
Hold
holy
on.
shit.
I mean, wait, where the fuck are? Let's see here. I know who to send this to exactly. It'll get the right traction. Trust me.
We're going to help get it out into the world, chat. We'll help get it out there.
Therapist doesn't even think I groomed NO. And
There you go. We can't show it on screen, but I know a person who will put it out there regardless.
He really is spiraling. I appreciate that. Thank you for the DMs. That was something I had I know nothing about. I appreciate it. But yeah, we'll make sure to get it out there.
the obvious rebuttal is
Yeah, thank you.
And whenever that gets tweeted out or anything, share the link in chat. Full permission on that one.
Well,
And that way, at least anybody who wants to see it, you can go see it. I just can't show it on stream.
know what Cindy was saying to the therapist. What reason do I even have to lie at this point? I came into their office specifically saying I believed I groomed a child, and then after telling them all the details, they don't think that what I did was actually grooming.
What are your thoughts on that? Especially, like, I don't know if either of you go to therapy or anything, or you want to be open about that, but, like, I feel like the therapist may have a bias, and they may not also tell them if they truly feel like they're being that way. Like, I mean, this is not as black and white as, like, I'm a murderer, but, like, I don't know.
No, it's literally the victim becomes the victimizer.
Yeah.
Whether or not you want to call them a pedophile after this, it's up to your discretion. But if the victim never learned the lesson, not to do this shit to others.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, I just
Sorry.
find it unusual that with all the stuff that we've seen, that the therapist was like, no, you're fine. Or was it, no, you're fine. You know what I mean? Like, were they just placating them for the appointment? And realistically, it's like, no, this is a larger issue. I mean, it's wholly different from the POCD shit that we've seen with food shops. But, like, I don't know. I just find it hard to believe that a therapist wholly dismissed this.
Well, it depends. Like, there's multiple layers here.
Well, it depends on the therapist, really.
Well, it
Dr.
also depends
Kumo
on how
or
much they shared too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, one, we have to trust that Cindy's reliably referring to us what happened.
Yeah.
That is what the therapist said.
Whether they went to a therapist, like, we don't have, like, a fucking ticket for, like, get out, like, your, a fucking school pass note or anything, We don't have anything that suggests that they went to the doctor other than they said they went to the doctor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, one, we have to, trust that she did. Two, we have to trust that when she did, she was forthright with everything that happened. And three, we have to trust that what the therapist said to Cindy is what Cindy is relaying to us. So there's those three layers there that we have to trust that she's being completely transparent in all three, and I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah, very, very true. Hold on. I'm gonna play the video for a second. Give me 1 second. I need to remove this sweatshirt because I'm dying.
Jack has decided to ride the wave of this controversy to accuse me of sexual assault, but I think anyone listening to what Jack said should be able to recognize that what actually happened is he retracted his consent long after what happened, which is not only disheartening, but I believe constitutes slander. As someone who has been sexually abused in the past, as a child, the fact that—
Okay, and so now we're getting into Cindy's past. So Cindy is now just openly sharing that they were sexually abused here.
So basically what I said, my theory was right.
Yeah. At least that's how I interpret this, unless they're talking about Birdie, Jack, but I interpreted this as them talking about themselves.
That he's so comfortable weaponizing our consensual touching.
I think Sin's high right now. He's just not responding. Like,
well, he said he was going to take a trip to space, so. But yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'll have to stick here on Earth and pass on the message.
The tactical send is not available.
Ellington also said that it's in the Putopia server too.
The Putopia?
Yeah. So here.
So has it been passed around?
Well, Ellington's part of Putopia, so.
And I haven't really seen any tweets regarding it.
I know there's, if you want to tweet it out, go for tweeting it out. But I'm going to also, I'll share the Putopia if I can. This is harder on my brain than I realize.
See here, tag Flatly.
Oh my god.
Here, I'll throw this in
I know.
chat.
Well, I know Sin's probably gonna yell at me for just handing it to him, but what the fuck? It's a feeding frenzy. At Xylee.
Oh man. All right. Back.
I'll just send it to
into-
those two. I'll let him yell at me later.
Yep.
Me unholy levels of pissed off, but also makes me feel extremely heartbroken. Jack is someone I trusted and cared for and loved unconditionally for nearly a year, and he's willing to lie and deceive with clear intentions of ruining my life. I have been labeled a child predator, I've been framed as a sexual deviant, described and implied to be a violent degenerate, and an aggressive rapist.
I mean, you are a majority of those things by your own
You are a
wording.
degenerate. Like, you know, I wasn't even comfortable calling you a groomer, but I would have said that you're a full-blown degenerate.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like,
Oh man.
the shoe fits,
But yeah.
then you wear it.
And the whole thing with Birdie or Jack, as you're gonna hear them like referred to interchangeably throughout this, is that so they broke up, I'm guessing, over this. They were living together. And then when Jack Birdie moved out and everything, took the cat, like took the computer apparently, and all sorts of stuff. So who knows? But yeah, and then they dropped a video. They also had a GoFundMe that raised money. So there was controversy with that and everything else. I'm not really, like I said, getting in the weeds with the Birdie side of stuff, because I'm sorry, that's an actual like lovers quarrel, in my opinion. But I don't know. I feel like the bigger things that we need to do are here.
Jack and I had lived together for about 9 months, and in that time we established a friendship with boundaries still being discovered. I deliberately asked Jack if the things I was doing were okay, and Jack said they were. I was not under the impression that Jack was not comfortable or even unhappy with these silly acts of poking and squishing. Had Jack communicated to me as such, I would have stopped and apologized profusely. Given the nature of our friendship and the level of intimacy we shared, I half-jokingly asked Jack to sit on my face while clothed, to which he politely declined, and I respected their answer. This was out of morbid curiosity, and honestly, that shit was gay as fuck. I'm just a girl. Het guys have similar humors and dynamics to my understanding. I've seen what the homies get up to, and it's all in good fun to call them gay and tease about it, but being curious isn't indicative of someone's orientation and preference. TLDR, Jack has grossly misinterpreted our relationship in a manner that really fucking hurts me.
Sorry,
Is
Redskin
things
just
getting
saw it. I said it to Redskin. He just replied with "What the fuck."
But yeah, no, it is kind of funny the fact that Kumo went after Char being racist and everything else, and has messages like that laying around. Let's just fucking say that.
The hypocrisy is just astounding.
Holy shit.
Jack's GoFundMe
Like, I mean,
is
he
the
didn't
same
even
thing
say
as
the N-word out of love. He said it out of hate.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jack's selling point on the GoFundMe that raised over $10,000 in like 3 days was that he didn't feel safe living with me anymore. As if I'm some sort of evil, deranged, violent rapist that was gonna groom Jack next for saying awful shit about me in the next room. Ironic, considering I was a fucking sobbing mess on the couch, laying in the fetal position, breaking down over the awful shit that
You know,
We have video of this.
this is the sympathy stuff that I think kind of was fed to them from the Kumo camp. That's wholly my opinion. I have no fucking proof of any of this. But like, it just, the night and day difference between the first video and this video makes me really think that like that's where this shit came from.
he said.
Yeah, the
Jack was
Kumo
not
camp's a
financially
good name.
independent, but neither am I.
You
I
know,
occasionally had to
the slogan is pitching tents for pedophiles.
Let's pitch a tent together.
Oh god.
Oh, there's
on Jack's social security to make ends meet and maintain our lifestyle and security. Jack made a little under $1,000 each month from his benefits. Jack was unemployed and hardly attempted to make any income through commissions. For the 9 months we stayed together, I would say that half of that time I was paying rent in full. We moved in November and Jack hadn't considered splitting rent until February. I had to beg Jack to pay only 1/3 of rent with their social security, and he tried to refuse. That would be a total of a little under $300 a month out of the money that was.
I just, this whole like dispute here, but like again, we're getting in the weeds. I kind of want to jump forward to the next point because I really don't want to get off track with the whole Jack thing.
Yeah, the Jack thing's a non-issue except for Kumo.
Yeah. And he's also concerned with the jack off. Now I'm trying to find the next chapter. Oh my god, why can I not
Well,
find
he was
it?
both trying to off jack and jack off at the same time.
I'm trying to find this. Is that it? Nope. 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 Did they have freaking timestamps at the beginning of this? Hold on. We're at 11:36. Trust me, everything's a lot better timestamped from here on out once we get past this shit. Okay. 27:39.
Being completely honest. The way Jack has been treating me makes no sense to me, and I want to talk about it. He was insisting that this needed to be public, and he needed to have the first word. I made my apology video faster than he did, and he begged me to wait until his was done uploading, because according to him, people would attack him because they'd automatically assume he's on my side. So I waited for him to finish the video before I could upload mine. I was extremely emotional at this point in time. I was crying all day, and I felt so sick that
So they're still in communication with Jack, and like they're still trying to like coordinate even like with all this stuff. I don't understand if Jack, Birdie, whatever, is such a horrible person, why would you give the concessions to allow them to make their apology video first? Especially like if you're feeling as a certain way about it as you are indicating in this fucking video that you put out that was, again, as a follow-up.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I bet Kumo tried arguing to Synny that, oh, well, you see, the reason why he allowed you to have that is so that there could be no denial from you in the future. He wanted you to apologize. People go like, what the fuck? And then they see his video. It's like, oh, you know.
Yeah, maybe.
It could be civility. I mean, as somebody that went through a pretty nasty breakup recently.
I mean, the only way how I would be able to see Jack / Birdie, you know, being a piece of shit and all this is how long did they know this and how long did they sit on it? That's the only argument I would be willing to hear about how Jack / Birdie is a piece of shit.
And you know, that hasn't even really come up in all of this. Like, it's just been a matter of like, oh, they had to go fund me, they weren't the greatest person in general, and it's like that stuff doesn't outweigh pedophile for me. Like, it doesn't. And I'm not one to sit here and like moralize on shit, but like, okay, maybe I'm taking a little too far with fucking saying pedophile, but like grooming at the very least, I feel like you've hit all the qualifiers per your own definitions for grooming. And this is coming from you. I'm not looking up the term. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze, but based off of the shit you said and the shit you laid out, you met all those terms, whether you want to admit to it or not.
I had to take the day off work. I overheard him recording for his video and I heard some of the things he said, and I went into a blind rage. That's when I sent him this text. I was furious. And yet later on, I went back to apologize because Enno told me I shouldn't send stuff like that to Jack because it was only driving him further away. I assume he was in—
Why are you still talking to the 14-year-old?
Why are you still talking to Jack?
Why are you still talking to all these fucking people? And then you've added in...
Yeah,
like...
it's like you admitted to being a pedophile to the 14-year-old, then you go and talk to the 14-year-old about how to deal with Jack.
Yeah.
in a GC.
Fair. I mean, I would want the cat back, so I would be in communication until I got my damn cat back. But that's just me.
I shouldn't make that joke. I shouldn't make that joke. I shouldn't make that joke.
Not yet. Not yet. We've got plenty of ins for it later on.
No. It was about how she was like, I'm hetero, not gay or whatever. And I'm like, well, I mean, you traded one pussy for another. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Have sent them the text that I sent. Later that night, I came into his room and tried to reason with him and get him to stay with me, but he wasn't having it. I told him that I would do anything if he would stay, whether that be giving him my passwords or letting him look over my DMs with Enno, but he didn't want anything from me. I would have given anything to prove that I was willing to get better for him, and he made it clear that he needed to leave. I asked how long it would be until he left, and he didn't. I asked if I could just be with him and cuddle with him because I couldn't stand being alone. He said yes. I laid next to him and I held him, sobbing while he worked on the animation loop for his video. I watched him draw it. I remember asking why he was putting so much effort into an animation loop for a video that he insisted needed to be out as quickly as possible. I don't remember what his response was. That night, I took him to get Panera, and the whole time, he was acting so normal.
Wait,
like,
hold up. This is probably the dumbest story I've heard so far out of this shit.
What is this?
I don't know why.
Why is this here?
Yeah.
Why are we here?
It's to show that like Jack is lying about how manipulative Cinny could be or how much of a bitch she was. I don't know. Like those are the typical like generic fucking ideas I have of it. It's like, no, I was a caring person to Jack. How could he do this to me? He's the piece of shit. Because Kumo's in there talking into their ear.
I mean, to be fair, she bought
I
Panera
bought him a
bread.
Cinnabon and a coffee. I was consoling him while he was
Panera
crying,
bread,
making this animation loop.
Panera bread is better than Starbucks. Like, let's be honest here. Like, it's not like she took him to Subway.
I mean, it's
like,
not
like they that's some high quality sandwich, my guy.
I mean,
I'm not going to detract. I can't take this into the stream right now, but Belinda sent a pretty good funny link in chat, and I suggest you go check it out.
Okay. I'm dying here anyway.
It's applicable, and we can keep moving
I remember
on.
while we were waiting for our food, I broke down crying again, and Jack told me, if it bothers you that I'm acting normal, I'm just really good at masking. He got a Red Bull, I got food too, but my stomach was in knots and I couldn't eat anything. We watched Rick and Morty while we ate, and I remember asking if we could try finishing Rick and Morty before he left, and he said that sounded like a good idea. I laid in bed with him, and he showed me funny videos, but I just kept crying. I remember very vividly how Jack was just
Oh God.
What is like this fucking story?
To call the police for a wellness check. I went to work that day, and late into my shift, I saw that he made a Twitter thread. He openly bragged about stealing my friends from me, and he told me to live and suffer, and he called me a pedophile. And he took a picture of the hat he left on my pillow before he left. The idea that he still cared about me was snuffed out almost instantly. I didn't know what to think of him anymore. I didn't know what he was capable of. I didn't know what he was willing to do.
What is all this?
I didn't know what he was capable of. I didn't know what he was. Jesus Christ!
It sounds like
this is all written by Kumo.
Murder. Like
He cared about me.
This is all written by
And he says this
Kumo.
Yeah, you can kind of tell.
Awful shit publicly, fucking victory lapping around me, encouraging people to make hateful art about me, talking about stealing my intellectual properties for himself to use, knowing that I can't say anything about it, because the internet fucking hates me, trying to silence me once he found out that I was making my video. I can't.
Well, I mean, okay.
Wait, hold up,
Okay.
hold up. Trying
This
to silence
is after
you.
the Panera bread.
Hold up. Trying to silence you after you made your after he made his. Oh God.
Trying to silence you on the fact that you called yourself a pedophile or groomer out loud in your first video.
This is like a reverse gay op because maybe Synnibear was starting to feel the pressure for her bad actions.
This is a
and
straight
Kumo
op.
comes
It's a
in to
straight
save
op.
the fuck. Yeah, it's a straight op because Kumo. Kumo comes in and is like, no, he's gay opping you. It's like, let's do a straight op. Let's tell the quote unquote truth.
As opposed to his op being so gay, circled back to straight.
It's like horseshoe theory.
Yeah. But like, seriously, like, you sat there and said this stuff, so you're reaping the consequences of your own actions here. Like, don't point the fingers at Birdie because your hug box that you were in at this point in time wants you to. Maybe they're not a good source for information. I had a theory, and you're kind of throwing it out the window here with this video, but it could still apply later on. But like, I wholeheartedly think that you may have changed and may have seen and understood this at some point, and that's why you stopped referring to Kumo and started talking to Jar. I think that you didn't trust him, and even though this guy's got the nerve to sit there and go out and tell people how to act and how they're not good people in X and Y situation, but meanwhile, you're... I don't know.
I mean, look,
I don't totally know anymore because you're so willingly manipulated by whomever you're talking to. I can't even tell.
Again, this is the thing. It's like the argument that I brought up. The only legitimate one you could make against Jack and all of this is how long did he know and how long did he sit on it before he had his breaking point?
Yeah.
Like, if Kumo had stuck to that, there would be none of this shit.
I recognized that my collective audience wasn't growing up at the same rate as I was. When I was a child, my audience was around my age. Now I'm 21 and my audience has grown too, but it's still mostly children. And I think I have trouble comprehending that when I speak in public spaces. These reasons and theories do not excuse what
You
I
have trouble
think
even
that-
comprehending what Kumo was trying to do to you.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, you do. I mean, you need to like go talk to you might need to talk to another therapist. Definitely not one that claims to be a therapist and comes from YouTube. Stay the fuck away
Look.
from that.
Look, Kumo's white lab coat isn't a white lab coat; it's a straitjacket.
Well, no, he got one of those Nerd City lab coats, like, you know, from the cosplay shop, so he could feel all fancy. But it wasn't earned.
Oh man. All right. Now I get to go to my docket because I'm just done with that video. All right. So basically, that sums up the whole Synnibear whole arc that began all of this. I've also got the rapey docs down below in the description if you want to read picture books and love and just are invested in weird art commentary community rape docs. Have at it. I'm not covering it.
Wait, Darkwing Dork's in this?
I'm not touching that. I like him. I like him. I like him. Just a robot.
Wait, no, is he actually in this? Because I see his thumbnail there, or not thumbnail, but you know, his picture.
He is in the awful editor's work of this. Technically, yes.
Okay. No harm, no foul there.
he's non-consensually involved in this, ironically.
Did I say Darkwing Dork is like Deadwing Dork?
Yeah, I knew who you meant. But yeah, so Just a Robot has made a video that has also since been taken down. You're going to see this as kind of like a carrying thread through all of this. Like, you're going to see a lot of these videos go away.
It's a very consistent pattern. It goes up, it goes down. It goes up, it goes down.
So with all of this, where we're starting is we're going to kind of reiterate because you get so far astray with the whole NO thing and Jack stuff, and it gets kind of muddied. Jar kind of talks more about the whole NO situation here, and I want you to see his input on the NO, the 14-year-old that was involved in this, and then from there we're going to go into Jar has a interview that he puts out in this video where he's got a call with Synny. So this call, I know we're a little out of order in the timeline, but it'll make sense that I'm just covering this, remember, person by person. So we've completed Synny. There's really no more extra stuff coming from Synny at this point. So now we're going to cover Jar. And so what Jar's involvement was in this, how things went bad for Jar. And then we're going to get into Kumo Convoy.
One thing that really...
And we need captions and we need speed.
Really shocked me about this whole drama is the amount of people treating this like it's Synny versus skeptical. Please do not take my word for...
Why did we skip?
I think you jumped.
Yeah, I don't know why we jumped. There was no reason for jumping. I'm going to... Okay, this is going to produce a level of ear bleeding, possibly. I apologize in advance. See if I can pause this right away.
Wait, this is Jar's video, right?
Yes.
The Jarden Garden?
Well, this is a re-upload because it has been since taken down, so.
Oh my god. You know, there's a fucking... There's a Cyber Runner joke here I want to make, but... Or not Cyber Runner, but, you know, Blade Runner.
It's Synny versus Jack, but they seem...
And I forgot freaking...
to forget about NO. I think they are left out because they aren't a public figure, so most people just don't care about them. Let's be honest here, Jack made the video about itself, not the minor. The minor got nothing, and Jack got over $10,000. People are saying poor Jack a lot more than poor NO. Guys, Jack is a person with autism and BPD, and they grew up getting bashed by the entire internet, which...
Okay, so Ellington had a question in chat about when did I realize the whole Lio Convoy.
About a few months ago.
Kumo Convoy. Well, yeah, I mean, there's things there that have been on and off and everything else, but like, I think what really drove it home for me with this thing in particular is when we get to the call with Goblin and Synny, the disavow call, the call that has also been taken down.
Jar, I just have one question for you.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're probably not going to watch this unless if you're that autistic, but do drawn robots dream of Discord pedophiles?
You know, they might. But like,
I mean, Kumo, you legitimately cuck Kumo. Which, I mean,
he really did, honestly. Maybe that's why he's such a scorned person at this point. He was cucked by an autistic robot.
well, that would
I'd be
explain the
upset,
Mel
too.
Gibson quote. Because that's what he was accusing his girlfriend of doing.
I see. Convoy is just, it's not hit me as much as Kumo Convoy. I don't know. Convoy does work well.
I mean, we've already like stated he's worse than Lio.
Oh yeah, he genuinely is. But no, the whole thing that made me realize this is when you get into the Goblin Call, it is beat for beat a fucking Senate call. Having covered the ones that I've everything. Everything is beat for beat a Senate call. It's just there wasn't 250 people watching it. That's the only difference. So good job. Good job, Kumo. You didn't do it in front of 250 people. That's it. But yeah, I just want to let's see what he says about
which more than likely had an effect on its development. Oh, and also they go by it pronouns, which is not a normal thing, even by trans standards.
I called
I'm
it.
Just gonna
I
go
literally
out.
called it. Refer to them by it. I didn't even know that about Birdie or Jack or whatever the fuck his name is. I was literally being an asshole, and it came true.
It worked in my favor, just as I planned.
I'm here and say that it's best not to take it at its word and give it over $10,000 in 3 days. By the way, I'm
sorry,
going off topic.
Could you repeat that? Take what at its word?
I already hit back too.
At its word and give it over $10,000 in 3 days. By the way, I'm going off topic for this, but if anyone is going to try to make the allegation that I'm simping for Synny, I'm not the one giving people $10,000. Giving money to people is closer to simp
you're
behavior.
just giving it to her behind the door. You know?
Yeah, no, you were simping for free, buddy. You were simping 100% for free.
I like that argument. Like, I'm not the simp because I'm not giving any money. Like, yeah, you're just trying to save their career and give them money that way.
Yeah, it's a long
like,
play.
Panhandler. Just a panhandler.
Not giving them any money at all. I recall people saying poor creepshow art during the Peaches drama. That drama involved a woman with black and orange hair getting thousands of dollars for going after a blonde girl for things that were mostly false, but a few things were true. But the things that were true were blown way out of proportion. And now the same thing is happening again, almost the exact same way. Talk about deja vu. I can't believe I'm having to do the same thing I did a few years ago.
Well, okay.
One of the
Hold up. So what was right in the original story then, Jar?
Oh, there was a portion of it that was correct. I've seen, and oh man, you're gonna make me utter names, and I'm probably gonna get the people wrong, but I think prison mate Luke actually had a video
I'm not,
and like laid it out.
I'm not talking about Peaches. I'm talking about Synnibear because he's saying it's exactly like the Peaches situation. Like,
yeah, I was just
what was
there.
right and what was blown out of proportion.
Yeah, well, like the whole thing here is this whole analogy is awful, Jar. It's fucking awful, an awful analogy. So like, you don't like the whole being analyzed, I think it's the word, with Coyote Lovely and that whole situation. I can kind of understand it, but you are in that situation whether you'd like to admit to it or not. But the whole fact that you're trying to compare this to the Hopeless Peaches thing, which is Hopeless Peaches made art and they ended up collaborating to do a shirt or some merchandise together. That merchandise ultimately they sold and they took all the profits from, and Peaches got nothing from it and basically saw no benefit to it. I don't understand how that applies to this situation.
Okay, a little bit of an update here. The guy who sent us the screenshot says Birdie makes her art as 16 plus when it is clearly inappropriate and 18 plus. They
Yeah.
want more minors to see it. Birdie and Cinny are the same. So basically, it's two pedophiles in a podcast.
Oh my god.
Oh, so Kumo was like, I'm going to pick up this pedophile and beat the other pedophile with this pedophile.
This is literally, yeah, it's just
It's
using
like bum
a
fights,
hammer,
but with pedophilia.
a hammer on a hammer. Good job.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, now you have like two like headless hammers. Like,
Yes.
Like Rock'em Sock'em robots. You know, they're both the same. It's just one's blue and one's red.
Yep.
The people I defended
it makes
teachers
sense
from.
because Mr. Robot is defending them.
Was
Like, get in
Camilla.
there,
Do you think?
Well, then
activate
it'd
your
be-
programming and get in there, Jar.
Well, actually, no, it'd be like hungry hypocrites at that point because there's more than two.
Well, I like the Rock'em Sock'em robots because I was wondering if when Jar gets excited, if its head pops up.
Well, no, something else pops up apparently.
Well, I mean, his head is already popped up in the art. I mean, look at that neck.
Someone who was obsessed with Undertale, and Cinny is also obsessed with Undertale. Am I in a time loop?
Okay, yeah. See, this is why
You're
we're not
all
watching all this stuff.
You're all fucking idiots. Undertale is fucking mid.
All
I
right.
swear, I don't know which is worse, the Sonic community or the Undertale community at this point. No offense, but you're
Undertale.
Oh man, at least we have the autist still on our side. Thank God you didn't sit there and say Sonic.
I did say Sonic.
Well, no,
I said
I
the
said Jim. Jim didn't say Sonic. we still have garnered support with the autist community. The art community may be gone, but
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I like Undertale, and I was like, what's the Undertale community like? And be like, you know what? I'd rather cut myself with a razor blade.
I mean, it went from Undertale to Underwear. That's how bad it went.
oh man.
Like, they're horrible people. They're like the video game equivalent of the Steven Universe fandom.
I had to switch to the other non-spicy water. I'm running through my water pretty quick.
What is the spicy water? Just vodka?
Well, I was gonna go with bourbon and soda, but I ended up finding margarita mix, so it's just margarita.
Okay, gotcha.
But
Yeah,
We know
he's gotta fill the tank for when he goes after Kumo.
we know I get very liberal with my language when lubricated.
Jesus Christ, I didn't need to hear about your lubrication.
All right. So, speaking of lubrication, let's get into this. We'll slide into this call.
Hello, hello.
All right. So, this call is a call that obviously is in Jar's video that was now taken down. I'm just going to reiterate that for every fucking video that's taken down. But this was in Jar's video that has now been taken down. This is an interview between Jar and Cinny, and this interview is not so much a grilling as much as it is a smattering of love.
Of course. I had to say Sonic and it appeared.
Yeah, we do have that. We're winning the autists' hearts and minds. Come on, GG.
Oh wait, it's just Smash Bros. Okay, so it's just the Sonic level.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hi, yeah.
Okay, so first thing I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now?
Kind of dead inside.
You know what? It's relatable.
That sounds about right.
Me too,
you seem
Cinny.
Huh?
Me too, Cinny.
Been through quite a bit of a roller coaster
I don't
lately.
know. I mean, here's the thing, Cindy. Could you be a little bit dead on the outside? Thanks.
You know, it might improve the situation for their benefit. Artists, when they pass, seem to be more successful. Look at Van Gogh.
So,
Yeah, but
trying to
Van
make
Gogh
her-
wasn't a pedophile. He was just a self-mutilator.
We don't know that. We don't know that. They didn't have Discord back then. So,
the proclivities were lower.
right? Like back then you had to send your pedophile letter and then wait 30 days for a response. Like,
And hope somebody didn't show up with a smallpox blanket.
Right? I cannot wait to see the state of undress, thine child. Said,
Oh God.
when he has to just wait for 30 days and be like, any day now I will get my return letter. Like,
I'm sorry, but I just
that
know
fucking phrasing, thine child. What the fuck?
I know, just him picturing like fucking turn of the century fucking pen pal sexting, and
thou hast
With the
included
Pony
a nude
Express,
oil
no less.
painting for your pleasure.
I've been talking to this chick. She's really hot. She sent me a picture 8 months ago. We've been sexting. She's nearly undressed.
It's like, don't worry, I'm getting something commissioned for you, and it's an oil painting.
Yeah.
It's like, it'll only take 4.5 months, but when it gets there, oh boy.
Here's my first question, if you don't mind if I begin. Do you mind if I begin?
Am I being recorded?
Actually, sure, I'll ask that.
Of course you are.
Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to ask you. Yeah, do you mind if you're recorded? Like,
You know,
isn't that something you should ask before you record?
I mean, who isn't being recorded? Always assume you're being recorded.
well, okay, I would call that very fair, GG, but like, from my understanding, and including this in the video, like, this is an interview. Did you not set this up as an interview, Jar? You didn't. Like, did you just set this up as a call, like, and this person didn't know? Like, I don't know.
There's a lot
I
of
don't know.
questions in the air about it.
Would you be okay if I record you?
I guess it should be fine.
Okay, so for my first question is, did you
Good,
actually like
because it's
look?
happening.
Okay, what the fuck is that picture of Stinny? Like, back that up.
Oh,
What the fuck is that picture?
It pops up quite frequently. It's a very interesting newsroom type scene. Oh my god.
Pedophile being interviewed.
Oh god. Watching Super Smash Brothers scene by scene in reverse is just as awful.
Did you actually like look at the dog?
What the heck? There we go.
There. Jesus. What the fuck?
Yeah, like I said, the most cringiest of cringe.
Wait a minute.
Why is Jar
Okay.
making out with the other dude? Like,
No,
why?
like-
and then
no,
Cindy's
no,
just watching, like...
No, my question is that Kumo being the therapist with the therapy couch, or is that the casting couch for those three?
No, it can't be Kumo because it looks too professional.
too hinged. It looks too well hinged.
Yeah, like, that's probably, like, you know, a legit stock photo therapist.
Yeah.
You know, like an actual degree in both stock photo and therapy.
You know, I have a lot of questions on this, Jar. Because, like, my first thought was you could have just layered your robot over top. But, like, then I realized that this is actually a layered image. This camera and this guy are on top of the robot image, on top of the couch image.
So what
Jar,
you're
you
saying
know how
is,
to do this, and you fucked it up.
well, basically what he's saying is he likes to be on the bottom. He's secretly dog whistling that he is
dog whistling.
He
Okay.
he is a pussy.
It should be fine.
Like,
Oh my god.
Okay, so for my first question is, did you actually like look at the docs at all?
The first one, yes. The second one, I didn't get a chance to. It was made.
But you can. They're down below in the description. There's also, oh yeah, hey, I could chill. There's also the links to everything if you want to check anything out. If you want to donate, there's links below. If you would, please like the stream if you're enjoying it. And if you're really enjoying things, please feel free to hit subscribe. I like actually totally fucked that up.
and if you don't like the stream, hit subscribe anyway.
Yeah.
Made, so that Jack could upload his video, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay,
I'm
so
pretty sure I'm
go
pretty
on.
sure it came out the same day as me making my, like the one that NO made. I'm pretty sure was made on the exact same day that I recorded my apology video.
And NO is the 14-year-old, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my first question.
I thought that was the first question, Jar. How many first questions do you have? You can only have one first question. Okay, I'm being pedantic.
Looked at the first doc. Like, I desperately looked all over the first doc. I don't see any
First
grooming
doc's
going.
fucking stupid.
Oh yeah, like
That's not
Cinny
a
had-
question. That's a statement.
Yeah. You'll see that a lot with a lot of his questions are just statements. He's just making Cinny feel better. He's just going, don't worry, you're not a groomer. Like that is this whole fucking call. We're going to listen to 45 minutes of it. It's okay, you're not a groomer.
Had her avatar in sexual poses, and I was like, yeah, have you not seen Naruto or any PG-13 anime? Like,
No, I think a lot
Okay,
of that
first off.
Yes, as my anime aficionados, please.
This is the reason why anime is a fucking gateway.
So like
You think those creators are doing it just because they're into that kind of posing? No, they're trying to entice kids, regardless if they're PG-13 rated or not.
Well,
This
that
is
was-
Like
gonna
how
be a
many
hot.
10-year-olds were playing Halo when it first came out?
Oh yeah.
Again, it's just like there are always going to be workarounds. So they're like, fuck it, doesn't matter what the rating is. We're going to put it in there, put the ideas out.
Well, I was gonna say, is there a proclivity with anime to be like more suggestive? Because I don't consume it, and the only things like I've consumed that are anime are like what is it?
Trust me. I mean,
Like
ever since
horror
like
gen
modern,
stuff.
like I'd say back to the 90s, like that's when it became more, I guess you could say, more obvious.
Okay.
Like, I mean, Rurouni Kenshin is a good example for like the pedophile shit.
Okay.
Because that dude was actually like arrested and convicted for pedophilia.
Oh,
The
Yeah,
guy
he
who
had
created it.
he had like a terabyte of child porn.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's a lot.
And the main character, the samurai and the main character in that show was basically a stand-in for him and his proclivities.
Lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's like before it became known as "quote unquote" fan service, it was quite literally just thrown in there because it was adult situations involving kids in the show.
Okay. All right.
This is gonna be a hot
I mean,
take, though.
you could look at fucking Pokemon and say like, oh, they didn't know what they were doing. Like, have you seen the ones where Ash, like in the first season of Pokemon, just kept walking into grown women's boobs?
You know,
Yeah.
I never really
Like he'd
noticed
turn the
that.
corner blindly and just go, oop, boobs. You know, he'd
never-
get his like.
I would have gone with like, okay, so like younger me, probably the most anime-ish stuff I've seen would have been like Sailor Moon. Like, and I know that was like semi-sexually suggestive. I don't know how to consider that, but like, yeah, I mean, I don't know much
Well, like
about
Pokemon.
anime.
The Pokemon one is more prevalent because it's like, how should I put this? If I remember correctly, the first manga of Pokemon was actually drawn by like a hentai artist.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my god! Stop
Yeah,
watching anime.
like the first.
Also, his
like I
his
said, it's a
starter-
gateway.
His starter was also a Clefairy that almost murdered Gary's Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like it, like almost bitch slapped him to death.
Okay.
Like, yeah, no, the actual like manga is unhinged as fuck. Like if you ever read it, same with Yu-Gi-Oh. Like if you
Yeah,
ever read the first volumes of Yu-Gi-Oh, they're not like playing the card game. Like Yugi's
Like,
like, I'll
seriously.
play a game with you, and then it's like, yeah, we can use one finger. By the way, you
Like-
hold a lighter, and I'll hold alcohol, and you will burn to death.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
it's
that's the thing. It's
hardcore.
like the original Yu-Gi-Oh was like Saw before Saw even happened.
It was.
Like, quite literally. I mean, there were even like adult jokes. Like one of the punishment, like it was literal torture porn, but PG torture porn, where everything's insinuated, not explicit. Like there's this character who was like on stage being deflowered,
Oh.
Yeah,
and
no,
it was supposed to mean that her
insane.
torture was getting deflowered.
You know what? I'm certainly of the justice and understanding that anime should be like 21 and up.
I mean, that's why they call it North Korean propaganda.
You know, it's funny. I grew up with anime, and I didn't become a pedophile. So,
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That was the one where it like only aired in Japan, and it didn't air over
Yeah.
here. It was like considered season 0.
Oh.
However, it was also the reason why 4Kids was like, okay, we need to censor this heavily.
yeah, and then they had to ruin it by making Yugi a fucking Boy Scout instead of a psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, they basically had finger guns and everything. Like, like a couple of fucking Pegasus's goons are trying to kidnap Kaiba. And there's like, Mr. Pegasus would like to have a word with you. And they're just pointing their fingers instead of the Glocks that they had.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they did like the walkie-talkie treatment for one, I think, like they did with ET.
Yeah, like Bandit
Oh my
Keith
God.
didn't die in the Duelist Kingdom series. Like he just got tossed out a fucking chute off the side of a cliff into the sea, and you hear "ouch." After
Yeah, like it's
and that's like the justification for why he comes back as a rare hunter under the control of Merrick for the Duelist City arc.
Oh my god. All right, so I understand more now.
Or Battle
just-
City, not Duelist City.
Complete horseshit, honestly. There were, of course, there were like some things that I do think were problems, like the actual issues, but a lot of it was just bullshit.
Yeah, like I was looking at that and I was like, this is so much nothing. Like, okay, sure, there's
Oh
some
yeah,
stuff.
Ellington Moose brings up a good point. They just had a leak where Typhlosion P. Diddy'd a kid.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's always been
standing-
fucked up from
I'm
the very
standing firm on
get-go.
I'm standing firm on the 21 and up now.
But, you
It's
know,
like, I mean,
King
just think of
Cobra
it like
rules
this.
apply here, okay? 21 and up.
of age.
I mean,
you know,
here's the
not
thing.
related.
Here's the thing: that, like up until like 1994, they didn't even ban the production of CP. Only in '94 did they pass a law for it, and only until like the mid 2010s did they outlaw even having possession.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's how fucked up this is. It's been around in the culture not that too far long ago. And you wonder, like, why it's just
Yeah.
like I call it a fucking gateway. Why I think all of it is degenerate horseshit outside of a handful of shows.
Yeah, I could understand that.
But see, I watched it and I didn't become a pedophile or anything.
Yet.
What do you mean,
In
yet?
the art commentary community.
Oh, yeah. You either become one of two things, a pedophile or a commentator. Fortunately, I just managed to turn
Shadow,
right.
I can't help it if I have an encyclopedic knowledge of this fucking horseshit.
Here, but like
Know thine
90% of it
enemy.
was just nothing. Like you saying, "Oh, my character, this fan art someone made for me is sexy." It's like, oh no, that she said sexy. I heard the word sexy in a fucking Shrek movie when I was a kid. Like, oh no. Question one. Let's just go in the order I asked.
Yeah, but hold on. Did Shrek ever put a kid's face up to his ass?
Well, I was gonna say, you know, Shrek didn't have bondage scenes that I recall, but it's been a minute since I've seen the movie.
I don't know. Have you looked Shrek up on the internet?
No. Look,
Like, have you really looked up Shrek?
there even exists of Smurfs, is all I'm going to say to that. And I don't know. I don't want to know that. Okay?
You them. Did you take your apology down, and if so, why?
I privated it because
Oh god.
I'm making a video kind of going over why I don't believe I'm actually a groomer.
Oh wow!
I
Why don't you
believe
think?
that.
Why don't you think?
So the first video that we saw
How
was
about-
actually the apology video. The second video that we saw, the response video, is the video that she's talking about here.
It's like, Jar, let her answer. Christ.
Oh yeah, he's awful at the whole interview thing. Awful.
Like,
Awful.
like I took down my video. Oh my god, yeah, totally, yeah. It's like,
he is
did you let
literally
her expound
questioning
on it?
me.
Like,
He's questioning and responding himself. He's literally
like,
asking
I
a
would've
question. What do you
fucking
think of
drank
this?
now.
Here's what I think of this. It's totally fucking tainting the fucking interview.
Think you're a groomer? It's because there's legitimately no evidence of you grooming. Is that why you think that?
I will be completely
What the
honest.
Like, that's a fucking
Okay, why
leading
is
question and a
Jontron?
half.
dude, he's like Nick Rekieta levels of like, he's going to get Cinny arrested.
Yeah.
It's because
Like-
there's legitimately no
Why don't you think you're a groomer? Is it because there's
evidence of you
legitimately
grooming?
no
Is that why you think
evidence?
that?
I will be completely honest. I didn't even consider it to be grooming until Jack told me it was grooming.
Oh my fucking god! Of course you did. Of course you did. Because like, here's the thing.
Holy hell!
I want to see him defend Diddy in court. I just be like, it's like, wait, why? What did you do with the baby oil? You just had them in case you needed. Of course.
No, that response there from Jar just like signals so fucking hard that he wanted to be her fucking vibrator.
Oh, well, no, okay. I thought you were going to say White Knight. I was going to agree with you, but you know.
Like, of course.
It took a 180 at the end there, so you kind of caught me off guard.
I mean, he is a mechanical device.
Just change your name to Just a Vibrator.
Jav.
I looked through both docs. Okay, were you talking appropriately? Yes. Were you grooming? No. So let me go off topic. Cinny, are you? Can I call you Cinny?
This man is all over the place. Like, okay, I know this seems like really like spastic, and that's because we're going at 1.5 speed. It's not this.
Well, it's not that. It's because Jar is spastic.
Well, I was going to say it's not as spastic as it's coming off, but it is as spastic as it's coming off because he is saying these things. It's just we're listening to him quicker, because otherwise we would be here for the next hour and a half.
Cindy, can I call you Cindy? Well, I think she'd prefer that than using her real name Cynthia and like quasi-doxing her. So like, yeah, no, please just call her Cindy.
You want to be called Cinny or the groomer? Which would you like to be called? Okay, maybe Cinny, yeah, uh-huh.
Pedo Bear? Pedo Bear? Do you like Pedo Bear? I heard Pedo Bear's really good.
Pedo Bear.
Like...
Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it's Cinny.
Okay, I might accidentally call you Sunny by accident, but I'll try to call you Cinny. So, Cinny,
how?
Like, let me ask you this.
They're very different names. It'd be like Patrick. I might accidentally call you like Daniel. like, you know, I'm sorry if I call you Daniel. Like,
oh my god, the fact that this doesn't get any better from here and the questions get worse, I don't know how to justify this. But we need to get through the Jar section.
Something. Are you you're straight, right?
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, what?
He is so awkward asking these fucking questions, though. Jesus fucking Christ. You're straight, right?
You know, I identify as a male robot. Like,
you're straight, right? I don't want to date a lesbian.
So you're saying I have a shot.
My programming believes in only ones and zeros, not just all zeros. So like, we can make this work. Again.
She could be bi. Like, it doesn't completely rule it out if you just like.
Yeah, I don't know his thought process going into this, but you know what? I'm not here to shit on Jar very hard. I'm here to shit on Jar nonetheless. But I'm not very hard.
Jar's a fucking idiot. Like, he's never heard of the term switch hitter.
No.
I wonder if he's trying to use the Chewbacca defense.
Oh god.
Like, you're straight, right? Oh, so Jack is
Therefore,
a biological
couldn't be
woman.
Chewbacca.
So
makes
Jack's
no sense.
Jack's a biological woman. So that means that does not make sense. Just like the Wookiees on Kashyyyk.
Well, it could be that they're lying.
Yeah.
Now I'm straight too. No, sorry. Eno is a female, correct? I got the names mixed up.
Eno is AFAB, yeah.
AFAB. Okay, so yeah, you're. Have you ever dated a woman?
Oh. Yeah, here.
So I hate having to explain this. It's somebody that doesn't identify with like sexuality or like romantic relationships. You know, back then we just called ourselves isolationists because we didn't want to be fucking bothered by people.
Okay, hold up. She doesn't identify. Okay, so Eno is a fucking ditto.
Yes, basically. Well, no, the opposite of ditto, because she doesn't want to breathe that hard. Like, she's the opposite. She's more like Jirachi, where like you can't breed it, so don't even try. Like,
no, that makes it's a ditto. It's just a fucking slime ball that just transforms into whatever you like.
No, see, that would be Cinny.
Yeah, I would agree there.
Okay, so they're both dittos. Both their
14.
genders or proclivities are unknown.
Yeah, and then we got RoboCop over here.
The diddle and ditto is all I've got stuck in my fucking head now.
The diddle and ditto.
Of course you did.
And I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend when I was 16 because I realized I didn't love her like that, because I realized I don't like women like that.
You were just a bit bi-curious, right?
Wait,
Yeah.
you didn't
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, God, bi-curious.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
Bi-curious pedophilia.
Okay.
Can you imagine that this guy is interviewing you, trying to help save your career and prove that you're not a groomer, and he decides to uncomfortably probe into your sexuality? Like, can you imagine?
Oh,
like, can we just
okay.
get back to proving
AFAB,
me
not
innocent?
okay. AFAB, not aphabia, like she said. I'm like, what's the extra letters there? Since like assigned female. Okay, so she would have been identifying as a man, correct? Yeah, hetero again.
So many letters.
Man.
You people are all fucking disgusting. Burn in hell.
That's just the easy way to put it. Just die.
We at
Kumo
Strictly
was
Patrick Crew
capping for this
reserve our
shit.
rights to our own opinions.
Kumo was capping for this bitch. Jar was capping for this bitch. They should have just capped themselves and been over with it.
I wonder if we can activate Jar's Order 66 programming to just start taking out the art community.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going.
Once I kissed an Italian guy, but that's not important right now.
Why would
Way
you
back
share
when-
that?
I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't get better. That's all I know. I don't have explanations for most of Jar's stuff. I'm just going to let him like hang himself on this.
I like became friends with someone named Pee-wee. I guess now they go by Bug
Wait,
Spray.
Kiwi? Kiwi. Did I just hear that right? Kiwi,
No,
what are you doing in
Pee-wee.
this story?
Pee-wee. Pee-wee.
Like,
Oh,
like Pee-wee
wait, why is
Herman,
Kiwi? Yeah, why is he in this?
he's dead.
Well,
It's the ghost.
it's okay.
So now we can.
They're now referred to as Bug Spray.
Oh
I
god.
was gonna say, if it's Pee-wee Herman, we can now like swing back around to
Well,
Cody
you know
and
what?
Satori.
Welcome to
Hold
our
on.
commentary community.
No. No, that's actually a good segue for the Hitler hour. Bug spray. Zyklon B. We're doing lice removal this week, folks.
Oh god.
Like
I just
it
keep-
matches Cody and Satori. It's like, can I get a P, D, F? So you want a
And
portable
what and
document
one
file?
vowel. You get 3 consonants and 1 vowel.
Oh,
I like a P, D, F, and an I.
All right, let's let this play for a minute here and see
Because
what
that's just
see if he
that's
recovers.
like ingrained in my brain. That's just who they are to me. I don't know, man. Like we kind of just like, I didn't realize that we only talked for a week before it got weird, but we were just like both being sexual like toward each other, and then
Now that directly contradicts her response video or their response video that they fucking put out, where they sit there and said that I put this person off. They were at arm's length for so long until they fucking sent me something that just got my juices a going. And then all of a sudden we had a conversation. Now you're hearing the context of, well, we were only talking for a week.
like they offered to help me move out by moving in with me.
Oh, maybe this is in relation to Bug Spray. Sorry. Fuck, I'm off on the wrong person. We paused too much. I've paused Andy'd myself into a fucking circle.
So I kissed an Italian guy, but that's not important right now.
So, we're depriving ourselves of oxygen by laughing too hard.
Yes,
too,
yes.
so.
I've paused Andy'd myself into a circle. We're just gonna start with the Italian guy.
I don't like women like that.
You were just a bit bi-curious, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that
she
makes
isn't a
sense.
woman. If she's AFAB, then she isn't a woman.
Well, you heard that. You heard that, right, Gigi? Right here?
I
Yeah.
don't like women like that.
You were just a bit bi-curious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just gay for a minute.
Okay, so wait, no, it's not just gay farming. They're like if we're going by the art commentary standards here, they were just straight up misgendering and shit like that. So
Did I lose?
these fucking people.
Okay.
I have shits that are more consistent than you people.
I don't even understand whose gender is whose anymore.
Okay. So we have Cinny, who is female, identifies as straight, but dated Birdie, who is female at birth, but then identifies as a guy, and they were in a bi-curious relationship where she Cinny referred to he, Birdie. Caught up?
Yeah, well, I thought the she was talking about the high school girlfriend.
We haven't gotten to
Cinny
that
had.
yet. I rewound. We haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, see, I don't.
See.
This is like a time loop. This is like a really. This is like Starfield, but somehow worse.
Trust me, there's nothing worse than Starfield. That thing's simplified to the fucking stupidity.
I went back to pre-Italian, so we're getting up on Italian guy kissing here in a second, and then we're back into bug spray.
This is like the world's worst roguelike. Go back to level 1, but instead of learning something or getting a new skill, it's just disappointment.
This is my fault. I paused Andy Dust into a circle to where none of us are on track. Once we hit Italian, we should be on track.
Once I kissed an Italian guy.
See, we're all on track now, right? We're back in Italian.
I still don't understand why he felt the need to share like the Italian guy.
Well, he's trying to be relatable.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, look, I'm just like you. Let's fuck, you know.
Yes.
I can activate my horny program. Like, load excitedjar.exe.
Yeah, the horny subroutines are in full effect.
Oh god.
Hey, but that's not important right now.
Okay, so now we're getting
way
into
back
questions.
when
So don't bring it up.
No, wait. So now she's trying to relate to him.
Why? That's the last thing I would be to do. I wouldn't want to like get his like infected programming.
So we've had the question, or kind of from Jar, that you were just bi for a little bit, or you were just bi curious, or whatever, and she said yes, and told a little bit, and then he related with Italian guy, and now we're relating to Italian guy with more gay. So this is more gay.
With someone named Pee-wee. I guess now they go by Bug Spray. I just keep calling them Pee-wee because that's like ingrained in my brain. That's just who they are to me. I don't know, man. Like we kind of just like, I didn't realize that we only talked for a week before it got weird, but we were just like both being sexual like toward each other, and then like.
Wait a minute, hold up. You only talked to them for a week before it got weird, and then you're saying that you also talk sexual. That's the weird part.
Well, first of all, what the fuck name
What is your definition
bug?
of weird? Normal?
Like, fuck Bug Spray? What kind of fucking name is that?
I don't know. I knew a guy named Pork Chop. I can't say much here.
Yeah, but Pork Chop is like... I understand that. Bug Spray is like, yes, I am small chemically and, like, poisonous. like there's nothing positive about me. Like...
Let's freshen this up. Someone named themselves Febreze.
Yes.
Offered to help me move out by moving in with me. And I wanted very badly to leave my parents' place, so we went through like a lot of planning. And then one day they just ghosted me, and I had to work out other arrangements in order to move out.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple days after they ghosted me, they made like a public YouTube video exposing me, and like they leaked like a shit ton of the art I sent them. Which,
yeah, and someone made a video defending you, and that video got like 300,000 views or some shit, right?
I don't know how many views it got, but I'm assuming you're talking about the video that Soph the Neko made.
I think it was Soph the Neko. But more importantly, so I think you're missing the point of the question.
So this person, Cinny, has been called out before. Is the big takeaway from all this. Cinny was called out by a previous person they were supposed to move in with. And when that all fell through, that's, I think, how we end up at the Jack situation. Birdie.
Okay.
So that's where we're getting to. It's just we took literally the longest route possible to get to this point. I don't even know. It's not an answer to a question because he didn't even ask a question. We're just getting this.
It's funny because we were sexual, like we knew each other for a week, and we were sexual, and I could hear the servos activating in Jar. Like, I've known you for a week. Like, you can hear it. Like, he's like, oh, I've known you for a week. I got a shot now.
So you're saying there's
the person who made the first doc, like the old doc about you with the 17-year-old, are they the same person who's making the new doc now?
That's the other key thing. this is not the first situation with a minor, apparently. So the other previous video that the other person made was involving yet another minor, a lot closer in age minor at that point in time. So maybe there's, I don't know how old Cinny was, or maybe that's a high school context that every fucking buddy talks about, but like, so they may have been closer in relation there, but it was still nonetheless, this is the second, and Eno is the second minor situation that Cinny has been involved in.
I don't
You know
think
what's
so.
funny about the high school context?
What?
It only works if you've dated in high school and you went to the same high school in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like,
always
it doesn't
been my
work on
point.
the internet. Like, it doesn't work on the internet. Like, it only works, like, if you see each other every day. Or, like, you go to the school, like, next to him.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, like, there's the context. That's the key word there.
Also, what was there one that came out before addressing Synnibear03, or are you just talking about that one?
I heard that the same person, I just heard this recently, like today, someone told me that, oh, the same person who is calling Synnibear out in their doc was the same person who was getting onto their case like a year ago when they were 19 and talking with a 17-year-old, and I want to run that by you, see if you...
So there's the situation. That's where Jar has now zeroed in on this whole 1917 thing, and I think that's where his little robot mind drew the line to make connections of dots for Pyro, because that's a big trending theme in his video.
it's like, well, his AI algorithm says Pyro's the same.
Yeah.
So it's like...
Pyro was 2016, not, well, was 2016, not 1917.
Yeah. But like that's where I think his brain is tracking on this, is what I'm trying to get at.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't even want to invoke Call Me Carson, but that would be closer to the Call Me Carson situation just by age alone. No other context.
It would.
Yeah. But you have to forgive him, Gigi. He's a robot. Remember Y2K? That's what he's going through right now as a robot. Like,
well, look. If he's just a robot, numbers should come easy to him. Beep, boop, beep. You know, ones and zeros.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but remember Y2K when like all the clocks were fucked?
He wasn't even born before 2000. So how would Y2K affect him?
You know, I know entirely.
Well, because
too much
he's
about
probably
that.
an out-of-date software.
Yeah.
You knew anything.
I don't think so, no. The person who made the Addressing Synnibear03 document was like a really old, like, ex-friend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain, like how much they just don't exist in my brain.
Okay. Well, is Eno friends with the person who made the first doc?
I'm not aware of them even, like, knowing of each other's existence. I mean, obviously, I think... I'm gonna call him Bunny. I'm pretty sure Bunny, like, probably knows about Eno, but I don't think Eno knows who Bunny is. Bunny is the person who made the doc.
Okay.
Okay, so now we finally answered that question. We've got a who, what, where, when, and why. So the who is Bunny. What made a video on Cinny about this whole 17-19 context situation. When, obviously about 2 years ago. Why? Because they thought they were a pedophile. Or basically kind of exposing them for grooming and pedophilia and shit and whatever. So then that got
the same shit.
That got dismissed because somebody else, some savior white knight person, came in to save the whole fucking thing. And now I think that's where Jar and I don't know if Kumo, but I think that's where Jar's mentality is on this, is that I want to be like that person and also save them again. If they were saved once, they might be able to be saved again.
Yeah. You know what bothers me about this interview?
Everything, hopefully, because that's what bothers me.
Yes, but there's something very specific, and as somebody that's done interviews, I think you'll agree with me. The background music.
Oh, yes.
Why do you have background music during an interview? It's so distracting.
It's the only thing I'm chalking that up to is we're talking about a heavily autistic person, by his own words.
Maybe that was the point.
And I think it's just that distracting mind kind of thing that...
No. Like, maybe that's the point. Like, this is a giant fucking distraction from the truth.
It is. It genuinely is. When you go through the video and then go through this interview, the whole thing is that he started off making a video that was against Cinny. And then once he reviewed the situation a lot harder, all of a sudden, well, you could say that he got harder, but what it turns around is that he ends up making up his mind in a total different direction. So the first half of this fucking video is very weird in the fact that it was made as a takedown piece. He left it roughly unedited from that, and then made it into a kind of a polish piece, a puff piece, if you will, on Synny to try and make Synny look good. But in all of it, he's white knighting so goddamn hard that it's just destroyed the video all the way through. Like everything is like now been so retconned and retconned again that it comes off as disheveled and like unsynchronized.
You know, these are the kinds of people that make me wish that the phrase "a starving artist" was literal.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, and at least from what I can tell from the messages, there was no indication from on my end that you were trying to get with a 14-year-old romantically.
No.
Yeah.
And this is the shit that I don't understand how he can defend. I'm sorry, I'm pausing a lot, but I just cannot understand how Jar, who is a very heavily rational person, can sit there and have looked at this stuff and is wholly dismissing it, other than the fucking anime context that we talked about. Like, there's no way to easily dismiss this shit. Like, the shit is censored porn, and then you add in the context of them requesting that they read it, and then also read it out loud. Like, all three things are bad. All three things are bad in their own right. Like, if you had any minor do that in any situation, you're probably going to end up being labeled the same fucking thing.
I mean, yeah, the whole context of it is like censored porn. You're having them read just the dialogue. It's like, it's bad, so you had to censor it, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, you're getting some kind of gratification out of having them read it aloud in a Discord call.
Yeah, and then we add in later on the effect that they're having this, or they made art from this, of the sexualized characters together. Oh, anyway.
I mean, that's all you have to look at. I mean, it's straight up pedophilia. They know better, but they still did it anyway.
Yeah, they proceeded forward.
With the way people are talking about this, they're making you seem like the next ADP, the next Cosmodor, or whoever the fuck. Like, and this is like the important question I want to ask you. What like pushed you in to like saying like, hey guys, I'm sorry, I groomed a minor. I'm leaving my channel that I've worked so many years on because of So what was the thought process there?
I had like a thing in my head where I was just like, oh, this is what like seems like the best option, just to keep everyone happy and safe, I guess. It was mostly
okay. There's a flip. Before it was like, I'm being genuine. Then it goes to Jack. He was a manipulative son of a bitch trying to game the system. Then it's like, I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It just felt like I should.
The story's changed so much, and we're only 3 videos deep, and we've strictly stayed on the whole fucking Synny side alone. We didn't even do the Birdie detour, which, you know what? Birdie did their videos, and that was it. I think they did 2 videos. But, like, that was fucking it. And, like, with Synny, you're going to see the situation perpetually change. So, like, there is a part of me that can't blame any of these people, regardless of their intentions, for like misreading, because I think Synny is very manipulative. Whether they're wholly aware they're manipulating or not, I think there's either such a people pleaser that they try and say anything to please everybody that they're or whoever they're interacting with at that point in time, and then they don't recall what they said before, and so they're like, just by happenstance are manipulative, or B, they're doing it purposefully. Like they knowingly are going into this shit and being manipulative and hoping that nobody catches on.
Earn back Jack's trust by being open and honest with the people, like with my own audience.
But you weren't honest with them. You said you groomed someone, and I don't.
I thought I did.
Okay, here's the thing, and was the first big.
There's another thing here in the fact that they never answer the fucking question. Either. They never actually answer why why they got to that process, why they got to that point of saying, yes, I groomed. And other than in their apology video, they kind of sat there and said, I was told this by Jack. They don't own up to that at any other point.
Red flag to me. At first, I thought this was pretty cut and dry. You got accused, docs were made, there's so much evidence in the doc, they're so long, you must have done it because you admitted to it. So I was working on my video, and then I thought, I just had that feeling, the same feeling I got when the Peaches drama started, the same feeling I got when the Spockter drama started. It's that feeling I get in the back of my neck that just tells me something's not right here. And I thought about it, I was like, Cosmodor did not admit to grooming until it was too late. Neither EDP to this day has not admitted to doing anything wrong. Groomers don't fucking admit to it. So I thought to myself, why did she admit to it?
Save me a slice. That sounds fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that doesn't sound bad at all. 10 out of 10 pizza.
I can't even think of a single groomer who just flat out said, "Yep, I did it." And then I started thinking maybe I should reach out to you and have a chat with you. So what you did was inappropriate. You shouldn't have done that. But I don't think you're Cosmodor level. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you're working on a response to everything. Is that right?
Again, Jar just talks over the point and gives a longer answer to his own question than actually getting an answer to his question. So again,
Yeah,
like this, he totally misses everything.
Well, he doesn't let Cinny talk.
No.
Like, he doesn't let her give the answer. He sort of comes in with, like, a predetermined, like, this is what I think happened.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was so biased in this interview. And, like, I'm glad that he admitted to it, and we'll touch on that, but, like, holy shit, man.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's going to be an uphill battle. You made things really bad for yourself by making that apology.
I realize that.
Yep. And here's the thing. As much backlash as you're getting right now, Spockter's and Peaches was surprisingly worse, so I think you have a chance of getting out of this.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. So...
Well, maybe Spockter, because he admitted to having, like, a fucking thumb drive full of CP.
Oh, God. I was going to say, I didn't know that one. So, but, like, Peaches, like, just straight went with the Kumo route, if you want. Like, they just basically sat there and said, not it, and pointed at fucking Lio.
And then just changed their gender and ran away.
Yeah.
Like,
literally, like, beat for beat.
Like, A2 brute in, like, a pair of khaki pants. It's
Wait
like, I'm a
minute.
man now.
Wait, Hopeless changed her gender and ran away?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they went from Hopeless Peaches to Hopeless Sneeches. Anyone who gets that reference, you get 10 points.
I'm with you and Jack.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I can see what he posts on Twitter. I can tell he's not my friend.
I would say the same. I don't think that's what friends say about one another.
God, he jumped so
He was
fucking
your
hard.
love interest, apparently.
Yeah, you were together with this person. I mean, I don't know too many, like, groups of exes that get along very well, let alone, like, when the breakup involves this. I can't imagine, like, being friendly towards you. I'm sorry. I mean, it doesn't seem irrationally insensible to me to act like this.
He's calling me a pedophile.
I haven't seen that, but I've seen other stuff.
I saw, like, I was at work, goddammit, and I saw him say some shit like, live and suffer, pedo bear. I think it's so jarring because he left before I even came home from work. Like, I came home from work and
Now,
he was just gone.
hold on. That term strictly applies to Zaptai.
What?
Pedo bear.
I always forget about, like, this app. You know what? There's been so many fucking pedophiles. Jesus Christ. Y'all can calm down anytime you want. Anytime you want.
And then sorry.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. Can you imagine, like, trying to answer and then, like you hear this maniacal robotic cackle?
It's like his logic tree ran into a corruption and went with maniacal laughter.
Well, it's like, he was like, I had this tingling in the back of my neck. That's because your thermal paste is old and your CPU is overheating. And now we're seeing, like Cortana levels of rampancy kicking. Like he's going Cortana right now. Like, he's going rampant.
Just get stuck on the laugh loop.
Sorry, what?
It's funny to hear a woman say that for once.
I came home from work and he was gone.
Wow.
And then the next morning, the police came to my apartment.
Oh no!
For a wellness.
You know, I think his interaction.exe is just fully corrupted at this point. Either that or he just hasn't figured out how to adjust the volume on OBS. Because, like, he is so exaggerated, and I don't know if it's for the white knighting or if it's like he's trying to be sociable. And so he's trying to read, like, he's literally Googled sociability and is like, laugh, relate. Oh no!
he's just running a bunch of like fail checks. Like, is woman talking to me? Yes. If yes, then laugh. If laugh, then ask question. If answered question, laugh again. And then it's just like stuck on this loop.
Yes.
Like he's like written his own like illogical logic tree.
He's hit the infinite loop cycle.
Yeah, jar.exe has stopped working and encountered an infinite loop.
Yeah, Jar basically has Bethesda programming.
Oh god.
It's the fucking Skyrim programming where he goes loops all the way back down to 1. Like
Let's check.
Like most of his fucking interactions here, when she says something completely innocuous, and he just like overreacts.
Yes.
Sounds like a fucking dragon shout.
Boots Roha. It's like Cinny could come out and be like, yeah, I molested a kid, and Jar will go, I once touched an Italian boy. Like, what? Jar, stop. You don't have to become a pedo just to relate. Like, you can't
Control
just be like,
F4,
yeah.
Control F4.
Right? You know what? Delete System 32. We gotta purge.
Okay.
I woke up to like the police at my door, and they were just like, "Hey, heard something was going on with you. Your friend called us here," and I was like, "Oh." And then I looked at my phone and I saw that like my real life friend tried calling me multiple times, and Jack tried calling me multiple times, and I texted like both of them, and my real life friend didn't know that the police were coming, so I figured they didn't call them, so it had to be Jack. I told Jack like, "Oh, the police."
So you were perfectly fine.
Yeah.
You were perfectly fine after the video came out. But before, when you made the response video to Jack, you were basically in the fetal position in the cuck couch.
Yes.
And he was like, "Yeah, we thought you were dead, lol." Like he said LOL at the end of his message, and then he never texted me ever again. And I was like, "Oh, this is good, because this means he's upset with me, but he still cares about me. That's good. He wants to make sure I'm alive." And then like I went to work, and in the middle of my shift, I saw that he made like a big,
I wouldn't
like,
read
Twitter...
it like that.
What
if
do
the
you
dude
think?
who just like exposed you for being a pedophile is like, I thought you died, lol. It sounds like they want to torture you. Like that would go well for your like secondary revision of the story. This tertiary one's like, oh, how sweet.
Yeah.
Right? Either that or like, damn, I was hoping they would kick down your door with an MP5. Like,
oh my god.
Twitter thread, basically mocking me. Like he bragged about stealing my friends from me, and he said like, you know, live and suffer, pedo bear. And then he like posted a picture of like a hat that he left on my pillow when he left. Like it was a hat that said groom on it.
Actually, that's something I've been meaning to ask you. So like,
that's a deep cut. I'm not gonna lie. That's a deep cut. To leave a groom's hat on the pillow of somebody you're accusing of being a groomer and a pedo. That's
pretty
deep.
based. Pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
That's some thought process that I've not even thought of. Like Jesus Christ.
They accused you of touching them inappropriately.
Yeah, fuck him for even like insinuating that.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get real here. Me and Professor.
I kind of want to see how Jar would defend Ethan Ralph at this point. You know, like he just has Ethan Ralph on a phone call doing an interview, and then he's like, he's just like hollering about the Kino Casino. He's like, yeah, ha, 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 ha. You know,
Ja, someone's stream sniping you, Ja. Huh, Edward.
It's a robot.
And then like the whole like Faith Vickers eating poo story
Oh
comes up.
God, truffle hunting. Oh Christ. Jar's,
And
Jar's
then
just
Jar's like,
running
I can
through-
relate to that.
Jar's stuck in the emotion loop at that point, and it's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, he's like, I can relate to that.
buddies, and we're romantic with each other. We slap each other on the ass every now and then. We spook each other. We don't poke each other in the crotch, but we do pretty much everything else. And like when I heard that, I was just
Wait,
like,
hold up. Hold the fucking phone. You're in a relationship. You don't poke each other. That's the whole point of.
No.
Oh my God.
No, he's straight grab assing with other guy friends.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, I've lived with like guys twice in my life. I have never once molested them.
I thought he
Like-
was talking about an actual relationship with another woman where it's
No,
like you don't
he's talking about his roommate. He's talking about his roommate. And
Oh,
he's slapping
God.
other's ass.
His male,
and that's just normal, bro. Like
this is malefriendship.exe right here.
Yeah, he'd get along well with Nick Fuentes. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean, if Jar wanted to be a right-wing like political grifter, he should just go to the Nick Fuentes camp.
Oh my God.
Be like, Jar wants to
I mean,
join
he's already got like
America
half the
First.
fucking programming for America First, like playing grab ass with other men, and then
Jar
defending pedophiles, and
Just
then
upload femboy.raw into the system.
Jar wants to join Nick Fuentes. Jar also hates women.
Oh.
you know, I know that Jack goes by he, him, but like their sex is they're an AFAB, and
yeah, he's AFAB.
Yeah, so two women living with each other. They're going. I don't know what it's like with two women living with each other, but I can tell you, as a guy who lives with another guy, we sometimes touch each other a bit inappropriately.
I think it should have been like a red flag to.
Neither have I. I've never ever. Like if this is never have I ever, I'd be drinking right now.
Like I'm comfortable with my sexuality, and I've never molested another man. Like that's not
like,
something
seriously, if you have to cop a feel from your roommate, it's like you are fucking down bad, or you're just like in denial of being in a gay relationship.
Well, he likes the ones and the zeros, I guess. Like,
man.
See, this is the one time you could say he's non-binary, and it actually makes sense because he's a robot.
When we get to the end of this, I have to show GG the end of the jar section. I have to show him my docket because he'll die. Because that's when we get to the deployment, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
Literally everyone, when Jack showed like me screaming at him like through text, saying, "I always asked you if it was okay, and you said yes," and like no one mentioned that or like said anything about that.
Well, you need to understand.
Hold on, I've got to mute because dogs are screaming for treats.
This corner of the internet, they're fucking idiots. They will believe what they're told until they're shown the opposite. I mean, come on, you've seen this with the Stalker drama, you've seen this with the Peaches drama. Prison Mate Luke
You've been
literally put up
shown the
screenshots like hundreds.
opposite and believe the fucking.
Like nothing that he says, like literally, like I get that he's a robot, but I don't compute. Like, and I'm not trying to make a funny pun here. Like I'm being legit. I don't understand this. I cannot compute what he's saying.
Neither can I. Neither can I. Like
he should just change his name to Does Not Compute.
Predicted what he said, and people went, "Yep, that seems legit to me."
I'm a little thrown off that like the commentators aren't like looking at that.
Actually, that's what I've been meaning to ask you. Aside from me, has anybody reached out to you?
Two YouTubers contacted me and like asked me questions, but no one else. Yeah, it was.
Okay, so I'm literally the first person who was like, "Hey, I don't think you're as bad as what."
Yeah, except for the other two people, Jar. Yeah, you were the first.
Yeah,
I mean, mathematically, that technically makes you the third, but you know, we'll go with the first.
You hear
It's just
like
does not compute. There were two other people, so I'm the first.
Well, do you hear how happy he is to be like, yeah, I'm the first, woo.
Yes.
And then like later on she's like, no, Kumo was the first, and you literally hear him deflate. Like, oh, like
You're the
everybody else
second
is saying.
person. The first person was Kumo.
Of course, it's Kumo. Like, I have my own issue.
Right there.
Yeah, right there. Like,
Yeah, he got insanely fucking
well,
jealous. Of course, it's Kumo.
that little white-haired bastard. Ah, damn it.
It's with the guy, but like,
you won't have to worry
it
about that
sounds like
soon.
sometimes he could be skeptical in the right areas, and you know what? I think it was skeptical in the right area because like I've heard rumors that you two were collabing together, but I watched his video and I was like, I don't.
Collabing is a stretch, but like he's trying to help me like make
Yeah,
my video as good as it
collabing
can
is a
be.
stretch.
Oh,
I
okay.
agree. He was writing your scripts for you.
Yeah.
As if you were a fucking text prompt.
Yeah, it's not like collabing as much as puppeteering.
Yeah, you were basically. I mean, Gigi's kind of nailed it here. You were text to speech at this point. Like with that whole fucking thing, based off of the first video being like 2 minutes, first of all, the other one's 40 minutes or 30 minutes, and then you go from like having all this stuff to then rationalizing each point. I 100% believe that he was either intimately involved in writing that script or literally wrote the script and handed it to you. Or
Yeah, I can see that.
Or Camp Kumo did it as a whole.
Camp Kumo.
So,
like not a collab, just like he's looking over my stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I was so ready to tear into you, and this was the day. This was the day I was going to upload it, unlist it for my
Well,
Patreon.
let's be real here, Jar. You were going to tear into him one way or another.
It was gonna go live tomorrow, but then I decided to fact check one more time, just make sure everything was correct. And I've had this feeling for a while, like something isn't right. And after looking at everything, I realized what you did was bad, very bad. If you better thank your vagina. If you had a.
What do you think of that one?
What?
The first time I heard this was one of the most uncomfortable phrases I've ever heard. Like,
it's like you better thank your vagina.
Like
What
he
the
tries to like I don't know if he's like trying to run like.
What do you think got her into this place in the first of all? Like, you better.
I don't know if he was going for funny or if he was going for like relatably flamboyant or what.
No. He was just having a fucking a bug in his programming. You see, like he was trying to keep it's like you better think you better think you're how would people usually say it?
You bet your sweet ass, or that was the only thing I could think of that he was trying to relate to.
Well, no, he's like, you better think, like, you know, your God
Thank
that you
God,
dodged a bullet or
like
something.
a religious figure or something.
But I think he had a fucking loop in his program, and it just burst through, where he's just like telling what his true thoughts are. He's like, you better think you're, and he's like, vagina. It's like the only real.
He just said the quiet part out loud all of a sudden.
Well, the funny thing is, like, he makes the argument that, like, if he was a man, he would be like a man in this situation would be crucified, but because she's whole, because she's whole, she get leeway because women do nothing wrong.
Well, men get hold up. Men get crucified, women get pilloried.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, what you have to think is like he was fed by the Twitter algorithm, so like his programming is like has a certain leaning bias.
Yeah, I could see that.
A PP, you would be. Oh man, it would not be good for you if you had a PP.
So he wasn't breaking his programming. Instead of penis, he just says PP. But he's like, you better think your vagina.
I like how he can say the word vagina, but penis is like a bridge too far.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that would be gay, Jim.
Yeah, I always thought my roommate's ass, but penis is too far. Then you might start questioning my sexuality because I figure my roommate and I also said the word penis.
We play grab ass, but I cannot say penis. That's a bridge too far.
Yeah, right? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, man.
Yeah, but people are more forgiving when women do this. But yeah, like, I don't think you're a groomer. I think your friend who you lived with for years convinced you that you were a horrible person.
I love how he does not want to admit to them being in a relationship the whole time that he's talking. Basically, like, he's avoided that. Like, that was one thing I picked up on with this.
If she
I didn't die, did I?
No, Jim did.
Okay, good. I mean, not good. Hopefully he's fine.
Okay, good. No, wait, not good.
Hello?
All right, he
You
lives.
died there for a
He
second,
lives.
Jim.
See?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but
You didn't hear anything, right?
yeah, no, that's how you were like hoping I would be dead. Yeah.
For a second, I thought my internet died. I'm like, oh shit.
Well, I like.
It's like, what the fuck happened?
I've got new stuff set up, so I like quick shot up, look to the right, and it's like excellent. I'm like, well, that's not correct.
That's not correct. Something about this is wrong.
I'm like, so am I dead? Oh god.
Alright, which one of you died?
Oh, you were saying anyway. Sorry.
I don't even remember now.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you're alive. I really am.
Yeah, I'm trying to think now.
Well, here, I'll go back 5 seconds.
think your friend who you lived with for years convinced you that you were a horrible person. You started.
And with this, I said that, you know, it's kind of very interesting that he's just basically avoided the whole topic of talking about the significant other, and that was something I noticed here. Go.
Yeah, it's almost like you know, oh, that totally wasn't a relationship because it's, you know, that sort of like jealous, like sort of like I don't want to admit that like you would have had other relationships before me.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
sort of like, yeah, you were just really good friends. No, we fucked. You were just really, really good friends. Enthusiastic friends.
That slept together in the same bed for
You know,
many,
that kind of explains
many...
his whole entire roommate. It's like we were really good friends. I mean, we played grab ass.
We poked each
We
other.
played Twister to see who got to be on the bottom. I mean, what? Like,
we flipped coins for who was the little spoon.
it's like I cheated.
Person, and you cracked underneath the pressure and decided to say something in a video that made you look really, really, really bad. And I'm guessing you.
Okay, this was not deciding to say something in a video. The whole video was them admitting to this. It wasn't like a one-off in a video and like buried and like the world discovered this. Like, no, this was a dedicated, I'm apologizing, I'm X. Like,
didn't fully grasp what the word groomer meant, right?
I think anyone who was watching my videos might be able to discern that, because
speaking of
it be so
your jar, like, do you fully grasp what the term grab ass means? Because apparently, I mean, you understand how to do it.
Well, like, here's the thing.
But you disagree that it's gay.
I just want to point out here, I love how Cindy's argument here is that anybody watching my videos would gather that I didn't understand this. I gather that you don't have a firm grasp of the English language and that you were trying to snake your way out of this situation and that somebody else wrote the script for you. Or very heavily influenced the script, because the difference between the first video and the second video is very stark. Like, it is so cut and dry different because you're like, I did this. You took ownership for stuff. Again, we didn't go into the situation, which played to your benefit probably with the second video, because you were able to then pass the blame onto Jack, Birdie, and whatever. But like,
yeah,
you obviously didn't understand what you were talking about, because we pointed it out time after time. You knew. You did every term, every key term that you're saying you didn't do, we can point to and say you did.
I forget. Is Jar black or white?
Jar or Jack?
Yeah, Jar.
Oh, he's white as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck. I was gonna make a really fucked up joke using Kumo's words.
Let me see if I can find a picture of him.
Lucky, do you know how dumb these people are?
In my
Because
Jack...
he sounds like a second gen Indian, kind of like a Muda with English.
Oh well, he has a voice modulator on too. There's Nick Diorio actually had a lovely video of him forgetting to shut the mic off. And
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he pees in robot.
Yeah. GG, I'm sending you a picture.
Okay.
I think Jack doesn't understand what grooming is, and I've been getting a lot of my information from him, because one of the things that I know I've said that
What
was
in the
incorrect.
goddamn fuck?
That's the Alpha Chad himself.
No, he looks like Randy Stair, but with a bigger jaw.
Yes, I am glad you noticed that too.
Oh my god.
Let's hope he has the accuracy of that of a Randy Stair too.
Oh man.
Was like, so Jack keeps saying that he was groomed by Kitty Dog when he was 12 and Kitty Dog was 14, and I believed him.
Okay, with this kind of stuff, what is your guys' opinion on this stuff? Because like I have a hard time grasping a child grooming another child unless there's like a lot more difference in age. Like a teen doing it to like a preteen, let's put it that way. Yes.
I mean,
but like teen to
again,
teen, I find it harder for me to grasp.
Well, the way how I look at it is kind of like the old George Carlin bit, where it's like, what happened to kids just being kids, like, you know, just playing out in the yard with a stick in the mud.
Yeah.
And then he goes into his like, you show me your PP and I'll show you mine.
Yeah.
Like for that kind of situation, I'd have to chalk it up just to fucking exploration.
Well, even that,
not
but
pedophilia
like,
or even grooming.
I mean, you had to like, all right. So even with me going through school, like I was the odd one out not having sex till like late 17, early 18. Okay? Like I was the odd one out there. So how are you going to like contextually sit there and say that like two kids like having sex if it even got to that extreme? Like if I don't know. I have a hard time with it because, like, I dated when I was 13, and I would have landed right in the middle of these ages then.
Yeah, I just chalk it up to exploration because they're still at that age where, like, no one's actually sat them down and had, like, the birds and the bees talk or even, like, gone through, like, all of health class through junior high to know what's what.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I can't label somebody unless they're like I said, unless it's like, you know, somebody who's, if you got two teens and they're in puberty and shit like that, I would sit there and say that that's a lot more easier for me to accept and digest and not call grooming than somebody who's in their teens in puberty and somebody who's preteen. Like that seems way more malicious to me, and that I would question the person.
The weird thing too is like, isn't one of the fundamental things of grooming is like, I hate to say it because it gets so overused, but like the power dynamic. What like authority does a 14-year-old have?
Yeah, true. Over a 12-year-old.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's not a huge influence there outside of, oh, maybe if I do this they'll think I'm cool. Outside of like a mild social pressure. But as far as like when it comes to grooming, it's like they don't have the resources to be able to do the isolation, to do the stuff
yeah,
like
that's the thing. Like, to your point, it's like a 14-year-old doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have like a lot of shit that a 16-year-old would even have. So like for the power dynamic to even begin to have an inkling when it comes to the age differences, I would have to say 16 and then on up if we're talking about teenagers.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, again, it sounds like this was like in, well, not even a high school context, but like, you know, it was a kid in the neighborhood that I knew and we experimented together when we were kids.
All right, let's keep going.
But he just, apparently Jack just has some kind of like bad memory about it, or he's recontextualized after the fact.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not... I don't
want to downplay his experience in like that he was traumatized. I just, now that I'm like going to therapy and shit, I don't think it was grooming actually. That doesn't sound fucking right. God. And I
Nothing
feel
to you
fucking
sounds like
stupid
grooming, apparently.
Well, everything was and then nothing is. Like, so we've gotten the polar opposites of the extremes of understanding of this fucking word.
Like making a video and defending that point
Okay, you know how the only interaction we had ever was when I commented on your Spocker video?
Yeah.
Okay, in that video you said you were moving in with Birdie, and like, when I heard you bring that up, I was like, haha, well this is going to be entertaining in a year.
Oh.
So that's exactly what I thought, because I was like,
God damn, Jar, that was kind of ruthless. I didn't really pick that up the first time through. Jesus Christ, you're rooting for this relationship to fail.
Well, not. I don't think that. I just think he was like knowing, like, oh, this is gonna be a fucking train wreck.
like, oh, two artsy people underneath the same roof. What could possibly go wrong?
Fuck.
Yeah, sorry I didn't warn you sooner. Honestly,
just a quick update here.
Yeah.
I just got filled in by my good buddy Sigs of what Kumo translates into Japanese. It's a spider.
Oh. Yep.
So basically, we could add web of lies to Kumo's name.
It's like, sir, another Kumo has hit the tower. Like,
Better get some
I thought-
newspaper and smash him.
Yeah.
you would throw Jack underneath the bus first. Like, honestly, I thought it would happen the reverse way.
No. God. This entire situation just sucks.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. I've been in your shoes. Peach has been in your shoes. Spocker has been in your shoes. The only thing I'm going to tell you is this.
all groomed a
Wait a
kid?
minute.
Like you've all like accidentally fell into grooming?
I think Gigi's gonna hit on the point that I just had watching all that.
Spocker has been in your shoes. I mean, Peaches himself. Like, are you aligning yourself with pedophiles here, Jar? Like, actually, what you've been accused of? Or are you forgetting that Spocker was the one, or am I even remembering that right? Spocker was the one with the fucking thumb drive?
I don't
so
know.
Hard because it's all groomy shit. Like there's like never like
Spocker was the one with the fucking T-Rex head and whatnot, right? Or the Velociraptor head.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, to that point, hold on here.
I know. Trust me. I've been in your shoes.
Why does he associate himself with the Brave Little Toaster, aka the most fucked up movie of the 90s?
Because that was one of the pictures someone used for their screen name.
But he's like, he says he's using this as the representation for him. The toaster nearly dies several times. The blanket nearly dies several times. The lamp nearly dies several times. The fucking vacuum nearly chokes to death.
Okay, maybe
it was dramatic.
Maybe it has a different meaning. Like, he identifies with the toaster because it nearly dies because he wants to go into the bathtub with one of them.
Oh, maybe.
And you know what? I think we figured out why Marshall Mathers hates microwaves. I think we figured it out.
But like the rest of these make sense for me. Like
Peaches, in your shoes. Spocker has been
in Spocker with the
in your shoes. The only thing I'm going to tell you is this: once you're out of this situation, don't fuck up again. Like don't fuck up.
Yeah, don't groom a third time. Don't groom a third time. 3 is too far.
Hold up. Do you think he's speaking there with Spocker and thinking of Ponder Sprocket?
I don't know. I don't know the ACC enough as far as like the old lore because there's just too many of them.
Because I swear to God, Spocker was the one with the thumbnail drive full of like 14-year-olds nudes that he saved.
I was gonna
say
Ponder has not been in anything that I know of as far as like allegations like this.
Let me look up Spocker drama.
Yeah, because like I don't think Leo would work with Ponder if that would be the case.
Yeah.
Up like Spocker and Peaches did. Like, here's the thing. When it comes to the Spocker situation, the dude got canceled for being a pussy. Like, if I was in that same situation as him, I would have been like, oh yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
What?
Okay. Yeah, it is the one I'm thinking of. The thumbnail or the thumb drive.
Okay.
Wait, Synnibear even made a video on Spocker.
Wait. So he got canceled for being a pussy, not the fact that he had a thumb drive filled with child porn.
Yeah, the fact that he admitted to it like several times.
Like,
and said he would destroy it and then said he didn't.
Jar, that's not how that works. Like, that's not being a pussy, that's being canceled for, like, legitimately being predatory. Like, that's actually, like, you know, I'm not, like, one of these cancel culture people, but, like, that's one of the few cases where I'm like, yeah, no! They got that right! Like, yeah, no! Like...
He needs to be reflashed at this point.
I stumbled upon
He
it.
needs to be reformatted. They just need to reformat his disk drive, maybe partition the brain onto its own little place, so that way we know that it can't, do something on it. Maybe we'll put a VMware in front of it, so that way, like, if it gets a virus.
Yeah, it was Spoctor Tech. I'm actually thinking of the right one. What the fuck are you talking about, Jar? He got canceled for just being a pussy?
And Ellington brings up another point that, like, yeah, I've heard about. It was allegedly Jar sexually harassing Ponder. But, like, I can't confirm that. I'm not digging into Jar at this moment. We're just laughing at Jar's stupidity when it comes to this whole Synnibear situation. But, yeah, the ludicrous... It's so ludicrous to sit there and say, don't mess up a third time. Don't do it 3 times. 3 times is too far for me.
3 times is a pattern.
I can't white knife for you at the 3rd time.
Looked through all the multiple folders I had on it, saw the 13-year-old nudes, freaked out, ripped it out, stomped on it, and flushed it down my toilet. I'm not a predator. I just held onto those nudes and deep within folders, and that's what happened to me. Oh well, guess I'll
Okay, hold up. That's a criminal act, regardless.
Yes.
But yeah, how does he equivalate to, like, that and then just being a pussy?
I don't know.
Like, you literally had a thumb drive full of CSAM.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not being a pussy, Jar. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
I think he's remembering the meme of the entire Lio Hopeless Peaches call with Spoctor.
Maybe. I don't know.
Because, I mean...
I can't justify
here's the
any
Synnibear
of that
video. I'm just going to put these in our group chat.
Okay.
There's something definitely wrong with this robot's programming, though. Like, like we need a factory reset and send it back to Skynet. Like,
here's Jar's video. I wonder if he has like a contradiction in here.
Yeah, look for Spoctor, you stupid pussy. Yeah, so now they're justifying this, and so what the fuck? Oh. I can't open it right now. I'm just gonna keep playing.
Like I normally did, but instead he was like,
Yeah,
no, I'm gonna run away and make people think I'm a predator, like fucking idiot.
I remember people, like, getting really upset with me when I tried giving, like, Spoctor the benefit of the doubt in my video, where I was just like, maybe he just forgot about it, and then people were, like, calling me a dick writer.
So they're both...
No, he put it... Oh, for fuck's sake. He had it on a thumb drive. Why would you put it on a thumb drive unless if you were passing it around or for safekeeping?
Yeah. Like, off of your main disk drive. Hit it.
Like, what the fuck?
Well, you are that. Let's be honest here. I've seen how much you coom.
Rude, but anyway.
Come on, you're a coomer. You're like a super coomer. Like I've seen some of the stuff you've drawn.
Don't remind me of what everyone's seen. Fuck. Alright.
But I'm gonna give you some advice, okay?
That was such an awkward flirt in the middle of this interview where you're supposed to be going at Synny for like this grooming situation where her sexuality was what led to this. Like her being extremely overtly sexual.
Yeah, that actually works, Ellington. Apparently Kumo also means cloud or ceiling, as in Kumo's going to be hanging from one while crying like a cloud of
or he's already hit the ceiling and he's going as high as he can.
No, he's just gonna be hanging from it while crying tears like a cloud does rain.
Oh man, I don't know how this call carries on still.
No.
You don't want any advice?
Okay, fine.
Okay, number one, you're going to have to take the L on the way you were talking to the 14-year-old, but you have to make it clear.
Oh, no, definitely.
Yeah, you're going to have to do that. There's no... Like, listen, I had a 14-year-old like, hey, I want to make you... I'm a big fan of you, and I want to make you happy. And I was like, no, I know where this is going. This is a fucking honeypot situation. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like...
in my
video, right?
I think so.
Okay, when I said adults talk inappropriately around minors all the time, people really took that the wrong way. But, like, I defended myself on my second channel in my Vincent Skullman video. I was like... My dad showed me RoboCop when I was a kid, and that movie had boobies in it. Like, inappropriate things can happen. The kids are...
His justification for shit is just so fucking weird. It really fucking is.
Like, people talk inappropriate in front of their kids all the time. Yeah, I say the word fuck in front of my kids sometimes by accident. But, like, there's a difference between that and, like, you know, what Cinny was doing. Like,
Yes, that's like the key fucking thing here. Like, we're so off track. I forgot how derailed the second half of this call is. I think since we've got the context, we've got the questions out of the way. Are you guys okay?
We don't need the second part.
Yeah, are you guys okay moving forward to
yeah, I've heard this call 3 times, so like
just listening to Jar and how fucking stupid he is putting me on the fucking fritz.
Well, we're about to see him concede completely.
Yeah, he gets knelt hard. I don't know if you've seen this part yet, but
oh, I forgot I opened that twice. Okay, so we are here. All right, so in all of this, so Jar reaches out with this video coming out to Chud Logic. It says, Chud, good buddy, good bro. Will you take this video, since you've covered the Synnibear situation, and look at this video for me? And, you know, kind of go over it and do it on stream. And so Chud does just that and tears it apart just about as bad as we did. And at
worse, I would say.
Yeah. And at the end of this, you know, Jar volunteers to call in to kind of take his lashings, as he's going to say, for this. So I need to pull up my docket because we only need a portion of this.
The funny thing too is like Patrick was like, "Can you timestamp this for me?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's the whole thing." like the entire thing is just just chain kneeling. Like, what about this? Yeah, I concede. What about this? Yeah, I concede. It's like there's nothing to timestamp because the entire clip is just constant backtracking, like constant. Like outside of a little banter, it's insane. Like, he doesn't stand by anything in his video at all.
So we're going to watch a little over half of this. And for this, I've got it noted. We can at least do this. If we want to go even a little faster, we can.
So, first of all, let's...
You think it was a solid video, but the problem is...
And for whatever fucking reason, we jumped.
What? Why does it do that?
I don't fucking know why it does that. These are all timestamped. Victim, I'm trying to find my timestamp. Start at 2:14.
Okay, let me ask you some questions, okay?
Sure.
Right. So, first of all, let's get down to the brass tacks of this. Let's get down to the kind of chronology of this. Your video, first of all, okay? So, you have got a big issue with it being called grooming, but you accept, from in your own words, it's inappropriate, right?
Yeah, like, totally inappropriate. Like, she should not have been doing that. I never said it was okay for her to do that once.
Okay, well, I would put to you that the behavior exhibited here goes beyond being inappropriate and is so egregious as to not really warrant this, you know, semantic debate over whether or not it's grooming. This person was engaging in extended sexual conversations, talking about their fetishes, and sending them not safe for work fetish art, knowingly, when they were 14, and the person was 20, and Synnibear's 20.
And so that's even more in-depth than we went over, because when all this stuff came out, you actually had the logs and stuff with it that you could review, and Chud did do that. And so he's got a little more in-depth knowledge. Since then, again, you know, several of these videos have gone down, so I've had to find re-uploads and everything else, but this is actually coming from Chud's stream, so this is actually one of the new VODs that he put out recently. But in the timeline, we've now covered like roughly a month and a half's worth of time to get to this point. From the very first video that Synnibear has put out to this point, we're roughly 5 weeks, somewhere in and around there. So Chud remembers this, and he's recalling this, and he knows exactly what was said because he reviewed the logs and everything on his stream. And now he knows exactly what Jar is trying to retort here, and Jar is doing a horrible job. Because, I mean, like I said, even with what we've seen with his, which is without the logs, you can see it's bad. Like, I didn't even go through the whole document and everything else.
Like, that's a bit more than inappropriate and could easily constitute grooming by some people's definitions, no?
We'll define grooming.
I mean, grooming takes many forms, but fundamentally it is engaging in behavior with someone in order to prepare them for a certain act, as a very broad definition. People are groomed to the cults. There's forms of grooming that are like, you know, being groomed for a position at a job, which is more acceptable and obviously not any sort of negative.
And so he's going along with the terminology that you were kind of stating, GG. And so he's taking the broad sense here, and then he's going to refine it down to what he's talking about with the sexualized thing.
Implications.
So Cinny was looking to get this person in their cult or hire them?
Okay, what sort of retarded point is that? I'm giving you a general definition of grooming.
Oh, he just lays into him. It's like, what is wrong with your programming, Mr. Robot?
Again, for these kinds of terms, there's the reason, and then there are the actions taken.
Yes. Yes, and I mean,
What he
obviously
doesn't understand is that the actions taken are the definite. The reason could be anything.
Yes. Yeah, you could sit there and justify, you know, even like Jim was saying at the beginning, okay, because they were abused, maybe they're messed up, and so their perception of things is not totally aligned and everything else. But either way, this happened. They did this, whether they want to agree with it or not.
Yeah, and that's not me defending Cinny or the action. That's me literally just trying to like come up with an explanation of maybe why she thought this was okay.
A rationalization of it, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Before anyone's trying to, you know, I'm not Jar. I have standards.
No, you'll listen to me, okay? Because I've got a lot to fucking get through with you. I know more than you realise, okay? Now, here's the thing. What I'm trying to get across to you is that grooming can take many forms, okay? If you want to argue the toss with this about whether or not it's grooming,
we got
that's
good
fine. You
cop
can do
and
that.
RoboCop.
But you have said it's...
Yeah, but this isn't Murphy. This is his brother Smurfy.
Smurfy.
No, it'd be Jarfy.
Inappropriate. I'm saying it's way more inappropriate than what you're claiming, and you should be using much stronger language with which to decry it, and it makes the grooming discussion irrelevant. What does it matter whether or not it's grooming when this person was knowingly sending porn, by your own fucking description, to someone that was 14 when they were 20?
Mind if I go ahead?
Sure.
All right.
So right there, I'm in total agreement, and it's funny because you even have Kumo on the other end of this trying to recontextualize stuff and say, well, it wasn't amazingly awful until they read it aloud. Like all of these are bad. Like any individual point of this on its own would also still be bad and still probably qualify as grooming. Like
right?
Like not amazingly bad until they read it out loud.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's his actual justification for this when we get to the fucking the actual
what changed my opinion on it was like the explanation of like, no, that was a self-insert for the 14-year-old's OC. That is a fundamentally different, you know what I mean, a different change, I guess you could say.
I swear to God, it's like it's not bad until they read it aloud. It's like
yeah. So
you've been in commentary, Kumo.
Yeah, so
what the fuck?
He sat there and tried to write it off that it wasn't bad that they got sent the porn. It wasn't bad that they were talking about stuff like this. It wasn't bad that Senny had them read it. But it was really bad when they read it aloud. Because it showed intent. Because in his justification, that meant that Senny was getting off to them reading it. And their reaction to it. It's like, no.
But that's not
all of it
even... That's not even the standard, right? What did it for me is when Gigi was like, no, that was actually the OC, the Avatar. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Well, then that's a different story because then that's like legitimately inserting the minor into it. That's what changed my mind.
Insertion of them into it.
Yes. Yeah, that's what changed my mind. It wasn't like the fact that like, oh, they read it out loud. Well, that's a bridge too far.
I'm trying to remember that one
saying...
one fucking pedophile that got exposed for like making sexualized art depicting them and a minor as cat girls. It's basically the same situation. They took their avatars and then just turned it into porn. It's the same exact thing,
and that wasn't specific enough for me.
Like I don't know. It's like I remember Jim covering it. Like this is an old drama pedophile, like from 2016 era.
Okay.
Funny enough, they were in the art community, like at the very beginning.
Oh my God!
I know who you're talking about now.
You do?
Yeah. Fuck. Because it was on one of the. It was on one of those. It was part of his DeviantArt series.
Yes, the DeviantArt shit. Because that was part of the.
While you guys recall that, I'm going to keep going.
All right. Let me think here for a second.
I would advise doing so.
All right. What I'm trying to get at is when I hear the word grooming, like what everybody hears when I hear the word grooming is they think trying to get with the child, all this other stuff. I hate this term like dog grooming, all this other shit. Oh, it's grooming into a position of power, into a cult. It's just when people hear the word grooming, they immediately think of child grooming. And well, I think what she did was incredibly.
When you're accusing somebody of grooming, that's where your brain goes. Not necessarily when you hear the term grooming. Like, I think Jar's got a disassociation, and he just, every time he hears the word grooming, he's irrationally angry because it's like, no, that has nothing to do with children. That's a dog or some shit. Like,
right? Well, it just shows like how artsy brained he is.
Yes.
That like that grooming actually meant something completely different for the longest time. Like it was like a form of self-care, right? Like
that's just like, you know, a majority of the normal world has no understanding or knows the term lolly. I'm sorry.
Like,
the vast majority of the world that is normal has not come across that term.
Unfortunately, we have.
Like, this is how fucking dumb Jar is. Like, if that's the case, then a dog licking its balls is no different than, like, a pedophile doing the same thing to a child.
Yes, well, that's his rationalization in his mind, yes.
It's basically the dog masturbating, then.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then, like, that would make Jar a furry.
Which we cover furries here. And if you're
he's not a furry. He's not a furry. He's a body.
Well, he's a robo furry. He's the worst kind.
He's a titty.
A body.
He's a titty.
You know, body.
God, I bet he's into FNAF.
No, wait, he's a Wally.
Oh,
Wally.
Disturbing. I just don't think it's grooming, and maybe I'm being a little bit autistic.
Okay, but you didn't say. Wait a second. You didn't say on your video it was disturbing.
No.
You said it was inappropriate.
The other side. The inverse would be being autistic, like knowing it down to the fucking letter and repeating it constantly and being in agreement that Synnibear is a pedophile. No, you're doing the opposite. You're being dismissive.
Yes. Yeah.
You're being obtuse.
You use lots of language.
You're basically being disassociative.
The severity of what happened.
I didn't know what other words to use aside from inappropriate.
Okay, but you understand, inappropriate has also got an implication of quite a minor faux pas or a minor form of misconduct. And I'm saying this is way more egregious than that. A much stronger language is required. And not only are you not using that language, you're also trying to fucking lawyer about the meaning of the word grooming. And I'm saying it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter whether or not it's grooming. This behavior is so egregious that all you do when you talk about and argue about whether or not it's grooming is you give the implication that you're defending this person. Even if...
You know, this all makes me want to know what his point of view and his perspective is on, I doubt it's even like crossed his radar, but the whole, doc situation. Like, because that was just inappropriate conversations by his own admission with a minor. Does Jar not consider that then grooming or possibly predation on a child? Because, like, everybody else sees it that way. And if Jar doesn't see it that way, Jar needs to stop trying to cover this stuff.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, he'd probably, well, maybe how should I word this? With the definition of the term doxing, it has the phrase malicious intent. Maybe when he thinks of predators, he's thinking malicious intent as well.
Maybe.
Therefore, when this shit happens, it isn't predatory because it's like, oops, pedophilia.
I get where you're coming from. It's just he's still way off base.
Like, he literally has to think that a pedophile has to be like this evil person, like the mustache twirling villain in Disney films.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Like, it has to be that blatantly obvious to call someone a pedophile. It's like, little child, you know.
Well, and you know, it doesn't help any in this situation where you have Cinny by her own admission or via Kumo sitting there and like basically recanting what they said and going off of kind of that same level of standard. By sitting there and saying, well, I wasn't grooming because I wasn't black and white doing this. I didn't black and white do this. So, like, it's kind of falls under the same concept.
Well, the thing he's trying to argue is intent, not actions. Like, the action's already done. Now he's just bambying about what the intent was.
Yeah.
That's why I focused in on like the malicious phrasing in doxing if we're doing this comparison, because that's how he's behaving with this.
Yeah, and
is that he
I'm
doesn't
just saying
see
that
malicious intent.
I'm saying that Cinny also conflates this with the recantation because like it makes it so much harder for somebody who I'm trying to give some charity and some benefit of the doubt to with Jar to like interpret this stuff because I'm hoping he's just autistic. And that's to blame here. Like his
Well, I mean, he
perceived-
is autistic because I mean, most autistic people, like severely autistic, kind of like Christian levels,
yeah.
don't understand malicious intent. Like, just take the fucking Pickleman event as an example. Like, he
True.
really thought he was meeting a girl and going on a date, and it wasn't a complete and utter fucking setup for a guy to come in a pickle suit to sweep her off her feet in front of him just to fuck with him.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god. So what you're saying is, in an alternate universe, Chris Chan went robot and not Sonic Joe?
Yeah. He went Transformers.
Oh god.
Hold on. while we're here, we're at a good stopping point. GG. Side chat.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the top, the next video. So I don't have to actually share the docket. I knew you'd like that title.
And if you claim that you're not,
I 100% get that. I really should have looked through my video more, and I don't want people to come away from my video thinking Cinny did nothing wrong. I just want them to think, hey, I don't think this was as egregious as I was led to believe. Because
this is the problem you've got. People are not just coming away thinking Cinny did nothing wrong necessarily. They're thinking just a robot is a totally deranged freak for defending this individual. Does that not bother you? Does that not upset you?
No, absolutely. Absolutely, that does. Like, that's why I got such cold feet about this, and why I'm glad I looked through your video. That's why I reached out to you.
Right, okay.
He does this whole thing now where he's gonna start like this kind of pseudo glazing of fucking Chud. Like this, I respect your opinion. I looked up to you. That's why I sent you this video and everything else. Ultimately, he ends up removing the video because of this discussion, which is why I included it. He actually pulls it down at the end of this discussion and says, I've unlisted the video. Like, he capitulates that much, but like, it's just a matter of fact that like, it's kind of funny that like, he's trying to slowly glaze this up and Chud catches on to it and calls him out on that too.
So you wanted feedback primarily is why you reached out to me. Is that right?
Yeah, because like, I think this might be my just stop situation. Like when, remember his clearing the air video with the Ellis Mark stuff, and
okay.
So, never been more
okay,
confident
right. Stop yabbing. I've got another point to make here. You yourself in your video, you say that Cinny has engaged in behavior that groomers engaged in. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Cinny is engaging in behavior that groomers are engaging in, is it not reasonable that people would look at that behavior and conclude that it's grooming?
No, it is.
Right. So you're saying it's reasonable for people to conclude it's grooming. Okay. So why are you so bothered about people calling it grooming when you yourself are saying Cinny is engaged in that behavior? That's absurd.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's grooming. I'm just saying if people come to the conclusion that it's grooming, that's fine. I should have made that clear in my video. I got to that part in your video, I listened to it, and I...
Go for it.
This is the thing. To compare it to another situation, I'm trying to remember which one it was I was going to reference here. The whole idea I'm trying to put across here is that what Jar is trying to argue is that Cinny is not a pedophile, even though they committed pedophile acts.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, but it's like...
And I think that he's maybe going off of the arguments of like, they themselves were so abused that maybe they don't understand. I think that might have been where he was trying to go with this. But like, he's just being disingenuous to the stuff that's out there.
Yeah, he's being disingenuous. It's basically like what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse, in a sense, because everyone was accusing him of going out there wanting to kill people that night when he was just defending himself.
Well,
and he ended up having to defend himself lethally against 2 people. Well, 3, but 1 survived.
Well, if that was...
Does that make him a murderer, even though he killed those 2 people?
If that's his argument, though, that's a bad way to do it, because he didn't set any standard that Cinny was abused, and didn't give a pattern of like explanation for his behavior.
Because
like, you know what I mean? Like, so like I don't buy. He's so bad.
He's arguing specifically off the acts are bad, but not the intent.
Yeah, and
Like,
I don't know if he's bad at the whole fact that like he's thinking everybody either already knows this information. Like it would be to extrapolate on your example there. It would be like knowing the fact that no, Kyle Rittenhouse was not out there to commit murder, versus like having to build the narrative of no, he wasn't out there for this reason, or no, Senny wasn't grooming for these reasons. Like that's the thing that I think is lost on him. And I don't know whether it's he disingenuously didn't explain that stuff, or he assumed that the audience was of the same assumption as him.
Like, I mean, I know it's Hollywood, but if Kyle Rittenhouse was out there to kill people that night, like he had 1,000 other chances to take pot shots. Like, remember the burning dumpster he was rushing to with the fucking fire extinguisher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it got put out. Like that was supposed to be rammed into the fucking the pumps at the gas station so it'll ignite and blow up. Like he could have just taken pot shots at the fucking thing itself and possibly gotten some fumes to ignite, therefore detonating the entire area, killing a lot of people. If he was out there to do that night, he had a plausible way of doing it.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be rushing to put the fire out. He wouldn't be doing any of the other shit.
He could have just
However,
stayed on top of a building and sniped.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
Or
he's not going to
far
get any
enough away.
return fire.
Yeah, far
I
enough
mean,
away position. Yeah.
But the whole thing is like what Jar is doing is arguing just like those fucking idiots who were going at Kyle Rittenhouse, coming up with like, oh, he was out to do bad and he wasn't doing any good. But for the inverse for Cindy, it's like, oh, it was an accident. She didn't mean to actually be doing these pedophile acts, but they happened because she felt comfortable with this person, blah, blah, blah. It's the same kind of illogical thinking.
Yeah, it really is. Like I said, I just don't know if it's because them going off the interpretation of like they thought that Jar thought that everybody else assumed the same thing that they did. I'm trying to be generous in my interpretations, but honestly, either way, Jar fucked this up.
well, yeah, because even if you want to say that, like, Cinny's not a groomer, like, you know, that Cinny didn't have the express intent to go out and prepare this 14-year-old to have sexual intercourse with her, it is still egregiously inappropriate.
Yeah, no matter what. All right, let's keep going.
And here's the thing, it's like Cindy was so comfortable explaining her kinks, like she's had to have a lot of practice, or she's just as open as the 14-year-old.
Yeah, and I
wanting
just
to share everything.
I don't know.
Like she's a ditzy fucking idiot like you are, Jar. But again, compared to you and you're trying to align yourself with Synnibear, I don't want to say that you're a pedophile.
Well, that's where I wish that, like, if he was taking the argument that I was saying, that he needed to put more into the psychology of why she thought it was okay then. Of, like, you know, she was groomed, she was a victim
Dr. Kumo already ruled that out.
Yeah, well, Dr. Kumo also thinks he's smart. We see how well that went. You know what I'm like? Dr. Kumo is... I have 2 cases on my table of a doctor that's more qualified, and his name is Mr. Pepper. Okay? So you know, Dr. Pepper is more, you know...
Well, look, at least Dr. Pepper can treat stomach aches.
It does. Or if you're like me, you drink so much of it, you get stomach aches. So it depends. You know, like, you know.
All right. Yeah, let's keep going.
I was like, yeah, you know what? I gotta take the fucking L on that. I was fucking stupid. Like, honestly...
Do you think you have been critical enough of Synnibear's actions in your video?
Absolutely not. I will take the L on that 100%.
Okay. So, you accept that you weren't critical enough, and you accept that it's reasonable that other people say that it's grooming. The entire premise of your video is destroyed.
Well, the premise of my video is that, well, I think it's reasonable for people to think that Cinny groomed someone.
But you didn't say that really in the video, did you? You didn't make that clear.
Absolutely. No, I did not, and I will take the L on that.
Well, it's not taking the L. The complete concept of your video is undermined in 2 fucking concessions you've made.
Yep.
Okay. I think you're misunderstanding what my point is.
Okay,
I should
go ahead and make your point.
My point is I should have brought up. I can understand why people think this is grooming. That's why I'm taking the L on. What I'm not taking the L on is thinking that
This
I
whole
don't believe
stream
this is
should
grooming.
have been just labeled as the concession stand.
Oh yeah. I mean, he concedes, and it gets worse as it goes along.
Well, that's
Because
what I said. Like, it's hard to timestamp because Patrick's like, timestamp it. Every time he concedes, I'm like, well, that's the whole thing.
I
Like,
ultimately
there's no
stopped
place
at 33 minutes because it starts to loop. And I mean, we kind of get to a point where once Chud picks up on the glazing, I think it kind of more loops then, and then it's just a matter of Jar is just trying to capitulate just to make Chud stop coming at him. I think that's honestly what's going on here. Like, we get to that point. Right now, he's still putting up a fight. Eventually, Chud's going to just rub his nose in his own shit to the point that, like, he's just going to totally roll over and go belly up.
Bad Neopat, bad.
I don't think it was grooming because, sure, it could have started off that way, but it never led to anything. And I'm like, there was no nudes exchanged, all this other stuff.
No. Hold on. There is no it coulda. It happened. It happened that way. It didn't start off that way. It ended that way too. It's like one giant thing. Like, if she was becoming wishy-washy on whether or not to groom this child, why did it go on for so long? She got what she wanted out of it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Do you think that grooming has to lead to a certain conclusion for it to be classified as grooming?
That's a good question.
Satisfaction? If we're talking
And
about
also-
pedophiles here.
Yeah, satisfaction and gratification of some sort, yeah.
Here's the thing. We don't need to argue the toss about whether or not it's grooming, right? Because creator to creator, what I'm saying to you as well, is why are you taking your channel that you've built, and why are you attaching it so closely to someone who's done such egregious acts to issue any defense? You don't have to say it's grooming necessarily, but through the entire video, you make endless efforts to downplay Synnibear's actions. You talk about how, oh, they only sent softcore porn, and oh, the porn was censored, right? You say that if people are sharing it publicly, well, they're basically doing the same thing that Synnibear is doing by sending that privately to a minor. The whole video is downplaying their actions. Please go on.
Can I respond to
yes, please.
You can tell he's starting to get slowly defeated right here. I mean,
Yeah.
Chud goes at him hard. This is some of the hardest I've seen Chud go at somebody consistently, and like I think it's just because every time Robot acts like he's like gonna capitulate actually, and like actually just say, yeah, no, I should have done this wholly different, or no, they are a groomer and everything. He starts with the justifications again of why he did it the way he did it. And I think that really irked Chud in this whole thing hard.
Please do, sure.
Okay. Thank you. So first with the whole document thing, like people sending it to, like they're saying what she put, the screenshots they showed in the doc was her sending porn, and then they linked that doc themselves. I'm like, if you think this is porn, you shouldn't be linking it. I don't link porn under my videos. I don't believe you do either. That's what I'm getting at. And by the legal definition, this is not porn. Her character doing a sexy pose is not porn.
So he's trying to sit here and say that because you're linking it, because you're showing the docs where this is being reported in, and showing the evidence, I hate using words like that, but showing the evidence that, like, you by ipso facto are also committing the crime.
You know, that fucking bullshit is like, oh, the dumbing down of what was sent to the minor. Oh, she's doing a sexy pose, and it's like, it wasn't just the sexy pose shit. It was also making fucking pornography of her character and the kid's character. Like the whole shoving, the person's face in her ass, the kid's face in her ass, like that's
yeah.
I just can't. It's so fucking dumb. Jar.
Oh yeah, this is an absolutely stupid fucking retort.
It fucking mind breaks you. Like
yeah.
Like Jar, look.
If this is the case, why
did
you in none of your videos then you've ever provided any evidence of anything you've gone either at for people that have done stuff? So like if we watch the Sprocket video, you're not going to show any of the proof in that. You're not going to talk about the proof. You maybe not looked at the proof. So every video you've done is baseless. Is either that's your retort here, which in that case you're basically just ruined your whole channel. Or you're just being stupid disingenuous for the fact that you're getting mobbed.
Look, I don't know how we should deal with Jar here. I don't know if we should put him in like the machine that just presses metal, or just put him into a vat of molten metal. I mean, pick whichever Terminator ending you want at this point.
Didn't he survive the crush?
No,
No, the hand did, and the hand
the
is
hand
then what
did
they used to make them.
to make Skynet.
Yeah.
The lava. We don't need Skynet.
Yeah, the T1 is it the T2000, the liquid shapeshifter one?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Just go into the molten lava jar.
Do you think a character tied up to a post in a bondage-like fashion, do you think that is porn?
Suggestive and softcore porn, yes. It's just maybe it's because
it's porn then.
Yeah,
It's porn. It doesn't matter what the qualifier is. Softcore porn is still porn.
It doesn't matter what core it is.
Yeah.
Like
You
soft,
said the
hard,
word.
mid. like
by saying the word,
it's like
you're
no,
admitting to the thing.
It's like, oh, it's candy. No, it's rock candy. It's rocks.
It's not, right? It's not candy. It's just chocolate candy.
Yeah.
But isn't that the same thing?
Yes.
Well,
the
one is
same
fruity, the other is
classification.
chocolatey.
His justification.
It's the umbrella.
Is just
yeah,
crazy.
it's like porn is the umbrella term. Everything else is the descriptor. Softcore, hardcore,
Yes.
whatever.
I'm not saying it's hardcore. I'm not saying it's the most hardcore material going. But definitionally, it is porn. Synnibear sent porn at 20 years old to someone that's 14.
Yeah, maybe it's brain rot from anime I've watched. It's just I see this stuff in anime all the time. So
Brain rot from
He
anime.
does not want to take responsibility for anything.
Again,
Jar, thank you, Jar. Thank you for saying that because that's basically why I say it's a gateway.
Again, I've watched
made my
anime.
point.
I've watched anime my whole life, and I have committed absolutely zero sex crimes. Like,
Well, that's the thing.
Like, surprise! Like,
well, that's the thing. It's like they don't do straight up bondage unless if it's like a fucking gag, and even then, it's like, why even?
I don't know why he just won't take responsibility. Like, he literally does this, and this is why I think Chud, like, really gets into it, is he sits there and he takes, like, that inch of, like, well, I'll take the L on that. And then backtracks it with all shit like this and stupid reasoning and stupid logic.
I saw this as a kid. Maybe I'm just being old-fashioned the way I'm thinking. Maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know. It's just...
Well, the old-fashioned take is don't send porn to a 14-year-old when you're
Old-fashioned
20.
and stupid are not one and the same.
Well, no, Chud nails it here. He's like, the old-fashioned way is to just not fucking do this.
The old-fashioned way is to take Cinny out behind the barn.
Yeah, just don't.
No?
Yeah, but when I hear people say send porn, what I was thinking was, like, when I first heard about this drama, people were making it sound like she was sending, like, dick pics to this minor, and when I think it's just when I heard about this, the bar was just set so high, and I thought this was...
Pic? She does not
Yeah,
have
how?
a dick to pick.
Like, wait a minute. Hold on. But maybe it was like a dick from Google, just kind of like the Natty Forsyth situation.
I mean, maybe. I mean, it's one thing. She might hole scroll, but, like, you know... But she's not dick picking, like...
I need you to elaborate on this term.
Something I just came up with.
Well, great.
I
You have
just
the
came up
freedom
with
to
it
define
because-
it now.
Well,
Old scroll.
you know, well, I mean, if you think about it, dick pic, it rhymes, right? Hole scroll, that rhymes, and it's a phone term. That's as deep as I went for the joke. Hole scroll, like
Oh my god.
is what people were mad about.
Okay, but something cannot be as bad as people are presenting it and still be bad.
Oh yeah, it's bad. I agree with you there. I said in my video, I don't know why she did this.
Yeah, I don't know why she did this. And you're completely dismissing in your video, you know, the idea that it could be anything except them just being essentially a gooner. And I'm saying that...
Like, seriously. The way how Chud said is like, they could be saying something and they could say it's bad. You know, like what he said. How did he say that? Jar's frying my fucking brain here.
No problem. Do you want me to just go back? I hit back anyway.
Yeah.
Dismissing in your video, you know, the idea that it could be anything except them just being essentially a gooner. And I'm saying that there is behavior exhibited here that could be indicative of grooming. And even if you don't want to accept that, it's still completely unacceptable behavior, and it's indicative of an impulse control problem.
Enough?
Exactly. the impulse control here, like the way how you phrase it is like, you know, someone could be saying something that's bad and make it out to be worse, I guess is what he's saying.
Yes.
Or make it out to be less
Yeah.
in Jar's situation. It's kind of like when Donald Trump got shot. in the assassination attempt. It's like the people are trying to make it like, oh, it's nothing. He just got shot in the ear, but he still got shot.
Yes.
The implications is that we're living in a failed state where someone wants to fucking murk a presidential candidate because they can't win at the ballot box.
Yeah.
And they can just walk in and do that.
Yeah. Like, the implications are the issue here, Jar. You're dismissing them as if it's just like, oh, people are hysterical.
Yeah.
You know, I've discovered something about Jar.
Oh, I thought it was the whole scroll.
No. But I'm glad you like that term. I'm hoping it catches on. And then we can get royalty.
I gotta
from
ask,
it.
is that in relation to a rotary phone?
That is pretty good. But Patrick, you've played Portal 2, right?
You know, every time I've tried to play it, it was on PCs that crashed. So technically, no.
Oh my god. Gigi, have you played Portal 2?
I've never played any of the Portal games.
God damn it. So when I say Jar is Wheatley, neither of you get it.
Oh no, I know the
who
character.
you're talking about.
Wheatley.
Yeah. So since you haven't played the game, Wheatley it turns out GLaDOS was so smart, they had to attach a core that's just stupid to her. Jar is this community's artificial intelligence dampening sphere. Like, because that's what Wheatley was. He was called the artificial intelligence dampening sphere because GLaDOS was too smart. That's what Jar is. They just stuck Wheatley in a body and just sent him on out to the art community, and he met Leo.
So is Leo GLaDOS?
No, I think Leo is Cave Johnson. You know, the crazy white guy that just, talking about moon rocks and pedophiles.
Okay, so who's GLaDOS in this comparison?
The art community.
I would have to say, I hate to say it, but I think Peaches. I think Peaches is actually GLaDOS. Because, like...
Peaches is GLaDOS.
Because, like, Peaches did get killed. Peaches died. I don't know. Peaches is manipulative, so is GLaDOS. It's tracking here, same as the Mewtwo eugenics thing.
Back to that.
Dots are being connected here, gentlemen.
Engaging in a sexual conversation with a minor.
Oh, I forgot that I don't even have captions on. Shit. Sorry, people.
Yeah, that is a big problem. I told her, don't ever do this again, but I can see that it's happened so many times.
It's all very well what you said to them, but in your video, the entire premise and the way you're presenting it is to downplay and defend.
I know, it's just I thought there were so many offensive videos out there that why can't there be one video going in the, aside from Kumo, another video going in the opposite direction? Like, we're trying to add...
Do you think there should be a video defending Jeffrey Epstein?
Wait. You seriously thought that the only justification that would work in this entire situation is the numbers game?
Yes, be opposite. Yeah. Be opposite was his winning idea.
I need to be a contrarian because reasons.
Okay, if that's the case, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people telling Jar to unalive himself. Alive yourself, ironically.
Evolve at a rapid rate, please.
Against his crimes.
It's like breathe, you fucking idiot. Your brain needs oxygen.
We can't miss this. I need to see Gigi's take on this. I have to. Like this envelops everything that we've just said about Jar.
That why can't there be one video going in the, aside from Kumo, another video going in the opposite direction? Like, we're trying to add...
Do you think there should be a video defending Jeffrey Epstein against his crimes?
Now, is there anybody in chat who doesn't know who Jeffrey Epstein is?
I love this part.
I have a bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling.
You have no idea where this is going, because I didn't. This took a right turn into a brick wall when I heard it.
Hold up. If he says anything other than everybody deserves a defense...
Oh no!
In the court of law.
No.
I want to fuck...
No, as Nicholas Diorio said, he answered the only way to get this wrong. There's only one way to answer this question wrong, and he did.
Yes. Yep. He picked option C in a 2-option question.
Jeffrey Epstein, the gay serial killer, right?
No, that's
Char. The fuck? The gay serial killer?
Confused Jeffrey Epstein with Jeffrey Dahmer.
That is by far the funniest moment out of all of this fucking drama.
This is the guy that you're hinging your defense on, Cindy. Like, let's just roll it back a second, and this is the moment you fucked up.
just one more time.
See, this is why I don't watch any of these people's content, because I kind of want to save my genuine reactions for this. Because, like, just watching them alone is just fucking boring as all hell.
Do you think there should be a video defending Jeffrey Epstein against his crimes?
Jeffrey Epstein, the gay serial killer, right?
No, that's Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Epstein is the billionaire financier who was on pretty serious charges, was a convicted pedophile, in fact, and had more charges brought forward.
No, I don't think Cindy is at that level.
Well, no, hang on a sec. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that.
It's like Cindy has her own pedophile island, but it's all art. She just
no. I don't think Cindy was that bad. Great.
I kind of want to tear out my own eyes for that shit.
So now we know Cindy is somewhere between innocent and Epstein. So she's somewhere in the middle there.
The standards have been set. We still don't know where.
Well, at least we know where we might not be at Diddy yet, but we reached Epstein.
Like, Diddy is way worse.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We've narrowed the field just a little bit.
Cindy is at that level, but you said what you said was there's a bunch of videos that are like going very critical on Synnibear. So your response is to put out a video that's positive. And I'm saying that's a flaw in your logic, because even if people are going too hard, you should look at the evidence and come to the best, most reasonable conclusion.
Jar, just make the fucking pro Epstein Island fucking video. Like, seriously, you create a fucking marketing commercial for a vacation spot for the family, all the kids at Epstein Island, Little St. James.
I unironically want Jar to make an Epstein video and have it just be about Dahmer. just you know what, it will track for having the same amount of research, honestly.
The funny thing is you'd make it about Jeffrey Epstein, but he accidentally trips and falls into Jeff Goldblum, but it's like Jeffrey Epstein was an actor who was gay and killed people. It's like you're just merging things together now.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
You just looked up the name Jeff.
You realize all Jeffs are in a hive mind, right?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The only thing that Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Dahmer have in common, is the gay shit because of the fucking Bill Clinton oil painting he had commissioned.
Wait. No, they got two things in common. They both died in prison.
Yeah, and I mean, both of them were part of Big Pedophile. Like,
what? And they were both gay to some extent. It's just.
I guess Dahmer was little pedophile, like tiny gay, like before it really became mainstream.
Look, he preferred appetizers to entrees. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, he liked.
I kind of want to do this to Jar. I'll just ask him, do you know who Michael Jackson is? Oh, yeah, the guy who chased the Indians out. That's Andrew Jackson.
Wrong Jackson.
I'm going to put a video
Same lineage, wrong name. Wrong guy.
Oh, you mean the guy that made guitars? No, that's Jackson Guitars.
Oh, you mean the guy who made King Kong? No, that's Peter Jackson.
Oh, it's okay. I've got it now. He was the painter. He was in the art community. No, No, that's Jackson Pollock.
Jackson Pollock. Char, you fucking idiot.
Or supportive of Synny. You see.
By the way, Teddy's quote is.
Oh my! Can you imagine? It's like, well, isn't that the record producer? No, that's Randy Jackson. And are you race? And now you're not beating the racist argument because all black people don't look alike, Jar. Like, is that what you're trying to say now?
Oh my god. A Teddy's fucking quote here. I gotta read it. You either die a groomer or you live long enough to see yourself become Epstein.
See that? You see what I mean?
I completely get it. That's why I did criticize her a little in my video, and I will.
Well, I mean, that doesn't really work, Teddy. I mean, he did die a groomer. I mean,
way more harder on her, and I will completely take the L on that.
Okay, right. Now, there's lots of detail to get to in the video itself, but I'm more interested in sticking to what I'm concerned with, because the second aspect of this,
the Jackson bit is biting.
With Synny. How do you think that went?
Horrible. I should have been way more journalistic about it. I was very tired when it happened. Honestly,
way more journalistic. Okay, hold on. You were already journalistic about it. You did a fluff piece. You did a disinfo campaign. The only thing that I can only assume of what you meant by journalistic, you mean Google?
And you know what about Epstein?
Synnibear03 and nothing came up, so therefore innocent.
You know what pisses me off about Epstein?
What? Everything should be it's naturally.
Well, yeah, but he had his own island and he brought children to it. Like, if I had my own island, no motherfucker's ever stepping foot on that land. Like, that is my island. Like, the fact that he bought an island and brought people to it, why don't you just stay in America then? Like, the point of owning your own island is to get away from people. You don't import children.
Well, you do if you don't want them to run away.
Teddy, I'm sorry, but my mind's been fucking broken by Jar, so I couldn't pick up on the little subtleties of your joke there.
Yeah, the intelligence dampening sphere has really started hitting us.
Yeah, hard. And we still only have 7 more hours to go.
In my video, I thought the video was solid, and I pretty much just added.
Speaking of which, I have to pee. Do you want to talk?
While
or do you want the music?
you go pee, if you like the stream, we have a Gumroad where we have all the uncensored content, including full Hitler hours. You know, the stuff that's too spicy to stay on YouTube, it's over at the Gumroad. I'm sure Patrick updated it. Please tell me you updated it, because I don't want to be shilling for something we don't have.
Everything's in the description.
Okay, yes, it is in the description. So go join, enjoy yourself, Patrick. Why aren't you peeing while I'm shilling?
Well, you didn't say anything. You just led into this bit, and then you asked me a question. Shilling again.
What? Okay, you know what? That is kind of my fault, but I'm also gonna blame you because that's what we do here. But
also, if you like our content, we have the channel Strictly Tangents, where we upload just random bits of us going off tangent, you know, from the usual stream shit. Also, like, share, and subscribe if you will.
Yes, which won't be happening tonight because we already have like 7 more hours of stream, and we don't want to actually die because it's been 3 hours already. Oh dear God, we're not even at the line. Like, we're not even at the 40% mark. Oh no.
I mean, we haven't even gotten to the guy of the hour, like fucking Kumo. We're doing all this fucking preamble work.
Right, like if this was Synny, or this is all the foreplay. Like, we're still 3 hours in. We're still giving you a little tickle.
You know, there's a joke. There's a joke about Jewish foreplay there, but we're coming up on the 4th hour at this point.
By the way, we're not explaining what happened. Patrick will find out during editing. Yeah, and that's gonna be for you to discover during editing. So it's like a little Easter egg. Well, I can tell you what, it won't get us banned from YouTube, considering the fact that we go on about Hitler. So it's like, okay. I was gonna say, on a scale of 1 to Hitler, it was about a 7. So, like, it's up there, but it's not bad.
I thought you were gonna say it was out of 1 in Hitler, it was an 88.
What is he, 1488?
You know, that's the funny thing. You want to know why the main anti-aircraft gun for World War II for the Germans was an 88 millimeter? Yes.
That's.
Yes.
I was
It was
about to say.
symbolism all the way through. It
I was
just
about to
happened to
say.
line up with the best caliber to take down the B-17s.
I was about to say that's amazing, but that would sound incredibly racist.
Because most of the other calibers are a 90 cal, a 105, and a 150. But those are artillery shells. I mean, hell, like even the 90 millimeter could be used for anti-aircraft, but it just wouldn't work as effective as an 88. That was the biggest you could go for an anti-aircraft shell.
Somewhere the 120 millimeter is like, I don't even get mentioned. Why never 120 millimeters turn?
Thank you for picking
Just,
up on
just
me
a
being
fun
muted
history fact.
before we even got
Just
into
a
the
fun
video.
history fact.
Belinda, you're awesome.
You were muted?
I was
Or we
muted.
were?
Yeah, I was. You weren't. I have a feeling I'm going to regret that.
Don't ask me, Huggy. Jim was the one who was shilling it. I don't know what Gumroad is.
Gumroad is just it's same thing that Kino Casino uses. I like it because
And
I'm able
Null
to
uses
offer
it.
Yeah, I'm able to offer a better price than I would through Patreon because I'm able to get a better percentage. Like it's not all just getting evaporated by the platform itself. So at $250, I'm able to offer a membership, which is where I'd like to be for a membership. Where in alternative on Patreon, I would get like 75 cents of that. So,
which means we all get a quarter. So like we would literally just get like, you want your gumball? Like no, just save it for a couple months and send me a pack.
Send me a stick.
by the end of the year, we'll like have like
we can buy
one
pack
stick
of
Big
zebra
Red,
gum to share,
and then split it between the 3 of us. Yeah.
And in 3 seconds, it'll all be over.
To pad out the video, I haven't seen your coverage of the call, but after watching it a few times last night, I could see, yeah, this was not smart of me how I conducted this call at all. I was way too unprofessional and friendly.
Yeah, I mean, what was your goal going into that?
Yeah,
Give me a
Mr.
second.
Robot.
I do. My goal. I
His
guess it was just to get
processes
her side
need
of
to
things.
start running.
I guess that was it.
Okay.
And also to show, I was also going to reach out to Jack, but they never got back to me. I wanted to show that, like, because I've received criticisms of, oh, Jar, you don't reach out to people before talking to them, and this was one of the first times I've done that, and I clearly didn't do it right.
Sure. I mean, you know, I don't know if this is maybe your first time doing this or what the case is there, but
No,
of course, if you're
no.
reaching out to someone to get their side of the story, it's important.
No, Jar's built a whole channel off of this. It's just his first time defending a pedophile groomer.
I think what he means like is this his first interview.
No, I don't think it is. He moderated the fucking. Well, I should use the term moderated loosely. Honestly,
He's done
that should have
interviews
been-
before.
No, that should have been a key off. Honestly, in hindsight, he moderated the conversation between Lyle Convoy and Kumo, and Crystal Flame. He hosted it, but I use moderated in the lightest sense of the term because, like, he's like, "Yes, I'm here."
Beep boop, I am here.
I mean, hell, what Jar just said there makes him no better than prison mate Luke.
Yeah, well, I don't know much about Luke other than like being wrapped up with a lot of the Creepshow art and Peaches shit, so I avoided it, honestly.
Well, the best way to describe him is he got things wrong so much he just deleted.
So there is a lot of similarity here. Okay.
Yeah, but he was
Yeah.
a flesh bag in prison, and this is a robot.
Okay.
That's why he said he's made himself out to be no better than prison mate Luke.
No, you're 100% on that. Okay.
to ask pointed, specific questions in a way that puts things to them to try and get their side of the story. And it seemed to me like you just wanted to have a chat and have a laugh and talk about other drama and present yourself as this person who's done this before and everything's going to be okay. Don't worry, Synnibear, we're going to sort this out. It was almost like listening to a defense attorney talk to their client. You understand that's like a, to me, a very big conflict of interest. If you're going to make a video about someone, it should be matter of fact business and to the point, right?
I think it was even worse than that because, like I said, there was a whole point with this, and Jar was basically answering every question he asked with a predisposed position to the point that basically by the time that Synny actually answered, it just capitulated to whatever his point was. Like, they just conceded their point to be his point because they're like, oh, well, we match. I mean, that's just human fucking nature. So they were not stuck out there on their own island to, like, actually answer any question put forth by fucking Jar.
I know, it's just, I got convinced that after looking with what I had, that Synny might have been in the right, or not in the right per se, but not a groomer, and a lot of this drama was overblown, mainly because of the Pyro stuff.
Biased.
I mean, like, Pyro asked a 15-year-old to draw him as a thicker version of himself. He gets away with it, so I'm like, wait.
Huh?
In the right. Yeah, no, that 14 totally deserved it. Yeah.
How is that okay, but this isn't? And that's what I was, like, questioning myself on.
Okay, so without going too deep into the Pyro stuff, the basic premise there, and I've got, a more critical aspect of Pyro than maybe other people do, but to fundamentally lay it out, Pyro benefited from two things. He had a big supportive audience, and also Turkey Tom made mistakes in how he approached the story, and he was heavily criticized. So what happened was people were able...
Welcome, Robot Tom.
Yeah, the mistake that the mistake he made was basically just going out and saying, that Pyro was a pedophile in that fucking Google Doc. That was a big mistake. I will agree, but don't act like it's the same here. Because the Pyro situation, you had Tommy C do a fucking Twitter video where he was like, I don't know, in some kind of fucking disco lab of his house or something, because there was a bunch of flashing lights.
Oh, his basement.
He said that, yeah, I guess. He said that Pyro wanted to fly, like, he was describing the entire situation, what he thought was going down with the whole birthday bash over in Great Britain, and trying to get the 16-year-old to fly over there just so he could fuck him.
Oh my god.
That was literally what he said. And that's actually the origin point of the Rats of Redemption horseshit with Crow and Aura. Because he believed that they were being turncoats, but it just turned out Tommy C was being a drunken idiot yet again.
Oh, man.
Because of the big audience to turn a lot of it into a joke because of the absurdity of it, and people were also able to focus on Turkey Tom's bad kind of mistake there. So I think Pyro could well have received more criticism had that not been the case. But I think there's dynamics there that don't apply here that affected how that turned out. And the other issue, I think, is you're going back to this Pyro story. Pyro has got plausible deniability that he had no idea of the age of the individual when the more sexual stuff was happening. Whereas with Synnibear knew the age from the start and asked again. So Synnibear does not have that excuse.
I've heard a lot of people bring that up, and when I look at Pyro's video, he said, I later learned...
That's the ironic thing about this, bringing up the Pyro situation. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I got dinner mints.
Oh, okay. Buttermints are good shit.
The irony in this is that Ivory at the time didn't even consider it grooming because he didn't know what it was. And Tommy was constantly like trying to ask him, like, did you feel groomed at all?
Yeah, that's kind of a silly fucking question. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, like the kid was told, like the kid was told like a bullshit definition of what grooming was to by his friends, kind of like with Kumo telling the bullshit definition of grooming to Synnibear.
Yeah.
Just in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but in reverse.
Yeah, I think that's a better correlation here. Is just that it is the opposite in reverse.
And the thing is that Pyro, just like Synny, was a hypersexualized fucking freak.
Yeah, because he had the inflation fart fetish shit, didn't he?
Yeah, he basically had two traits. He had the hypersexualized freak effect, as well as the James Charles effect, where he just didn't bother checking.
Nice.
And he's like flirting with the little kids, unknowingly. That's your entire Pyro situation.
I wonder how it must have been like for Ivory, like just sitting there and be like, this guy from New Jersey just kept asking if my hair was combed. It was like the weirdest thing. Like he was asking me if I combed my hair, like if I was well groomed. It's like, what does that have to do with this?
Learned of Ivory's age, and then, and I quote here, shouldn't have continued the furry stuff with him after that. I was like, what do you mean by the furry stuff? Because like we saw what the other furry stuff was, so like what else was said? And like I'm surprised I was the only person who was like thought that was a little sus.
Well, here's the thing, and this is the other point of difference that I feel you've really failed to see here, is to my knowledge, Pyro nor the other party released the entirety of these DMs to review. And so Pyro was able to hide behind a level of uncertainty of what was and wasn't said. And I can't speak as to what was and wasn't said. I believe the person was 16 when he found out the age, and Pyro was 19. I think they continued to have a kind of furry-esque, somewhat sexual conversation. But for me,
I think Pyro was either 19 or 20, but yeah, I get what you mean.
So the point is, there's these small differences, and when you get close to like the the age of consent thing, you end up in situations where the slimmest of differences can make all the difference, you know? And a year one way or another can turn it from something that most people would see as acceptable to being totally unacceptable. And
I know.
And I think the problem is you're relying so much on this Pyro thing when there's differences within the story itself. And I'm very critical of Pyro. I've got a video where I've spoken about how I think it got off quite lightly. But
you know, it's kind of interesting here. Like, he does not pick up at all on the whole fact of what Chud is saying to him at this point. Like, he's still like in his brain, like running Pyro logic through. And it's like, no, you got to understand that there's differences here. The difference being is that the person that you're trying to defend did release all the DMs. Pyro didn't. So there's plausible deniability. You can't have plausible deniability when everything's out in the open.
I think
Go ahead.
I think the problem here is Jar is powered by Microsoft Tay. like he just he's not comprehending these things. He sees that like, oh, age, this was the age gap, and that's all he's seeing. He's seeing nothing more than the numbers.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, fundamentally there are differences there. And the other problem is we can see all of Synnibear's logs. Exactly. We can see every single message. Did you look at the messages between Synnibear and Eno in full?
This surprised the shit out of me when he answered this.
Admittedly, no. I skimmed.
So he took an interview and made a video without even seeing the full information. Like, he went in as so half-assed, like as half-assed as you possibly could. Like, no wonder he had a skewed interview. It was going to be a skewed interview no matter what, because he had no basis to argue.
Right? Can you imagine if like you're going into court and you're like you looked over all of your, you know, all the prosecution's evidence, right? Like you have a defense planned. No, I'm gonna wing it. You're like, well, I'm fucking dead. Like, and then you look around and it's like, oh yeah, no, there's white powder on his nose. Holy shit, I hired Nick Ricada. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what it feels like, right? Like
it really does. Yeah.
Like you're talking about a situation when you have like
you have the mountains of evidence
of the facts
at your fingertips, and you just refuse to like actually go through and do something about it.
Yeah.
Through a lot. I know that makes me a very big hypocrite, because I was like, oh, people didn't look through this carefully, and I saw some people like looking through it, but like it was just like I looked through the first doc pretty carefully, but the first doc just had so much nothing, just like, oh, her character is in a sexy pose. I'm like, okay.
So let me get this straight. You had access. You knew it was available because it was in a reply. Synnibear had put the link to the full logs that was available to you. Before you made this video hardcore defending Synnibear, you didn't even go over the full logs in any way.
I was going to. I was planning to do it.
Was it the character of the 14-year-old that was in a sexy pose?
I think it was hers. Because I think,
or was it Synnibear's?
I think they're referring to the one where like her character is like bondage tied.
Yeah, I think that is.
Or the 14-year-old.
Synny's.
Okay.
Nothing, just like, oh,
it's like any pose of the character that, you know, is of the 14-year-old, like a sexy pose. Like, I mean, why would you make a 14-year-old look sexy or their character look sexy if it's a representation of them? Pose or clothes or what have you.
Yeah, whatever. You're sexualizing it no matter what.
It's just like, I looked through the first doc pretty carefully, but the first doc just had so much nothing, just like, oh, her character is in a sexy pose. I'm
also,
like, okay.
I kind of have a... Can you zoom in on Jar's fucking icon there? Is that supposed to be the fucking robot from the Pixar movie?
I don't know if I can really zoom in.
Or is that supposed
too
to be
much.
Timmy the Toaster? With like a black, with a black smiley face.
The best I can do is to here.
Enhance.
I've enhanced as much as I can. I don't have the technology.
Damn it.
But
Never mind.
I can
Damn
do
you,
this.
government budget.
I can do
We went
this.
over budget.
We're only getting 75 cents from Patreon. We can't afford much more.
I'm just, ever since we saw like that Timmy the Toaster shit, I was like, wait a minute. Or the Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah. No.
I was like,
It's
it
not
just
Brave
looks more and
Toaster.
more like it.
Yeah. I don't think it's Brave Toaster. I sent it in the side chat if you want it.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. You had access. You knew it was available because it was in a reply. Synnibear had put the link to the full logs. That was available to you. Before you made this video, hardcore defending Synnibear, you didn't even go over the full logs in any way.
I was going to. I was planning to do that. I just didn't expect Kumo to leak my video. I was planning to do, not today, yesterday. I was planning to upload the video today, but before I upload my video, I spend one day like double checking everything, doing extra research. And then he uploaded my video, and then I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
you
fuck,
did
now
extra
I-
research. You didn't read
What?
the logs in full.
So he had
What
the video
extra research?
made.
You didn't even do basic research.
Well, no,
You didn't even reach extra.
by his logic, he had the video made, the interview done, and then he was going to read the logs.
Oh, wait a minute. It's just Darth Mickey.
But like, he literally did everything backwards.
Backwards. Yeah, he made the video. It's like, well, this would be really awkward if it turns out she was a pedophile.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit. Like,
And you have editors, which I'm assuming you pay. Like, no wonder your editors love working for you. Oh God, Titty says check general. Am I
Yeah, he
afraid?
made a movie poster.
Oh Lord, am I afraid?
Explosive from just a robot.
Yeah, I guess I have to do this.
Why? You could just say that's an early draft and there's new information that you're assessing. Why do you need to put it out quickly just because Kumo's got it out?
Honestly, I was panicking.
Right, okay.
I didn't know it. I've never
I was
experienced
panicking.
that before.
Yeah, so just because Kumo applied light pressure by leaking his video, which you could be like, yeah, that was my original draft. And like, I've totally changed my video. Here you go. Instead of doing that, he's like, I gotta get the video out now. I gotta get a video out now. I gotta get the video out. And like short circuit.
you could have totally gay opt him and like let him take it and then like flagged it or some shit.
Oh, that'd have been dick.
Because
But it's not above
technically,
Kumo at this point.
well, what I'm saying though is like, if Kumo did do that, then he's literally stealing your content, and you can flag that.
Oh yeah.
That's what the system is there for. He
Yeah.
stole and re-uploaded your content before you could even put it out yourself.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one case in commentary where, surprise, this situation's insane because there's so many situations that have been done in commentary that were wrong, that in this situation it could have been done right, and it wasn't.
Before, where someone takes one of my videos, especially on a topic this serious, and uploads it without my consent. That has never happened before. So I woke up, saw it, and then like panicked to upload it as quickly as possible. Now, I'm going to be honest here. Even if he didn't upload that video, I might have still uploaded the video as it is. I might have gotten lazy and been like, I think I've done enough work already. I'll just make a follow-up later.
I think you're trying to piss on my boots and tell me it's raining. This is fucking nonsense. How on earth can you argue that you had a video, signed, sealed, delivered, ready to upload, and you may have looked at information that may have changed the entire premise of the video later? That doesn't make any sense, does it, Mr. Robot?
No, I did I did the same thing. You can ask my editor about this. I did the same thing because I had my old Synnibear video ready to go, and then I did a little bit more research. I was like, hang on, I need to change this, and I had it ready to go because I was afraid that when I reached out to Jack,
Whoever the editor is that leaked this shit, you're stupid. You could have potentially made 3 videos out of this, and you got at least 2.
Alright, and then you torched a career that's basically free money.
Yeah, like, just based off of his own thought processes here, this is stupid. All right.
Because now, what did you do now? You burned your bridge with Jar for Kumo, who's like now imploding.
All right. Fuck. I'm in a predicament. We're running very behind.
Yes.
You don't say.
So
Whoever saw this happening?
I am inclined to skip the tactical missile of the next video. Well, yeah, but in turn, we have 6 hours of that content.
Yeah, but could we? I mean, isn't the tactical Jew one of the best parts?
No, I feel like the really good and gritty stuff comes with all the stuff that's coming up. Because then we get into the Kumo section.
True. I guess we could always circle back if the other section doesn't take.
Yeah. All right, let's do that. Let's move on from this. And we're going to, if you want to see what I'm talking about, go to this video by Chud Logic. It's just a robot left trembling after leaked voice recording reveals disturbing truth. Chud posted this recently. And in this section, there's a section where Queeman comes on. Roughly about this time, stamp 9.5 minutes. If you want to see Queeman just utterly shit on Jar, it's funny. I would suggest go watching it.
Diesel also comes in and just drops an embarrassing voicemail and then leaves.
Yeah.
I mean, we pretty much destroyed Jar. We don't need to see Queeman do it.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see a lot of Queeman coming up. He is literally my whole next section. So the tactical nuke still applies, chat. Like, we're still going to get tactical. It's just, the pre-detonation.
Well, see, we're going from tactical nuke or like tactical Jew to like full on Jew bombardment. Like
we went from, oh god, I can't even like bring myself to say this.
Do it.
We went from Hela Klein to the IDF.
Damn.
So we went from. Oh wait, you said Hela Klein to the IDF.
Yes. Incrementally, it's gonna get a lot worse. Trust me, we're good. We're good skipping this, okay? Honestly.
So, are you saying that Queeman's committing a genocide?
It's going to be a genocide against him. Yes. Yes.
Queeman is the genocide.
Yes.
Because he's turned it around.
Everything. This is our last interaction with Chud. So after this, you can say goodbye to Chud. But this gets now into the Kumo section, which is what everybody's actually probably wanted to be. So,
yes,
Kumo.
Finally.
Kumo. All right. So Kumo has obviously been involved. You've seen his name come up several times in this whole situation. From Synnibear, from Jar. He was going to leak Jar's video, or he did actually post Jar's video before him. Obviously involved in the response from Synnibear. So Kumo's been behind the scenes manipulating this situation. Kumo has a reason for manipulating this situation. But Kumo's position is also going to change a lot. So if you think Jar was bad, we're going to go back to the early days. By early days, I mean 2 weeks ago. And this is...
The long ago times.
This is... So Chud's reviewed the newest Synnibear video. I believe, at this point. No. I think this would have been one of the other previous videos. I think this might have been the shortly after the groomer video, and may have been after the birdie video, and that might have been what led to this. But so Chud just watched that. Is now going to have Kumo come on, and Kumo is going to start the Synnibear defense. This is where it all fucking started. This was genesis for the Kumo lusting of Synny.
Begin the glazing.
Yes, and I do think we can get caps.
It's going about as good as it can. I'm enjoying the stream.
Why? Why do we keep doing this? Why do I have timestamps if it just does this on its own? 4:49. Okay, so we just need to go ahead a little bit.
It's going about as good as it can. I'm enjoying the stream.
Good stuff. First things first. Can we just talk about your profile picture? I'm not an anime guy, so what's that all about?
Oh, on Discord?
Yes.
Oh, my girlfriend made it, and I put it on there. She thought it would be cute to like draw me wearing a fucking frog onesie, and I couldn't
Oh,
say
so it's
no.
you. Oh,
Yeah.
is it a chibi style?
Yeah, it's like a chibi.
Hey, oh, it's chibi. Okay, there we go. See, I know more than I realize. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, first of all, before we
What
get into this,
girlfriend,
can you just
This is slow burn. This is gonna be the slow burn of this. We've got to deal with a lot of Kumo glazing first.
What girlfriend? Because
The
given your
fiver.
behavior as of late, I doubt you have one.
It's the fiver.
Oh my god.
clarify for me? What did Evan say to you?
Well,
Wait,
he
who's
and
this
I,
Evan they're
were-
speaking of?
So Evan, if I'm understanding it correctly, is part of. It's part of Kumo's little hug box, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, with Goblin and
Yeah.
he was another part of the Cine squad.
He's a tent pitcher. So
Yeah, he was one of the people that were like helping craft the defense.
Yes. Yes.
Wow, he really is just a rip-off artist.
We're reacting to this on a friend's.
He's got a knockoff
stream.
version of me. Just kidding.
Oh my god.
Well, he.
I
and
seriously didn't know who this Evan person was in his group because I've seen it being tossed around, but
it's part of the hug box, and it's someone that's helped with all the Cine shit. That's the best I could give you.
Okay.
We're reacting to this on a friend's stream, and I had no fucking clue what any of this was about. But I just heard so much gay shit, and I started asking questions, and I think I have autism, so I just couldn't stop asking the questions. And then I think we talked to Synnibear because Evan got us in contact with her, and then watching your stream because coincidentally the next day you were streaming, and I was like, oh, well, because I came to my conclusion, and I helped Cinny make this video. Unfortunately, she.
Okay, so this is after the response video. So this is Kumo's direct reaction to the response video.
Unfortunately, she didn't listen to me that much. But she did at least use a
She
majority of.
Yeah, the
She didn't
stupid
listen
woman.
to you that much.
The stupid woman didn't get in line.
It's like don't go to Jar. I told you not to go to Jar, you stupid woman.
Oh my god.
My like revised version of her script, and I said, oh wow, wouldn't it be cool if we like got Chud Logic to also react to her response video? And Evan was like, oh, I can get you in contact with him. I was like, no, I'll probably like try and reach out on my own. And he's like, no, I'll just put you in a fucking group chat. And I was like, oh fuck, he's gonna be like annoyed at me because like small commentary adding someone into a group chat with no context. So I wrote the message. I was like, hey, by the way, this wasn't my idea.
Okay, well.
Okay, so that
everything was your idea.
That gives you the context. Yeah, he's already starting with the deniability. Like, oh no, Cinny didn't even listen to me. And meanwhile, Cinny in the response video is like, oh yeah, no, Kumo helped write this. I wouldn't call him a collaborator, but help write this.
It's like one of those group projects that when it comes back, it was an F, and they were like, I didn't do anything on this project. Like,
you guys should have listened to me. I wasn't annoyed with you at all. It's just, you know, it's just, I mean, it's just a bit frustrating when someone is like trying to act connected and stuff. You know, I've not spoken to Evan for ages, so it was a bit surprising to hear out of the blue. And then he's like, "Oh, you can speak to this person," and I was like, "Oh, I don't know, I've got other stuff to get to," and yeah. So anyway, I wasn't annoyed.
Yeah,
at you
I saw
at all,
you were
totally
streaming
chill.
for like 6 hours, so I wasn't gonna like fucking jump down your throat, and be like, "Let me on." I was like, "It's his choice if he wants me on his show."
Yeah, also, I think that seeing the other video, I mean, I think in my, you know, this is difficult. I can't remember exactly what I said. You know, I do think that obviously the messages are insane that Synnibear was doing. But there was...
So keynote, first off, we have Chud being consistent on his opinion. You're not going to see very much difference from this point to 2 weeks later, roughly, when the Jar video comes out. Like there's not going to be stark differences in what he says here to what he says to Jar. It's just not mean. So this is the same take delivered even-handedly.
There's definitely problems with Birdie's video. And I think particularly the kind of sexual assault claim when there was discussion of it being consensual, I definitely have my doubts.
Yeah, where's the rape?
Well, yeah, exactly. Where's the rape? And I think that, you know, I've got some willingness to be charitable to Synnibear.
Was there literally an accusation of rape in any of this?
Original character. Yes, there was initially.
With the OCs.
Yes.
Is it the whole like porn that she did of him?
Yes.
It's as you think. It's
Their
exactly as you think.
Yeah.
These events, there's probably quite a lot of truth in that. And this Birdie person does seem quite malicious and willing to put their thumb on the scale to make it seem worse. So
we actually have.
Well, gee, I wonder why. I mean, it's like I've been living with you for a year and I didn't know you were a pedophile. You disgust me. I want to bury you.
Yeah.
All reasonable in my book. Although
I just the whole fucking fact of like just I get it because at this exact point, which would have been before the Jar video, just after the response video, like there's just like this perception going on about Birdie being just a malicious actor, just money hungry, in it for donations, not really giving a shit, genuinely just going at them for supposedly no reason.
Look, here's the thing, like, not to play off of Birdie as a pun, but he was the canary in the coal mine.
Yes.
Whether or not he gets rewarded for going cheap, collapse, or gas attack, or anything, means fuck all in the grand scheme of things.
It does, and that's why I didn't want to touch the Birdie stuff, because there's really no, like, benefit to me covering Birdie, who's, like, literally the literal scorned lover in all of this.
Yeah, it's like if the receipts are legit receipts, anything that Birdie wants to interpret from it means fuck all. Anything he gets from releasing them means fuck all.
Yeah, honestly.
We have exported chat logs of Birdie's group chat where they've been conniving with all of their friends and plotting how they're going to like drive Cinny into like suicide and ruin her life.
That is key. That is a big fucking thing nobody's really talked about except Queeman. And now you're going to learn why he's my tactical nuke. Well, not now, but you're going to learn why he's my tactical nuke. But I'm going to replay this because this is very important. Very fucking important.
He started out as the tactical Jew, and now he's a full-on Israeli bombardment.
He's the fucking Iron Dome right now by the end of this, okay? Like... All right.
He's the Iron Yarmulke.
He's the war machine.
That's what I call their fucking little defense plan, the Iron Yarmulke, because fuck the Iron Dome.
Seriously, though, everybody listen to this and listen to what he says here about Birdie.
And plotting how they're going to like drive.
Let me go back a little more.
Where they've been conniving.
A little more. Sorry, it's 15 seconds apparently.
We have exported chat logs of Birdie's group chat.
I have exported chat logs of Birdie's group chat.
Where they've been conniving with all of their friends and plotting how they're going to like drive Cinny into like suicide and ruin her life. Right.
So he's straight up telling Chud, like, this is what's going on, this is the plotting, right?
I mean, again, pedophile. I don't think people are going to be like, oh my god, how could you do it?
That's not going to be the issue here. The issue is how does he have those?
Yeah, because if you think about it, if he's going after...
I knew. He had a spy. Like, how else is he going to get them? That's like kind of the obvious one for me.
But who's the spy?
I wouldn't even say a spy. No, totally incorrect.
Well, I guess who's the agent?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know who it is?
Kumo?
No. Cinny. Because they live together. And Birdie left the PC behind. So he literally befriends Cinny and defends her like controversy of being a pedophile, so she will break the law to break into Birdie's computer to get
Oh,
him a
so
Discord group chat.
so quite literally, it's fruit of the poisonous tree here.
Yeah, it's a massive gay op that literally goes into unauthorized computer access crimes.
Yes. Like, and again, you know, you don't have to be like actually defending Cinny to still say this is fucked up.
Yeah, like they.
This is,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
also
minute.
a crime.
This is quite literally the fucking Jay Rich situation, but in
Yes.
reverse.
Yes.
With the Dropbox and everything.
Yes.
It's like he wasn't even looking for anything specific. He was just like, why is this here? It was like, oh, I might as well take a look.
Yeah, except Kumo coached them through it. Or someone in Kumo's hug box coached them through it. But Team Kumo Tent fucking went through and figured this out. And instructed
the Kumo camp.
Yeah,
Well,
Camp Kumo.
Team Adobe.
This was their op.
So it's definitely from the get go. Like this entire thing smelled like a gay op. The more I learned about it, like the 14-year-old was friends with someone that previously tried to burn Cinny for dating a 17-year-old when she was 19.
Now, hearing that, if you go back to Jar's interview, either one of two things happened. So in Jar's interview, one of the few questions he actually fucking asks is, hey, did you know if Eno was friends with the person who tried to expose you? And then we eventually learned through all of that the person is Bunny, right? So were you friends?
Neko or whatever?
I don't know. It was Neko Soph, I think, did the video technically, but Bunny
Neko
was the friend.
I started the video, but I don't think she wrote the doc.
But Bunny was the doc writer, right? And Cinny says in that response, one of the few questions we actually get a fucking response to in the Jar interview. No, I think that Bunny knew who Eno was, but Eno didn't know who Bunny was. So very stark difference to what is being said here by fucking Kumo. Huge fucking difference.
Yeah.
Kumo is saying no, they knew each other and they corroborated with each other, basically, in planning this.
Everything's in the affirmative when the other's up in the air, undecided.
Yes.
Kumo's entire plan of a gay op was to launch a gayer counter op.
A straight up.
like he launched a gayer counter op. Like that was, and that's how we get to this point.
But he already launched his gay op. So this is like a chicken and egg. Which gay op first? Right?
You know, I really do hope Kumo gets arrested for this shit.
I mean, he's fucking admitting to it right here.
Yeah, in probably intimidation. With if you take the call that he does with Cinny with Goblin, you could easily make a thing that she was probably intimidated.
That, and she didn't know what she was doing, so she was just a tool where the actual criminal is Kumo.
Yeah.
Prison for Kumo.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, the difficulty is, and I'm sure, you know, you can agree with this too.
This is all the juicy shit we're going to get into with all the next videos that I have, because I have Kumo talking about this. Kumo went on and talked with Himpleton, and silly enough, talked about this. So he's admitting to it, not in one place. This was not a misspeak. He says the same story twice. Just in different levels of detail. He's more detailed the second time. And I think it's because he's trying to pass blame. Because the second time comes after the Cinny disavow.
Well, this is even more irony for the Kumo. He has more of a chance of going to prison for what he did than what Sin did.
Yeah.
Yes. He's got more of a chance to go in prison for what he did than Cinny did.
Well, maybe not for the same crime, but
yeah,
again, Like Cinny will get probably like a sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
If she gets anything.
Yeah. If they
Depending
even, like,
on what the state
prosecuted
laws
it, yeah.
are, this is inappropriate, but she didn't try to meet up.
Yeah.
Like, she didn't try to actually engage in sex with this person. So there might not actually be
anything to charge.
Yeah, or not enough to make it worth the prosecution's time.
Yeah.
Well, it depends how they want to prosecute it. Like, you know how child porn charges are. It's like for every picture, it's like 10 years. But for every frame of the video of CP, it's like 10 years.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's not. There was no images of a minor.
That's the thing.
So
yeah. Because now you're going to get into drawn art. And is the art truly that because
at the
it's
federal
an
level,
expression?
at the federal level, if it's even referential to an actual child, that would apply.
Yeah, but you would have so much precedence in order to argue that in a court.
Well,
you
that
would basically
plausible
argue
deniability.
Well, you would basically argue that you're trying to commit that you basically would be the precedence, and it'll probably just on definitions alone before you even went to trial would have to go almost all the way up to probably state Supreme Court, if not Supreme Court.
It would be a federal case either way.
Yeah.
I don't
Can you
think it'd be a
imagine
state case.
Finney establishes the lolicon case.
And all thanks to Kumo being a fucking little shit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kumo's will already be behind bars for cybercrime. Because that's a lot easier to charge.
Oh yeah. Especially when you
Because
admit
there's
to
precedent there, and there's precedent there.
it. And you got the proof.
It's like
seriously,
I do
he'd be charged with like something close to remote hacking as the situation.
Yes.
No, they might let Cinny off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a deal of we won't charge you for this if you don't do it again, if you testify for this case.
Well, especially because they have no way of saying like, oh, you don't have knowledge of this. Like it literally was them being used for the tool, but it's just funny enough that like they basically admit to it. I'm using the royal they for Kumo here.
Agree with
Why don't we just use well, yeah, because
I can't place all the blame solely in Kumo's lap because I wasn't in the call. So just in case it was Evan or Goblin, I'm using the royal they.
Right? And this is the royal they that the Vita files use.
No, they
I
use
do
the
think
royal we.
There's probably an overstatement of what happened in regards to Cinny's actions. But the problem is admitting to it puts a big hole in your defense. And I think a lot of people are not going to care about the response. They're going to just be like, oh, well, Cinny admitted to it.
Yeah, the first things I said to her when I got in contact with her is that she fucked herself. Like that she clearly didn't understand what grooming was. And she explained to me, I have like the whole thing recorded. It's like 2 hours of just yap, and a lot of it's me getting
You
annoyed
don't
at
understand
Evan
what grooming is.
She fucked herself just like you did.
Yeah, because you wrote the script for her fucking video where she's going over the grooming quote-unquote talking points.
Unironically, you groomed her into not being, like, into the definition of grooming.
I want to point something out here. Hold on.
Clearly didn't understand what grooming was, and she explained to me, I have like the whole thing recorded. It's like 2 hours of just yap, and a lot of it.
I have the whole thing recorded. It's like 2 hours of yapping.
Release it.
Yes. Yes. Release it. Yes. But the whole fact that like he also did record her, does she know about that? Did she get permission? Is she in a one consent party state or two party?
I mean, this is Captain Kumo here of the Cyber Squad, so like.
Yeah.
No, Dr. Kuman.
We don't know. I mean, he might have big brained the shit out of this.
Yeah.
Like,
no, he just admitted to recording his therapy sessions with his patient.
And then releasing them with his secretary, a small goblin woman.
But no, like in all seriousness, like if it's nothing like you insinuate, release it.
Well, yeah,
Release it.
because you've released your DMs and you've had no problem.
Oh yeah,
so
you
clearly
also
you
feigned the
don't.
whole fucking call burning the bridge with City, so why don't you release the first
Well,
one, the
yeah,
initial?
I mean, you've given precedence that you're willing to be transparent. So if you aren't here, then that's sus as hell.
Yeah, especially seeing that you talked about how you acquired these DMs. We've heard that, and we're going to hear that later. Everybody who's listening to this will hear that at one point in this stream. But like, it's just yapping. It's kind of funny how he also brushes it off. Like, oh, don't worry about that over there. We were just talking for 2 hours and I recorded it.
Don't worry about my cyber crimes. It was consensual.
It's kind of like the OJ case where OJ's defense team is able to get the recordings of Mark Furman saying the N-word, but it ends up like they end up getting shafted in the end because they can only use a certain bit because Furman mentioned something about the judge's wife being his police captain.
Yeah. But like, yeah, this there's a lot of implications from this, and it took me a lot of digging to find this, and it's just because I'm severely autistically fucking A-log chud that I have this.
It's me getting annoyed at Evan because he was.
The only
fucking
difference
derailing,
is that OJ's attorneys were able to successfully defend their double murder defendant.
Well, those damn Wookiees.
Oh my god.
It's like 2 hours of just yap, and a lot of it's me getting annoyed at Evan because he was fucking derailing. But she explained to me that she like is very clearly like a social retard. I believe it too.
You know, if we're coming from the art commentary community there, Kumo, you're very free about using that word.
Well, I just also like how he's like, she's a social retard. Oh, so you mean somebody that you can easily manipulate? You're admitting to that.
I mean, there's that too.
Well,
Yes.
I mean, Kumo, as of late in everyone's DMs, you're proving yourself to be quite the social retard. I mean, going full Mel Gibson.
Yeah, in a community where you're trying to say that Jar is a racist prick, I think he said, or like a racist asshole. When it, like, pot and kettle called, you're black. Like,
yeah. But no, so like this call has a lot of shit in it.
That she like all of her understanding of like anything to do with like psychology or like even like sex crimes came from Birdie, and Birdie's the person that like accused fucking Kitty Dog of grooming. I think it was like something
Rock,
about like a 14.
Hey GG, hey Pat Rock. Sorry, what's up, bro?
But oh shit, sorry. I just clicked something and I'm like autistically trying to get back to it. There we go. Fuck, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Hold on, let me replay.
Just fucking Kitty Dog of grooming. I think it was like something about like a 14-year-old grooming a 13-year-old or some.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Let me
Of her
replay this.
understanding of like anything to do with like psychology.
Yes. So basically, if you go back to watching the initial response that we covered, all the shit that comes from the fucking in the video, like how much of that video contextually was, hey, retconning the words groomer and how I don't fit under this and this definition, and how I'm trying to like think of how to word this. How
Believe it too that she like all of her understanding of like anything to do with like psychology or like even
the psychology terms and everything else, and like all of that came from Kumo. That's what he's talking about right here.
Very clearly like a social retard. I believe it too that she like all of her understanding of like anything to do with like psychology or like even like sex crimes came from Birdie, and Birdie's the person that like.
So all of that understanding came from Birdie. I had to change that. Here's how.
Accused fucking Kitty Dog of grooming. I think it was like something about like a 14-year-old grooming a 13-year-old or some stupid shit.
Right.
That's
so like
stupid.
off the rip, any claims of like grooming from Birdie, I had to be skeptical about. And so we made Cinny show us the entirety of her DM logs, which we taught her how to export, and they should be available in the description.
Yeah, sure. I mean, how would you characterize the interaction between
Chud misses that, but like that basically means that all of that shit in that fucking video came from Kumo. If she didn't know that and she was retarded per his words, then where did it come from? Them talking. If her
Yeah, she
only
would have
other
had to be
input
walked
source,
through it.
yes. So all of that is Kumo. So you're sitting there saying that she didn't use much of my information. But just so happenstance, 75% of the video where she's talking about this shit happens to come from me. The literal denial of claims comes from me.
Nah, Patrick,
Silly.
it's just a coincidence. She grew a brain all of a sudden.
Yeah, she, read the full fucking psychology dictionary or whatever. I don't know what they're actually called, but
The DSM-5.
yes, thank you.
Well, that's more for disorders. That would.
But like, either way, like she suddenly has a thorough grasping of psychology out of thin air, while also still being retarded per his words.
And this 14-year-old person.
I think it was like very fucking inappropriate and like grossly negligent. But at the same time, I didn't read this and think, oh, this grown woman is trying to like lure and fucking like groom this child. And I kind of read it as like, oh, these are like two chronically online individuals talking about how hot Joe Schmo up the street is, and very inappropriate.
Yeah, except Joe Schmo up the street was the fucking 14-year-old. They were talking about fucking non-consensual rape fetishes. They're having each other read fucking, and this is your big revelation. She sent fucking softcore porn, if you go off of Jar's fucking interpretation. Hardcore, if you go off of your own later on, the disavowal fucking video. Porn, had her read it, and then suddenly, amazingly, we suddenly crossed the threshold of pedophile groomer when she had her read it to her aloud. None of the precedence fucking matters, right, Kumo?
And colorful detail, and I think Cinny is like absolute.
By the way, right there.
Oh, these are like two chronically online individuals talking about how hot Joe Schmo up the street is.
That's
and very
literally what she said in her video. It's two girls online with locker room talking about how hot Jeremiah is or whatever.
But listen,
like,
listen to the key thing he says right after that. Hold on.
These are like two chronically online individuals talking about how hot Joe Schmo up the street is, and very inappropriate and colorful detail. And I think Cinny,
in very inappropriate and colorful detail. How the fuck? Okay, so if you understood that, why is there suddenly the reading out loud part the part that crosses the line for you?
Yeah.
What is the leap? What is the leap there for you? Because your whole justification was that it was intent, and like it suddenly became like it was intended to get her off. How was none of the other preceding factors not intended to necessarily get her off by the same standards of burden of proof that you're applying to reading it out loud does? Like, I don't understand this. It's an all or none. Either it's okay by your standards, or none of it's okay by your standards. By my standards, none of it's okay.
I mean, that's the thing. It's the way how he's trying to interpret it. It's like he's going with the split hairs fallacy.
Yes.
Yeah, like there's a gray zone to everything.
It's not black and white until however his interpretation is that without any audio recordings of this, because there's no real recordings of it that I am aware of, unless he's listened to something, they're reading it out loud, and only when Senny said it weeks or a week later, suddenly is like a line too far. Like, it's just ludicrous.
Like, he knows it's bad, but he just wants to play it down. Like the splitting of hairs.
Yes.
Anyone who does like the splitting of hairs has an ulterior motive by default.
Yes, and I mean
whether or not that
he
ulterior motive is
it.
malicious, like whether or not that ulterior motive is malicious or even just like benign, like they actually think that there's an argument to be had here, is up to like how the person has handled themselves throughout the entire event.
Yeah. And just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jim. I know you were going off on the whole locker room context. I didn't know if you wanted any more to add there.
I do want to add something though. I just find it funny that he was all friendly and then he turns now. I just have this feeling that it's like, did you turn because you had this come to Jesus moment, or is it because now she's finally not useful now that you actually have the logs?
Yeah, it's optically bad and you don't need her.
Yeah, was this your entire thing? Is now that you got what you needed, now you're going to burn her?
Yeah. In which case, it just makes you look way more malicious for how you obtain those logs, Kumo.
Yeah, and you also then give her actual sympathy because now you've implicated her into something.
I mean, the whole thing is like,
she didn't understand.
Again, and it brings up Kumo's intent here because, like, what was Birdie's, original sin for this? What was the great sin that he committed? Oh, he conflated grooming for a 14 and 13-year-old.
I'm guessing it was.
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
trust me, there are plenty of fucking idiots out there. Not all of them need to be taken down a fucking notch to where you have to commit crimes, Kumo.
Well, yeah, and I mean, how are you going to justify committing a crime to make vengeance of a crime?
Yeah, that's
the crime you're committing. Does that crime outweigh the crime that you're trying to offset?
Well, two wrongs don't make them right.
Thank you.
Well, it's like eye for an eye, everyone's blind. Like,
yeah. Yeah,
look.
Suddenly this fucking Kumo's gone from fucking the most understanding man in the world to Harambe. Or not, Hammurabi.
Well, look,
he went full gorilla mode.
Gorilla mode when I said it. God damn it.
I'm just saying, like, I'm partial to the eye for an eye shit when it comes to certain situations, but I don't mind if he ends up, like, turning into a toothless blind motherfucker.
I'm just going to put it
he's
out
out
there.
Here thinking he's Batman. Like,
Harambe.
Don't you mean Daredevil?
The misquote is due to the spicy water. I'm just putting this out there in advance.
Harambe. Yeah. Also, Patrick is not racist.
Yeah, I'm not complaining in that way. Oh, it's just their names are similar, and I'm slightly buzzed.
Yeah, Patrick loves people of all skin colors and beliefs,
yes.
except for a certain small hat tribe.
I like them a lot. I've literally built my entire fucking docket around that.
I'm just suddenly scrolling with him and trying to say he's Semite, and he's like, wait, no, like, wait a minute, no, something's not right now.
Is like,
I'm gonna play this video because I just need to retreat from this argument. Okay.
Absolutely retarded for even engaging in these discussions. But I don't think she at all had any like predatory like motivation or any intentions of like doing any of this. And that's kind of where I got my take that like I wouldn't call it grooming
again
because
again he brings up the point I'm making, but he's not making the connect.
No.
He thinks predatory as in Predator, like the movie Predator, like evil intent.
Yeah, literally hunting down the child to consume it. Yes.
Yeah, like predatory intent for a sexual nature is for gratification only.
Yeah, and how do you
They
prove their
don't care.
gratification? Are you asking Cinny, hey, did you get off to this shit?
I mean, well, yeah, that's the point. No one like actually pinned him down on that, unless if Queeman did.
Queeman didn't actually have a chance to speak with Kumo. Everything's tangential, but Kumo and Queeman are basically at war because Queeman's caught him on a lot of lies, and Queeman went from really liking him to calling him a lot of names.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like the whole thing is like with the predatory shit. It's just trying to achieve a goal. I mean, some people would say like predation is like evil, but like animals have predator instincts when they're hunting their prey to satiate their hunger. It's basically the same thing. That's the other version of a predator, not the evil bad guy predator, but just like nature taking its course kind of predator.
Yeah.
Well, And here's a question then, right? Like in the call with Goblin and Kumo, she goes like she doesn't want to hurt people. What happens if she's right? Like she isn't an actual groomer and she's a victim and thought this was all okay and she like can actually quote unquote be rehabilitated.
Yeah.
Well,
Then what did you just do, Kumo? Like
well, that's the thing. It's like, from what I've heard so far, she's never claimed to be the victim of any predatory nature herself. It's just that she's so fucking oblivious that's like, I have a hunger for this, therefore I must satiate it. Come here, 14-year-old child.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she ever gives any more in-depth example, at least not by her own words. Other than I was online at a young age and was exposed to this stuff young. That is the
Yeah, but not by a
that's-
certain person.
Yeah,
It was
that's the
just through
extent of the whole
osmosis.
argument. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's kind of like what is it? The affluenza horse shit. You know, where the rich kids like go drinking and driving and kill a family of 4. They're like, I didn't know it was bad to drink and drive, Your Honor.
Well, no,
and then
you
they
know-
get off with like a light sentence.
You know who this reminds me of? The more and more I hear it, Doodle Tones.
Yeah, doodle diapers.
Yep. Fucking sitting there role playing and doing all that stuff and going, well, I didn't know any better. Hindsight. Or
Everybody
was
did it when
groomed
I
in.
was a kid.
Yeah, I was groomed into this. You know.
It's kind of like it's kind of like the child soldiers of Somalia and whatnot.
Yeah.
They get groomed into doing international crimes on the high seas because that's a
Right.
way of living for them.
Well, like I said, like what happens, like, you know, she's an artist, so she was on DeviantArt and this shit, you know. Then what? Like, you know,
Again,
Then
this is why I said it's like the gateway to pedophilia. Any kind of these art communities are inspired by anime. They want to have their own creations, and then bam, you have a whole cottage industry that just pumps out pedophiles and victims.
yeah.
Very
It's
true.
like, but like if that's the case, then what did you just do, Kumo? Like you took
Like you
somebody that
defended the very system that you bitch about day in and day out
Yeah.
when it comes to sin.
Yeah, and now you've muddied the waters so much that nobody knows necessarily what to believe, other than they believe that Cinny is bad if they've like researched this at any point. No, but if they listen to the discourse back and forth on it, you've conflated the point so badly that who can tell? And so you may have victimized people just by covering this and touching this the way you did.
Yeah. And if she wants to get better, you might have fucked that up for her that she never will now.
Yeah.
Like, so, like, you know, this could be one of those cases of, like, oh, no, she can actually turn it around and shit, and you fucked it up for what? Discord logs.
You birthed Vito, you motherfucker.
I mean, here's to put it in a different perspective without the pedophilia. Just think of the Tide Pod challenge. Kids literally poison themselves trying to imitate what they saw. It's literally the monkey see, monkey do effect.
Thank you for being strategic with your monkeys. I was not so much.
Strategic monkey drop.
Patrick is still sweating. It's like, are they going to conflate this with? Is this still racist?
We're all fucking monkeys at the end of the day. The whole thing I'm trying to say here is that when you have kids, whether or not they've hit puberty or not, they are still under the whole monkey see, monkey do effect.
Yeah.
It's how they learn. They're constantly taking in more and more information. That could have been what happened to Synnibear, and they just so happened to do it with a 14-year-old. It could be like oops pedophilia, but at the same time, what did they learn along the way with those kinds of effects? Were they getting off to it? Were they trying to satiate a need?
Yeah.
Predatory behavior.
Yeah, or were they just so dangerously reckless?
Well, you know what's really funny is if you look at the like drastic inverse and look at what is it, the POCD situation with food shops, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost a total inverse of that. Like you could have literally driven them to the point of like being in fear to the point that like they ultimately do this, and now you've also embrazened them to the point that like they don't think they did anything wrong and still could ultimately do this.
Well, that's the thing. It's pretty much just gaslighting a retard at that point.
which is what Kumo's doing.
Yeah. All right, let's keep her going.
Like seriously, the whole, what's her name?
Food shops or?
Yeah, food shops. She was, I mean, I don't mean to be mean, but she is a ditzy fucking retard. She could be gaslit into being afraid of anything, including stairs.
That'd
From
be
what
so
I've
funny.
seen.
Oh, I want to see that. Like, we're going to an.
However, walking up a set of stairs is not a crime.
Can you imagine that they do that to her and then they like send her to an escalator? I was like, oh god, it's stairs, and they move.
All my fears combined.
Moving
Like,
stairs,
seriously,
stairs but with
seriously,
action.
It's like food shops, like the best way I could put it, like in a comedic sense, is like if you took someone from the 16th century and time traveled them to the future and they saw the escalator for the first time, they get their pants leg caught in it and they think the stairs are eating them.
And then at the end of the day, when they're done, you sit them in front of a gambling machine.
Yeah. It's like it's kind of like the fish out of water effect.
Yeah.
In a sense.
Yeah. All right, we're almost through this.
People that accuse her of it say, I don't think you intended to groom someone. You can't groom someone on accident. Like, it's a deliberate act that requires intent. And I think you can still, like...
Hell. Okay, you know the old saying, it takes a village?
Yeah. Yep.
That's technically describing grooming. It takes a society to groom a group of individuals who are brought into it brand new in order to acquire its customs.
Yeah, there's multiple.
That's grooming on a big
one point of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a grooming on a larger scale. So you've got the internet community and you have new users hopping in and off, learning new shit they probably shouldn't learn in the first place.
True.
And then boom, pedophilia.
Well, and see, this is the major problem with it, right? Like, I'm following this argument. I'm like, okay, I can believe this argument. But then, like, the 180, it's like, well, you made her read the comic. It's like, well, then how's that matter?
Yeah,
then?
yeah.
Again, that's where the intent comes from. Why would you need them to read the comic to you if you were getting off on the comic? What extra would the kid have that would get you, like, what you want from them reading it? That's the equation. Solve for X, Kumo.
Like, condemn Synny. I've condemned Synny. I think she deserves backlash, and I think she should, like, actually have repercussions and take responsibility going forward. But I don't think you need to, like, call her a pedophile and like fucking preach to the choir about how pedophiles need to be kicked from rooftops. You know, I think it's all just like very overblown.
Bro, I mean, I you know, this is, I mean, I obviously covered like the Mama Max stuff, and it was the kind of like, we don't like pedophiles, and it's like, yeah, pedophilia.
Guys, pedophiles are bad.
Yeah, and yeah, I think your characterization is extremely reasonable. Do you know Creeman?
You're gonna know him very well by the end of this stream.
Actually, I'm subscribed to Kleeman. I pop in.
I'm sure that's not happening now. I'm sure you've unsubbed rather quick.
In his chats or his streams sometimes, but I don't really chat much. But he's good background noise when I'm drawing.
Well, Creeman came up with this phrase.
Oh, Kumo
which,
does art too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, of course.
Oh, I thought he was just like, you know, a tard that just does like the Leo thing. Like he just sort of sits there and listens. Like,
no, he was groomed into doing art.
Oh, even better.
Private, inappropriate relationship with a minor.
I would just call it sexual misconduct. I'm willing to call a spade a spade. You know,
Okay.
It's just inappropriate.
Okay. Yeah, I think
misconduct.
What?
Everything is fair, but then like he 180 so hard, it's like then I can't believe this was your original viewpoint.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's the issue.
Okay, this kind of falls in under the George Carlin bit when it comes to words and how they progressively get more and more devoid of humanity, like PTSD and shell shock. You know, first it's shell shock, then it's battle fatigue, then it's operational exhaustion, then it's post-traumatic stress disorder, then it gets shortened down to PTSD. It completely removes the humanity of it. Because shell shock means that the person is so shook that they can't function. battle fatigue basically describes on how the shell shock takes place. It's fatigue from battle, the constant fucking bombardments, the constant going into danger that causes them to have the PTSD. The more and more clinical it gets, the softer it sounds, kind of like sexual misconduct.
Sorry.
Wow. Wow.
I said I'll be right back.
In terms
No,
of
you
like,
didn't.
Yes, I did.
Did he? I didn't hear it.
Don't you gaslight me.
I'm serious.
addressing
You're
the
gaslighting me,
grooming
bro.
allegation point by point, was that something that you came up with, or?
Oh, here.
Okay. Yeah, I think, you know, what in terms of like the addressing the grooming allegation point by point, was that something that you came up with, or?
Yeah, but
Done. That whole thing was him. Now he's just admitted to it.
so the really bad parts that you immediately took issue with, I literally I didn't put that in there.
I did everything except for the bad stuff, the stuff that got enough.
I did everything except for the crime. You had me for everything else, but not the bad stuff.
That part was Goblin.
Just coincidentally happened to be me. All the good parts just happened to be me. All the bad parts just happened to not be me.
The bad parts were evident Goblin. The great
I
Kumo,
trusted
did the
them,
good stuff.
damn it.
So
well, you say that now.
we
I
have
mean,
a-
come on, dude.
No, okay, I can send you I revised her entire script. This shit was gonna be like a multi fucking feature length film, like multi-hour special if I didn't revise this
Did
for
it
her.
have to be?
No, he's saying he revised her script down from multi-hour to what it was.
So you told her that, by the way, making this longer video with more context, evidence, and like explanation is too much. You should just come out and go no, and then shut it off.
Yeah, less is
Like-
more. He went with
like-
less is more to the point that there's nothing.
So you were kind of setting her up to fail then.
Decided to get all definition faggy about what grooming is to a certain extent. So people, when I was having my discussion about it, I did a whole stream just debating anyone who wanted
Wait, what
to
did
debate
he
me
mean
about
by
it.
definition faggy?
About the whole here. I'll go back.
For her. I decided to get all definition script. This shit was going to be a multi fucking feature length film, multi-hour special if I didn't revise this for her. I decided to get all definition faggy about what grooming is to a certain extent. So
Okay, hold
people, when I was
Allow me to get all thesaurus faggy for you there, Kumo. Sexual misconduct with a minor. Oh, oops, pedophile.
Oops, all pedos.
was having my discussion about it, I did a whole stream just debating anyone who wanted to debate me about it. And I've had the same stance from the very beginning. But people were saying it's grooming, and I would say I don't agree, but why do you think it's grooming? And they'd say, well, it's grooming because this is grooming. And I was like, well, why are you begging the fucking question? Could you just help me understand where you're coming from instead of just repeating yourself? And so I figured we might as well get a little definition faggy about it, just so there's at least an elaboration, so we aren't doing the exact same thing. It's really weird to me how I think I understand what grooming is.
I will tell you right now, Kumo, you're wrong. You're fucking
Wait,
wrong.
so he makes her change her video, and your entire argument is that it wasn't grooming, but you think you know what grooming is.
Yes.
So you're giving her advice, but you don't even know if the advice you're giving is accurate.
Correct. And then suddenly, somehow, he goes from knowing all of the story and all of the information to having revelations about the fucking Eno reading the stuff out loud.
Yeah, there's no way that he didn't know that shit. And
Yeah, that's the astounding point that was missed that drastically changed everything. Don't fucking forget that.
I think I have a pretty good understanding of it, and I was like, oh, I don't really agree, but I still think it was bad. And then like, it's like saying that is like a fucking, it's like a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just like a big fucking no. It's like if you aren't like contributing to the dog pile and regurgitating what everyone else is saying, you're like a pedophile or a pedo defender. And I was like, that's
Okay,
insane.
first off,
so
let me just clear up this fucking dog pile myth that's been going around. The people who are doing the dog pile are the fans, not the video creators themselves. They're just looking at this fucking situation and being like, what the fuck? Why'd you do that?
Yeah.
Anyone who makes a video afterwards is not doing the fucking dog pile shit. Because we're here doing like a multi-hour fucking stream going over all of this shit.
Yep.
Yet I didn't see Kumo, or, well, not Kumo, but I didn't see like Chud, Xylee, or any of these other idiots actually go and harass and dogpile Synnibear.
No.
Like,
You know who
one
we
to
did-
one. It's
you know
just
who
their
I have
videos
seen?
going over the situation.
You know who I have seen do that?
Kumo?
Yeah.
With the goblin call?
Yeah.
With the steak knife in the kitchen?
Yeah. Ironically, this is one of those like you're doing what you're accusing others of doing.
Yes.
Like,
it's so blatant too. Like when you watch this shit in hindsight, it's so fucking blatant.
It was my idea to get all definition. All
I gotta
about the
ask.
definitions.
When it comes to Thanksgiving and someone's carving the turkey, does he say, I want the leg?
But I definitely didn't like a lot of the things she included, like talking about the fucking masochism BDSM shit. That was not
Right,
in
got
there.
you.
Like she over-explained, and I remember warning her specifically against it. I said, keep this video concise and straight to the point.
Yeah. I mean, I think,
And-
we probably agree on all of this, but it's like, if you're going to say, I committed grooming, and then you're going to take it back, your response has got to be watertight, and it's like stuff like that.
Right.
Even if people are watching the response, you're going to have to get over the hurdle of the admission and retracting it, and then you've got them saying stuff like that, and for a lot of people, it's going to be too much, and they're not going to be interested in that, right? Like, public perception is going to be very difficult for this person to reclaim positively,
Oh yeah, I entirely
easier
agree.
now.
Because
you fucked this up
Kumo.
that hard.
In fact, my
Like-
main...
Oh, another thing. Kumo, do you want to know why people have this perception of why grooming, when it comes to any case involving a child and an older person, it's because of the community. It takes a village to raise people to see something that's wrong. That's why. It's like the same thing that Synnibear, that could have happened to her to turn her into a pedophile, turned everyone else anti-pedophile.
Yeah.
Main advice to her has been, don't stop giving a fuck what these guys say about you. You're never going to change their mind. If these are art tards, they're just an angry hive mind that collectively share one brain cell. No matter even...
I just want to emphasize that's what
You're one of them.
Commentary community. Like I just
Excuse
really
me,
want
I'm
to
going to
drive
say
that.
this while I'm drawing.
You're
But-
one of them, Kumo.
No, he's literally trying to pull I'm not like them fucking right now.
I'm not like other girls.
Yes.
I don't like pedophiles. I just want to do my art.
He's basically pulling what's his name against fucking was it against who were the two rappers beefing? One was like a pedophile and the other one was like not like us. The song
Drake and
Lamar.
Lamar, yes.
Yeah, he's basically pulling a Lamar, but it failed.
Even if
It's like I'm not them.
Yeah.
I magically brought some proof that all of this was like, I don't know, photoshopped or some shit, this audience would still find a goalpost to move to. And I'm saying like that hypothetically. I told her like, don't feed into it. You're not.
He talked about this right here, by the way. He's like, if I had brought proof, everybody will still find a goalpost to move to. I don't know. Like you move from the goalpost of not grooming to grooming just because it was read aloud. Text to speech is what threw it over the edge for you.
Right?
Not the text,
Like,
not the context. The text to speech is the bad part.
No, it wasn't because it was read aloud. It was read aloud in front of a viewing audience.
It baffles me how he could just get this so wrong with that part.
You gotta love the logic.
Not going to
He's
reclaim
like,
this.
it's fine when people aren't around, but when people are around, it's like, shut up, bitch.
Yeah.
Audience, and honestly, you shouldn't want to, because this is how they treat you at like the drop of a hat. I don't know why you would want to like appease.
Yeah,
them.
and you're just as guilty of that too.
I was going to
Kumo.
say, he
Let's not
literally went through and did exactly that and changed his entire opinion at the drop of a hat because, again, read aloud.
Well, he was the one holding the hat in the first place, panhandling for defense points for Synny.
And so my suggestion was people that she, has knee-jerk reactions to because she's like super fucking autistically liberal. I said, maybe appeal to someone that isn't your crowd then. And so that's why I was like, just be fucking blunt. Don't.
Hold on.
You need to lean full Epstein. Just be like, yo, I fucked that kid. I'll fuck more of them. Like,
Did I just hear that right? She's so fucking autistically liberal that that either her or Kumo believes that they'll buy that I'm not a pedophile defense when quite clearly she is.
Well, like, what's he arguing for then? Like, is he like doing like the argument I just made? Like, no, own it. Say that you fucked the kid. You want to fuck more of them. Like, lean into the super alt-right. Is that like his... It's like, go out there wearing a swastika on your t-shirt and say, "Hi, fellow artists." Like, what do you, like, what? None of that works. Like, none of that works.
Oh my God.
Wait, what time is it? 12. We're a little early, but...
Yeah.
Don't be emotional or empathetic. Just be blunt and straight to the point, because these
don't be empathetic.
Guys aren't going to be here to listen to that, and that's kind of where I'm at with this. I'm honestly, my motivations, if I can just be transparent, don't
be empathetic, don't be emotional, just be clinically dead, be a tool.
Yes, exactly.
And if I can be completely bluntly honest now, it's like, oh, as if you weren't. Like,
I kind of forgot. I did have a special guest with the whole getting into Kumo thing.
Yeah.
I did forget it. I apologize.
It's okay if you want to take a short break.
Well, he's here right now. Ollie's here.
Oh, cool.
Wait, Ollie or Ollie?
Yeah, well, are you watching this stream?
Ollie Convoy.
Where?
Let me know when you're watching this stream.
I am.
So
Is he in
I
chat?
brought my special guest, Ollie Convoy, for you guys to meet. So Kumo, I am here to tell you, Ollie Convoy, you're... I can't even fucking do this. Ollie Convoy.
Wait, is it the mask bit?
Yes. I got a lion mask.
Wait, Pat, you're not even on stream right now.
Yeah, I should be.
No, it's not popping up.
What?
I don't see your camera.
Yeah, your webcam isn't on.
Oh, wait,
now
there it is
what?
now.
I'm like, wait, the bit is ruined.
Only the best here is Strictly Patrick.
I've been gaslit into ruining my own bit.
Sorry, the time delays.
Kumo Convoy, we welcome you to the pack.
We have not forgiven. We have not forgotten. Leviathans are coming, yo.
My voice is gonna be shot later because of this. Oh god.
Oh my god, the fucking man.
Well,
I'm
at least
so
she didn't go to a wedding before this.
Yeah, there's
I'm
my great value Lyle Convoy mask.
I'm so glad I told you to pivot into the lion.
I may have just vocally fried my own fucking voice. But yeah.
2 weeks in a row, apparently.
It's okay, I got alcohol to make up for it. Oh man.
I don't want or like really I don't have the goal to fix Cindy's reputation and make it squeaky clean. My ulterior motive here is I just want to shit on Birdie, and I think
outright, right there.
So why the fuck are we listening to you?
Yeah. Why should we trust anything you say from here on out, including your video where you go at Cinny conveniently when you look the worst? Because you always had an ulterior motive. Like, we can't even differentiate on whether what you did on purpose. Like, because it's so butchered and so muddied by your own fucking logic.
we get Cinny out of the way and we clear the shit up about Cinny, and we can talk about the more interesting stuff about Birdie. I think that's significantly more entertaining.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, watching the video, it's like, I'm like, okay, yeah.
Again, like, the whole idea of an ulterior motive, you lied, cheat, and steal just so you could talk about a spurg.
Really emphasize the steal, because remember, he's got logs.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is you're trying to obfuscate the fucking pedophilia for a spurg.
Yes.
Kumo, have you looked at your previous posts? You can't shut the fuck up about people being pedophiles, but this is the one?
Right?
Just because she has bulbs and vagine?
This was the golden pedophile.
She's just
Well, she's a dumb blonde from her artwork.
You know, maybe not definitionally grooming, but still really bad. And then you get to the Birdie stuff, and it's like, yeah, this Birdie person is a real piece of work. I mean, they've really fucked this person over. Despite, I mean, maybe you can tell me a bit more about that. How did you find out more about this kind of dynamic where, you know, Cindy was helping and whatnot? What's that all about?
Well, you mean like the dynamic between her and Birdie from my perspective, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I remember upon watching it, I'm a reformed dumbass. I used to try to
reformed, buddy.
Who did the reforming?
I think the Reformation wore off, bud. I hate to tell you. I think you've reformed your reforming.
Put my dick in crazy a lot when I was younger, and so
you still do.
And might I add,
you stuck your dick into this fucking hornet's nest.
Might I add,
and you're wondering why it stings.
He's sitting there saying, "I stick my dick into crazy when I was younger." Excuse me, how old is this guy?
Like, isn't he like 20? Like,
is he
he's
even
around
20?
Cindy's age? He's like between 18 and 20.
So are you admitting to pedophilic acts, or what are you admitting to here, Kumo? Because you obviously don't have enough life experience to gauge on whether you did stupid things and crazy things. Are you just trying to claim life experience that you don't have? Which are you going with?
Right.
I mean, it doesn't sound like he has much life experience, because any parent who had heard that their child went through this would be pressing charges against Cinny. They would be calling them a pedophile, flat out.
Well, you know, and also, like, let's also beg to ask, since we're in the S&M stuff with all this stuff because of Cinny, were all those people that you stuck your dick into crazy on consensual?
Right.
I mean,
and
if
like,
they're crazy by your own definition. I mean,
Plus,
do we want to pull up black and white definitions like you tried to do for grooming and pedophilia?
Well,
Because
I mean,
that
look,
would mean
it
that
wasn't
they're not
just...
able to care for themselves, and they would need assistance.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like he didn't just stick his dick in crazy; he had them stick a knife in themselves as well.
See, as somebody that has done that, I feel like that's like some awful stolen valor.
Well, forget the
Like
stolen
seriously,
valor. I
you
mean, if we're
love the crazy. You love the crazy Kumo. That's why you're even here in the first place, because this is a crazy fucking birdie person.
my whole methodology here is if he can use the black and white definitions for grooming to dismiss it with Birdie, or not with Birdie, apologies, with Cinny, why can't we use the black and white definitions for crazy then in your own statement right here to just say that, well, you committed crimes?
How about we use the definition of self-mutilation for your previous little incident? Like, seriously.
But no, it's just one of those, like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I mean, if you're going to sit there and try and do, what was the terminology you used? I was verbally faggy. Is that what you said?
Addiction. Well, it was dictionarily faggy.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, why can't we be that way with you and the word crazy? I mean, it would be awfully bad for you.
It would.
I know a thing or two about like conniving sociopaths, and Birdie like ticked all the fucking boxes. Like,
wow,
I could just
whoa.
That's
you know
that's
a thing or two
aging,
about conniving.
That's aging away. That's certainly aging us away now. Like,
I know a thing or two about conniving sociopaths because I see one in the mirror every morning.
I woke up and said, "Hey, beautiful," and then I realized I was talking to myself.
Oh man.
See through it immediately. Like, this bitch, it doesn't. She's willing to burn any.
Also misgenders. Like outright straight misgenders Birdie. That's the thing. That's why I've been very, 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 like, fair in what I'm doing, because I don't have any reason to misgender people, because, like I said, I'm just trying to be like, okay, the vast majority are not X way. But, you know, here's Kumo going out of his way to misgender people just because.
To gain what she wants with no regard for like the long-term consequences.
Oh,
on top of that,
pot meat kettle, long-term consequences.
The BPD thing, I think, is a fucking front. The comment about like, oh, I'm just really good at masking. That would have been really interesting if Birdie had talked about that, because I believe Birdie would have said something like that. That's something I also
Wait,
recognize.
you would believe? Okay, hold up. Has Birdie even said that, or do you just believe that Birdie would say that?
Allegedly, when we had the cry in the sack with Cinny and Birdie, when Birdie had already decided to leave, that's when Birdie admitted that I'm really good at masking. That's why I don't look so upset. Because if you remember and you recall, Cinny asked, "Why are you not so upset? Why are you able to just sit there and draw?" So
that makes no fucking sense. I mean,
that's what he's referring to here. Is just because.
I mean,
of
first
that,
off,
like,
no, like that whole situation makes no fucking sense. If he's going to expose her as a pedophile, why have her in the room?
Oh, I mean, there's that whole fucking part of this, but
Like-
again, I'm
like-
not even. I don't think Birdie's the bigger problem here. I think the bigger problem here is speaking right now.
You're
Well, I
like,
know, but I'm just saying,
you're
like, look at the
500 steps
situation.
ahead.
It's just that the situation is highly unlikely. Like, anyone who just found out that their significant other, the person that they're sharing a fucking apartment with, is a pedophile, why would you let them in the room unless if you got a gun pointed at their head?
Well, like, that's the thing, is that right now, as far as Cinny's concerned, Cinny is a reliable narrator. It's convenient that they become an unreliable narrator and supposedly lied about the reading thing. That's literally all this whole fucking perspective change comes down to.
Look, the only reliable narrator was the 14-year-old when Cinny had to read that fucked up shit to begin with.
Yeah.
Sociopaths. I don't think it has anything to do with BPD or like actually masking. I think it's just being manipulative and changing your personality and the way you treat people in order to gain something.
didn't that whole set of series of words strung together into a sentence kind of sound very similar to something maybe else that went on here?
Yeah. I'm so glad that he's here to explain to us plebeians the psychology. Thank you, stalker child.
And I
Dr.
think
Kumo, folks.
I think Birdie saw Cinny from the very get-go as a means to an end.
Just
Look,
like
this
you.
is the thing. No. This is complete and utter fucking projection here from Kumo. This is all just projection. The same shit happened with Sen. The same thing's happening now. It's all just fucking projection.
You know what the constant in all that is?
Kumo.
Yes.
He has more projection than a movie theater. Like,
it's funny. He keeps running into these situations where this happens, and the only thing that's consistent in it is him.
Take advantage of, essentially.
Yeah.
To benefit themselves. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, hold up. Here's the thing. What made him think that Birdie would even consider that, Cinny was, malleable, like Play-Doh? Was easy to take advantage
his
of.
Own conflated thoughts because he wants to make a hit piece against Birdie. For whatever
not
reason.
just, no. No, I'm talking about, like, that's the motivation, but I'm talking about what specifically did he think Birdie saw in her that he clearly saw, is the point I'm trying to make.
That she's, by his words, retarded.
That's the thing. That's the projection. Like, seriously, the whole standpoint view from Kumo here is attributing to Birdie what he clearly saw is like, why did he stay with her?
Yeah. Do you know who Gamma is, by any chance? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm like, this whole like commentary shit. I've kind of had myself. I'm in my own bubble, so I'm still learning about all this lore and all these new people. My entire thing has been like, fuck the art community. I have like a whole like revenge tour, like fucking content lineup
yeah,
of videos.
I forgot he goes full Liv Morgan here. It's my revenge tour. And when we get to WrestleMania, I'm totally gonna take out the Kumo revenge tour.
Oh my god.
Like, Christ. Like, fucking anime villain LARPing retard. Like, you've only seen a fraction of my power.
Right.
Like, come on. Like, Christ almighty. Like,
I mean, here's the thing. Like, to put it in another word here, or to put it another way, Cinny is too stupid that she's almost honest to a fault unless if she's coached.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's dangerously naive.
Yeah. So, what about, like, if Birdie saw it, then fucking Kumo saw it too. So Kumo just put himself on the fucking hook. We don't even know if it's even true about what Birdie said, or what he says about Birdie, but we know it's true about him because he's able to pick up on it and use it to his advantage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's done that, and he's demonstrated everything here. It's just kind of funny how it's going to be demonstrated by him. Everything he alleges of other people here.
Like revenge tour, like fucking content lineup of videos on big names, like, and the shit that people don't want to talk about. And I'm only recently getting like brushing shoulders.
Well,
with
I'm
anyone on
sorry,
this
but
side
we
of
had to cut your revenge tour a bit short there, or well, you cut it yourself.
the community.
No, it's fine. It's just, this Gamma guy is just talking some shit about you, and I don't know if you know him or know what he's referencing. We don't have to get into it necessarily, but
it's all good.
Okay. Anyway, so this individual obviously taking advantage. The BPD thing's a front. One thing I was interested in, I think you even said something about in chat. So this Birdie person had, some sort of like allegations of their own, and apparently Cinny
Sorry, I've got to speed this up.
stood by them. Is that right?
That's actually absolutely correct. Birdie is like a figure that has like a long-standing history of controversy in this community. A lot of people like to infantilize Birdie, but
Which community is that? I'm sorry, I thought you were torched from the art community. I thought you were done with them. Like, you've gone on this whole publicity tour of not being involved with the art competition. Didn't he just say that? Didn't he?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, the revenge. Well, here's the thing.
Why would
he can't
you-
even claim not being in the art commentary community if he's going to call it the revenge tour. You kind of have to be in it to commit the fucking revenge.
Yeah.
But I see Birdie for what she is. It's definitely, a lot of it's true, and it's definitely like this charitability that Synny is like, they refused to give Synny kind of like dried up because they were too busy giving it all to Birdie. Like, even I think like a big name like Streamline Workshop was involved in this, and she made like a whole apology because she was like really way too invested in the Birdie drama, like leaking shit about people's romantic relationships and stuff. There's a lot of like names involved, but yeah, Birdie's past is definitely for good reason.
But did
For very
Birdie
good reason,
commit a
it's very
fucking crime? Did Birdie commit a fucking crime, Kumo? What was his crime?
Being more popular. That's it.
Wah.
Controversial.
Wah.
A lot of the water gets muddied because in the art community, it seems like everyone has fucking dementia. So
Yeah. So just to confirm, because Birdie, I mean, was accused of grooming in similar kind of circumstances and ages, roughly, to what Synny was.
Dementia.
And is it correct that Synny?
You've changed your fucking story for how we know you're Cutter Boy 3 times now.
That's not dementia. That's retconning.
Stayed by Birdie during that, do you know?
Yeah, because I think it's wildly inappropriate. Like, that is true, and I think for the same reason that like I don't think Synny's a pedophile, I'm not gonna call Birdie a pedophile. But where I get annoyed at like the lack of charitability is like it was all given to Birdie back then, but not to Synny. Is like the bare minimum to be diagnosed with pedophilia is you have to be like a 15-year-old. So to be like, to be like 16 talking.
Wait.
Where
Dr.
I
Kumo.
want to see the
Paging
fucking
Dr.
source
Kumo.
on that. Can we see the fucking source on that?
You have to be 15.
Like, what do you have to apply for a license to be a pedophile now? Like,
hold the fucking phone. How old was Synny? 20?
Yes.
You have to be 15 to be diagnosed officially as a pedophile. She's 20.
well, I just like how he acts like, it's a licensing process to become a pedophile. Like, you gotta go down to the DMV, are you 15? Here's your hand over your social security.
Here's your pedophile test.
Yeah, right?
It's like an occupation. It's like an occupation. You can only become a pedophile once you turn 15,
Yeah.
It's very serious business. It's either, and then that's how you become a magic judge. Then you take your pedophile license.
Cite me the fucking horse shit that leads you to believe that you have to be 15 to be diagnosed as a pedophile. Because there is no age. Like, for the longest time, fucking psychiatrists didn't want to, like, fucking diagnose kids with being psychopaths because they believed child innocence. However, further studies proved that psychopathy could be detected in kids,
but not pedophilia, not until they hit 15.
Right? Well, how does that work then? It's like is it like Pandora's file? Like, where you just open it and it's like you both are a pedophile and not a pedophile because you're not an adult?
I mean,
So,
look, when I was reading off that fucking shit about Lena Dunham a couple streams back, where she was telling the story of her childhood when she was 12, and somehow her 1-year-old sister put rocks in her vagina.
Yeah.
That's fucking impossible. Either she had a fucking wet dream about it, or she actually did it.
But thankfully, she wasn't a pedophile.
Yeah, she didn't meet the age requirement.
She didn't meet the age requirement. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. This is fucking hilarious. You have to be 15. You must be this tall to be considered a pedophile. Like, come on, bro.
Talking to like a middle schooler is kind of wild in my opinion. But that definitely is, to my understanding, it's very true that happened. Now the sort of like convoluted parts about like
well, no, he's talking. They're talking about the whole Birdie situation right now, which He's saying that he cannot justifiably call Birdie a pedophile because Birdie wasn't 15. They were both middle schoolers, 13, 14. Supposedly, according to them, according to what
But Birdie was
laid
the
out,
younger one.
what was laid out with the whole situation with Cinny, when they stated it was 12, 14. So we don't even have a consistent age across the board.
So, like, are you not allowed to date until you're 18 in his eyes, then? Like...
I mean...
Well,
like,
it's to...
This is so dumb.
It's to fucking Gigi's
Like,
point right now. It's just the fact that, like, so because of that, you're saying that you can't call Birdie a pedophile, but you won't call fucking Cinny a pedophile, even though they exceed those standards.
Well, here's the thing. That plays into his motives. He's mad that he can't call Birdie a pedophile, therefore he won't call Cinny a pedophile.
Exactly.
In order to grant her even playing field.
Yep.
That's what's driving this, not this fucking bogus 15-year-old like age exclusivity for fucking pedophilia diagnoses.
Yep.
You know, do I want to look this up?
just do it. We already got the FBI following Pat. I mean, we're no close behind.
You be
But no, just look up. No, just type in what is the age. What is the age that you could be diagnosed a pedophile?
I don't think Google likes this. All right.
If it says 15, I'm done. We're shutting this
Merck,
thing down.
Merck Manual's pedophilic disorder.
What?
Let's see here. Accept cookies. I don't want to accept cookies for this website. This is the opposite of what I want to do.
I don't want these cookies. I don't want these cookies.
These are bad cookies. Like, these are no-touch cookies. So, pedophilic disorder is characterized by recurring, intensive, sexually arousing fantasies, urges, or behavior involving children, usually 13 years or older or younger. Oh, so technically, by that definition, Cindy's not a pedophile because they were 14.
Wait, hold on.
No, that's referring to the literal definition of pedophilia. Versus like a phebophilia and all the other fucking retarded terms.
But look up, like, what is the age that you could be diagnosed as a pedophile?
Pedophiles may be attracted to young boys, girls, or both. Yeah, we know that. Doctors diagnose pedophilia when people feel greatly distressed or become less able to function well because of their attraction to children or when they have acted on their urges. So unless if somebody's like, I need to fuck kids like right now, they're not a pedophile, according to the actual diagnosis.
Like, what the fuck? So
nothing about 15?
Although state laws vary in the United States, the law generally considers a person older than 18 to be committing statutory rape if the victim is 16 or under. Statutory often causes do not meet the definition of pedophilia, though, highlighting a somewhat arbitrary nature of selecting a specific age cutoff point. In many places, children as young as 12 to 14 can legally marry, complicating the definition of pedophilia. What in the fuck is this? What rabbit hole are we going down?
Look, the whole statutory rape thing is basically a pedophilic act. Whether or not it was like intentional, the law will have to decide in a court of your peers. You know?
Wait. No, I think we have an answer in that. In if you just take the bare minimum there. So if the bare minimum is that you can marry at 12, therefore you can't be convicted of it until you're at least 12.
14.
No, he said 12 because you can marry at 12.
Yeah,
was it 12 or 14?
12.
Oh,
children as young as 12 to 14 can legally marry.
Well, that's like the range from different states. Like I know in Texas, it's
so
like 14.
By bare minimum, you would have to be 12 in order to be
considered a diagnosis section.
A pedophile.
A doctor's evaluation based on standard psychiatric diagnostic criteria is people have had repeated intense sexually arousing fantasies, urges, or behaviors involving children or a child around the ages of 13 or under. people feel greatly distressed or become less able to function, as in at work, with their families, or interactions with friends, or they have acted on their urges. People are aged 16 years or old or older and are 5 or more years older than the child who is the object of their fantasies or behaviors. An exception is an older adolescent who has an ongoing relationship with a 12 or 13-year-old, and they have had this condition for more than 6 months.
Well, that's the thing. It's like the psychological definition doesn't even meet with the legal or even the colloquial one.
And none
Like
of
the
them
colloquial
none of them had
Just
this
makes it
fucking
even
standard.
muddier.
Yeah, none of them had
Well,
his
here's the
standard.
thing. Here's the thing. Dr. Kumo is going by strictly psychological terms. We did not read one fucking iota of 15-year-olds being the fucking starting point for diagnoses.
No, it's 12 to 14 and then 16. That's the one age that is not mentioned. That's the Jeffrey Dahmer thing. You had so many ways to answer that, you found the one way that it's wrong.
But
15, you're
Stab
actually
in
in
the
the
middle.
most gray.
Yeah,
But
15,
here's the
you are
thing.
the most in the middle.
Here's the thing. He's going at it from the psychological route. Like, he's been feeding Synnibear all the fucking psychological horse shit. That he, like, Synnibear would be, I'm surprised he never even made this fucking argument, would be a hebephile by that definition.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Oh, here's one from psychology or psychiatryonline.org.
That sounds like a site he'd use.
Pedophilia is a clinical diagnosis made by a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and it is not a criminal terminology. So, okay. So,
Yeah, it can basically sex offender would be the criminal terminology. But when
Yeah.
we're talking about this colloquially,
Are we bringing
refer to
Chomo
them as
back?
pedophiles.
Can we bring Chomo back? I'm reclaiming it for the people. Chomo.
Technically,
Well, I mean,
individuals.
look, hold up. We got Chud logic, and then we got Kumo with Chomo logic.
Yes.
So, technically, individuals who engage in sexual activities with pubescent teenagers under the age of consent from 13 to 16 are known as hebephiles, or attracted to females, or ephebophiles, attracted to males. The term
Wait, hold.
hebephilia is becoming a generic term to describe sexual interest in a male or female pubescent child.
Wait a minute. Okay, so that explains why my confusion for the two terms, because everyone was like saying
gendered.
ephemophile when they meant hebephile, and it's like it's interchangeable.
Yeah, it's gendered, but now it's hebephiles being more towards like gender neutral.
Why can't we just use pedophile just straight out? Like,
Chomo, I'm bringing it back.
I know this is the whole splitting the hairs horse shit that I keep talking about, because it really doesn't matter, because people like the layman's nomenclature are like anyone who isn't a legal adult is considered a child.
See? So Chomo works.
50% to 70% of pedophiles are also diagnosed as having paraphilia, which includes frauderism, exhibitionism, voyeurism, or sadism. Well,
BDSM.
Cinny, it's not looking good for you, Cinny. Shit. like,
man, Kumo, you really know how to pick them there,
Yes,
faggot.
just like the age 15. Good job, buddy.
Talking about how they had no interest or whatever, I would really have to do a deep dive into this iceberg to kind of understand, what was
iceberg.
Said
Oh, well, the good news is apparently pedophiles are more active to engage in fondling and genital manipulation than intercourse.
Oh.
Well, I mean, yeah. So touchy, no touchy. Like,
yeah.
Well, that explains the artwork.
Proven, but this entire controversy, I've just been asking. Okay, is there like proof for this?
There's an entire section right here on females. Pedophilic women tend to be young, 22 to 33, have poor coping skills. May meet criteria for the presence of a psychiatric disorder, particularly depression or substance abuse, and are frequently met with the criteria for being personality disordered, either antisocial, borderline narcissistic, or dependent. Cindy kind of sounds dependent.
Yes.
Yeah,
with
dependent,
how she
depressed,
yeah.
and
In incidents in which women were identified as being involved in sexually inappropriate acts with children, there is an increased chance of the male pedophile being involved as well. When a male co-offender is involved, usually one or more child is involved.
Well, damn, Birdie. I almost dodged a bullet there, but I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kumo, you really could have just hit 2 birds with 1 stone there, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, the best part about this? I found out more than what Kumo said, and I Google searched it in 4 minutes. I've done 4
And we still
minutes
didn't
worth
get the
of
number
research.
15. We still never got the number 15. Like, what the fuck?
Absolutely no 15s.
In 4 minutes worth of research, I apparently know more about pedophilia than Kumo did, and that's the entire crux of his whole argument.
Well, here it gets better right here. Listen.
But this entire controversy, I've just been asking, okay, is there like proof for this?
Yeah, I mean, it's dude, I see a couple of comments in chat that are like, oh, but Cindy made the apology video, which you've already discussed, and I know you're not concerned with it improving their reputation, but yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough hill to climb. I think your advice of just not caring, putting your response out, and moving forward is probably the only way that Cindy can go about handling this. So yeah.
How come you didn't set a standard there, Kumo? So, like, why didn't you set a standard for what proof was? Because you already knew that they sent it. You already knew that they read it. But, like, the revelation came with the out loud. Why didn't you just sit there and be like, thankfully they never were in a voice chat and talking about this stuff out loud, or having them, like, recant or read this stuff aloud or anything like that? If there's such a hard line for you, buddy,
right?
Seems like a golden opportunity to lay that out there.
It's really good that Cindy never had a minor read this to them.
Yeah.
Oh. This is the one defining character. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be honest with you, that's the kind of main things I wanted to talk about. Was there anything in particular you wanted to add or contribute that's been missed, or any disagreements?
I actually don't have any disagreements with what you said on stream. I think I've been butting heads and having disagreements with people in private about this, but at the same time they've acknowledged they see where I'm coming from. I'm not in this because I want some kind of fucking attention. I mean, I did a stream on this and I didn't even use tags. I was the last.
Yeah, you don't want the attention. You want to divert the attention.
Yes. Generous Kumo not tagging people.
Was trying to get as many milk as many views out of this as possible. But I will say that I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I'm not trying to be the fucking
Yes, you
O.J.
are.
Simpson.
Otherwise, your fucking attack against Birdie won't work.
Exactly. Literally everything he says, actual meaning is inverse.
He's literally looking into a mirror as he's speaking.
Diddy lawyer here. I'm actually not defending anything that Cinny has done. I've condemned Cinny. I just don't agree with people shouting from the fucking rooftops that Cinny's a pedophile. And the basis is because she is. Because she just is. I'd say one thing I do want to communicate for sure, since people are listening. I've seen a lot of shit in terms of how people have taken this situation and covered it. I believe there's a guy who interviewed the 14-year-old on stream, and I have clips someone sent me of him. I think he was flirting with the kid on live stream. The guy's 27, he said. Yeah, it's some really weird shit. They don't want people contacting the parents or even the police about this scenario because allegedly Eno's parents are abusive and homophobic. So that also rubbed me the wrong way. I think be critical of Cinny, but honestly, at the end of the day, I don't want to grant any kind of immunity to Birdie.
Yes, let's not contact the parents because they're abusive and homophobic. I'm sorry, but they're still the parents. They're going to have to appear in court with the kid if this shit comes out to light to them.
Well, see, that just bothers me there, where it's no, don't talk to the parents or anything because they're abusive and all this other stuff. It's then why are you sticking your nose in this?
Well, the thing that really bothers me there about all this is that he straight up just blatantly, without proof, by his own word, accused somebody of being creepy with the same 14-year-old.
Yeah, that too. Is he, you've seen the movie They Live?
Yep.
Does he just have those glasses, but everybody's a pedo?
And he's all out of bubble gum?
Yeah, he just looks around and he just sees pedophiles everywhere.
Well, it's not that. Apparently, he doesn't wear them when he's around Cinny, if that's the case.
Yeah, I know. It's just they don't work then. They don't work over Discord.
It's this whole thing. It's I'm trying to defend It's like I'm trying to defend someone from being considered a pedophile. Meanwhile, I'm going to insinuate someone else is a pedophile. And thirdly, I'm also going to say that Birdie, you're a dirty birdie. You may be a pedophile. I don't know. I don't have enough evidence yet.
But we don't think
But I
you're
got
old
your
enough.
Discord logs. But I got your Discord logs.
Yes.
Forward, like, Sydney's gonna have to better herself, and I just want to like shit on Birdie. I want to get into this Birdie shit because it's really entertaining to me, and I don't want to drive.
Then
Sydney
you
off the
should have
internet
just
because
shat
Sydney has
on
a lot of-
Birdie. You shouldn't have involved yourself with Synnibear.
Yep.
You should have just shat on Birdie. There was no need for this fucking detour.
Of useful insight and access to even like screenshots and like DMs and shit that are going to be very useful for anyone who wants to like look into Birdie.
Let me repeat that.
Entertaining to me, and I don't want to drive Sydney off the internet because Sydney has a lot of useful insight and access to even like screenshots and like DMs and shit that are going to be very useful for anyone who wants to like look into Birdie.
You notice how he's placing blame? That's him beginning to place blame right there. He's placing blame for getting the DMs on Birdie.
Well, not just that, but he's also saying that, like, no, Cindy has use. It's like, you know, as whether
That
you
too.
like
Oh,
her
yeah,
or not.
absolutely, that too,
Because,
yes.
because you
He's
might.
a useful idiot, just like Birdie thought of her. I think of her that way too.
Yeah. It's like whether you like Cindy or not and think she's guilty or anything like that, like, it's still gross how you're using her as a tool in your, like, Tard war.
Yeah.
Like, you brought all this shit out to the public again, that everybody has to relitigate this again. You know, you got a poor robot in the scrap heap now. Like,
okay, look, he came out of the scrap heap. They tried polishing him up, but he fell out. Like, fell out from underneath himself.
look, the T80 had some growing pains before they got up to the real models. Okay, like,
oh,
you know, not every concept car sees release. You guys know that, being car guys.
Hopefully
Technically,
later,
they
I'm gonna...
do see life. It just depends on the contract.
Well, I mean, the contract is no.
I mean, there's a reason why there's classifications. Like, even in aviation, they still have to make the A model to figure out how to make the B model.
Yep. Oh, man.
For anyone who wants to like look into Birdie. Hopefully later, I'm gonna try and convince Cindy to hop on a call and
Again,
screen share to me.
This is the thing. No one gave a fuck about Birdie. No one.
But him.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. No one needs this free advertisement to, like, Birdie's the big problem. Like, you literally just, like, shoehorned in a fucking defense that didn't even work. And it ended up committing a crime.
Defense because of the fact that he got what he needed.
Like, seriously, this is like Saul Goodman levels of horse shit. Because, like, Your Honor, my client is like a good person in the community. Sure, they may have been horsing around, and then it plays the clip of them cutting the dude's head off. That's literally what you did, Kumo. You pulled a Saul Goodman just to go after fucking Birdie.
Well, yeah, you're going full Barnes. Like, you're going full Barnes right now. Like, it's a government plan. It's a Birdie plan.
Oh my god.
Hopefully later, I'm gonna try and convince Cindy to hop on a call and screen share to me, and I'm gonna have her go through Birdie's fucking hard drive because a lot of this is.
Yeah, even more so. And then one cybercrime. He's like the Oprah of cybercrimes. You get a cybercrime. You get a cybercrime. We all get cybercrime.
Going through the hard drive. What are you expecting to find in there, Kumo? Stuff that makes pedophiles hard?
Oh.
He's
saying that. What are you implying? Are you implying that they should look at his hard drive?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. It's tampering with evidence, number one, if there was ever a case against Birdie to be made.
Yep.
And number two, you're using an unreliable narrator, someone who is completely inept, has no expertise in this shit that you had to coach him through. And number three, you're you. You have a vested interest in making this shit look bad. It's just like those motherfuckers going after Jeremy Hales.
And for all we know, like, City was apparently, like, doing kind of good before this shit.
Not anymore.
Yeah, and then you brought this back out to relitigate, like, now she has to go and tell her therapist, yeah, this random internet man, like, is, like, trying to get me, like, calling me pedophile, and I also have to deal with, like, some horny robot, like...
And the FBI is now knocking on my door.
Well, it's good that they're knocking and not kicking it down,
Yeah.
so that's a step
No,
up.
maybe hold up. Maybe we should just refer to Jar as Fisto from Fallout New Vegas.
Fisto?
Because he loves to play grab ass.
This is invoked some really
You know
morbid
the reference,
curiosity out of
right,
me.
Pat?
And so, in terms of going after
You
Birdie,
know-
then, I mean, do you have like a personal grudge, or is
What was that?
You know the reference I'm making?
Oh yeah.
The Atomic Wrangler.
it just like content?
No,
Just,
actually, no. It became a little bit personal. Group chats that they were in, that they were calling me a fucking like Zionist and a predator. I think the Zionist thing is because in my Twitter bio, it says in like all caps, "I love Israel." And it's like an ironic thing. Like if you remember, like before all this recent blow up of the conflict,
So you
he used
brought
to
it
get
on yourself, and you're bitching about it.
I love Israel and the Jews.
censored really heavily.
I love one particular Jew.
You heard it now, chat. Only one. He only likes that one.
I was nice to you earlier, I'll have you know. You've already gotten your retribution for your state and yourself.
Heavily for being critical of Israel, and now it's like the
I guess I did, yeah.
fucking next best thing to be anti-Semite, and I just haven't changed my Twitter about me. It's been that way forever. And I just thought that was particularly interesting because it's like they're just being a bunch of tribalist tards, and I'm like, oh, so you're just like flinging shit and like being like a retard, and so I'm particularly interested because if you're gonna say shit about me and you're gonna drag me into it when all I'm doing is just helping with the script, I might as well like capitalize on that. I love when I get new cows.
Okay, wow, there we go. And from the sounds of it, then, just to well, actually, no,
Well,
sorry,
he's
there's one other thing actually.
into the
pet
pasture
ferret
and
allegation.
became one.
Against Birdie. Any insight into that?
I think it's true.
Okay.
I think it's very true. I've met too many people in this art community who are asexual, and then they have a lot of there's a lot of nuance and explaining that has to come in when someone brings up something they've talked about or admitted to. Particularly doodle tones and like the diaper shit was really funny. That's like is the oldest example I can think of how long this has been going on, where someone's like, "I'm asexual, by the way," and here's the nuance to this really fucked and depraved thing I did.
Dude, that's a straight facts. I completely agree. Yeah. Dude,
Yeah,
this whole
let's hear
art community
the
just
let's
sounds
hear
like,
the nuance to this to the fuck shit you just did.
Yeah. The many cyber crimes.
No, everyone involved is just a total degen. Like, what the fuck is going on over there?
Oh yeah, me included, bro. I love rape.
Okay, bro. Okay. What's your channel? Just Kumo, is that it, or what's the deal?
Yeah, it's just Kumo commentary. I have a lot of shit planned. I still have another Lio Convoy video. I hope to do better on that one. A lot of feedback I got about the first one. Definitely could have done better, but I'm proud of how it's.
You think it's going to be looking in the mirror?
I interviewed more of his adult children that I'm trying to flee like the Underground Railroad. We started getting pit stops all throughout the country.
Why am I now thinking of fucking Kumo as fucking the Harriet Tubman of the Lio Convoy Underground Railroad?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
You just go up to the door and knock on it 3 times and go, "Lion Man bad," and they'll open the door.
Turned out. I don't like this art commentary shit, and I have a lot of stuff I wanna release.
Oh, quit
This is just like a
bitching!
side-
You love it. You love it. Otherwise, you'd have nothing to talk about, faggot.
Oh, damn.
You love it. You wouldn't have a career. Well, you no longer have a career, but you wouldn't have had a career if you didn't have it in your life.
Yeah, the U.S. Army won't let him have one.
Side project. I'm really entertained by it though.
Okay. Well, I'll link your channel, and then obviously we can go and check you out. Do you focus a lot on this kind of like small community type affairs? Is that your kind of interest?
Yeah, this is basically the end of this.
This isn't even a small community type affair. This is like beyond fucking retarded.
All right.
So is this the Queeman or is this the Beckett Bowl?
This is the Beckett first. So let's see.
Is this the part that makes me sad, or is that coming later?
Oh, that comes later.
Oh, okay. I need to know if I need to strengthen my heart. I might go make cookies.
We got that. I'm trying to make sure I'm in the right order here. Hold on.
Damn, man, that sounds good. Maybe I might go make cookies. Fuck.
You bastard.
I got turtle ones too.
You can have them. I'm not a huge fan of caramel. Depends on it.
What?
Well, we're 6 hours in, fellas.
You know, I really regret not going harder at you now.
Should we make that quick pit stop to the previous video that we got rid of?
We have a lot still to go through. We have
30
minutes in this, and we can only go 1.25 speed max.
God fucking damn it.
I mean, honestly, I could skip this, and we could go right into... Yeah, you know what? Let's just fucking do that. Let's do that, because there's not a whole lot that comes out of this, other than this is miraculously where Kumo watches the Copenhagen vid, and honestly, it's just like the first minute or so here that we really need to hear. So, here, let me play this.
Said in that interview.
What the fuck?
Down another floor.
Okay.
Out through the door, out of the fucking the stand. He's gonna go down the hallway, find the staircase, go all the way down another floor, go back down the hallway to...
What the fuck is this?
Run through across the entire fucking anime hyper. Literally digesting said in that interview was genuine, and that was an issue I had, but I hadn't really like digested or reflected exactly.
Right here. This is what we really need to hear. I don't know about whatever the fuck he's talking about, but so right here is where Kumo has now watched through with Beckett the whole Jar video that he released before Jar. and now
he had the video, he didn't watch it, and he just released it. It's like, here's a preview of it. Don't release it. It's like, release. He didn't even watch it. He had to watch it again with Beckett.
Yes.
Or he watched it for the first time with Beckett, I guess.
So like here's his response to the Jar video.
It was genuine, and that was an issue I had, but I hadn't really like
nothing in that interview was genuine, and that was the issue I had with it. So he did watch it beforehand, but he hadn't digested it.
Digested or reflected exactly why I had an issue with how Cinny was in that interview. Like, I knew immediately like what the problem with
she
Jar
was following your lead. How could?
Because this is the Jar video now. This is the Jar's interview with himself, where Cinny kind of showed up occasionally.
That awkward one that we watched made us really uncomfortable.
Am I hearing this right? Kumo couldn't like digest until now the "you better think your vagina" fucking comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
And such. Yes.
Identify like as someone who does interviews all the time. What was so bad about it? But it's because nothing in that interview was genuine, and I don't think I've said anything otherwise about that. Like it's super disingenuous.
I think I disagree with you to one extent.
Oh, really?
I think the most genuine thing in this interview
is the
fact that Cinny is
the famous last words. Oh really? Oh really? You know. I think it should have been better as "oh shit."
Genuine thing in this interview is the fact that Cinny is not sorry. I think that's genuine, and I don't think that needed Jar to be... I don't think Jar led Cinny to that conclusion. I think that's just because Cinny has no fucking remorse. And I do think both of you were led up a path for this.
I think both can be true, that she does and doesn't have remorse.
Well, here's the thing. The big thing I wanted to stop on here was what Beckett said. I think you both been led up the path with this, meaning you're both been lied to. So he's manipulated
That makes
Beckett.
no sense.
He's manipulated Beckett enough to think that he was lied to about Cinny, to the point that his whole perspective is now magically changed. Mind you, we still haven't gotten to, that's the next video, where the big magic drops in the reading aloud.
Gasp.
Fucking remorse. And I do think both of you were led up a path for this. Yeah, like sure, Jar can give like leading questions.
I need to reflect. But... I wouldn't hold. Yeah. I'm not gonna hold my breath. I don't think I don't think, honestly, I'm like contemplating.
You don't
like,
think, period.
You know how am I going
That's how we got
to?
here.
How am I going to like? What am I going to do going forward? Because like, the more and more like this discussion goes on, the more like agitated I am at Cinny specifically, and I'm like, oh, but if I like cut Cinny off, it's gonna be
She's
like
your
this.
silver bullet. Well, why would you be disappointed when she's your silver bullet? It's like, you didn't perform as I expected to. You were supposed to kill the werewolf birdie.
He's using silver bullets against fucking vampires. That's his logic here.
Is that the third
No,
point again?
it doesn't even feel like that. It's like he's hunting. It's like he's Ishmael hunting for Moby Dick, but he brings the fucking shotgun with the silver shells. I'm like, we're hunting a whale, not a werewolf. Like,
The silver BBs.
yeah, like totally wrong species. Like we're hunting a large like ocean mammal, and you're hunting a furry. Like you bring stuff for a furry, and we're hunting an ocean mammal. Like,
Usually, when you're hunting for a birdie, you kind of want to use birdshot.
Yeah.
Not buckshot, not deer slug, or harpoon gun.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Against me, and I'm like, but also like,
I mean, look,
really bothered by.
if you cut Cinny off and people are like, why? Just be like, go watch the stream with Beckett, because he makes the
Yeah.
fucking arguments, and like, this is like the proof of concept of what I've been saying previously. Like,
Great idea, Beckett. You know what we end up doing? Hold on, now I got to transition.
He puts himself on the fucking hook.
Because now we have a new deleted video that has not been uploaded yet. Sorry, guys. Apparently, I've got like the only copy of this. So, browser window.
ooh, it's a rarity.
Is it the flag video?
Oh, it's because the browser window is actually open here. Okay, now I've got it fixed.
It says
All
stream
right.
pause for us.
Yeah, it might be because I had to minimize Discord to try and bring everything forward.
Yeah.
Oh, and
we
I
got
got
a special offline treat for you all.
All right.
From back to the old VLC days.
Okay, so this is the original Goblin video. And I'm going to let the beginning play because there's not a whole lot that happens. And I'm going to take my restroom break. And I will be back before anything eventful happens. And you can just listen to drab bullshit happen.
Yeah.
It's called Copy Strike Party at Kumo's house.
Oh, did you see the stream room?
No, yeah, it's like, is that what it changed to when you reopened it?
Yeah. Okay, play. And I'm away. Goodbye. I'll be back.
He's going to abandon us. Yeah.
Why don't you put out a list, like a fucking a classifieds ad, you know?
No, you know what do I want to make the joke?
Wanted roommate who could put up with pedophile accusations
No,
24/7.
just load up Megan's Law and just start there.
So are you loving the deep levels of content you're getting here?
I wish it was sped up 2 times because there's a lot of pauses with these 2 dits.
Let me see if I can figure that out.
Yeah. I do know that Goblin, or as Queeman likes to call her, Goblin, Kumo Xylee.
Jesus Christ.
That's image adjustment. Jesus Christ. Quality overlay advanced. Why is there so many settings?
For VLC?
Yes. And none of them are speed.
I'm pretty
Lovely.
sure there's a playback speed one.
But where?
Here, let me pull my version. Playback.
Way back. Ah, speed. I found it. It's in a totally different menu.
Yeah.
Oh. We have faster, fine, and faster. Which faster do I want?
Fast and
Oh,
fine.
shit.
That'll
They
at
don't
least
hear
be
anything.
1.5.
They don't
They
hear
have-
anything on stream. Lovely.
Damn.
God damn it.
I was gonna say for the speed, do they have Fast and Furious?
No, we just have faster.
No,
and
that's
faster,
just
fine.
That's just Kumo on speed.
Oh,
Not
okay.
at all. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Mute Discord so they can't hear you. Now they can hear you, and they should be able to hear the video.
Okay.
Bet.
And just for good measure, I can mute that.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't say anything racist?
Probably not.
Okay.
Did we?
I don't know. Patrick did there for a second when we were muted.
No, you
I
were
was kinda-
muted. I was not.
I was
so
kinda
chat can
shocked.
back me up. Chat, back
We
me
were
up.
all muted.
No, you guys
Yeah.
were muted. I
We
have
were
my
all-
own. I have my own dedicated volume.
And that dedicated volume was really racist.
Prove it. All right. So playback. Speed faster. Oh, 1.5.
Yeah, faster is 1.5. Faster, or like the fastest, is like 2 times.
Speed faster again is 2. Okay, yeah, we could do 2.
Bingo.
So we know equals 2.
Yeah, we got a All right.
We got
So destiny speed.
Let's see how we got. And nothing's playing. Hold on.
I don't get how people can just like roommate with people they don't know.
Yeah, that's too
Jesus
fast.
Christ.
Yeah, just do faster, not fast.
That's like fucking cocaine bear speed. Like
Fine.
1.5. Wait,
wait.
You could...
Fine.
Nice.
We can dial this in.
No, I love VLC.
There we
You could
go.
do it while it's actually playing. You could do that while it's actually playing.
Yeah, I know, but I can't comprehend that right now. I'm still buzzed.
You're comprehending.
I just like this for school.
I think we're okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, they sound like normal people right now.
I got an email from the prosecutor with a copy of the letter he sent to Jack.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And you said it'll take 10 days before they decide whether or not they're going to trial, or...
Yeah.
Well,
How long will
this
it take
is-
for him to Jack to receive the letter?
No idea. They're sending it to Cass's house because I told them that's likely where he's living.
Why didn't you tell them about the drugging?
Because I forgot about it.
I don't know how you forget about something like that, but okay.
Sorry.
Boy, riveting content, isn't it?
You didn't even bother to show them the recordings we gave you? And told you
Why
to
did
show?
you even bother to
Put it
flag
in
this down?
Oh, well, because there's a whole bunch of shit that's going
They were
to
very
happen.
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just the foreplay before
It was
Kumo
just kind
gets
of a weird
here.
experience
Yeah,
because
we're waiting for
instead
Kumo
of meeting
to
in
show
like an
up.
office or anything, I was meeting like in the
Which
pizza
I can-
parts.
I get stream. It was Copenhagen.
I can't think of anything that like wasn't already brought up.
There he
Well, you
is.
touched it in the Copenhagen. You
All right. Gotta go back a little bit.
you to get here before we got into.
All right. Cindy, do you have an idea of what it is that I wanted to talk to you about?
No,
No clue.
I mean,
And keep in mind, while we're going through this whole thing, beat for beat, this hits every fucking single goddamn mark for a Senate call, if I've ever fucking heard one in my life, not being hosted by fucking Lio. Like, remove fucking Kumo, put Lio in there, this call, put it in front of 250 people in front of a Discord call, and do it that way. It's a fucking Senate call. That's the only fucking difference here.
I can't think of anything that like That wasn't already brought up.
Well, you talked it in the Copen. You said you watched the Copen Steve stream, and that upset you.
I mean, that's what upset me, but I don't know what, like, Kumo was upset about.
Oh, so you didn't finish the Copen Steve stream?
No, I couldn't.
Okay, Cindy. I'll just be blunt with you. I have a problem with how...
So what he's referring to there is what I just showed you. She doesn't know his thoughts and feelings now, having seen the revolutionary jar video, how he's going to change his position against Senny.
But you lied to me, Cinny.
Lied.
Lied.
And, have been performative for like the last, I don't know, almost month with me.
What do you mean?
Well, since the moment you got in contact with Jar, you have had a completely different attitude with me, Barry, Goblin, Evan, anyone else you've spoken to in our group, our support group for you. You've had a completely different attitude from what you said in that interview. In that interview, you were not the anxious, paranoid.
You were saying?
Doesn't this... He creates a support group.
Yep.
Tries to isolate her from Jar. What does that sound like? That almost sounds like something we read earlier in regards to someone else.
Well, look, Cindy's the groomer. Kumo isn't. She has more practice.
Oh my god.
Played remorseful Synnibear. You were the Synnibear who's like confident and making steps towards repairing her career rather than bettering herself and making sure she doesn't make the same mistakes again. That's who you were in that interview, and that's not who we've been talking to. And when you make comments like you didn't realize this was an issue until now, it only further confirms to us, and you even trying to double down also confirmed to us that you didn't believe a single word you were saying to us. You were just giving us lip service.
Okay, so first thing with all these points here that he points out is that I don't feel like you've been the same with us for the past month since you started talking to Jar. And then with that interview, let me replay what he says here.
Not who we've been talking to. And when you make comments like you didn't realize this was an issue until now, it only further confirms to us, and you even trying to double down also confirmed to us that you didn't believe a single word you were saying to us.
And then that now she's changed her opinion, and that suddenly this is all like revolutionary. Like, basically, there was like a 2-week gap where they still believed her, but she was being disingenuous to them, according to them, but they've now been able to figure it out. But remind you, we haven't reached any revolutionary points, and this is all based on an interview with Jar where she barely fucking spoke. I think in an hour, if she spoke for 10 minutes, I'd be surprised.
We're just giving us lip service. And so this is why we've actually been trying to confirm, like, get eyes on a police report to make sure this is actually happening. And this is why we want to see for ourselves that you've even been going to fucking therapy. But even if you've been going to therapy, you sound like in that car with just a robot that you don't believe that you need to change. And it seems like you didn't believe you needed to change based on your comments towards us afterwards. And it's only just a day ago or 2 days ago that you've actually realized for yourself that you need to change. You understand how that's like the exact polar fucking opposite of what you've been saying to us when we tell you that you need to change and that we're here to help you and be here for you as you change? And then you parrot it back to us that you want to change, and you've actually, before we even came into this, you said you wanted to change and be better, and you're only now realizing that you need to.
It's the aspect of what needed to change. Like,
what has changed? We've been talking.
So basically, what Cindy's saying here is that I identify I need to change. I don't know what I need to change. I mean, the easy answer is don't fuck around with kids, but you know.
We never called you a groomer. We never called you a groomer. We never called you a pedophile. This entire time we've said that you're hypersexual, you're like hypersexual shit, and you're like, and your fucking insanely terrible impulse control needs to be like worked on. These are very, we've identified these issues for you ages ago.
We've identified these issues for you ages ago. Does he not just like perpetually come off as trying to like sound like a psychiatrist or psychologist?
Yeah, he's at least using verbiage that almost sounds like he's trying to diagnose, at least.
Yeah.
And you told us that you wanted to change, that you needed to change, and you've deliberately gone behind our backs. Oh my god, you've like treated us like we're like second opinions for you, as if all of us don't have the same fucking goal. If you don't like what one of us says, you go to another, and when they tell you to go to me, you went to Jar. And then, I don't know why.
You want to know what my thought is with all that? She doesn't trust you, Kumo. She doesn't like your answers. It's human fucking nature.
You know, I just wanted to point out here for the good doctor that we just went over the whole, like, diagnostic definition of pedophilia.
Yep.
And there were 3 criterias: hypersexuality, impulsiveness, children. You want to tell me how she's not a pedophile, Kumo?
Yeah, it would be nice if we got some understanding from Dr. Kumo.
Right? And
Paging Dr. Kumo.
You could even make the argument the fact that she is feeling such remorse for this to the point where she's like almost emotionally unfunctional as a symptom too.
Oh man, I'm trying to clean up my screen because I want to make sure I've got like the most out of this. There we go.
Or how you were like freaking out that I was undermining Jar. And this, I did, honestly, in hindsight, I shouldn't have. I should have just let you go down that path. But you're freaking out that I tried to undermine Jar in your best interest. Like, I knew how this guy was. I warned you how he was. I told you what position you were in, and I was very conscious and scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his end goal. Like, how could he get caught in a cheating scandal or dumped by his girlfriend if nobody will believe it ever happened? Nobody would believe it ever. Like, half of the people, if you came out and said he did that to you, half of the people wouldn't believe you. The other half would believe you, but they'd be like, no, I'm not going to give sympathy to a pedophile because that's what they've been calling you. You are not in a position to be so, like, careless. And you don't even try to lie to me. You only talked to Jar and continued contact with Jar because he told you what you wanted to hear and I didn't. You lied to me saying that you understood that it was probably not in the cards for you to get your fucking YouTube career back. You said you understood that. And yet with Jar behind the scenes, because he was giving you this false hope, you had a different face on with him entirely. That's why I'm upset at you, Cinny. That's why I no longer want to be your friend, and that's why I no longer want to help you. Because you won't fucking help yourself.
You hear that, guys? He doesn't want to be friends with the pedophile anymore.
Amazing.
Right?
Such a brave take.
It's almost as brave as pedophile bad.
You know what's even braver? How he can just go on and just assume that Jar will just rape her.
Oh yeah.
Just
he makes worse allegations than that.
Like he is just already like all overclocked, and he's ready to go. Like.
Oh my god. Hold on. I'm trying to clean up some of this stuff because it is a mess. I still have chat open. Can't. Okay. That was old. All right.
Sorry, I'm making popcorn for this because I want to be ready for the human shit.
That's all up next. That's everything else that's left after this is Queeman.
And then Sad Beckett.
Yeah, well, and that's even Queeman too. Like, this man single-handedly dissolved the entire fucking thing. I can close this. We don't need this. Sorry. I'm just trying to get rid of certain things to make sure this is as minimized as possible. Okay, now I'm trying to figure out how to turn it back on. There we go. All right.
So, like, excuse me for caring and excuse me for biting the bullet, but I'm being told by everyone I know that you were just using me. And, I feel inclined to believe it considering you've lied so much. Cindy, I don't even think you've been genuine with me once. And this doesn't mean that I'm going to call you a pedophile or I rescind any of my logical takes. This just means that, like, I don't care.
It's the fucking wording that he uses throughout all this. I won't rescind any of my logical takes. What makes your take so logical and everyone else is illogical?
I also like the whole
I'll
were
tell
just
you why.
using me.
He has a PhD in nothing.
I just love that. Like, you were just using me as opposed to you using her.
Yes.
Like, you think that it shouldn't be mutual then?
Yeah.
Like, if she literally commits a crime for you, you don't think that she should, like, have a chance to have her career back then? Like,
yeah.
You just, like, want to take everything from her and then just burn her? Like,
well, this is surely parasitic. And it's not okay when it's parasitic the other way.
Well, he realizes that the issue with a parasite is they die when the host dies. It's in his best interest to make sure Sonny doesn't die.
Well, any logical brain would think that, but anybody with irrational, illogical thoughts wouldn't understand that.
Well, that's so good that Kumo is just that big brain then that he already thought of that.
No, I forget I gotta hit
the
actual button.
You get what I mean? I shouldn't care anymore. It was wasted effort because clearly it meant nothing. And then, oh my god, I'll let you speak after this. And then, upon realizing that we are upset at you and that, like, without even trying to understand why, You decide to make yourself the fucking victim instead of trying to communicate with us. You, like, ducked us, and then you refused to talk to any of us unless Goblin was present because Goblin was being fucking nice to you. But the fact that you had the audacity to make yourself the victim. I've seen your DMs. How are you this dishonest with yourself? You sound like you've genuinely convinced yourself that nobody in this group cared about you. Did we do things that people who didn't care about you would have done?
I don't know.
Like, if we didn't care about you, like, how do you explain the things we've done for you? And I'm not trying to lord them over your head. I'm genuinely trying to understand how you come to this conclusion that we just didn't care about you in any capacity. Like, as if my ulterior motives can't coexist with, like, caring. Like, both can be true. I can have
right there, point blank. He lays
No,
it
they
out
can't.
that he has his ulterior motives, and that he thinks logically his ulterior motives cannot exist in parallel with trying to help this.
No, he thinks they can. They can't.
Yeah.
Like, ulterior motives means that it's not the original motive or the main motive.
Yeah.
Using is using. Point blank, period. Shut the fuck up.
Well, Gigi, it's okay if it's parasitic from his side. You need to understand the logical thoughts here. His rational.
What logical thoughts? He's basically Steve DeLeave. He just uses people around him.
Yeah, but
Damn.
He has logical, rationalized thoughts, Gigi. You're not understanding.
Maybe in another parallel universe.
An ulterior motive.
You know, where opposite day exists. Or opposite. Or where.
Opposite pedos.
Where everything is opposite day.
Oh my god.
And still care and try to help you. Like, what is do you have like some, like, do you have an exclusively two-dimensional way of thinking?
I don't know if the way I'm thinking is super rational.
I think you're very rational. I think you know what you want, and you've just been lying to me the whole time. I think, actually, Barry put it best. I think you were using us for comfort. And Beckett suggested that you were using me, and I kind of believe him with how badly you wanted me to do that stream and then how you reacted poorly after I did it. But Evan suggested to me that you only wanted me to take the fucking brunt of it when you were under the most fire.
Oh, by the way, since we're not covering it because certain people have certain issues with certain things being leaked, I mean, we'll kind of get to it a little bit with Queeman at one point, because there is a complete DMs read between Cinny and Kumo. We do at least have that. And it's the censored version, so therefore any private or personal information is not shown. So there can't be any issues there. Anyway, what I was going to say is this part right here.
And Beckett suggested that you were using me, and I kind of believe him with how badly you wanted me to do that stream and then how you reacted poorly after I did it.
How badly you wanted me to do that stream and how poorly you reacted after it. Actually, when you go through the DMs, you're going to see that he's actually waiting and holding off on the stream until she's available, even though she's trying to break away and be removed from this and move on. He's trying to drag her back in.
You know, isn't that like part of the healing process? Like trying to fix yourself is to move on from your past mistakes.
He says that in this fucking call. Right here. Like, he's saying, like, you know, I think Becca was right. But then later on, he's going to say, like, I just wanted you to move on and be okay with life. Which is also a lie on his part, which is, like, boldly fucking retorted by Hellbent. Hellbent was amazing on fucking one of Queeman's multiple streams. But basically, he sits there and he says, the wording is I want her to move on so I don't have to talk to her anymore. In here, he's going to gaslight her and say, I just wanted you to find friends and be happy. So he can't even keep his point straight between streams that happen 24 hours apart.
Well, he has two different motives for those two different points. They can all happen at the same time.
Yeah.
Because he's an idiot.
But Evan suggested to me that you only wanted me to take the fucking brunt of it when you were under the most fire. And I could believe that. Because the fact that you actively ignored my very rational and helpful advice and went to fucking just a rapist. This guy who you clearly knew was hitting on you.
Slander, and then he's gonna allege that she clearly knew he was hitting on her. I don't know how you can say that with someone as otherwise inept as Cindy has been.
Yeah, it's like you could clearly recognize that Jar was a rapist and was hitting on you. Meanwhile, she couldn't realize that she was just a pedophile.
Yeah. And no, Ellington's got a great point here. Honestly, I think this was Kumo not wanting to let go of the attention that he had gotten over the FCK shit and the Lyle Convoy drama, and he picked literally the dumbest thing possible to represent. Yes. He wanted any bit, any iota of relevancy.
And he did it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, amazingly, he still chose the wrong answer.
So we asked you if he made any passes at you. I actually didn't expect you to be able to list anything off because you're supposed to be autistic, right, Cinny? How come you gave us like anecdotes?
So because she was able to pick up on Jar making passes at her, by his thought and theory here, she's not autistic or autistic enough anymore.
Yeah, because autism doesn't have like a scale where like you could understand one thing but then not get social cues in another thing.
You know, yeah, it's almost like I've heard it referred to by a funny word before. Spectrum? Spectrum, I think it is.
Nah. You guys don't realize autism has a shelf life. It expires after one conversation.
Sweet. I haven't used my autism card yet. When can I use it?
Oh my god.
We're saving that bench for if we ever get in trouble, guys.
It's like somebody comes out here, it's like my face down card, the autism trap card.
That perfectly suit, like, make it perfectly clear that you were aware he was making passes at you. And now you're acting uncertain that that was the case.
I didn't think it was at the time. At the time, I thought it was just being like weird. I didn't think it was like an actual pass. Like I was assuming that he was like.
You're smarter than
Okay, Kumo, real quick. Just a thought here. You know that she's hypersexual, right? You've said it yourself. You'd think someone who's like that would be able to pick up on those things.
Yeah, Ellington brings up another good point. You know, apparently blatantly referring to her vagina. He said, you know, you
better think your vagina. We're talking about playing grab ass and shit like that.
Yeah, or like, are you straight?
I already know you're available.
I'm available too. I'm a love machine.
Like, seriously. You can't be hypersexual.
Have you heard the noises that my pee makes on a robot voice changer?
Like, seriously, you can be hypersexual and not pick up when someone's hitting on you. However, what you're arguing is that she's hypersexual but not a pedophile. So, like, your logic's all over the damn place.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yes.
Right. You'll have to excuse Jar. He has to go, get rid of some coolant.
Drain the overflow tank.
Yeah.
Weird. I didn't think it was like a flirt. Like.
So why was it weird?
Because I just thought it was strange to say. Because it's just not something you say.
Because you thought it was a flirt.
Not really. It's just.
Well, then why would it be strange?
I mean, when some guy comes up and says you're lucky you have a vagina, like that's pretty weird.
You better thank
like,
your vagina, Jim. And I play grab ass with all of my friends, including my roommates.
Hold up, this is the thing. This is why I don't believe Kumo has like experience with any other women than his mom, and that's not an incest joke. Is because he thinks that everything that Jar said in that stream was sexually derived to be hitting on her or to relate to her to get into her pants.
Oh yeah, it was.
When in reality,
sexual
he's an yeah. When reality, he's a fucking idiot. He's an autistic spaz who just uses sex as a way to break the ice over like this incredibly demonstrous fucking predicament of why he's interviewing Synnibear for.
Oh my god.
Could be that. I mean, I've seen it happen with Jar where he's cracked jokes like that.
Right? Like it's insane. Like I just don't understand like how like Kumo is like pulling some of these like arguments out, because like Jar is just like one of those like I want to say a harmless retard. Like,
oh, trust me, Kumo said much fucking worse in all of this. I think we can get the R word pass.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he wants to paint Birdie as a pedophile, and now he's painting Jar as a rapist.
Oh, you know what's really funny? You know what's really fucking funny that you're gonna hear at the end of all this with the Beckett shit? All of that was untrue. Everything that he's pushing right now as a narrative to Cine about Jar, including you're gonna hear like bleeped out portions of this, are not true allegations. And they've like been like wholeheartedly proven false. Apparently there's like stories involving an ant and everything else, and he doesn't even have an ant.
So he just like loaded up some like fan fiction from some erotica site and just be like, control, copy, insert jar, like.
These are old allegations. This would be like, I don't know, maybe if somebody wanted to be disingenuous and keep bringing up the fact that like he had a girl cut his name into her thigh. Like, this would be like dragging up old allegations like that over and over and over and over again.
Like me tonight.
You sounded way too chipper.
I mean it with a wholehearted fuck you, Kumo.
But like,
be careful.
seriously,
You might try to befriend like one of your family members to get dirt on you.
Oh god. But yeah, like he's wholeheartedly like, Beckett is going to say like, no, these are known to be false allegations. So like, not only are they false allegations that have been retorted already, they're known to be that way, and this is coming from somebody who's on, up to that point, Kumo's side.
Yeah, and it's the most hilarious way possible. It's all because Jar is an incompetent typer.
Oh, by the way, Sen was wondering what you think about our good old Dr. Kumo there, Jim.
What?
Sen was wondering what you think about Dr. Kumo.
I mean, he fucking sucks hard.
Could you be more colorful and chipper like I was?
Well, it's really hard because Sen, like, I love you, buddy, but like I've relitigated this for like 6 hours now. Like, I've literally been going on about how much I hate this man for about like what 6 hours now.
Yeah.
Like it's hard to like say anything that I haven't already said.
I'm kind of.
I keep finding new ways how to do it. That's the best part. It's like I keep finding new avenues to keep bringing up the cutting story.
Right? Like I'm not impressed at like this dude that like literally like is like what 18, 19 and is so schizophrenic the army doesn't want him. Like that he's decided now that he's gonna be Diet Convoy, and then like sort of pull this like emotionally fragile, distraught
wait
pedophile into a call and beat her down.
You think he's Diet Convoy? I think he's like the real Sugar Convoy.
No, see, Leo Convoy is like the cane sugar, and like he's like the Splenda one, right?
Nah, he's basically Double Do from South Park. Twice the calories, twice the sugar, twice the caffeine.
Yeah. Didn't they actually make that at one point? I think they did.
I think
they did. That was the point of the joke from South Park, because they made where they made Double Diet do.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I don't know. It's just like out of everyone in this situation, I think Kumo's the worst, and that's
he's
hard to
the
say
wrong
when
answer every single fucking time.
Right? Well, like, I don't know, like, if Sen even watched it, but, like, I literally looked up the definition of pedophile, and we, like, litigated what an actual pedophile was, like, psychologically, and Kumo was wrong about every fucking thing, like, possible. Like,
hold up. He even stated in that fucking Chud Logic stream, the unlisted one we just watched, that you can't even be diagnosed as a pedophile until you turn 15. There was no reference of 15 anywhere.
Yeah, it was 12 to 14 and 16. He chose the one age that's literally not listed in any bracket. Like,
aside from 17.
Right? Like, it's amazing. Like Kumo's coming out of this against an autistic robot and a pedophile, and he looks worse than the pedophile and the robot. Like how do you walk out, how do you stumble out of that look worse than a pedo? Like,
I mean, here's the thing. The whole thing with Birdie is just like it was proven in the jar horseshit that he just said. And what he did ultimately. So, like, nothing is going to come back to bite Birdie after all of this. Like, he's such a fucking disingenuous little shit.
I found a volume button behind my controller.
what?
It should be louder now.
Oh my god. But yeah, I guess that's the best way to say it, Sen, is like he's the worst out of everyone in this situation, and everyone in this situation includes a pedophile. So like make of that as you will.
Like, seriously, in the definition for pedophile that Jim looked up, there were 3 traits that line up with Synnibear, and he's just looking at hypersexuality and impulsiveness. He forgot the other trait that she shared with the definition: children.
Right? And like even if Cinny like seems remorseful, like there could be a chance that Cinny like actually like comes back from it and like, yeah, I was fucked up, maybe I'll talk to my therapist and I'll get treatment for it and I'll come out of this okay. Whereas I don't think there's any hope for Kumo.
No.
Like I hate to say it, but I think Cinny is closer to rehabilitation than Kumo ever is going to be with this. Like,
all right, let's see how the volume is on that.
No, it's just not like.
Is that too loud? Now it's muffled for me.
That is too loud. Like, did you use the volume slider on VLC?
Yeah, I found it. It was behind my
Yeah,
controller.
just keep it at 110 if you need to boost it. Anything above that is just going to muffle the audio.
I can't read it. So
tutorial live with Gigi.
I can't read it, so we're just gonna wing it until it sounds good.
I hear people say very often.
That doesn't sound good.
Okay.
Look, it's a very touchy, sensitive thing, okay?
Never mind.
I don't know, it's just not like a thing I hear people say very often.
A little more. Be in particular. I'm basically back at the beginning.
Oh my god. Back to where we started. No, I think I am going to go to the kitchen and make cookies.
Jim, we only have 5 more hours left, okay? We can get through this.
Yeah, and he could probably make a baker's dozen of cookies while we're getting to the end.
Right? It's like I'm not going far. I'm taking you with me. I am wireless. Unlike Jar, I don't have to be plugged
every time
in.
you go in that fucking kitchen, your mic gets awfully hungry too. Don't
That's
be
true.
copping out.
That's true. Well, then let me go and I'll preheat the oven and.
Okay.
Just him being autistic? I don't fucking know. I just kind of wrote it off until
You wrote it off even though I warned you specifically about this type of behavior? I don't buy it, Cinny. I don't. Did you actually stay on the phone with him while he went to sleep?
I thought I was being a friend. I thought he was trying to be a friend of me.
Did you guys goon together at all?
No, what the fuck?
He didn't make it like in your phone calls with him. You guys didn't do anything freaky.
No, he mostly just talked about fucking like Star Wars and shit.
Okay.
Which has been like resubstantiated by like, again, Chud Logic went over the whole DM leak and everything with Chud or with Jar. And yeah, they literally like, yeah, he's a simp again in the whole fucking discussion in the fucking DMs. No worse, definitely no better. Oh, maybe better than fucking Kumo is here, but like, I don't get it. Like, if you know all the history and like you take everything even beyond what I've shown tonight and like look at it all and like get the DM histories and all that, she's actually telling the truth here, and she's the reliable narrator in this conversation. You can take probably 90% of what she's saying as actual fact because there's been proof of it one way, shape, or another. Where like everything he says is now suddenly like this fucking revelation.
I'll buy it. Because I mean, it wouldn't really reflect negatively on you if he did.
And I mostly just talked about my cat, like.
Oh, but it'll reflect that Jar's a rapist on him.
Yeah, apparently, even though nothing in those DMs ever insinuated that stuff. Like, the biggest thing that he said is, do you want to see my cock, and sent a picture of a chicken. I'm not even kidding.
again, like that's like a fucking tame sex joke, if anything. Like
Yeah.
it's literally a It's what's the word? There's a specific term, like a divergent joke.
Yeah. But like compared to like what we're gonna see with Kumo, it's a stark difference. Where he's good morning, sweetie, good morning, queen, how are you? And all this shit.
Yeah, he's using purposefully like flowery and like a flamboyant.
Hungry microphones there, Jim.
Well, like, and the thing is that basically he's using terms of endearment by his own language. But when somebody calls them pet names, literally the alternative name schema for terms of endearment, because they mean identically the same, he refuses to admit that he used terms of or pet names. He only used terms of endearment.
Which is, yeah, and like, I don't know if you heard me before my mic cut off because it apparently hates me every time I walk anywhere, ever. But like, yeah, he uses very flamboyant, like, affectionate language.
Well, I mean, he did say he was a dictionary faggot, so.
Yeah, his own words, not us, chat, not us. We're just reiterating. These are his terms from his mouth, as we've heard earlier.
So I'm guessing the passes that you were the extent of it because we cut it short because you didn't really have much time with them, right?
I guess.
I mean, seriously, just think about it. You got cucked by a toaster on the fritz in your own fucking head.
Yeah, and she's also giving non-answers here. By the way, like, I guess is not an answer. It's not a definitive yes or no, one way or the other. But he's going to run with this.
Did he say anything to you before he blocked you?
He just said, we are done.
It's literally word for word what Jar says when he blocks her. We are done. Like, the conversation just ends. Now, Kumo's take.
Okay. He broke up with you?
He broke up with you. Like, he has this whole fucking head-constructed canon fantasy between them, and he's, like, jealous of it.
It's the schizophrenia kicking in.
Like, and I don't think he's jealous of it. Like, I will wholeheartedly agree with Queeman here. I don't think he's jealous of it because he wants to romanticize Cinny. I think he's jealous of it for the clout reasons. And, like, the compromising of his story.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't know how you make yourself the victim in this, you know? Like, we genuinely cared and wanted you to get better, and we were actively trying to help you with your reports. We were like,
yeah, as long as you do it our way.
Yes. Yeah,
like you have to get better our way. You know, me, the great Kumo. You know, it's a shame that Cinny wasn't going to a fucking therapist, and the therapist said like, "Oh, I don't think you're a groomer." So like, but no, I'm sure the internet art man knows.
You know, I've slaved over several hours on an online outdated version of a psychology manual to come up with all these definitions for you, Cinny. You should respect me.
Right?
Like, that's literally what we're screaming right now.
Killing yourself. We were trying to make sure you would stop and slow down and make the right decisions for yourself. I genuinely don't believe you would have made any police reports or anything to get your life in order if we hadn't been here to fucking coach you and push you along.
Look, Kumo, real quick here. Does Cinny even have a history of wanting to kill themselves?
I can't substantiate that one way or the other.
I bet he can't either, but we can substantiate a history of him involving cutters.
You're looking for idiot on that, and I love it.
Well, see, what bothers me though is the
Look,
fact
I'm
that...
cutting them off. I'm cutting them off.
What bothers me though, then if she did have suicidal tendencies that she has opened up to them in private, publishing this call is now throwing it into the wild.
And you know what? He's done it before. He has. Like, he has literally done this multiple times with people from the Senate and stated, I don't care. And now we're suddenly supposed to believe he cares for Cinny, including Cinny's supposed to believe that he cares for Cinny.
Like, seriously, what did he call Birdie again? A sociopath?
A sociopath and a psychopath.
That's the thing. He's a sociopath. He doesn't give two flying fucks.
Yeah.
He cares about his agenda.
anyone who's like a friend with Kumo, I suggest that you cut him off, both literally and metaphorically.
What I said on Beckett's
Cut him
stream,
off.
you somehow made
Cut him off just like that girl's thigh.
Kumo's day job is at an IMAX as the projector.
yourself a victim in that, because I said the ideal outcome is that you make IRL friends and you don't need us anymore. That was not at all mean-spirited or something you should have taken offense to.
That's the lie that he just told. If you go back to the fucking Cope and Seed stream and listen back to that, that's where Hellbent found it. He actually sits there and says, I just want her gone. I don't want to be bothered by her anymore. So he just lied to her face. So if you're lying this blatantly and this openly to her face, and this is something she could prove, because again, and she may recall this, I'm going to be honest with you, because she watched some of the Cope and Seed stream. She starts out this call saying, yes, I watched some of it, but not all of it. He goes, oh, so you didn't see the end where I changed my stance on you. Basically, I'm summarizing. And so then he turns around and he says this stuff to her. There was less than 24 hours. There's maybe 24 hours between that and this call. So he's like not even like allowing time to pass before trying to gaslight somebody.
You should have real life friends who care about you, so that you don't need your internet friends anymore. That is ideally the most healthy outcome for you. That came from a place of caring, and you somehow, in victimizing yourself, made it seem like we didn't care because I said that. How did you delude yourself like this?
And she picked up on it, according to this, and says, according to him, according to this situation, sits there and says, you acted like we didn't care. Well, you literally said that. Like word for word. Kumo, are you that stupid?
Right? Cindy, why aren't you living your life the way I want you to?
And like she is, and she's trying to, and he's like, not good enough. Not good enough. That wasn't how I wanted you to live, damn it. I told you to live this way. And it's like you change the rules on the fly so fucking frequent, man.
Do you believe anything that comes out of your own mouth?
It was something else you said. It was something about like getting me out of the way so that you could.
See? This is Cinny recalling it. That's what this is.
Getting the discourse about you out of the way.
And now he deflects and moves to getting the discourse about you out of the way. No, that's not the point you were just talking about. She was recalling accurately, albeit fucking cloudily, what happened. And now you're deflecting.
Well, here's the question. Why did the Cindy discourse even have to come out? Oh, because you fucked up.
Yeah. You had the wrong position. You were wrong, Kumo. Wrong. Spelled WRONG. Subtext, picture of you.
Exactly what I said. Getting the Cinny stuff over with, so that when I talk about Birdie, people don't go, oh, well, what about Cinny? What about Cinny? It's like, well, Cinny's we've already discussed Cinny. That's exactly what I said. I don't know how you're misquoting me, or like fucking misremembering whatever, like what the part that you're talking about. But I was very clear. I was talking about the discourse around you, so that I could cover so I could start a different discourse and have a different discussion, without a fucking constant whataboutism. That's why.
But also, you could correct me if I'm wrong, Kumo, but didn't you say the same thing on the Chud Logic stream? Something she also watched but was happy with the conclusion of?
Yeah, no, I said the exact same thing.
Now, the Chud Logic stream, you just watched that before. That was 2 weeks difference. He changed his stance wholly in 2 weeks. Really, he changed his stance wholly in 24 hours. Kumo doesn't appear on any other stream with Chud Logic other than the one we watched. That's the conversation. He is in chat, but I don't know how you're going to articulate the point there that his whole opinion has changed now and he didn't come on for a discussion.
On a stream that you had no issues with.
I don't know if it was the same wording. I'd have to look back at it. I don't know if it.
Well, it's not like it fucking matters now, Cinny.
Yeah, I don't know if it does.
I mean, why would it? Right?
Anything else you want to talk about, or anything you want to say, Cinny?
Actually, yes, Cinny, you do have something you want to talk about.
right here is a real manipulative point, and I know Ellington said in chat that like he thought the Lyle point came with just a bit before. This really drove home that this feels like a fucking Senate call for me.
Yeah, there's that part that I want us to go over that I absolutely hate, and you know the part I'm talking about because I remember telling you.
I think I might recall, but
yeah.
Let me know just in case. But this part right here is like the part that like he's asking a question here, and then the way he retorts it is just there's nothing short of like psychopathic or sociologic, or like he's the opposite of everything he says, where I'm empathetical, I've been called an empath and everything. No, there's no way you can act and react like this and be empathetic.
Well, at least I want you to talk about. I want you to reiterate what you've been saying to Goblin and make that make sense with where we're at now, please, if you wouldn't mind, if you would be so kind.
So Senny has been saying stuff to Goblin, and Kumo wants to know what it is out loud. He's gonna cut her off immediately.
It's just, after all this, I don't know who to trust.
You don't?
And I don't know.
Do you even trust yourself?
No, honestly.
So, you don't trust yourself. He's trying to sound empathetic right here, right? And then...
Oh.
That was mocking.
Right here. That's a damn shame.
No, honestly.
Oh. That's a damn shame.
That cunty sort of fucking, like, attitude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you are a fucking cunt.
Like seriously, he goes in with the Andrew Ryan fucking knockoff act. Like, would you kindly?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you
And then he's
kindly
like,
throw yourself off the bridge?
Yeah. So he came into this all warm and everything else, and here's the point. Here's the crescendo of the fucking Senate type shit that he lusted to be around. This fucker wanted to be in Senate. Remember, he was scorned because he wasn't allowed in Senate. He was kicked out, right? That's the whole fucking. I wonder why. That's the whole fucking Kumo arc. He was upset because he wasn't allowed in the club with everybody else, so he had to burn the club down. Doesn't sound psychopathic.
And he made his own. And he made his own little clubhouse.
Yeah, yeah. The we don't like boys here, fucking clubhouse that he fucking.
We don't like lions.
Yeah, the Lion Haters Club. But, like, seriously, like, it's just such a condescending fucking piece of shit thing to do. And I don't care. I'm not a fan of Senny. Senny can go to the fucking dumpster for all I care. But, like, don't bullshit everybody, including your fucking audience, everybody else's fucking audience on this shit. Drop this call like, oh, look at me. I'm on the right side now. I disavowed, like, good boy. And fucking do shit like this. Like, you just look like a complete jackass.
No, honestly.
Oh. Did you have another woman cut your name into her leg, fuck boy?
That was almost synced up to the point that I was like, wait, did that just suddenly clear for the first man?
I did that on purpose.
It's like plot twist. This is the real call, and Gigi hacked in there just to like fucking like stomp on his neck, pull a George Floyd, get out. Like
stick the knife in his neck and pull it all the way to the right, kind of like someone did with his eye.
Yeah.
It wasn't fall that killed the beast. It was cutting.
A lot is wrong with me.
A lot is wrong with
you. A lot more is wrong with
you. Have another question? Okay, Goblin, thank you. You have another question for me? You want to know what specifically is wrong with me? Is it going to help you? Is it going to make you feel like...
No, seriously, like the fucking act, like this is why art commentary is so fucking dense, is that they can't pick up like their surroundings. They're too busy in fantasy world with their fucking drawings.
This is my OC, and this is what he believes in.
Come on, play. Oh, fuck, I'm clicking on the screen. God damn it.
You know, I kind of agree with that statement, like, at a crossroad when it comes to Leo now. Like, yeah, Leo sucks, but, like, honestly, like
He doesn't suck this bad.
yeah, you know what I mean. Like
I mean,
if we have to have the
Lyo's an
lesser of two
asshole.
evils, I would take Lyo over Kumo now.
I mean, look,
like,
Lyo's an asshole, but fucking Kumo's a psychotic piece of shit.
yeah, I hate to say it, but like he actually he sold me on Leo Convoy. Like he actually if this was a gay op to get me to like Leo, it's working. Like
do I need to bring Ollie back on?
well, that's the one I really like. So like, don't tease me with a good time.
Ollie's looking for his voice right now.
Why the fuck? Why the fuck? I don't have any more empathy for you. Quite frankly, I don't appreciate being lied to, let alone to this extent.
You never had
I'm actually-
empathy in the first place. You only had ulterior motives.
Exactly, per his own words. That's all he had.
What people think, or despite what I make people think, I'm a very forgiving person. I'm a very compassionate and empathetic.
That was the most manipulative shit
Okay.
I think he said on this fucking call.
People don't need to say that.
If they are that, like,
it's like, I'm a very compassionate and empathetic person. You don't have to say that. You don't have. It's like the fucking departure bullshit. We don't need to hear that you're leaving. Just get the fuck out.
Yeah, this isn't an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. But no, just his verbiage here.
I'm actually, despite what people think, or despite what I make people think.
Despite what I make people think. Tell me that isn't the most manipulative shit out of his mouth so far.
Yeah, despite what I make people think, I'm not a caring and empathetic person.
Yeah.
Again, it's like the dude is like putting himself into bear trap after bear trap with this shit.
Oh man.
It's like he's admitting to putting up fronts like he was accusing fucking Birdie of doing.
yeah, he really is actually.
Because it's like, despite what I make people think, I'm not an asshole. But he's like, that's literally putting up a front, you dipshit.
You're right. I'm not in that. I'm not that. I'm a colossal douche.
This is, I was waiting for this bit of evidence because that is 100% projection what he's doing to Birdie.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh,
He
man.
does it to everybody. He did it to Lyo because a lot of people thought Lyo was a sociopath for even having that fucking found family and shit like that. And he was doing it to fucking Jar. It's like, Kumo, you're not you're just a fucking piece of shit.
You're the thing you criticize. You've become what you criticize.
No, he's always been that. He didn't turn into this overnight or at one point in time. He was born this way.
Oh yeah, I believe wholeheartedly he's been this way. It's just become more pronounced.
That's true.
It's why he sticks his dick in crazy. Because he knows he can manipulate crazy.
Oh man.
That's also fair.
I'm a very forgiving person. I'm a very compassionate and empathetic person. And just like everyone else, I have a tolerance.
So he's basically telling people that he tells them and makes them believe that he's not an empathetic person. Have you heard those words come out of his mouth when speaking to Chud so far? When speaking with Beckett, when talking about any of this shit?
No.
Hasn't he tried to convey the fact that I am empathetic? I am an understanding person. I'm doing this because I'm logical.
He's been trying to sell that he cares about Cinny this whole time.
Yeah.
And that wanting the actual truth to get out, and that he wants her to grow and get better and have a life outside of the internet and shit like that.
So literally, if that's the whole thing, that you're the manipulation master act, either you're so fucking horseshit at it that you're blind to it. Like, you're
this
not
is the
even
problem.
blind. Like, you're fucking full on Helen Keller at this point. You're blind, deaf, and dumb.
No, the trap that he's putting himself into is the chronic liar's trap. He can't remember all the lies he's told and to who.
Yeah. And it's just so blatant. Like, when you look at it as a whole, it's just so fucking blatant in your face. Fuck you. But like, everything came out bit by bit by bit, so it's kind of hard to string everything together.
Well, unfortunately for him, we're retarded enough to be able to do it.
Yeah. Congratulations, you met autism for real now.
And just like everyone else, I have a tolerance. And you've surpassed that tolerance. And you know, it's astonishing to me, Cinny, that you...
Okay, hold up. What was the pain tolerance of the girl that carved your name into her leg?
Right? I mean, it was a fetish, right? So were you, choking it?
According to the latest retcon, I mean, there was a lot of discourse.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at first it wasn't a fetish thing. We were genuinely scared that she was going to harm herself, and we tried to tell her not to. Then it's like, oh no, I was trying to save her by giving her my name. Now it's just like, yeah, it was a fetish.
Well, yeah, and this is gonna sound like, I mean, this isn't that much of a hot take, but it was a fetish for her. So you know what that means?
It was a fetish for him.
No, she knows how to do it safely. Because she's into it. She's not going to go out here and harm herself because her goal isn't to kill herself.
Wait a minute.
She gets off on it. So she was
Yeah.
never in any danger.
Wait a minute.
Mhm.
How old was she? Was she 15 or under?
She was
Well,
over.
we don't know
damn
because if she was 15, that's in that middle ground. So we don't know what that is.
Well, no.
If I
'cause
remember correctly,
he was
that was
clearly
the seven-
older. He was older.
Well,
so I was just
yeah,
gonna
I
go
know,
for it.
but-
I just wanted to make sure.
Well,
I want to make sure
no,
we're not
she-
trusting the word of a pedophile according to his own.
No.
fucking laws
Well,
and
he was
ideas.
17. He was 17 when it happened. She was like 16 or 17 as well. And she was like, this is the chick that Kumo was trying to bring alongside outside of like the CP distributor to go against Brion.
So wait a minute. But no, I'm just trying to use his own logic against him by his own fucking logic here. Couldn't he be accused of grooming?
Technically, I mean, he is over 15.
Yeah. we figured out that was the sweet spot, apparently.
She
Looking
was the
really-
younger person in the call. He
Yep.
was the older person.
Yep. Power dynamic.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah.
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 It was a
It's
minor.
looking pretty. you
Lack of
better
impulse control,
Yep.
hypersexually,
Oh,
hypersexative, you know. Sorry, Kumo, you put yourself in the pedophile's trap, you know.
Right? It's really good and convenient for you that I read out the definitions of pedophilia and all that other shit from like an actual
I mean, after all, you say it
psychological
yourself.
standpoint.
You can't be registered as a pedophile until like you're over 15.
Yeah.
Or 15 and over. It's like,
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
you're a
You know, just a little bit younger, you'd have been in the clear.
Right? Well, yeah, now you're a hemophile.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
That's unfortunate, buddy. By your own logic and standards, too. God.
like seriously, this dude, like, he's a liar, he's a manipulator, he doesn't give a two fucks about anybody but himself. He's
painted himself into a fucking quarter.
Yeah, he changes his stories all the time. Like, he's worse than anything out there. Like, seriously, cut him off.
He's what he said Lio is.
Yeah, word for word, beat for beat.
Again, the projection.
Ran my patients thin without me even knowing. I don't know how I had to go nearly almost a month before I found out that you did this. All this talk about, yes, and I'm not going to ditch you. You know, I'm here as long I'm here as long as you're like trying to better yourself, this, that, and the third. I'm going to be here.
Well, gee, I wonder why. Maybe Cinny isn't as dumb as she's let on, or as you've put out there. Maybe she started picking up signs that you were an abusive piece of shit.
Right? Maybe she had survival
Exactly.
instincts. Like,
Exactly. That's the whole point I've been trying to get to, is that, you know, Kumo sits there and like demean the shit out of her several times, and it's like, oh, you picked up on that? Oh, well, you're a pedophile now.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, when it comes to kinks, like the whole BDSM thing is like one's the dominant and one's the submissive. She's usually the dominant one. She doesn't like being a submissive, so she'll start paying attention more to what you're doing.
Yep.
You did this without me knowing, and then I find out, and I'm like, oh wow. And you know, for the last 2 days, I've been very conflicted about this confrontation. And you know what made this so much easier, Cinny?
no, you haven't.
You know what?
No. He was conflicted. The conflict was, which lie do I go with tonight?
Oh no, did you pick up on all that right there? This fucking shit bothers me on a fucking different level. Okay, listen to his words right here.
I find out, I'm like, oh wow. And for the last 2 days, I've been very conflicted about this confrontation.
Okay.
And you know what made this so much easier, Cindy?
The last 2 days, you just got off of fucking Beckett's stream.
You know what? You know what's made this so much?
You said you needed time to digest the fucking jar interview. Yeah, you're saying for the past 2 days you've been mulling this over.
He had the full logs, but
yeah,
here
he had the full logs. He had Jar's complete and utter fucking video.
Yeah,
he had everything. So, like, again.
But watching it with a friend, that's what rang home for him. It wasn't until a friend said, "I think this is bad."
Right?
But no,
well,
right?
see, that's the thing.
No,
when
wait,
it became...
Sin. He doesn't sound just like Lio. He sounds like Steve when he's trying to manipulate.
But no, listen to this shit here. This is some manipulative, undercutting bullshit right here.
It crossed the line when it became co-op. Like,
oh man, no, but here, there's a key question, but it's what he says afterwards.
I've been very conflicted about this confrontation. And you know what made this so much easier, Cindy?
You know what made this so much easier, Cindy? Silence.
You ask what?
You gonna ask what?
Ask what?
Ask what?
Okay, sorry. Do you know what makes this easier, Cindy? Because the last 2 days I've been like really conflicted about it. But you know how you made it easier?
Ask the question 2 more fucking times. He really wants her to fucking ask what?
Oh.
You ducked and dodged us, and then you played the fucking victim about it.
For that. Like, this is that like gives me a clue into any fucking conversations with this fucking god. Like, you have to be in control of everything or perceive that you're in control of everything. You're even upset because technology fucking subverted you right there. You're like, ask what? Ask what? Like, come on, guy. Ask me what? You're like a 5-year-old when they know a joke for the first time.
No, it's not that. It's basically a control mechanism that he's doing. He's trying to exert power over her by putting her into a corner.
well, yeah, by making her say what is like his way of saying, like, I'm telling you what to say, and then waiting for her to say it.
It's like basically putting her into a mental corner where she doesn't even know, where she's scared, and he's getting gratification out of it.
Well, that too, but that's what I mean. It's the whole thing. The whole, it's
very,
like the whole package.
It's very predator-like behavior there, Kumo.
Damn.
I don't feel any guilt now.
I mean, this dude's like a cat playing with a mouse. It's food. Like, it gets it into a corner, and the mouse doesn't have anywhere to go. And he's just swatting it. Doesn't kill it. He just plays with it.
There was like a little doubt in my mind that maybe I could be charitable to you again. He just fucking squandered that too. So what do you have to say to me?
I can't really think straight at the moment. I don't think I even have my thoughts in order. I know I'm upset. Just...
That's ultimately what he wanted.
Yeah, but he's not going to stop there. Now comes the relentless bit. Now he's going to start being relentlessly and like just really drive home because this cult could have fucking ended here. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, this is unnecessarily cruel at this point.
Yeah,
now comes the pleasure part for him.
This is all straight Senate shit from here on out.
This is where he gets to cut into her.
Yeah. Like he's
just like the thigh of the girl that he knew on Discord.
That went over you.
No, I heard it. I'm just trying to ignore some of it at this point.
He's trying to ignore it, and I saw the layout, and I'm like, I see you, I got you. Like,
this is where he carves the turkey.
Just like the leg of the girl.
I don't feel like these are cutting as deep anymore. We need to.
Oh, come on. Any slice is nice,
Yeah, but they're losing their edge, okay?
Well, look, he can't sharpen his blade anymore, that's why.
Yeah, but we need to get to the point.
That would work if it was a spear, Patrick.
Well, I mean, there is a point on a knife. It's. I mean, how else was OJ able to murk his ex-wife and the waiter? It wasn't just slash attacks; it was stabbing.
Yeah, but he's backed into one-handed.
Oh my god. All right. I think we got enough puns for a minute.
Do you think in the meantime Goblin could say her piece while you figure out how you want to say it?
Yeah.
All right. Go on, Goblin.
I want to bring up something because Templeton brought it to me and Barry's attention. And
Oh, here comes the big revelation.
What? That Kumo's Jack the Ripper?
Art Xiley's gonna drop a bomb.
Yeah.
I told you.
Art Xiley. Oh god. No, this is the big revelation that's gonna totally change this whole thing. Right? Now comes the bombshell. This is fucking Hiroshima moments from disaster.
we brought it up to Kumo sort of about Enno. And it's one of the things like you didn't really tell us that this part. You had Enno read out the fucking rape comic in VC.
Like a dialogue.
So you had Enno read out the rape comic in VC, and Cindy responds like the dialogue.
What else is what else is there to read out?
Everything was also censored, but still, like now comes the moralization to no end. Be ready, Nagasaki. We're coming.
I didn't think to mention it. It just didn't seem like a.
All the questions we were asking you about you needing to be 100% honest about what was like damning and shit.
I mean, I didn't even think about it. It didn't even come across my mind.
Didn't think about it. Didn't come across my mind. You guys basically had everything. The whole fucking reading it out didn't seem like it was worse than just sending it and fucking having her read it in person anyway, which has been like a thing since the beginning, and you even stated, Kumo.
And, I was thinking about asking you that when it was coming out because it was being brought up with the Pee-wee stuff, and that one person who was like schizophrenic that you knew when you were a minor yourself too, that this was a thing you do. You'd ask anyone you shared that comic with to read it. I was going to go on and ask you if you'd done that to Enno, but I didn't get a chance to because I was busy, and then you were also starting to dodge us. But then I had Himpleton come up.
Hold up. That one, that phrasing right there, that she had everybody read.
Yes.
Now, depending on how you want to interpret that, that could be the hypersexual activity where it's either blind or, given who the primary groups of people who read that were children, would determine if whether or not they're a pedophile in one aspect of this story.
Yes, but they're gonna over exaggerate that point right now. You're not gonna get much answers more on this. Because now comes the over-exaggeration, the moralization, and all that.
And ask me, hey, did you know about this? At least with Enno.
So, to reiterate, they're mad at her for not bringing up something that she just stated she forgot.
Yeah, if it's something as innocuous as they said that they had that she had everyone that she came across read,
like
she'd probably forget Enno read it themselves.
Yeah, like it's probably something that like to her is nothing or normalized. We're gonna get to normalized. I fucking hate that
normalized basically.
Again, that's another one of the two things I hate.
Well, that's the thing. Like hanging on this and making this the big fucking talking point, or at least the thing that you want to beat her over the head with.
Oh yeah,
is just fucking pedantic at this point.
It is 100%. But we're gonna get more pedantic. Trust me.
I don't know. It's just like a.
Hey Kumo, does knowing that fact change anything for you?
Q.
I mean, seriously, this would be the same thing if, like, if everyone was asked, like, has Sin ever said faggot to you, or the N word, or anything really?
Yeah, and then
it's that fucking innocuous.
Yeah, and then this
when
would
it
be
comes
like
to
me
Sin's
turning to you
everyday
and being
life.
like, does that change everything for you? When suddenly someone says it out loud.
It terrifies me. I shake. Like I start shaking and crying. Like I can't handle it.
Oh my god. But yeah. Listen to Kumo's exaggeration on this point now. Now we get into theatrics.
Hey, Kumo, does knowing that fact change anything for you?
Yeah, quite a bit. Because that's like literally asking her to engage in your fetish.
That's
It was mostly just like
that's the line too far. That's the asking to engage in the fetish, not the sending it, not the reading it privately or whatever. The reading out loud was the line too far that I've reiterated and beat home like this entire fucking time. This.
Okay, but is it her fetish, or are you saying it is?
Oh, they're 100% just implying. I don't know if they even know. They have no way to judge. They ask no follow-up questions. Like, they're just going to moralize the hell out of this. They're going to pave a parking lot of moralization right now.
being able to like hear what her reaction was.
Oh, okay. No, we're done.
I just wanted to hear what her reaction was.
But he knew about that. Like, that's the fucked up thing. He knew about it, and it was like, oh, that's where I draw the line. You're a pedophile now, after defending her.
For over a month, or about a month.
Well, see, but then again, that doesn't always need to be a fetish either. Like, Patrick, you can send me because you watch some unsavory videos that you've talked about.
Yeah.
That could be like, hey, Jim, watch this like gore video. That doesn't mean you have a fetish for exposing me to gore.
Yeah, and same thing goes with cutting. I mean, cutting doesn't always have to be a fetish. I mean, Kumo could cut his brake lines. Doesn't mean he gets off to it.
Yeah.
Maybe off a cliff, but
Yeah, cut that line just like that thigh.
I'm sorry. That one was a bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
that's a knife to the heart.
We're done. No,
we're done.
I'm
we're
not.
done. We're done. We've only got 40 more minutes left, but we're done.
That's so fucking coldly and clearly. Oh my god. I'm baffled.
How did you not know, Kumo?
It's because you said it so calmly and clearly. Oh my god.
You asked her to read it, and you wanted her reaction. You know what that means?
Like, I wanted to see if she liked it or not.
Oh my god. And I really bothered to dispute what your intentions might have been.
I just like getting feedback.
But
I didn't care.
I just like it's so disingenuous from here on out. But
I mean, here's the thing. Like, when it came to the sin situation, I had more plausible deniability of whether or not I knew the truth of the situation, because I wasn't around for it, number one, and number two, everyone was lying to me up until recently.
Yeah.
I had people reinforcing the bullshit idea that it was fake. Kumo here knew a month in advance that it was true, and now he's acting like, oh my god. And I had to go through like 2 years of this shit.
Yeah. How do you feel?
I don't know. He's like a tumor. I want to cut him out.
Sex?
Not sex, no.
Well, you wanted feedback, and effectively, what is a sex act?
I didn't think it was like that.
Having her read out a rape comic out loud.
Oh yeah, that's I love that line there. It's like one of her commentary on a sex act. Yeah, with a minor, you knew she passed the fucking comic off to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. You knew that. Yeah, you weren't willing to pull the fucking trigger on calling her a pedophile because you had ulterior motives.
Well, see,
now that she's no longer a useful idiot, this is when you cut the bridge.
Well, do you hear what she said though? That is intriguing. She didn't think of it as like a porn comic. Like
Yeah.
she doesn't view it as sexualized.
Well, because she's been desensitized, I guess.
Well, yeah, no, well,
I mean,
and that's my point. Like that's could come from someone exposing that to her at a very young age. That
And
sort of
here's the
goes
thing.
into that argument I was talking about earlier about her.
Yeah, the whole thing is like she could be desensitized, and that would work in her favor as to not being a pedophile.
Like she literally doesn't know any better, and then Kumo is like, "Oh yeah, I know, totally killed her." Like Alex Jonesing over here. Like,
Oh man, yeah. I can't wait till we get to normalization.
And this is what I was talking about on like Twitter and shit. That recently I realized that everyone else was right for the wrong reasons.
Oh yeah, this
What?
is gonna start. His...
Everybody was right for the wrong.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah.
moralizing.
He's
Cut the
gonna
shit.
start this moralization of everybody was right and I was wrong, but he's
For
not
the
gonna
right
say,
reasons.
I was wrong for the right reasons and they were right for the wrong reasons. Is the logic
This
he's gonna
isn't-
apply here? And it's basically because everybody was calling Cinny a pedophile and all that, but they didn't know the context of out loud.
Oh my god.
I'm
This
not
is almost
kidding.
as dumb. This is almost as dumb as that not as dumb, but like the situation that South Park episode was with Terry Schiavo.
Oh
where the
my
people
God.
wanted to keep her alive were wrong for the right reasons.
Yes.
yeah.
And the people who wanted her dead were right for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Yep.
And Cartman's there just wanting Kenny's fucking PSP.
Yeah.
Because like Kenny left it to me in his will. This is Kumo. He's basically Cartman from that episode. Ulterior motives.
Yes. Oh my god! But yeah, here we go. Now we're starting to pave the
I am
parking lot.
actually glad that you spoke to Jar, and I'm actually glad in hindsight, and I'm glad he made that terrible video. And I'm glad I uploaded
Before
it
you were pissed off because you got cucked, or in your mind you got cucked.
Oh yeah, now he's glad because of Out Loud.
Out loud.
Okay, Ellington. The way how Cinny was useful is because she had one of Birdie's old laptops with a hard drive on it, so he could hack in and get all the information he wanted on him. That's how she was a useful idiot.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you didn't talk to me.
She basically served as a bridgehead if he could save her image just a little bit to use against Birdie. That's all it was. That was the ulterior motive.
It was just a rook on the chessboard. Like,
And in the process, they committed cyber crimes, invasions of privacy, even.
I'm just making sure where we're at. Okay. Ooh, buddy.
oh, buddy.
Oh.
Is it not good? Are we way behind?
See?
We're way behind, aren't we?
Yeah.
I could tell. I could tell by the tone. I could tell by the tone.
Oh, buddy.
Well, Patrick, when you get to editing this, you can just cut out all the cutting jokes.
That's a lot of cuts.
You'll be able to chop it up just fine.
There's no way to slice it. I'm just gonna lay this up. Because we still have. Okay, can I just read through that? I could read through that, and then just go to. Because we've already covered some of that. Hold on, I'm rationalizing time in my head. Still leaves us with 2 hours still of content if I cut that.
Well,
like
if
raw
I can
content.
speak on my nihilist perspective, everything is pointless and we can't even quantify time, so we might as well just do it all.
Well, I'm also trying to quantify my voice. I could stretch the voice for 3 hours, maybe. But yeah. All right. Fuck. I really wish I had timestamps for this. Because everybody's gone over this to death. I would love to get to normalization.
For the following 20 or 34 hours. Because in that time, I was able to digest your involvement in that call and really figure out what the fuck it was that you were saying and how you were acting. Because at first I had tunnel vision just fixated on Jar, and then it took me the rest of the day to hear you over and over and over, and then really clicked with me. What the fuck is wrong with you? It clicked with me that what you were saying was not adjacent to what, in that call was not adjacent to how you've been with us. Complete fucking 180. I knew something was off. I actually came and told you that reflected very poorly on you. I just didn't realize. I just didn't realize that it wasn't what the public it was going to reflect poorly with. It was with us. Is how that was going to reflect poorly. Because no matter what you do, it's going to reflect poorly with the public.
But now you made us look bad.
But the parts that were problematic were specifically things that I would care about, and I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that because I was so focused on the guy I already didn't like, and the guy that I was already concerned was going to try and do shit to you. Do you understand, Cindy, that you are in the perfect position for him to take advantage of you?
Oh,
why would you say?
Oh, wait. Oh,
well, this is just a rapist.
Yes. Yeah. Now we get into how bad you didn't realize just a rapist was.
No to him.
I didn't realize that.
Why would you say no to him, though? He was your savior. He gave you false hope. You were probably willing to do anything as long as it meant he fixed your career.
You gave her false hope, you dipshit.
He started it.
You even Jar admits you're the first jackass who made
She outwardly admitted that he was the first.
Yeah, and even Cindy said "Oh, was I the first?" No, Kumo was, and even
Yes.
Joe went, So no, you technically are the patient zero to this.
Yes,
you
are,
fuck nut.
You are Gooner and groomer and pedophile Genesis. Congratulations, Abraham.
You're Gooner in chief. Congrats.
I guess I didn't realize how bad it was yet.
Do you understand the gravity of that? If you had met up with him, for example, which is probably something you would have pushed for if we let this continue. If you would have met up with him, do you understand who this guy is?
If we let this
if we let this continue, it did continue before you even got into this fucking call, and then it ended even before you got into this call.
Yes, you had no bearing on this entire conversation.
Seriously, this is he had already cut off contact well before you even went on fucking Beckett's show.
Because of Chud. Chud was the whole reason why contact was cut off.
Yeah, it's seriously, hypotheticals are great and all, but you can't use that as a legitimate point to bash her over the fucking head, you dipshit.
Is?
Well, I do now.
What do you think would have happened? Especially if we didn't know about it.
Probably really gross things.
Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I did too. That was a hell of a jump scare.
God damn it.
I'm awake.
I'm not. My soul's gone.
Did you see Consuela?
Holy shit. And there's another one coming up.
Patrick, I'm here for your soul.
Wait, there's another Consuela? There's two? You're fucked, bro. You got two of them. You got double Reaper, man. I don't know what to do there.
No, there's just another jump scare, not another Consuela.
Double Reaper across the sky.
Oh. Holy shit.
I didn't know about that. I didn't hear that.
You were warned about him.
Not like that. You didn't tell me any of that.
Did I need to?
He was like a fucking weirdo.
Oh wow, it's like the nitty-gritty didn't really fucking matter because you were already warned about him.
Did I need to? Well, it sounded like you wanted to. In fact, you're doing it right now. It's come on. You wanted to shout from the rooftops that Jar's a rapist.
Well, here's the thing that I find funny in all this. He talks about the nitty-gritty didn't matter because you already found out, according to what I said. Well, wait a minute. Wait a motherfucking minute. How come the nitty-gritty didn't matter for telling Senny about Jar, but the nitty-gritty, aka out loud, matters so much in the context of your aligning in your thoughts? Literally, 2 words have now changed your entire perspective on a month's worth of shit. Not the fact that you've already gotten all the useful information you could out of this person, and you were going to burn the bridge anyway. No, it was out loud, clearly. That changed everything. But, she should accept everything you say, but as fact. But, Now, oh my god, because of Out Loud, we can't trust anything you've said in the past month. Cinny, I would use this to your fucking benefit in the future. Anything involving that computer. Just saying.
Seriously. Like, forget the pedophile shit. Just turn yourself in to the police with the computer and tell them what happened. Show them the videos of Kumo directing you
You know
to
what's
do
really
all this
funny?
shit.
Kumo actually instructs her to do this. But with the pedophile shit.
I know. Just turn over state's evidence, be a slug, and get rid of Kumo for us. Would you kindly?
That got deep.
Would you kindly burn that fucker?
Oh my god.
He seems all right. You didn't care. You didn't care who he was, Cinny. You didn't care because even after he made those weird passes at you and you identified that it was weird, you didn't think, "Oh, something's up. I should probably not talk to him." You just
Were they
it out,
even passes to begin
I bet he would have
with?
raped you and he would have stayed quiet about it.
We have not yet substantiated if they were even passes. It was just Jar being a retard.
We're just like awkward
Simping.
talking because he's like
Simping over a
and
content creator that he likes. That's the big thing, is if you go back and watch the whole fucking Chud thing, he states outwardly, no, I really like Cinny. I was a fan. I was subscribed.
Yeah, I guarantee you I would act similar if like Josh Strife Hayes and I would ever talk MMOs or anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I guarantee you I would be like, holy shit, like, you know, I watched you since you were 10K and now you're almost 1 million. Like,
seriously, I would when it comes to Jar, like, he's a fucking idiot. He's like Mr. Magoo when it comes to this shit.
Yeah.
he didn't patch his vision yet.
Oh my god. DLC was not available.
Yeah.
Okay,
So long as it meant your fucking career was fixed. Something we told you isn't in the fucking cards. Just a robot is an arrogant, ignorant, fucking bigoted ass. You and any other woman he's ever spoken to.
Ironic, given the leak.
Yeah, that leak.
Yeah,
was,
where
that
you
was,
went full Mel Gibson on somebody.
Whew, I think that'd make Mel Gibson blush.
No, Mel
Fuck.
Gibson would probably be ashamed. It's like, damn it, I've created a monster. I've given him a script.
To as a sex object.
Like, seriously, like, wait. I just heard the magic word there. What was he going to say? Black?
Bigoted ass. You and any other woman he's ever spoken to is a sex object. Black people and people of color are just a token for him to weaponize and defend himself from any sort of assertion that he's like offensive or problematic.
He's not even black, you dipshit.
I love how he's using like the liberal art community words like problematic and shit while he's like fucking saying slurs left and right like that's fucking candy on Halloween. Like,
oh my god.
It's like, I thought he was black, but it was like, I heard he was Indian, I've heard he's white, I've heard all sorts of things until I saw the fucking picture.
yeah, now you know.
He's whiter than your goddamn caricature.
Yep, told you.
Oh my god. I just
Unless if we're dealing with an albino Nigerian fucking Jar or whatever.
South African.
Yeah, if we're dealing with like an Elon Musk where he's technically you know what.
There's two people. You got Elon Musk and then you have the other side of it. Like,
it's like
South Africa breeds one of two types of men.
And here's the thing. Well, what did he say that he was like support Israel or defend Israel or whatever in his fucking bio?
Yeah.
And you go and use the fucking kite word.
Yes.
Defend Israel as long as I'm not having a spurg out.
Shortly in that same conversation after saying, I like Queeman.
Like, seriously, bro.
Hitler Hour wrote itself for this one. Like, we don't
It
even
kinda
have to
reminds-
say anything.
It kind of reminds me of that Donald Glover stand-up where he's talking about Charlie Sheen in his fucking voicemails to his ex-girlfriend. He's like, not that I hope you get raped by, but he just straight up calls her as like, listen here, you. That's the only other person.
The guy is And like we told you he was trouble. We didn't get into exactly why because we didn't think it would really matter to
Did
you.
he just call him the N-word flat out in that call?
No. He's telling more allegations about Jar at that moment.
No.
Both of those beeps are allegation stories that are, for whatever reason, they're not making public, but from whatever reason, from Beckett's perspective that we may hear tonight, is stuff that's been debunked wholeheartedly.
We told you he was trouble. You saw red flags, and it took Goblin to show me his video and his interview for me to be able to intervene because you did this behind our backs.
Goblin
Dave,
didn't
that's
do
even
that.
adult with free will.
No. Hold up. You had a copy of the entire fucking Jar video, interview included. You released it. It didn't take Goblin to show you what he said, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, Goblin's the one that gave him the video.
Because this is all an act on Kumo's part. There's no way how he would have gone into this blind. He just comes up with bullshit excuses on the fly.
Either that or this guy's the most naive person in the world, and I would be very careful about blindly posting a video the next time you receive one in a leak. Because if I were any person in a malicious fucking position against you, I would have every goddamn slur and fucking everything in there to get your ass removed from fucking YouTube if you're just gonna blindly fucking post shit. Because that's the thought process here, is you blindly posted, and it took you watching the video again because, it wasn't fucking jarring, pun intended, maybe, enough to watch it the first time.
Honestly, the guy who sent us that DM, if you're still watching, you should just report Kumo's account to Discord at that point. Like, I'm not even saying this is a false flag offense. Like, he just needs to be gotten rid of. And he gave everyone the perfect ammunition right there. Because you can't just do that outright. It goes against Discord's terms of service. And he's been doing it to a bunch of other... we have video evidence of other things he's been, an abusive, manipulative piece of shit about that he shouldn't be doing on Discord. He has no recourse.
Oh my god.
It's because you didn't like how it sounded, or because it just wasn't what you wanted to hear. You have actively sought out different opinions. Even though those opinions were telling you consistently, constantly, that you should trust me. And I'm just a YouTuber. I'm not your fucking defense attorney. I can't fix anything for you. I'm just trying to help you.
Imagine the people in your hug box is going to give them the advice to stay in the hug box. Whoa. When Jar was talking to Chud, Cindy wanted them to join the cult. No, this is the cult. This is the cult, right? It's not Cinny. It's one step removed.
But not anymore. And especially because I was wrong about your intent. Now I thought I was just wrong about you as a person, that you just didn't want to change. I was wrong about your intent. You've just fucking self-reported here. Do you have anything you want to say for yourself?
I didn't realize it was this bad.
What you didn't realize was this bad?
Just me. I don't know how to put it into words. Just...
Cindy, I'm curious. Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Are you still, wanting or hoping that you could go back somehow to your YouTube career?
This was absolutely the dumbest fucking question to come out of this fucking interview.
Thank you, Art Ziley.
Who in this fucking position would be like, no, honestly, no, I'm not hoping to get my fucking career and everything in life back before all this happened?
I don't know. Usually people in these situations just want things to go back to normal before any of this shit happened. It should be fucking obvious. You really need the testimony here.
Yeah.
A part of me does, just because that's my normal. That's what I've always had. That's... I just want to go back to some sort of normalcy, but...
So, Kumo, question.
Reasonable response.
What's been, talked about here? Are you going to call... can we call her a pedophile now?
Oh, no.
The second dumbest fucking
I
thing
don't
he
know.
said.
I really
don't
hope
know.
nothing ever comes out about you.
What are you talking about? Things have come out about him.
No, I mean her. But, you know, Art Xiley. Because, like, you know, I would really hate to have to come out here and giggle and laugh at your controversy. Please don't have any skeletons in your closet.
Apparently, Sin wants us to keep calling her Art Xiley.
I'm not surprised.
I'm gonna need time to digest that.
I mean, I'm not attracted to children.
Are you?
No.
Then why did you have Enno read a fucking rape comic because you wanted
No, wrong question, Goblin. Why were you interested in her reaction to a fucking rape comic?
So, literally the same question.
Again, it's this
Again.
is their entire premise here. It's like, look, if she is what Jim suspects, then it's normalized to the point where she's desensitized and doesn't see the wrong in it.
She doesn't even see it as sexualization. Like,
Yes. However, I'm more of the opinion that she is a pedophile, yet you guys have to ask this retarded question in this way. It should be a done fucking answer. You don't need them to fucking state it. She isn't being deposed for a fucking court document. She's not getting, like, you guys aren't the fucking authority on this.
well, and the thing is, these questions are so dumb. Like, either, like,
They're the one and the same.
Well, like, it's like my thing or your thing, it's never going to be found out because they're not even asking the question to find out, like, did she get off on it? Is it a sexualized fetish? Or is it, like, you know, does she, like, not see it as wrong? Because, like,
and that's the thing. That's the problem with all these fucking Senate calls, is that you're never going to get a straight answer because everyone's being a confrontational jackass.
Exactly.
Right?
Like, this is exactly why therapists, not like Dr. Kumo here, ask these
real
kinds of
ones.
questions in the setting that they do. They don't do it in front of a fucking audience.
Right? It very well could be that, you know, her therapist doesn't think that she's a groomer. You know, like, because, like, you know, I was telling Patrick this, but we all grew up around the same time. The amount of people that had inappropriate conversations with me when I was, like, 13 on RuneScape, or, like, on MSN Messenger, that
Or
were,
on
like, in
Xbox
random...
in the COD lobby.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, the amount of inappropriate shit would make your fucking head spin. So, like, I can 100% believe if she was raised on the internet, because luckily the internet was just taking off when we were around, like, that age. But,
Yeah,
like, if she was
same.
13, 14, like, you know, less than a decade ago, the internet's in full swing. Like, so she could have easily have been desensitized to all of this by the time she's 20.
I really wish they would talk about the normalized shit so we can be done with this, because I want to launch my tactical do.
Yeah,
Do they
because
even get to it?
Huh?
Do they even get to that part, like the
Yeah.
discussion?
Yes, they
No,
do.
no,
Yes.
because that's one of the
coming
two
up.
parts. It's one of the two parts I hate in this.
Yeah, we've already hit the other one, right?
No, it was
Yeah.
it was the one at the very end
Oh.
where, like, she has that question and they laugh and mock her.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna make me watch this whole fucking.
No, when we find that one, we can go to the end and just skip it.
Okay.
We don't have to watch all of it.
I mean, her age had nothing to do with it. It was just, I thought of her as a friend, and I wanted my friend to give me feedback.
The offender?
What?
See, that's
Are you
the thing
just
right there. Right there, like, it didn't. She's so desensitized towards the sexualized content that she doesn't. She's talking, like, about fetishes the way, Patrick, you and I talk about drama and what your schoolwork is and what video game I'm playing.
Yeah.
To her,
Like,
that's just normal.
Like, seriously, just think about how these people are approaching the situation, trying to get a straight answer out of her. If they suspected her to be a pedophile, number one, they should I'm not saying people should do this, but this is what cops actually do when they catch a fucking pedophile. They pretend to be one and coax information out of them. They put on a fucking mask and act like they would, like they're open about it. And if you were able to secretly record her where she's going off like that, then it's 100% legit that she's okay with that and she's a pedophile. End of discussion. However, if we're trying to figure out whether or not she's desensitized to this kind of shit and she's just an idiot who grew up on the internet, that's what a therapist would be doing. They would be asking straightforward questions and not be confrontational. You guys, on the other hand, are basically doing blood sports horseshit.
Right, yeah. And that's how I came to my conclusion, right? Like, she's seemingly desensitized, like you just saw, like she's speaking about it like it's no big deal. Like if, I would like sharing YouTube links with one another in our group chat.
Yeah, I think we're just about at normalization because we're at the equal opportunity offender.
Yeah.
bit right now.
I thought of her as a friend, and I wanted
Are
my
you just
friend
an
to give
equal
me feedback.
opportunity offender?
What?
Are you just an equal opportunity offender?
I don't know what that means.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Not really, because you're not giving her enough context.
Well, first
But yeah,
of all,
what
you spoke when she was already fucking speaking, and then got angry and decided to shout slightly and slow your fucking words down after she said what?
Well, here's the thing, like, here the equal opportunity offender doesn't mean fuck all in this situation, because what's the other opportunity here? That she shared it with an adult?
Yeah, which would not be an issue, which if she did, then that just proves my point that
Yeah,
it's just
because it would
like reckless
she'd be
negligence.
desensitized.
Yeah.
She'd be desensitized.
Yep.
If that was the equal opportunity offender, if that's what he meant by that. But no, he's talking about, like, could it be any child?
Yeah.
Like boy or girl? That's the only other way how to interpret
Any
that
age,
phrasing.
anything, yeah.
Yeah.
What do
Well,
you
I
mean
mean,
he's-
not any age, like an adult, because is it really an offense to have an adult read that off to her?
I don't even know where the fucking morals lie on this shit anymore.
No, like seriously, like the problem is that it's porn and it's being shown to a kid and having the kid
That
read it off.
wasn't
If
the
she was to
problem,
show it,
though. According to
No,
him,
no,
that's the thing. That's the problem for every normal, sane fucking person that's looked at this. The problem for these two retards is that she read it out loud. She had to read it out loud in a voice
She made it into an audiobook.
Yes.
that was the whole that is the problem, but for that one instance. But when Kumo's trying to do the equal opportunity offender, the only other group that she could do this to is fully fledged adults, which makes no fucking sense.
Because that wouldn't be an offense then.
Yes.
Because it would be a consensual conversation.
And my retort to that is for any other normal fucking person who are the same normal fucking people who had a problem with child porn or porn being sent to a child in the first place. For these
But
guys,
these are-
who knows where the fuck that lies? Like, are
Yeah,
they
these
now
aren't
going to sit
normal
there?
people.
Are they now going to sit there and be like, well, they were mentally deficient, so they shouldn't have gotten this either? Like, what other moral justifying bullshit are you going to fucking do, moving the goalposts to also be like, oh, that would also fall under this?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have enough mental capacity, so that you obviously victimize them too.
Or is it then going to shift to, well, the brain's only fully developed at 25?
Yeah.
Like, are they going to do that argument? You know what I mean? Like, well,
And even then, that's like a defense for her because she's only 20.
yeah, but see, they're not going to see it like that.
No, because she's over 15, remember? Like, that's
Yeah.
all the bullshit you have to apply here. It's all their bullshit fucking points.
Dr.
there's
Kumo,
no way to win.
did you get your certification from like a cereal box or something?
I was
'Cause
about
this
to
is-
say it was from
'cause this is-
It was from Dr. Tiger from the University of Frosted Flakes.
No, it's like Toucan Sam and Fruit
Oh my
Loops.
God. I went to Kellogg's, damn it. Not that Post or General Mills College. None
Yeah,
of
but
that
see,
bullshit.
I went to University of Frosted Flakes. It was great.
I only went to the University of Wheaties.
But no, like, I wholeheartedly understand the points that you two are making. It's just you gotta follow the illogical logic of these fucking two people.
Yeah, no, that's, and I see your point. Like, we're arguing
Yeah.
it like people.
Yes.
They're
We were kind of
terminally
hoping
online. Like,
Well, I mean, I was kind of hoping for you to be the stand-in for Kumo and say like what actually would pop into his fucking head. That's why I kept
So
like redirecting it around.
wait,
I
so
wasn't expecting
Gigi,
to like, I'm on your side, guys. What?
wait, so Gigi, you and I are debating, and Patrick is just gonna scream pedophile in the background and saber rattle. Like, so that's what you want out of this? You and me debating, and Patrick just saber rattling.
Yeah.
And screaming out loud. You guys are saying this out loud.
Spell it out for you. Of what equal opportunity offender means.
I can try to guess, but I.
You can't
It
guess.
means,
It's a fucking
it means it doesn't matter the age or gender
It-
or whatever. It was just someone who expressed some modicum of interest in your fetish. So you decide to take advantage and engage with them in that.
Well, if it's consensual though, they're not taking advantage, and if they're willfully engaging, you're saying that anyone that Cindy talks to automatically, by sheer virtue, is
a
not
victim.
consensual. Yeah, just
Yeah,
because. So, like, no matter what Cindy does, like, she's going to be wrong in your eyes.
That's what I said. It's a
Like-
catch-22. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, you know,
Yeah.
the whole thing. It's like you go up to the doctor's like, Doc, I think I'm insane. Well, do insane people actually think that they're insane? No, they think they're sane.
Yeah.
It's the same fucking logic.
Oh man.
It makes no fucking sense. Like, it's easily refutable because you people are too fucking dumb.
And take advantage.
We genuinely believed, Cinny, that you were just oversharing and this was like a result of you being super autistic.
It is.
Or she's desensitized because she was groomed because she was in the art community, and you fucks don't respect boundaries.
I mean, hell, any logical person is going to think that she's an oversharing autistic fucking nitwit because you people provide a better defense being offense than defense for her.
And look at DeviantArt. If she grew up on DeviantArt as an artist, which
odds are,
Most
guess
of them
what?
do.
Probably did. Like,
The
just
furries
look at
grow up on
Medicare
Fur
series.
Affinity, deviants grow up on DeviantArt, and basically we get the art commentary once they do the fusion dance.
Yeah. And then, like, you know what I mean? Like, just look at any one of Medicare's videos on it. You will find that it is a bad thing.
Noodle diapers came from not Fur Affinity, but from DeviantArt.
Yep.
Out when nobody
Like, a
else
lot of these people have their start there, especially the OGs.
believed, Cinny, that you were just oversharing and this was like a result of you being super autistic.
It
We gave you that
was.
benefit of the doubt when nobody else would.
I-
We were the only ones being fair. And rather than just
No.
being honest,
I thought
There
that
were
was-
other people being more fair because you people were making a fucking ass out of the entire situation.
Yeah, you were so fair that you're an equal opportunity offender for people that are willfully engaging with you at your fetish.
Like, seriously,
that's how-
I started at the beginning of the stream that she was a pedophile and you're a fucking idiot. Now I'm just thinking that she's like, you know, a misguided fucking fool and you're still an idiot.
Right? Like, it's funny that you've basically come around to my point. You turned me to your point, and now this has brought me back to mine, and I brought you with me. like this is a roller coaster.
Being honest, I wasn't
you
trying to hide
should've
things.
told us. You weren't trying to omit important details like that.
I didn't think it was an important detail.
That's so
Like,
convenient. Oh, did you forget that it happened?
I didn't forget. Well, I wasn't thinking about it.
Do you think about anything?
Not as of lately.
That's a lie.
I mean, I don't know. I've been
Yeah,
feeling kind
because
of.
you're in her head, right? Minority Report. like you can just like immediately read her mind and accuse her of all the thought crime.
You know, that actually works. He is Minority Report. He was basically reporting Jar's fucking raping.
Yeah, all of Jar's thoughts on minorities.
No, not Jar's thoughts on minorities. His thoughts about Jar being a minority.
Oh god.
It's like I was kind of waiting for him to like read off the fucking FBI statistics next because he was.
I
just...
love how the fact that there was a 30-day hold on the account before it could trigger a Minority Report.
But
You know, all this time, like every time you've come to me and you're like, I don't know what to think, I don't know what to do, oh, I'm freaking out. You know what I think that was?
What?
I think that was a cover for what you weren't telling me. I think you just couldn't communicate or think, quote unquote, think straight.
Do you
because there was
even
something
think?
Do you even lift,
Cutter
bro?
boy, do you even think? You just do. You're a fucking idiot.
Oh my god.
Something
Bro
you were doing
doesn't
behind
even lift.
our backs, because there literally was. I think that's what that was. That's my theory of the day. Is that you refused or could not communicate any of what was bothering you because you knew we would disapprove. Am I wrong on that? Am I like crazy far off?
Yes.
Are you Dr. Kumo?
You are crazy far off. You're pretending to be a psychologist, trying to explain shit, trying to defend this person, and ultimately turning on them at the end. Like, you had this all pre-planned out. Well, at least not pre-planned. You worked off of where the jumping points were, just off of instinct. Once you saw the tides turning, once you didn't feel like a certain way about the entire situation, that's when you changed course.
I don't think that's right. It's
Oy
just
vey.
I don't know how to fix
If it is
my own
right,
problems.
if it is right, Sandy, what use is there in like denying it?
I don't think it's right. I don't.
You don't think it is? Could it be? Honestly, Sandy, what is the use in denying anything? Honestly, don't think about the right answer. There's only one. It's the truth. So what's the truth?
I don't
The
want to
truth
think
is,
that-
you had that girl cut your name into her leg because you were a fucking horny little bitch.
I can't get over the whole fucking, like, he's just hitting her question after question after question. They're such high level questions that are more complex than just yes or no, and he's expecting her to answer yes or no.
This is basically Slug.
Well,
When
this
he
is Leo
corners someone with
Convoy.
a yes, no. This is Slug with the yes or no questions. Yes or no. I need an answer. Yes or no. Come on, Sandy. Yes or no.
I'm just this terrible.
Well, to be honest, I didn't either. You haven't really left me much choice on that, though, have you?
I guess not. I didn't.
You know what's crazy, Cindy, is we're giving you chances to respond, and you're just like.
I'm having trouble.
Like,
I don't know, at
seriously,
first I thought, like,
you come in here yelling. You come in here yelling, "I'm such a generous person. How dare you betray my trust, Cindy? Don't you know you were talking with a rapist, and we couldn't save you if we tried?" It's like you are putting her in the biggest mental fucking black hole imaginable because she has no way to fight because of her record to even think properly. You are taking advantage left, right, and fucking center on this entire issue. You are a manipulative piece of fucking shit.
Yeah, and this kind of brings me back to my point that I started out at the night, where this call brought me back there, where it's like, this just doesn't feel like she knows what she's doing.
It's like she's having an out of body experience right now, where she just can't function. She's she's just like looking down on her entire position, not being able to respond properly.
That I was coming to these conclusions way too late, and that I didn't mean what I said. I thought the issue before was just that I was putting my energy into the wrong place because I was talking to Enno about this stuff when that shouldn't have happened. But
you were putting your energy in the wrong place when it came to Kumo, as well as your trust and anything else.
Yeah, that's what sank you, honestly.
And I forgave. I dropped it, and I said, you know what, whatever. There's nothing we can do about that because it was out of any one of our fucking control. It was stupid, and it was honestly very self-sabotage. It was self-sabotage, but honestly, I'm glad you did it now. I'm glad you did.
No, you're
It's
not.
making all of this easier.
My new realization was just that it shouldn't be for anyone, honestly. Like,
easier for who? Easier for you or for her? Like, I mean, seriously, what you're supposed to say that is make it easier for them, not for yourself. And here's the thing, you thought it was making it easier for yourself, but reality has a fucking hard way coming at you, bro.
But I thought the way I thought was just normal. I thought that it was normal to talk to people the way I did.
Okay, quick question. So
at first I thought it was just the issue of me talking to like a minor like that, but I'm realizing I shouldn't be talking to anyone like that.
Wait, so Sandy, you don't see an issue by having a minor read you porn?
She never said that. She never said that. No, Cindy, you knew it was an issue because we told you this is beyond just kids. And this is what I've been saying vehemently from the rooftops, that it's beyond just kids. You are a
If
danger.
it's beyond just kids, then she's not a pedophile because it's not the age that she's attracted to.
Yeah,
Which
again,
is my point.
It's beyond just kids now. What is it? Super ultra mega kids?
Is it grandma? Do you like to? Are you gonna go and read the latest hentai dojin to grandma?
Well, like here, connect the dots here. So we're not going to call you a pedophile. None of my logical points have changed, but everybody was right. What was everybody saying? They were calling her a pedophile, right? For the most part, we'll just summarize to that. And like now it's like, well, this is beyond just kids, so you're back to not pedophile?
Yeah, so how is she supposed to respond or feel about anything when they're constantly giving her whiplash?
Yes.
Again, this is why you don't badger the witness in court. How are they going to give you a proper answer when you're cross-examining someone?
Well, she's barely said anything more than I don't know for like the past 20 minutes of video.
Like seriously, no, seriously. If they this is the problem when it comes to court cases, or not court cases, but if this was brought to court and Kumo was the cross-examining attorney, he would basically be objection, fucking badgering the witness, would be put on him 1,000 times over. Because if you're going to put her into a fucking mental box to where she can't even testify outside of, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's going to look sympathetic because you're looking like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Which she does now.
Not only yourself, but...
And the reason why I'm using the court example here is because this is just a fucking kangaroo court. The same dynamics apply. It's just a bit more murkier. It's not as clear.
Well, I mean, it's the Senate. This is basically what Senate do.
Yep, 100%.
Everyone around you. Men, women, children, maybe even animals. You're a danger to everyone.
He just pulls animals out of nowhere.
He pulls animals out of his ass,
for absolutely
seriously,
no reason. No reason.
Here, Fido.
Nothing, anything.
No.
Suddenly,
It's here, Fido. Read this rape comic. Woof woof.
Suddenly, the cat's in jeopardy.
Yeah, she's grooming the cat.
And not the acceptable way.
Well, neither way is acceptable if you're a human.
Man, woman, child, animal.
Disabled grandma.
That's a double dip.
Nobody is safe from you.
Beware, Cinny is about.
You have problems that are much deeper rooted than what everyone is saying they are.
Hold up.
Who are you to diagnose that?
Again, he's Dr. Kumo. He's got the white lab coat. Anyway, I was going to say, the only thing that she could be considered a double threat is, now that I thought about it, is just plain old sexual harassment or unwanted sexual, deviance.
Yeah, well, the thing that came around is the sexual misconduct. We're back to square one.
Yes. He's I consider it sexual misconduct. It's Kumo, if you actually expressed your fucking thoughts clearly instead of jumping, you probably would have dodged a lot of this shit, outside of the illegal activity.
Well, if you actually had thoughts that just weren't must take out birdie, how get bird.
Kumo tribe want birdie tribe down bad.
How get bird? Oh, Cinny of cat tribe. Use cat tribe to go after bird tribe.
Magic firebox, open up illegal recordings and shit.
Yes, open magic firebox with digital lockpick.
Oh my god. No, I a bit of theory
Dog
crafting.
keylogger get many password.
A bit of theory crafting here.
Many password.
Is there what are you guys' thoughts on the whole fact that, how we keep comparing Dr. Kumo? What if he's Dr. Kumo not because he read a lot of stuff online, but because all these tests have been performed on him?
Like he has first-hand experience.
Yes.
Well, I mean, look, no, this is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, except it's like, Mr. Hyde is what Kumo is right now, and he's Dr. Kumo when he's like not.
Yeah. But even in your Mr. Hyde mode, your Mr. Kumo mode, like you're still getting hints of fucking Dr. Kumo. Like again, how do you diagnose shit? Like how are you sitting there and saying you're a danger to pets when pets and animals have not come up in this at all?
Like seriously, like the whole Dr. Kumo, Mr. Hyde shit. Like even Mr. Hyde would be able to retain the medical knowledge. He's just like a fucking. He's just evil,
He's a Dr. Tard.
It's like Dr. Kumo, Mr. Tard.
Yeah, pretty much. At this point, yeah.
See, I always grew up with the whole Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing. The Mr. Hyde caricature was the exact inverse of the Doctor. The Doctor was,
inverse personality wise, but inverse personality wise, not like intellectual.
Well, see, the thing is, I've always seen him as intellectual, meek, mild-mannered, polite, and all this other stuff. And your Dr. Hyde would be brash, ape brain, like kind of stuff.
Well, I mean,
so that's
maybe I'm looking at it from like the more
like.
I'm looking at it more from like the first Spider-Man, movie, where Harry Osborn is kind of like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde when he's doing that whole mirror scene. He has the same intelligence. It's just that he's more like brutish in using it.
Yeah, maybe.
That's how I see it as the character. I know historically he's been portrayed as basically being a fucking ape.
Yeah.
On these problems, you need to go to therapy. And you know what you've said to me for like nearly the last month? Even post-jar interview? You know what you've been saying to me? In response to each and every
Therapy
point
for
there.
what, dipshit? Therapy for what? Being a pedophile or just being completely conditioned in the wrong settings?
A danger to the public at large, GG. You're not grasping the consequences of out loud here. You're not taking
I
into
forgot
account.
Cinnibear was the second version of COVID-19.
You don't understand. She's literally Hitler. Like, she cannot be allowed to stand.
It's like Frankenstein's monster.
And you've even parroted what I've said. You very consistently parrot what I said. But in the jar interview, even after you've been fucking parroting what I said, you went completely masked off. Because nothing you said to me, none of the nodding along that you did, none of the supposed epiphanies you had that I helped you realize what was actually going on by talking about it and challenging it and questioning it, none of that was real.
Yeah, it was. None of it was real because you had ulterior motives. Like you've been saying, you've had ulterior motives. She heard that at the very beginning of your interview with Chud.
Yeah,
it's like, wait a minute, ulterior motives. What does he mean by that? He's just been using me? Well, I'm thinking differently now. Like, come on, bro. You're putting this all on her just being a snake when you're the biggest snake out there.
Yeah.
When you're the one that...
You're the one who's admitting to shedding your skin in public.
Well, I mean, it's like she looks down on the ground, and all of a sudden he's like on his belly coming out of a bush. I'm a snake, and it's like, okay, why do you think I'm a snake? Like, well, because you're acting like it.
Yeah. You didn't believe that. You for the longest time have been acting like you knew that you did something wrong and you knew what needed to change, and you actually didn't. You've admitted that actively.
Fucking Kumo. Like, seriously,
Since
he is the snake. He's the snake in all of this. He's like the snake in the Garden of Eden. He's tricking Eve, which is basically Synnibear here, into fucking over Adam, which is fucking, Birdie.
We may have to part 2 this. Which hurts me.
It hurts me.
It's cut deep into my soul.
Just like the thigh?
It's
well, that was just only skin deep.
Yeah. You can say it. You can say it's just a flesh wound, but it feels like more.
You have actively like self-reported that you didn't think any.
Because we're like 2/3 of the way through this video, we still have not hit normalization and
Or
the
the
fucking
part-
other
yeah.
part. Like we're
Okay,
just
how about
gonna
we-
finish this fucking video at this point.
Well, look, it's like, you know how it is. We're fair use out the ass all the time, so.
Yeah, strictly fair use is going to be the channel of the future. We'll show somebody else's content on stream and then not talk about it at all. That's how fair use
Yeah.
will be.
We'll go full Hassan mode.
Didn't think that you needed to change. You know how much that pisses me off, Cinny?
A lot, I'm guessing.
You have assumed I have been mad at you so many times when I wasn't. But now I'm actually mad at you. I'm genuinely frustrated that I didn't know, I could not have known about this until Just a Robot came in and fucked everything up for you. And I don't know if you heard, but FPS Diesel had the greatest take about Jar's video. You know what his take was?
What?
It was the best fucking Synnibear exposed video, unintentionally. And I'll be real with you, before you just self-reported in this call, my reasoning for not wanting to help you, and just like cutting you off, was just because you wouldn't help yourself, and that you're a liar, and I'm not going to waste my energy on someone like you. Now, now there's like a different tone to everything. You didn't think you needed to change, but you made this girl read your fucking rape comic?
No, again, it's just the aspect of what needed to change.
Out loud, Kumo. You forgot the out loud part, the important bit.
No,
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like,
You remember,
the
you
way how
already
he's
knew
going
that-
at it.
You already knew that
it's
she
like-
read it. Oh my god.
No, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be trying to engage in fucking non-con fetishes with strangers.
I mean, she can do. She has free will. I mean, there's entire subreddits and online communities dedicated to it. Yes, Denny, you shouldn't be your own person. How dare you be a 20-year-old adult
Well, I
and
mean,
engage in the world the way you want? How dare you?
Well, that's the thing. It's like the way, if Kumo had his way of engaging with people, there'd be a lot of cutting victims.
Yeah, or just screaming at each other like retards on the street.
Can I just point out the irony of sitting there and saying, like, you need to work with consenting adults on your non-consensual fetish? Like, this
Yeah,
irony
like-
not ring true for anybody else here.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, if he's trying to be like, because there is such a thing as like con non-con.
Yeah.
Where it's like role play, but like even so, like that's Cinny's. Like, what are you trying to say? Like,
I mean, here's the thing. Like, the whole rape fetishes community, like the shit that Victor was into to a certain degree. Like, how are you going to moralize that? Like, Slug tried and failed because he's an idiot. But the whole thing is like rape is non-consensual, so you're dealing with an oxymoron here. The
Yeah.
consenting part is to the non-consensual play.
yeah, it's all pretend. Like, it's not real.
But like, it's kind of one of those things that like, she could have totally turned that around on him and been like, well, it's not con. Like, what is he gonna say?
Well, then you rape babies and cats. Like, I don't know, like fucking do something stupid like that. Like, this is why your cat's in danger. Like,
I mean, look, even though I've come around to like Jim's point from the beginning of the show, like I've come around to it near the end here. I just don't see like I could actually make an argument unless if she was in a non-confrontational setting with a
That's the
therapist, because
problem.
apparently, and that's again like doctor-patient privilege. Like, there's no way how she's going to have her therapist come on and explain her reasoning as to why she isn't a pedophile.
hell, you could do it. We could do it. Well, the only thing is, it's like, I'm not a walking vibrator like Jar. And like,
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. We could do it, but then again, you'd have like everyone we're not going to be able to change hearts and minds on the subject because crimes were committed.
Yeah, and like,
I mean, the best thing we're going to be able to do is just clean up the crime scene, but we already know a crime committed here. You know?
Yeah, I would like to see a call with her where they're just gently asking her and to explain why she doesn't think it's a big deal. Because she says, like, it's how I thought, people talked. Well, then tell me that. Express to me why you think that's okay.
Yeah,
Don't
I
just
mean,
start screaming and saying you're wrong because
I
there's
mean,
something
seriously,
there.
Pat, if you can, I mean, I'd suggest reaching out to
I was
Cindy
gonna
and
say,
do an
you want me to
interview.
reach? Yeah, I could try.
Because,
It
I
wouldn't
mean,
be. It
me and
wouldn't be
Jim could
awfully
be.
hard. I mean, we've gone through everything now.
Yeah, because, I mean, me and Jim could be side chairs for it, and we're not going to, like, interrupt unless if we have, like, a particular question to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's things that I would like to ask her, like, gently.
Well, yeah, it would be done
You know,
offline anyway, just like the other interviews that I've done. It's going to be offline. If you guys want to be involved, we could do it that way. If she wants
I mean,
just one person, fuck, if Jim even wanted to do it, I could help write up questions and
Yeah.
everything.
well, that's the thing. I was thinking, like, if you think this is going to have to go into a two-parter for the Queefman shit alone, like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because
I
the
think that would
Queeman
be a
stuff,
good
there's
buffer
so much
video.
valuable information there.
Yeah,
This,
because I think that would be a good buffer in between, or even after, as like a cleanser for the whole entire situation.
I think it'd be a good cleanser. I think the whole Queeman thing is more a condemnation of Kumo than it is a
Vindication
vindication.
of
Thank you.
Penny.
Of yeah, Seti. Sorry, the words are escaping me rapidly.
Yeah. Look, this was all set up to be like dunk on Kumo tonight.
Oh yeah, and it
We
still has
never
been.
like, yeah, it still has been, but we've like had this fucking like not 180, but like this divergent twisting path to where we've come to the conclusion that Synnibear needs a fair shake.
Yeah.
Like an actual fair shake, not by incompetent fucking jackasses or manipulative fucks like Kumo, but from people who have, like, thought out, like, from everything that we've witnessed here tonight, there was no fair shake here. Not from Birdie, not from Kumo, and ineptly from fucking Jar.
Jar just wanted to polish his bullet, okay? Like that's where he was. Honestly, like I said, he's probably the most innocent in all of this. Like
he really is. Like, he's just sitting there buzzing, like, like she doesn't even notice him. Like,
I mean, I don't know how we would be able to get into contact with Cinny, but if anyone in the audience has like feelers out there who could reach
yeah.
out,
It's like
please do so.
Jar-kun just wants to coon.
Because, I mean, we're in agreement. What she did was wrong, but why
Yeah.
did she do it? That's kind of what we want to get at here, because all of it is just like people are picking and choosing on, like Kumo said, people are calling her a pedophile for the wrong reasons. However, he hasn't substantiated what those reasons were for wrong. We have. He's just gone about and saying that you're wrong and that you guys are assholes. You don't see the bigger picture. Birdie's the real villain.
Well, like the whole thing here is that, like, we've outlined it in the very beginning, is that fucking Jar came in with ulterior motives of like vindication because I like this person, and then you got Kumo was in for ulterior motives of I want Birdie. Like nobody was there to actually ever get an answer, like regardless of the answer.
Yeah, I mean, all the answers that we've gotten here are just like slapstick fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'd be curious for somebody to talk to her that does not have an agenda. Like, just wants to understand.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, ulterior motives aside, you usually keep them secret. You don't just put them out there, Kumo. But we'll be open and honest. We don't like Kumo. We don't like fucking the way how this entire situation's handled. The commentary community has dropped the ball and have only focused on pedophile, for the 1,000th fucking time.
Pedophile,
Right?
It's like,
yeah, no, we need to definitely add that in. Pedophile is bad.
Yes.
I think that's logically where we should go with this if we're going to do a two-parter.
Yeah, we could try. At the very least, I know we'll have more than enough content to fill at least like 2/3 of a show with just the Kumo shit.
Yeah.
If not a whole dedicated show just for the Queeman shit. I mean, like it's Queeman's. It's basically I'm covering almost Queeman's entire stream, and it's a 5-hour stream. And I'm covering like 3/5 of it.
Like seriously, we basically made a compendium side piece to Queeman's fucking stream.
Right?
Like this is now basically turned into the getting caught up on fucking Senny stream, but still shitting on Kumo.
And seriously, we're only. I think the interview should just strictly be on this subject alone, not any of the other previous things, unless if that's even tied into this.
Yeah.
Remotely.
Or if she brings it up and she opens the door.
Yeah, because I think everyone's been focused on like previous bad acts and hasn't been fully focused on like why this situation is the one that blew up everything.
Yeah,
you know, outside of the obvious, because I mean.
Yeah.
It seems like if this is a pattern of behavior that happened since she was a minor, like, you know, the old saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. However, the tricks that it did learn carries on. I mean, that's not part of the old saying, but, you know, to go with the metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll try and dig and see if I can find a method of contact. I don't know if I will be able to, but... And then at that, it's like, will they want to talk to me? But we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, seriously.
We're so good as nothing in reply. In which case, we still have all the Queeman shit.
Yeah.
So.
You engage in BDSM in the bedroom with someone you trust. You talk about sex shit in that very, like, intimate and inappropriate manner with an adult.
I'm guessing
one whom you
Kumo
trust.
hasn't heard of BDSM brothels.
Yeah, you know, there's literal places where you can go and play like that.
Like, I guess he's never heard of Nick Ricada and the fucking, like, Cross of St. James or whatever it was.
Or hedonism too.
But,
yeah.
But those things didn't exist until you just said them out loud.
Oh no, the dreaded out loud. Once they speaketh, they appear.
It's like fucking Beetlejuice with this guy.
Preferably someone you're in a, like, committed romantic relationship with. That's preferable.
I've done this since I was a kid. I didn't like.
Oh.
There's to Jim's point right there. That's a big one.
Yeah.
I've been this way since I was a kid.
See what I mean? Like, this is where I would like to gently be like, can you expound on why you feel that it's okay?
Like,
you know, no pressure.
She doesn't, like, the whole thing is she doesn't need to be castigated as a fucking pedophile and treated for pedophilia. She just needs to go to a re-education camp of some sort. Like, maybe not even a camp, just, like, go through courses.
Or just have a therapist. Literally what she's doing. Open up to her therapist and be like, I've done a lot of recklessly sexual things and this is my past. Can we start unraveling it, and you do some dialectical behavior therapy, and you start working out the issues, and you start unpulling the threads slowly and gently, but you pull them, and eventually you might not fix it, but you'll get to a point where you're a lot more comfortable with yourself, and you don't feel the need to. Yeah, you understand the way you are.
Well, not only that, it gives you clear identifiers of when you're going into something because you now know the way why you feel what you feel.
Yeah, and why that there's barriers, and the fact that, like, you know, it's okay that you didn't know that there weren't barriers because you were wronged. You didn't know any better, but now you do. We can move forward. You know, because to me, she doesn't seem predatory. She really doesn't. After, like, this, everybody's saying, like, oh, she's a liar, she's a manipulator. Like, I don't know. We haven't talked to her. We've seen videos, and we've seen dockets and documents from people that want to just...
That all have...
Yeah, it's all one-sided.
Yes!
Goodness.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. It's kind of like the or not the coffee well, the June King documentary on fucking what's his name?
Review Tech?
No, not
ESP?
Review Tech.
ESP?
No.
Wings?
The
Boogie?
no, I'm talking about the one where we solved the case about the mother and the fucking like autopsy report.
Oh, the completionist.
Yeah,
Yes.
Gerard.
We were able to break that down and like psychologically piece together the puzzle to where it's like it's more on the dad's part for that to even be out there in the first place to distract people with, not on Gerard's part, because only the dad has the ability to release those records, legally speaking.
Okay.
Like that revelation, I think we could have the same thing here with Synnibear if we interviewed her.
But you've been very aware of that fact, though.
Like,
It was right, though. It was normalized to you. Do you know, like, what it means if something has to be normalized?
Ah, we've reached normalization.
I mean, to be made as if it was normal, like.
No.
Yes.
Desensitized.
No, she's right.
Literally.
No,
Yes.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
Kumo. Her definition is right.
Yes, yeah. Hold
Yeah,
on.
as if it were normal, not like normal as you expect, like Kumo's going to point out here.
Yeah.
I mean, to be made as if it was normal, like.
No. Do you know? Just ask what?
What?
Yeah, normalization is the act of taking something abnormal and making it feel like it's normal.
Like,
That's exactly
seriously.
what it is.
No,
Like,
it's like
she's right,
cultural-
bro. Like,
Jim, the actual answer was just ask what?
out loud.
Like, seriously, normalization happens all the time. That's why you have different cultures with what we perceive as fucked up things.
Like the
Like,
Amish,
without
without power.
Yeah, the
thing.
Yeah, the
Like-
Amish. It's fucking weird. They still use horse and buggies when they could be living an easier life.
Hey!
Hell, like take the Muslims for instance, stoning women because they committed quote unquote adultery when they could have more than likely been raped.
Yeah, or throwing gays off the top of roofs just to see if they can fly.
Like seriously, like I mean, since we're on the rape subject and BDSM and all this other fucking horse shit, this is the proper example to explain this. It's been normalized to stone women. It's normalized to discredit them as being adulterers instead of rape victims because they didn't have more than 2 men witness the rape happen in the first place. That's how their laws and their customs are carried out over there. I mean, Kumo, I mean, like, that's fucked up. That's not normal. But it has been normalized. It's the same thing with Synnibear here, from her own words. To be normalized.
Yes, but now we get the Kumo definition.
It means it wasn't fucking normal before.
Yes, that's what that
It
means.
wasn't fucking...
But the part of the process
she
of normalization is the breaking down of the barrier between the two.
So she was wrong in
Exactly.
saying that the normalization, or that normalization is to make things normal. Clearly, it was that it wasn't normal before, which means you've got to make it normal.
Yes,
Oh
yes.
my god.
You got
Fucking
one part.
hell.
You're almost there, Kumo. You're halfway there. Just
Kumo,
finish the statement.
Kumo, if this is an act, cut the crap. Seriously, this is too fucking beyond brain dead, even for like DSP, Chris Chan, or anybody else. Like you have like gone uber-tard right now.
Oh my god.
It's just, I don't know.
And you didn't realize this was an issue until now, but you have parroted the fact that you were normalized to it from a young age, and that it is you still have some responsibility, but it might not entirely be your fault
Parroted?
that you've just been misguided.
Parroted. Who told her? What do you think, North?
She's parroted her own talking points, don't you know? Like,
normalized.
You know, the talking points that like she actually stated in the very first video were like, I know this is not normal, but it's been normal for me, like, and I know it's not right, and like these are the kind of things that like she stated in the original video. But you know, she's parroting herself to herself.
Like, I mean, that's called repeating them. That's called repetition, dipshit, not parroting.
Well, no,
like
he's
parroting
going,
is
he's going
repeating
off
what
of
someone
parroting
else
because
said.
he wants to be the one that came up with the idea. That's what he's trying to put forth here. Is well, these
What,
were
like
our
use his
talking-
name instead of someone else's when the lady wanted to cut something into her leg?
Well, these were our talking points.
That was my idea.
Oh, that's a bad idea? No, that was clearly somebody else's idea.
I'm going to copy strike you for cutting onto that leg. That was my leg to cut on.
Oh god.
You fucking said that, and you're telling me now you didn't. You're a fucking liar, Cindy. You're a liar. You didn't recognize it was an issue, even though you sounded conscious that it was an issue. I realize now you were just parroting what I was saying so that we'd be happy. You were just trying to say whatever would please us. Because in the reality,
okay, hold up. You wrote her script for the second video. She was quite literally parroting you because you gave her the script. Shut the fuck up.
I'm looking something up, sorry.
Oh my god.
She was parroting your thoughts by relaying what you put on a script for her.
Yeah, none of that. The thing that I see is like she doesn't. Nothing that she has said has been how she feels.
No, guess what she was parroting? I'm innocent. This wasn't grooming. I didn't do anything wrong outside of maybe this, but I'm not a pedophile, blah, blah, blah. You guys are blowing it out of proportion. Birdie's a bad man. That was everything she parroted from you, dipshit.
Well, that's the thing. In like the first video, it was because Jack said that I was a groomer, so I felt like I was a groomer. Like this poor girl has not actually had any thoughts of her own. Everybody around her has told her what she is. You know what I mean? Like, and the internet is just gathering together and bashing her like a piñata.
Yeah, right? It's not pedophilia, right? It's not grooming, right?
Yeah, until now it is. Now it is because now I don't like you because now you're not useful.
Yeah,
to me.
exactly.
Like we make the pedophile jokes and shit, earlier and all that other stuff, but like,
yeah,
for seriousness, I don't think she is. Like, like in all honesty.
I mean, in all honesty, I think Kumo's more likely to be a pedophile than anything else I've seen tonight.
I have my idea for my thumbnail. Get fucked, Kumo.
Oh my god. Thanks.
You gotta make him a parrot now?
No. I've been working on this the entire time I've been silent. You guys are gonna love this shit.
Oh my god.
Cindy, is you thought you did nothing fucking wrong. You didn't actually believe any of what we told you, that it's probably not in the cards for you to come back to YouTube.
Well, I mean, that's kind of obvious. Like, I mean, when people are hammering you this hard, like, there's not going to be, like, a welcome back Zero fucking party for her, like there was for, Zero.
I genuinely believe Beckett's theory, that you only strung us along to benefit you in any way we could. In any way possible.
First off, Beckett is a fucking idiot.
Well,
let's get that out of the way.
Beckett didn't realize how malicious Kumo is. That's my defense. I'm going to lay down a little bit for Beckett.
Well,
and
yeah, I agree,
like,
but that still like plays into what I mean. He's an idiot that he didn't see Kumo being this malicious before.
Yeah.
When he
well,
has.
I think we can boil the term idiot down to not be like malicious.
Yeah.
Here, like he was just very naive to like how Kumo actually is.
Yeah, because he is so malicious. That's the thing. Like everybody in this whole little fucking sphere or anything, in YouTube in general, would know that there are malicious players out there, and people are going to be malicious. So you're always going to have a little bit of a guard, but like this far exceeds, because of especially the maniacal way in which you go at things, especially with creators that are larger than you. I've noticed how calm and how meek and mild you will make your delivery to a larger creator. Like what we saw with Chud. You were very amicable and everything else. And even with, again, Cope and C with Beckett. But like...
Jim.
What?
Say it with me now. He's a dark triad.
Yes, he definitely is. like he is probably the darkest of triads.
I'm
I think
sorry,
we broke
Pat.
Patrick.
It just popped into my head when you said that he was like he's sucking up to bigger creators and being an asshole to little ones. It's because he knows where his place is, and he
Yeah,
uses that to manipulate around
You know what's
issues.
funny? When you were saying that, the image that popped into my head was a black Triforce. I'm like, yeah. I feel the triad coming here, like Illuminati. Like,
I'm gonna shut up. I make everybody into a dark triad, whether I want them to be or not.
well, no, the problem is everyone in this
you're
community
right. You're
attracts
right.
dark triads. Like this.
You're right. You're right, Pat. It's just that it happens so often with what the people we cover.
Yes, I know.
Right, it's survivorship bias.
God damn it. I have like
all
an
these
inherent
planes are
bias
coming.
towards dark triad people.
All these planes are coming back, and we're like, yeah, this is dark triad. like
I mean, the Machiavellian schemer shit has been proven here with Kumo.
Yep. Yeah.
Like flat out, that's what this whole entire episode has been.
Yes. It is all a scheme.
Then there's the sociopathy that he's like, he doesn't actually give a fuck. He just wants to use people. And what was the third one, Jim?
Narcissism.
Yeah, narcissism. Yeah. I am so kind. I am so empathetic.
Oh my god, he's even more than Leffen.
Yeah.
Like we're looking at evidence.zip 4.
But I have a limit. I have a tolerance for this to a certain limit, and you went above it, Cinny. You know, fuck you.
Dude, he's literally so narcissistic. He's going goddamn Super Saiyan on himself. Like
he is a dark triad. Holy shit, he fits every fucking thing with just this one story.
I believe that now.
Yeah, we believe it too.
For you to not have realized until now that this was the issue means that the entire time that you have literally out of your own mouth expressed the
Audio's
issue,
breaking
it means
up.
you didn't believe.
It is?
Yeah, it's like popping in mine. Do you have it up too fast?
No, I haven't touched it.
It could be the
knock
internet
it down
connection.
another. Well, I don't see a yellow exclamation point. Just knock it down another 10% on speed if you can.
You're gonna
because I think it's just having a hard time processing at this speed now because of how fast Kumo's talking.
Yeah, you're gonna get a rough approximation of 10%.
Believe it, and you've said it for the last fucking month. And I don't know why you're lying to me again, because before, when I pressed...
Part of that popping is naturally in the recording.
Oh, okay.
So some of that's natural.
You on this in the text messages, Cinny. You were suggesting that you have to come to this conclusion on your own.
Because I have it downloaded and I'm picking it up. I hear what you're talking about now.
So you've already acknowledged that you've just been parroting what I said. And you've just been like entertaining this discussion so that we thought that there was nothing up. What do you mean you don't want to believe you're a bad person? You know you are. You're just actively in denial.
I mean...
I am sick. I have a knot in my stomach, knowing that I tried to help you, and you actually are a predator. There was intent.
Oh, woe is me, the knot in my stomach.
Won't call them a pedophile. Will call them a predator.
Oh my god.
Like literally said to Goblin, not a pedophile, and that shit came after everything else with the out loud. But we'll call them a pedophile.
Well, okay. Well, look, if Cinny's a predator in Kumo's mind, then she's basically the fucking Down syndrome chupacabra.
There was clear intent. You made her read it to you. You wanted her reaction. That is intent. Fuck what everyone else is saying about you, Cinny. Fuck every other point they're making. They are right for the wrong reasons. They don't even know how they're right. They are flinging shit at the wall, hoping it sticks, not actually trying to understand the issue. And then they're sitting here trying to debate bro me about it. And they're being so...
They don't know they're... Okay, hold up. They know that they're right. They have their reasonings. Their reasonings are right to a certain degree. In fact, I think they're more or less wrong now.
Yeah.
They're wrong for the wrong reasons, and you're right for the wrong reasons. It's like,
oh my god.
It's like all of you are wrong for the wrong reasons. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about outside of the events that have been accurately reported, like in the most narrow fucking descriptor imaginable. Porn was shared with a minor. Bad. That's the only thing everyone's gotten right in this fucking story.
Thank you for clearing up pedophiles. Still bad.
I don't even have to clarify that up. Like, the motherfucker's saying they're right for the wrong reasons. Okay, so pedophiles are bad because... No, like, what? Like, he makes no fucking sense with that point.
Because they're a
It's
danger
just-
to everything, including animals, GG.
Yes.
Well, and then because now we have to do the painstaking process of, do we think Cindy's a pedophile?
Well,
And like,
I mean,
in
here's the
all
thing, like-
honesty, I haven't seen her be attracted to anyone underage for the fact that they're underage.
Yeah, it's literally just normalized, desensitized, things that she does.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, seriously, Jim, I don't know if you heard me, but I said, if Kumo thinks that she's ultimately a predator, then she's the Down syndrome chupacabra.
Yes, I did. I laughed. I was muted, but I laughed like hell.
Because, I mean,
Like-
that fits all of his criteria. It goes after kids, it goes after adults, it goes after animals.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
One hell of a, like, autistic goat. Like,
So I'm reserving judgment just because I don't know the answers. Like that's the caveat of me. And it's just because
Yeah.
like I don't have the answers of like how many times does stuff like this happen to you. Like if it's truly normalized, explain normalized to me in your words. Like, what is
And if
normalized?
so-
Is it only people that you get to a certain comfort level with? Is it truly everybody? Like, is it, like
I mean, if it
need
was
to know.
Again, if it was everybody, then we would have like a wide range of people coming out saying, "Yep, she shared that same comic with me." I mean, that's the only downside to that fucking argument.
Yeah.
Is the amount, like, because if this happened with everyone that she got comfortable with, I suggest they start coming forward and tell the age of where they were at when she showed it
when
with
it was
them.
shown to them, yeah. And like
Yeah.
if we see a true spectrum of like everything from like people possibly older than her to people younger than her, I'd be more on board with the okay, yeah, it's genuinely everybody and you're just fucking stupid.
yeah, or that
Yeah.
you were groomed and you're not stupid, like you just don't know any better. Cause when she's like, I don't want to hurt anyone, like I don't think that she sounded fake there.
Disingenuous, yeah,
She sounded actually hurt. Like she didn't understand what she was doing because she's just so used to it.
Well,
Yeah.
and again, like the way how Kumo's like presenting this here is that she doesn't understand anything. So how is she guilty of this, like, genuinely from the perspective of a predator if she doesn't understand anything? Is she
Exactly.
is she an unwitting predator, Kumo? Is she just going off of instinct? Like,
That's
I mean,
a good point. Like,
it's like, does it happen on a full moon and she turns into a werewolf? It's like, here, kid, read this aloud.
she just goes on the line on Discords and like how like people used to post meat spin. Like she
Yeah.
just posts like rape comic.
Like,
and then
how
just
is she-
leaves.
Yeah, how is she a predator, you dipshit? Like, you've convinced me the exact opposite tonight.
You've done my job for me. Like in a better way than I ever could explain why I didn't think she was like that.
I'm really tired and very hungry. Can we jump forward?
Yeah, let's continue. We
Yeah.
don't want to make Pat suffer.
Yeah, no, if you want now, since we got to that, we can go to the end where
How
the part
close
that I
to
really
the
hate.
end, you know?
I have no clue. But it's
at another
right,
10 minutes.
it's right, it should be right near the end though.
Okay, do you think like a 3-minute buffer is acceptable?
Yeah, because I remember Goblin saying like "bye, bitch," and then like it wasn't soon done after that.
Okay.
So
No confessions. I don't.
No questions?
Are you gonna hurt me?
there,
my
right
God.
there.
Oh, look at that. I nailed it.
Good job.
Like, seriously, she's fucking petrified about all of this.
Well, yeah, no, it's like, are you gonna hurt me? And you laugh at that. Well, I don't know. You just spent an hour fucking berating her. Oh yeah, and then we go on this discourse. Kumo goes on about, I believe in the wood chipper. What the fuck do you think she's going to think? You've literally just advocated that you think that it's okay for it to be violent towards her, and that, you know what I mean? You spent an hour viciously, emotionally beating her down.
Did Kumo actually said that? He's like, I believe in the wood chipper.
No,
he
does.
unironically did. He
He does.
Oh my god.
Yes, he basically says that like I'm okay with you being killed, and then when she's like, "Do you want to hurt me?" 2 + 2 is 4, bro. Like you're advocating for violence towards predators, and you're saying she's a predator. What do you think she's going to? She's not stupid.
Let me see if I can find it.
Shift tone real
Like
fast.
seriously, I mean, like this is I people could call me out for this. I don't care at this point, but I believe in the wood chipper for veto and NLO.
Yeah,
If
those
it's
two specifically.
If it's unequivocally where you can sit there and think, I think this person
is actually this way.
Yes.
Yeah, because here's the thing, like the way how Cinny acts, I don't believe they're a predator. They act like they're out of their fucking head and they don't know what's going on sometimes. I believe that is genuine, as compared to Vito and NLO, who make constant fucking quote-unquote jokes about fucking kids on Twitter or on their streams.
And
like, here's the thing, you have to be
fucking kids, not fucking kids.
Yes, like actual fucking kids, not like, not comma fucking, but, fucking.
Yeah. Like, like.
Yeah, But basically, I would be for the wood chipper for those two because they don't show any remorse. They act like fucking victims when they get called out for making these absurd fucking remarks and pushing the fucking barrier to the point that it breaks. Like with NLO using Aaron M. Holte's fucking daughter for super chats to read out on TTS with a picture of her face that he got off of fucking Facebook.
Which is
beyond like that's like breaking the boundaries for a joke that no comedian would think is sane, and you'd have to be a special certain fucking way about when it comes to kids to even like encourage that idea in the first place.
Let me see if I can find the wood chipper thing.
For Synnibear, I don't think she deserves the fucking wood chipper.
No, I think she deserves to have somebody sit down and talk with her about it. And
because, I mean, from what I'm looking at here, she may not be the victim of a certain predator or a certain pedophile, but of circumstance, given where she like got onto the internet and the crowd she hung out with.
Yeah, I'm so glad you kind of see my point of view. Like, it doesn't seem. I don't seem as insane now. Like coming back around to my point, being unconvinced to go back to standard.
Go move on with your life and like fix your real life situation and go make friends and like go to school or something. Go back home to your parents and try to smooth things over. I was going to say that to you, but honestly, rehome that cat, sell your belongings, put all the money from it in an account, and drive your ass down to the police with only your device, only your cell phone and your laptop. Turn that in, say that this is evidence I have committed a crime, and then go from there. Honestly, like if you have any, if anything in you wants to do the right thing, go turn yourself in, dude.
Are you sure about that? Because there's evidence of you being a fucking hacker.
Yeah.
Is there anything else, Goblin, you want to say?
I thought about at first.
Of the prison system. Okay, I'm no expert on rehabilitation. Okay, I don't know how it works for like women who.
Wait a minute, hold it. You're Dr. Kumo. You know all about psychology. You must know about rehabilitation.
No, she's not talking about rehabilitation as in what I'm thinking she can do. She's talking about rehabilitation as in like I don't know how jails deal with pedophiles.
Well, usually, like if they're actually pedophiles, they get put in protective custody, or at least not gin pop. They're separated from them.
Women who try to groom children. I don't know what happens to them in there. You're honestly gonna have to do your own research.
You do.
But you keep talking about how you want to do the right thing. You just want to do right by people. You know.
I said I wanted to get better.
You want to get better, and you want to do right by the people that you've wronged. So turn yourself in. I am in full agreement of the wood chipper.
Right there.
See?
Oh,
and then they want to laugh at how she gets to the point of "Do you want to hurt me?" when they spend an hour beating her down and then basically saying I would be okay with you being.
I don't know. Wood chippers do hurt.
You know what I mean? Well, yeah, see what I mean? It's so disingenuous. It'd be like, Gigi, I'm gonna fucking smack you in the face, and then be like, I don't want to stream with Jim because he's threatened to punch me. Well, how'd you get to that conclusion?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, in a roundabout way. Like,
damn you and your logic, get out of here.
right? But no, we're not supposed to have logic. We're just supposed to scream pedophile bad and act completely on emotion.
Oh my god.
We're not supposed to look at the case. Like, don't look at Pyro or Zaptai or anything else. Just look at this. Like,
I mean, seriously. I mean, FPS, like, given how this whole situation's been handled, FPS Diesel is a fucking idiot in my mind now. Like, he was more concerned, like, when it comes to the Christian shit, it's like, use the proper pronouns. It's like, fuck you, bitch.
well, see, I don't understand that. Like, where
He
it's
doesn't,
like,
again, it's like the selective rule shit. It's like the cafeteria Catholics. Like, either all of it applies or none of it does.
Yeah,
And it's because
see-
you know that there are contradictions in the rules here.
And see, like I said, my stance on the whole fucking thing with that stuff is just a matter of like, for the vast majority, I would rather be respectful.
yeah, but when it's somebody that rapes their mom, when somebody rapes their own mom and victimizes people, like, and I think that they're less than human, what's the line of, like, respect?
I mean, the whole thing with Christian is like, I don't care. He's a fucking idiot. It's like, you can't trust much of anything he says because he just contradicts it. Like, when it came to,
lived in
like,
another world.
yeah, like, seriously, like, he contradicted the reason because it wasn't because he was like a female soul trapped in a male's body. It's because he thought he could get chicks by being trans.
Yeah, he thought that I can land lesbians.
So, like, why should I respect the pronouns of someone who's obviously trying to dupe the gender that they're trying to transition to?
Well, even so, like, even if you go past that, right? Like, what happens with, like, the mom thing, and it turns out, like, no, he did violate his mom. At that point, are pronouns, like, should we be worried about that? Like, because, like,
well, I mean,
pronouns, I get, are a basic thing of respect, but should we respect somebody that's willing to rape their mom?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, for the amount of time that he would have been charged, he had already spent in prison. They just didn't go through with the court case because it was a delicate situation. They basically said, time served, get the fuck out.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, like, if I think somebody if somebody's less than human, do I have to respect them? Like,
because I mean, just think about the logic in that. I know a lot of people want to say, well, he was never convicted. Well, he was held against his will then. Like, do you really want to bring that up with the fucking courts? Like, he was only accused, never in charge, never prosecuted. He was just held against his will until they said, like, time's up.
yeah, until, like, it turned, like, he would have served his time anyway, because there were
it's like
so
he
many
never,
mental
like,
health hoops they had to jump through.
Yeah, because of the mental health hoops, they basically violated his fucking rights as a human being. Like, being able to face your accuser, the Sixth Amendment.
Yeah, or right to a speedy trial.
Yeah, and against, what's the other one?
Due process.
I don't know if it would fall under cruel, but it is an unusual punishment given how it was handled. But again, trying to arbitrate this is just beyond fucking ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
the dude will say that he did it and be like genuine in one sense, and then once he gets called out for it, it's like, no, it isn't that.
Oh, it was Barb from Dimension 89426-3. Oh, as long as it's that Barb. Like, it's not real Barb.
And the same thing could be applied here with Cinny. It's like, we don't even know what the fucking actual story. Well, we know what the story is. We don't know what, like, led up to it. If we're going to arbitrate this in any way, we can't have disingenuous actors just putting on a fucking show here where they're like, wood chippers all the way.
Right, we all get wood chippers. I'm the Oprah of, like, carpentry. Like,
Oprah of carpentry.
like, come on, like.
Oh my god. I'm trying to work on the thumbnail for this.
But I mean, seriously, this whole shit, like, Kumo should be excised from every community. I mean, he should either like delete his accounts and get the fuck out, or I mean, given how he's given enough people ammunition in their DMs, and given how he's starting to false flag, that's pretenses for him to be just fucking excommunicated and sent packing with all of his accounts. Like, report him for abusing, like, terms of service. I don't care. He obviously doesn't care, and he's more of a danger than fucking Synnibear is to anybody else in this community. Or even the art community, for that matter.
Yeah, because I don't think Cinny ever like planned on meeting up with anyone for sexual things. But I do see Kumo saying pedophile, which can get people killed.
Like, I mean, he's already willing to go full, like, Jar's a rapist, even though those claims were debunked. Like, absolutely debunked. Years ago. And
Yeah.
he's talking about how, like, oh, Birdie hasn't been held accountable for his crimes, everyone's given him a pass. And it's like, dude. You just went with, like, claims that have been debunked 100%.
Yeah.
In order to paint Jar as a rapist. Like, you have no fucking honor. You have no fucking brains. You have no fucking compunction to be taken seriously.
Heavy Dishonobaru. Heavy Dishonobaru.
You're a giant fucking kiss ass to the people that you're going to stab behind the back once you get what you want from them.
To translate that into weeb, baka.
It's like, how, like, I mean, seriously, I know Leia made a fucking retarded statement on the whole situation as of late, but I don't think she realizes how much damage she's done by giving credibility to this jackass.
I mean, is there any credibility outside of that small sphere? Like, because when you see Kumo going on these shows saying, like, I have ulterior motives, cool. That'd be like the government saying, hey, we're going to tap your phones. Oh, okay, my privacy? Yeah, we're doing it. Okay, thank you.
I mean, seriously, what I forget what you posted earlier, Pat, of her tweet. What exactly did she say?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Sorry. Hold on just a moment.
Patrick's like, I am not ready to deal with that.
Hold on, maybe I can find it. All right, here it is. I swear to God, this better not be true. And if it is, Kumo has gone full Lio Convoy. You got on Lio Convoy for striking... wait, that's because of the Flatley strikes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I keep finding out things about Kumo after the fact. It's annoying. Well, that's the thing. You don't vet people, Leia. You just accept a helping hand, and then you... and then it comes to fuck you.
And not in the good way.
I wish Kumo would have just taken the L. Well, he can't. Have you noticed that? You should have noticed that. He couldn't take the L for the cutting situation. I'm at a point.
No responsibility in this community.
I'm at a point with small commentary where I will let people be their own warrior. Oh wait, I am at a point with small commentary where I will let people be their own warriors. Stop giving advice and just keep making content for my channel. You shouldn't have even linked up with him in the first place.
Well,
I was right. Here's the icing on the cake. I was right for the right reasons. You were not. You basically took on like an even more deranged version of Slug. Like, seriously, given all the actions that Kumo had taken during the whole Lio drama, he was a turncoat mercenary for hire.
Yeah.
You know the thing that fucking Mutahar... Yeah, the thing that Mutahar called Slug during the whole Mama Max drama? That was Kumo all along. He had ulterior motives. He wasn't like he wasn't like some soldato that you could pay for play here. He had ulterior motives. He wanted to use everybody. And it was quite clear given how his actions were. It was basically another version of Slug that you guys let in. However, you want to keep bitching about Slug, and you got blinded because Slug is still ever present. That you're willing to turn a blind eye because they haven't shown their full hand.
Can you look at stream and let me know what you think of this thumbnail?
I'm looking at stream.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Go-
obviously like a
go
20-second delay.
Yeah, you'll see it in a second.
Oh damn! I just looked at chat and I see. Oh, my god. Yes.
A pair of legs. That's great. Although it looks more like a tattoo than it does
I know.
like cutting.
It's the best I could find for cut flesh. Okay.
You know, I read chat and then Belinda said I miss MSN. I read it as I miss men. I'm like, there's like 49. Like, what do you mean you miss men? That's 49% of the global populace.
I think she meant Mr. Sin because like he was in chat and she didn't see
No,
him.
because that's back when I was saying about how I had those people talk inappropriate with me on RuneScape and MSN Messenger. Back in the old days before like when we used IRC and MSN. Ironically,
the free range rape days. Yes.
Yeah, ironically, MSN Messenger was closed because they couldn't deal with all the groomers on it. That's why that got shut down.
Wait.
Fun fact, if you didn't know.
Wait, you're telling me ASL doesn't work?
It does. But then when I went like 15 male US, they went, ooh, yes. like it didn't work the way it was supposed to.
Jim, you're supposed to ask them too. I'm not.
I did. And they were like, "Don't worry about it." I'm like, "What?"
I'm not victim blaming here, by the way.
I know. Then I remember the one conversation was like, "What do you like?" I'm like, "Rune crafting." like literally, like I don't know, like you know.
Oh my god.
No, and then they were like no, in the bedroom, like, oh, air conditioning, like, because I like my rooms cold. Like I literally have my room right now so cold I can see my breath. Like that's what I like. I like keeping it really cold, and I can go under the covers and feel nice and warm and toasty. That's comfortable to me.
You know, this is probably the first stream where we didn't have a Hitler hour.
Oh no, we did.
Yeah.
We did a mild
We
one.
did?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was very very mild.
Yeah. We knew that we probably weren't gonna go full Hitler yet because like of how sensitive
Well, I mean,
it was.
Kumo just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. Yeah.
It's like I will use this, like you know, I will use the Soviet Union for my benefit until I need to turn on them with Operation Barbarossa.
It's like, oh damn it, snow.
Like quite literally.
Snow, my only option, my only enemy.
It's like,
how did you
Kumo,
know?
I will use Synnibear for my ulterior motives until I have no longer use for her.
Oh man.
Oh damn logic.
We only went exactly 10 hours. There's someone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
We didn't even finish the docket, but you know.
Oh, there's always next Saturday.
We're doing we're doing good, Patrick's like we still have like
or
8
maybe
hours
we
left.
just,
Oh.
I don't know if we could work it in, but maybe we could do it like on Wednesday or something.
Yeah, I might be able to do something. I don't know. I might even do tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah,
if I live.
I should be free most of the week.
Okay.
I know I'll be free, but
We could
again,
do-
like this horse shit, like I didn't believe I'd be swayed to the Cinny side, you know.
Well, see, that's what I mean. Like after hearing that call, though, and you have to think too that call is private, so she's not expecting that to get out.
Yeah.
Right. So that's not like she's gonna be putting on a show and being a victim. That's how she really felt. Like she didn't know she was being recorded and shit.
Well, it should it should make you guys feel good that 62% of the chat thought that that Kumo's worse than Lio too.
I mean, that's very apparent. I mean, I think it's just.
Well, I mean,
people don't know-
62% thought he was the knockoff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
if anything, he's proven to be a bigger dark triad than Boogie.
I think the issue with that is that people know Lyle because he's been so loud for so long.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the severity of it; they just don't know who Kumo is yet.
I mean, again, like the first sign that you guys should have picked up on that Kumo wasn't like trustworthy is the fact that he released the calls.
Yes.
Like that was the same argument that was used against Slug during the whole Mama Max drama. Like the turncoat mercenary for hire is basically Kumo's MO from the get-go.
Well, the whole reason why that flew under the radar and why nobody caught that initially is because everybody was more concerned about Lio striking the videos that did go up. And then it looked like Kumo was coming in to save the day. You know, by taking the hit and putting this all out there. And it still was one of those things that's like, yeah, well, the people involved with those calls didn't want those calls out there either.
Yeah, it's like he's already, disrespecting people's wishes. Like, what else is he going to disrespect?
Yeah, so this was bigger than just a Lio thing. And, again, I guess maybe you could say it's hard to disseminate because that information was coming from the people that they were trying to expose at that point.
I mean, the whole reason behind those calls in the first place was to basically just adjudicate their fucking hatred of other people. Like, rightfully or wrongfully, those calls shouldn't have even existed in the first place, recorded or otherwise.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
But since they were recorded, and Kumo was the one who put them out there against everyone's wishes, it doesn't matter how bad everyone was in it. The fact is that there were people in there that were genuine victims.
Oh yeah, because there's humiliating stuff in that. There is absolutely, I understood once I heard it.
Like, here's the thing. I mean, even if you wanted the full context of how bad Lio can be, you didn't have to do the calls. You just had to go at him for the public shit.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is a tantalizing treat.
There was enough at the end there with Sasu. I'm going to be honest. And Sasu was pretty vocal and pretty easy to reach with the stuff, too. I mean, look, I talked to fucking Sasu. I think if I can talk to Sasu, anybody could talk to Sasu. But, the fact that, you just wanted to drive the point home. But now, the irony of it is they wanted to drive the point home, but then some of these same people that wanted to drive the point home are now also on good terms, more or less, with Lio. So it's like...
Yeah, they buried the hatchet. You guys just dug up a fucking corpse.
Yeah.
I mean, as irreverent as fucking Lio is when it comes to respecting people's wishes in certain situations, you guys showed that you were even more irreverent because it's a juicy story and we hate Lio. Lio man, bad.
Yeah, well, I got views.
You guys were just a bunch of fucking piranhas.
Oh, man.
And Kumo was the one who had all the fucking food. And you ate it up and you trusted him. And now he's fucked all of you.
Yeah, because now everybody that went in bed with him now looks bad.
Beckett, Leia, all of them.
Yeah, I want to see that Beckett stream with Queeman then.
Here's the thing. It's your own damn fault because you were blinded with hatred over one person. And what was the reason for? Oh, he talked bad to Riveter. Who gives a fuck about Riveter?
Oh, man. But I think I'm going to end it here. I'm starving.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some Weissen beef stir fry left over.
I thought you were making cookies.
I mean, I got a couple more cans of Nos to pound through. I'm just going to game.
I'm going to eat some stir fry with some G Fuel and play some more Guild Wars, because why not?
It's Saturday morning. Well, no, Sunday morning, Saturday night.
Yeah.
It was built it was made for staying up.
All right, well,
that's why we do it on. That's why we do this, folks.
Yeah.
That I have no self-respect, so so I don't mind beating myself up for entertainment. Like,
oh man, I'm gonna do it no matter what, so might as well at least get my thoughts out to the world, I guess. I don't know. I just do it because it's fun.
yes, it is.
But thank you everybody that came out. I appreciate it so much. If you enjoyed this and you stayed around long enough to enjoy it, please make sure to hit the like button below. Subscribe if you really enjoy things. There'll probably be another part 2 relatively
And pass
soon.
it around.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
like
I'll
there's a
timestamp
complete
eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a complete different story here now. And I think people should revisit the Synnibear situation.
I really do. And I would like to really talk with her, even if it's just like off the record. Like,
yeah, seriously, because I think there's been a huge miscarriage now that I've seen everything.
It's nuts. It's a crazy story. Now you know why I changed my perspective so hard to go at Kumo for this stream.
Yeah.
But thank you all so much for coming out. I appreciate it. You all have a good day. Good morning. I still haven't figured out how to like wrap these fucking things up at the end. So because
have good existence.
Yes.
Something
Just
time
a
neutral.
good morning.
We need to go with time neutral.
Live long and prosper. Yeah, we'll go with that one. All right.
That's not trademarked.
I will see you all in the next stream if we're
Yes.
live.
Whenever that is.
Nano